Boston waltzes into Dallas last night and takes care of the Mavs. 106-99. Outside of game one, these games have been close. I'm not a huge fan of the way that Luka has carried himself during the series. He's a phenomenal player, incredible. But he takes some complaining like next level. And I don't think it's helping his cause, it's hurting. And it's funny because sometimes, whether it's LeBron or maybe some other superstars in the league, they can get an added benefit by really going after some refs. We saw LeBron try and do that in the series against the Nuggets in the first round. Lobbying after a game, what was he talking about? It was a Michael Porter Jr. block that hit D'Angelo Russell in the head in the third quarter, but the Lakers had a 20-point lead, and he made the story that after the game, like that sort of stuff. And I do think it helps because he's LeBron. Luka's not getting that. And we know this, being Nuggets fans and watching Joker his whole career, you can complain to the refs about Jokic not getting calls, and it doesn't really seem to matter. He just never gets them. But Luka is hurting the case of his team by continuing over and over and over again to go after the refs and not just focus on his play. They got a lot better game out of Kyrie last night. Playing at home, he played 45 minutes. He was 13 of 28 from the field, 35 points, 4 of 6 from 3. Like, he played well. Boston without Porzingis, you would have thought Kyrie plays well. Boston without Porzingis, that's a recipe for a Dallas win and for them to get back in the series. But the Celtics just ran away with it. There was a comeback in the fourth quarter by Dallas, but it was too little too late. Boston's going to have another championship that they'll get to hang up in the Boston Garden. They'll be able to brag about, however many that is for them now. I don't know what the total tally is going to be. And that sucks. I don't like Boston being happy. If there's any consolation, though, because we talk about this all the time. The NBA, there is no sport like the NBA to tell you exactly how the greatest of all time lists go down in real time. Because when you enter this NBA finals stage, how many people are trying to make the claim that Luka Doncic was the best player in the world? He's overtaken Nikola Jokic. Not the case. He's really good. Really good. But they're on the verge of getting swept here. And I don't see any way that, could Dallas win a game in game 4? I'm sure they could. But again, I dial up a recipe and I tell you, what's the best way to try and get your team back into it? I would tell you Porzingis is out of the lineup for Boston and Kyrie has a hell of a game. And you got both of those things and you still lost pretty handily. But you know what it feels like with Luka? And maybe this is a purely European style of play and a European style of carrying yourself. Nelly, you remember when Joker first got in the league? And everybody said about Joker, he's got to calm down, especially when it comes to the refs. Like, he is getting himself in bad situations. He's taking bad technical fouls. He's getting tossed out of games way too frequently. And you have to be able to channel that and tone it down a bit. He, by all accounts, has done that. How many times do we look at Nikola Jokic and say he put himself in a bad position by just losing his cool? Doesn't happen all that often. Not anymore.
And I was going to say, so we're talking about an Eastern European basketball player that people think is maybe a little bit overweight and needs to control his temper with the refs. Let's see, where have I heard this before?
Yeah. It's a similar story. You could almost say they've written the book on that one. But Luka hasn't done a good job of that yet. Everybody complains. Everybody looks at the refs after, they take a shot or they go to the rim. Jokic does it too. There was something about last year in the offseason, Bam Adebayo, who obviously guarded Jokic in the NBA Finals last year. I forget what the original question was, but he said, Jokic doesn't flop. It was something like he called him a pure basketball player. He goes, he'll lobby for calls because that's what everybody does in the NBA, but he does not flop. He's just there to give you buckets. And I think Luka is the opposite of that. He is on the refs so much and after every single play that they get worn out by it. And I would too. Now, as much as I like to get on refs in the NBA, because I feel as if they, some of them are soft. They can't take a little bit of back and forth from a player. They're quick to toss out tees. They're inconsistent from game to game. It's a really difficult job because after every single shot, somebody's barking at you, and it's got to be annoying. And sometimes I would think the human part would take over with me where I'm just like, you know what, dude, shut up.
What's the noise that they make when they go up to the hoop looking for a call?
If it's Vic Lombardi, they say, "Ayo, hey,
Ayo,
hey,
hey."
But I would get so annoyed if I was a ref that every single time somebody goes to the rim, they're barking at me all the way down the floor again. Like, it would make me want to go full game 2 of Nuggets and T-Wolves, where I'm just like, you know what? You guys figure it out. No calls. You guys play. You can punch each other in the face. I don't care. But they're showing a montage right now on ESPN where and this was Luka's 6th foul that got him tossed from the game. So he obviously has a block. Jaylen Brown's driving to the hoop. Luka slides one step to his right to get in front, and as he's doing that, he gets run over by Jaylen Brown. They call a block. That's his last foul. He looks at his bench and says, bleeping challenge it. And it's just like, but you fouled. Why would I waste a challenge on this? There's no way it gets overturned. It's something Brian Windhorst talked about after the game. And in fact, Nelly, can we just rip this straight from the DM I sent you? Because Windhorst is, I think, pretty reserved in a lot of his analysis. He doesn't really go after people all that much. But I want you to listen to what he said about Luka Doncic after Game 3.
Yeah, I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, you better bleeping challenge it, as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they have attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
He's totally right. I mean, he's totally right. There's got to be a mentality shift. And let me tell you something else. People have gotten on Luka for his lack of defense in this series, and it's pretty obvious and right in your face. He has looked at times like a traffic cone. You can just go right around him with no problem. I remember when people were saying that about Nikola Jokic, at least heading into last year, maybe in the middle of the playoffs last year. What was the book on Nikola Jokic if you were an opposing team? Well, if you put him in the pick and roll, they're going to get torn apart. Do you know what the final number was? of Jokic's opposing field goal percentage his defensive field goal percentage at the end of that playoff run? Less than 40%. Like, Jokic plays defense. I wouldn't call him a great defender, but he plays defense, and he does a lot of things on the defensive side that really matter. He gets his hand in passing lanes. He will contest shots. He grabs every single defensive rebound that's within his area and vicinity. All of that stuff matters. But when you think of great defensive centers, what do you think of? Guys who stand there at the rim, jump up, and block a shot 8 rows deep into the stands. He's never that guy. It's not what he is. He's not the fleetest of foot. If he gets matched up on a wing or a guard, yeah, they can probably blow by him. But he does other things that make up for it. Luka doesn't have any of those qualities. Luka is almost chasing his guy the entire time. And I don't want to just beat up on Luka this entire morning because he's a phenomenal player. He's the reason why the Mavericks are in the NBA Finals. He is one of, top 3, top 5 best players in the league right now. Bottom line is, a large reason why they're losing this series is it's twofold. He can't seem to get a stop defensively, and Dallas isn't getting a whole lot of help elsewhere in offense. For the amount of time that we've discussed, you want to know why the Nuggets were in trouble this year? Because of their bench. The Boston bench gave them 12 points last night. The Dallas bench gave them 16. You get to this portion of the playoffs, it is largely about your starting 5. If you want to say the bench, because of the fatigue factor that got to the Nuggets at the end of Game 7 and maybe throughout the course of the year, then fine. It's a fine argument, but you can't say it's because they don't have anybody coming off the bench and scoring. Because these teams aren't getting that. Sam Hauser's 9 points off the bench in 14 minutes last night. That's not the difference in the game. The difference in the game was Luka was not playing very smart. The difference in the game was guys like Derek White were knocking down timely shots. Jason Tatum was a little bit better, a little bit more efficient. Still not great, I don't think. In this entire series here for Boston, I don't think, let's say that they close out in 4. I don't think Tatum's your finals MVP. It's going to be Jaylen Brown, or it's going to be, I'd think about Drew Holiday. It's probably one of those two. But I always talk about the story arcs on the way to winning championships and becoming championship players. Jokic finally hit that peak last year where he kind of got over some of the nonsense that I think was holding him back personally. Whether that be, a little bit too hot-tempered, a little bit too much looking at the refs for help, like all that different stuff. Luke is not there yet. He's not. Because the last thing I would do if I'm a player, I don't want to look at a ref and be like, it is now on you to make sure that I am operating at my peak. You have to do whatever you can to take that upon yourself. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, so a lot I want to get to today. There's some quotes from Sean Payton and a discussion that was had by PhD yesterday that we'll get to in a moment about, do you think that Sean Payton has kind of changed personality-wise from last year? At least a little bit. Now, this is the more docile time of the football calendar. Once wins and losses start to be tallied, everybody can change a bit, but I want to get there in a second because where I want to start is here. 2 years ago, you made this trade for Russell Wilson, and at the time, most were excited about it. Felt like you gave yourself a real opportunity to be a contending team who could make some things happen. But if you remember what happened just a couple hours before the news of Russell Wilson being traded to the Broncos, we were kind of waiting for Aaron Rodgers, who was playing this will I, won't I game of leaving the Green Bay Packers. And a lot of rumors went around that if he did, then going to the Broncos with Nathaniel Hackett in charge was something that he was at least considering. So he decides he's staying with Green Bay. A couple hours later, Russell Wilson deal goes down, and the rest is history. But with him now in New York, if I could pose a question to you guys in 303-504-0925, I'm truly curious of what you'd say. Even knowing what you've gone through since the Russell Wilson trade, you gave up all that draft capital. You gave him the big contract. You're now having to eat a record amount of dead cap money and having to do it in a short span. It's really hindered your team. If you could go back in time and take Aaron Rodgers instead, would you do it? Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets. A lot of attention. He does a lot of stuff away from the football field that garners a lot of attention. He then tears his Achilles, out for the year, and now he's coming back this year. And if you missed it, he is not at mandatory minicamp. And the reason that at least I've seen Nelly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, is that he's on a vacation. Like mandatory minicamp has come around, and he's just out somewhere doing something. It's not like, there was a death in the family, or it's not like it was some sort of emergency. He's just gone. They have called it an inexcused absence. The quote from Robert Saleh is this: he had something that's very important to him, and if it's important to him, it's important to us. Like Aaron Rodgers, I know he's an incredibly special talent. I know that Aaron Rodgers, when he plays and he is healthy, he makes you a viable contender for a championship. All of that stuff is understood. I still don't know if I'd want this. I still don't know. Like, Aaron Rodgers is the closest thing that I think the NFL has to LeBron James. Now, if he goes out and he wins, the AFC East this year for the Jets, and they make it to a conference championship game and they got a chance to get to the Super Bowl, like, all things are forgiven. But God, is that just a lot of nonsense that you have to deal with surrounding the ether of Aaron Rodgers. And a lot of things that I wouldn't want to be around. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a level to the Aaron Rodgers stuff where I'm like, I get it, you're talented, and that really helps us, and we can win games and blah, blah, blah. And I don't want it. I don't want to hear. Texture says, stop it, Brett. You would take him in a heartbeat. Like, for what? Aaron Rodgers and, like, Peyton Manning are totally different. You think that Aaron Rodgers is going to play, like, another 4 years? You think I want, like, a 1 to 2 year rental? And then every offseason, you can't even plan for the future because you're like, well, can I trust him to come back the following season? Like, I really don't think I would. I would rather have this team just rebuild and do exactly what they did this offseason, which is try and find a quarterback that you would consider your quarterback of the future. It's a lot more of a viable option, especially long term. Like, this is the same thing as, we were just talking about Dan Hurley the other day and the Lakers job. It feels the same, doesn't it? Like, you would leave your job to go hitch your wagon to somebody who's going to play maybe a couple of more years, who also brings a whole bunch of headaches into a situation. Like, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with. And I'm not even talking about all of the other stuff that goes in the Aaron Rodgers thing, like the podcasting and some of the crazy stuff that he says in the McAfee show. Like, that stuff, that's secondary. Like, but it all kind of adds into this giant ball of nonsense that's surrounding your organization. Whenever people have talked about guys like, whether it's Kaepernick or Tebow or whoever, there's always this level of, are you good enough for us to want to deal with all of that? And the answer with Aaron Rodgers is obviously yes. And with the other guys, it was no. You tell me if trying to pick the right kind of quarterback here. Nelly, can you help me? Who's a middle of the road QB, maybe a veteran type of guy who is still sticking around in the league, still getting starting opportunities? God, who'd be a good example? Like, maybe even Derek Carr.
Derek Carr is a good example. Or what about Jameis Winston?
Jameis Winston, sure. If you're one of those kinds of players and you're doing the things that Aaron Rodgers is doing, is anybody saying, yeah, it's okay, go ahead, be on your vacation? No. You're thinking about becoming vice president for RFK? Please let us know in a couple of weeks what your decision's going to be. Nobody's doing that unless you are incredibly talented. And Rodgers is, so he's able to get away with it. But God, is that a lot to deal with. Sean Payton, by the way, yesterday. Sean Payton can be a lot. And he had a funny quote. I give him credit, and I'll give him credit for self-awareness. He came in last year almost like a dictator, a tyrant. It was my way or the highway. I'm changing everything. You guys stay off social media. Do not do interviews. Do not go out and have your own personal branding stuff. This is all about the Broncos. Now, I say all that. I'm going to go and do some interviews and make some headlines, but that's okay because I'm the head coach. Like, he had a lot of that stuff going on last year, especially around this time.
2 lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
But Nelly, can you play what he was talking about yesterday, where maybe he's thinking about changing that approach a bit?
Look, there's probably a little bit of that first year where you're pissing on all the trees. And I'm probably guilty of that. But I think it's the thing. Look, I got into coaching and teaching with the idea that I was going to be a college coach, hopefully maybe in the Big Ten. And then this career is interesting. It'll take you places that maybe you didn't expect to. And I've always, when young coaches will ask, you always talk about being present, where you're at, where your feet are at. And then the other stuff kind of takes care of itself. And that, I would say, happened with me quite a bit. And so the reward of seeing someone develop and accomplish and then gain confidence, the reward of that constantly comes with new players, with veteran players, and it's kind of addictive.
So he was talking about pissing on all the trees, this being a marking my territory thing, and he certainly did a lot of that last year. Everything surrounding the identity of that team, everything surrounding their attitude, everything surrounding their game plan, like he had his fingers on every single piece of the itinerary. And maybe it was a little overboard, but when you're trying to change a culture, perhaps that is the right approach. I don't know. It didn't work incredibly well last year, but it certainly changed some things, I think, for the better. Now, the discussion that PhD were having after playing that clip was pretty simple. It was, do you think that he is going to be different this season? Do you think that he's a changed man, that he might tone it down a bit?
Yeah, DMAC was saying that anytime he's been conducting himself in these press conferences and mini camps, he's just seemed a lot more loose and casual, and he seems like he's chilling, he's having a good time. So DMAC was saying that we're going to see a new, refreshed, looser Sean Payton, and then Tyler Columbus did not agree with that. He said it's the off season. Everybody's relaxed in the off season. Just wait till the season starts. He's going to be pissing on everything again.
Let me give you an example, and this should let you know where I'm at. I've seen a lot of this the last couple of days during minicamp and OTAs. Who looks like the best running back on the Broncos roster right now? I've seen this not only from local media, but national media. Josh Norris is one of these guys. Said, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Jaleel McLaughlin is the best running back on the Broncos roster. And you know what? He very well might be. Here's the thing, though. There's no pads yet. Do you know who's going to look really good as a running back without pads? Jaleel McLaughlin, because he's shifty, he's fast. He can find a hole, he can break away, he's got some speed to him, some breakaway speed that maybe some of the other guys don't have. You know when that changes, though, is when pads come on. And maybe Jaleel is still the best running back on the roster. I don't know. But it's not going to look the same without pads and with pads when it comes to Jaleel. He's a tinier guy. If he takes a hit, he's most likely not breaking off that tackle. Javonte, Samaje Perine, Audric Estime, they can. So you really have no idea yet. But my guess would be, once the pads get on, you probably aren't going to be looking at Jaleel McLaughlin the same, because when there's hitting involved in your 5'8", it doesn't work out as well for you. To take that to Sean Payton, do you know when a really easy time of year to be laid back and calm is? Now. Because you haven't taken a loss yet. Do you know what nobody's done during training camp yet with Sean Payton, Ellie? Nobody has said, I disagree with you. Or why did you do this? That seemed like the wrong move. Nobody said that to him yet because the games haven't been played. This is the time in the calendar, the NFL calendar, where everything's great. And it doesn't matter if you're the Carolina Panthers from last year, if you're the Chiefs from last year. Everybody feels like they got a shot to really, really make a difference. Why? Well, God, dude, look at what the Houston Texans did last year. Nobody thought they were going to be good, and they were great. And what you forget is almost every other team that you thought was going to be bad was bad. But this is the time for hope. This is the time for optimism. So you get there. How did Bo Nix look? He looked great. He's way ahead of the curve. Way more farther along than we thought he would be. How about your wide receivers? God, they're crisp routes. They look healthy. They look like they can be weapons. Oh, yeah, how about your defensive line? Gosh, we're athletic. We're fast. Young guys there. And then week one hits. And you lose 17-16 to the Raiders. And you miss an extra point. You miss a field goal. And you do an onside kick to start the game. And it becomes, why did you do that? And then that's where the anger comes out. Like, if there's one thing I know about Sean Payton, and maybe he is a changed man, all I'm saying is for right now, I'm not buying it. What I'm saying is this. The theme that I picked up on last year with him is he does not like to be questioned on the moves that he makes. And that's from anybody, not just media members.
What's the question?
That's if Russell Wilson decides to call an audible at the line of scrimmage, at the goal line. He will bark at you on the sideline and get in your face. He does not like his authority questioned. That's why, you know what I thought was really interesting about that quote, Nelly? When he said, I wanted to be a college coach, preferably somewhere in the Big Ten. His personality fits that of a college coach. He feels a lot more like a Nick Saban than he does a a Dan Campbell. He seems way more of a Nick Saban than he does a Andy Reid. More of authoritarian. I will yell at you if I don't think you're doing things correctly. And I think part of that comes with, you have to have the respect of veteran players, and then you can kind of do that to younger guys. But that's how his personality feels, because who really never gets questioned is a college coach. It's my way or the highway. I run this team.
You could picture him being Urban Meyer and just kicking his kicker.
Yes. Look, not that extreme, but you know what I'm saying? It's again, to bring this back, we were just talking about Dan Hurley the other day. He coaches that way in college. He couldn't do that with the Lakers. He's not going to talk to LeBron that way. So bottom line is, he seems laid back, and he seems very relaxed now. But when the bullets start flying, and sometimes when you get nicked by a couple of bullets when the season starts, I think you're going to see a much different version of him, because that's how he always is. And I'm not quite this old, but I'm older than I was when I was 25. I'm 34. Nelly, how old are you again?
30.
I'm a lot more set in my ways now at 34 than I was at 25. There's a lot more things that I feel like I'm pretty sure of at 34 years old than I was at 25. Sean Payton's 60. I don't think you're going to see this holistic change in a brand new man at the age of 60. You kind of are who you are. Your parents? Are your parents largely the same people now as when you were 15 years old? Don't change all that much. You've kind of established a personality, who you are, and this is the way that I am. So, yeah, I don't think he's going to be calmer heading into this season. I will say maybe he's a little hectic last year. He went from the broadcast booth to back coaching with a brand new set of players. Only coached one team in his NFL career. He had a stranglehold on that organization as far as power and influence. He was trying to put forth that exact same thing when he got here in Denver. So it might be a little bit different. Maybe he doesn't feel the need to go full authoritarian, pounding his fist on the table saying, nope, I said we do it this way. At the same time, I think that's kind of who he is. So 303-504-0925, broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured, back after this. You're hitting me with some Dave Matthews, Nelly?
Yeah, I figured you might be missing my predecessor a little bit. Need to hit you with some Dave.
By the way, watching the U.S. Open right now, Tiger 1 under through 3. So we'll keep you up to date on some of the scores from around the U.S. Open as that has started this morning. Jeff Legwold's going to join the show at 8 o'clock. Couple things. Number one, I have long thought about this. I think a lot of people have, and I don't know what the position is going to be for a lot of people in the NBA when this comes around, but we all know the All-Star game is a joke. Now, Adam Silver was on ESPN's Roundtable before Game 3 last night talking about a multitude of things, but one of them was how to fix the NBA All-Star game. And you might be surprised to hear what he said. Listen.
So I don't want to overpromise because I do remember you asked me this last year, and I said, I got this.
I wasn't going to mention that.
And you know, honestly, my concern about U.S. versus International is that we may be just past the point where guys and teams are incentivized to play a competitive all-star game in the middle of the season. It's just, you could speak to this, it's the nature of the league. And I look back at last year, I mean, honestly, you know, Larry Bird, Julius Erving, others spoke to the players before the game, and I don't think any of them set out thinking we're just not going to play hard. It's just this sort of group dynamic that takes over. And yet I think about, for example, the Steph versus Sabrina shootout last year, which was a highlight of All-Star Weekend. Absolutely. And so my reaction is that maybe we need to play basketball, but we have to do something that's a little bit different, frankly, that recognizes this is about entertainment, that people want to see the players put their best foot forward, but it has to be something more than just a game. And even if it were U.S. versus international, because there's just some governor on them from playing all out, just given how long the season is and the risk potentially of injuring themselves.
He's basically telling you might be dead. And it probably should be. Like, no game as opposed to what this game currently is, I think is preferable. Would make a lot more sense. I don't even think the U.S. versus international sort of grouping, whatever the hell they wanted to do that way. Like, I think there's a couple of roadblocks to that. I don't even know if that's enough incentive because, again, who really cares? Will that provide some real competitive fervor? Like, I don't even know if that's the case. Secondly, what happens if you have like 3/4 of the players are American-born players or European-born players and the other quarter isn't? Do you now have to force a matchup of all-stars depending on where they're from? That's what I don't know. And that's what doesn't make all that much sense. But he talked about a couple of different things. You know, he said this. There's been discussion about Seattle potentially landing an NBA team. Here's the quote. Some discussion about going back to Seattle potentially. Las Vegas, no doubt, is very interested in a team. And he said Mexico City one day. I think there's enough teams, okay? I don't want to keep adding and adding and adding. Teams like the Pistons already exist. Teams like the Spurs this year already exist. We don't need more. And I know you're trying to grab every market that you can. But I think sometimes these leagues need to understand you have enough money. Okay? Like, you're about to sign, what was the billions of dollars of this new TV deal that's going to come in for ABC and NBC and all these different television networks? You want to get Seattle. You want to get Vegas. You want to get Mexico City for different markets to bring in more cash. And I'm just like, isn't there enough already? Have we had enough of the money-making stuff? Because I feel like whenever leagues and organizations go that route, how much more can we pinch off of the consumer to make more cash? It could be the thing that ends you. Now, I get really annoyed with stuff like this. You ever notice whenever a new iPhone comes out and everybody's excited for it and they go out and get it, the old things don't fit the new phone? Your old charger doesn't fit your new phone. Your old headphones don't fit your new phone. Like, you know what I love that I still use to this day is the headphones with the wire on it. I love those. I don't have to worry about charging earbuds, nothing like that. I plug it in the phone and it works. And I'm telling you, go look at the sides of laptops now. They used to have a whole bunch of like USB ports and HDMIs and headphone jacks, and they don't exist anymore. Why? Because buy new stuff. That's why. And this is where sports are headed. They're headed towards the, okay, well, we used to have games on cable television, but now you have to buy the Pac-12 network. But also you need to get Amazon Prime, and also you need to get Paramount Plus, and also you need to get Hulu, and also you need to get this. And the NFL's talking about, well, maybe we should just make the Super Bowl pay-per-view. And I'm like, is it not enough money? Is it not? Like, how much do you need to pry out of my fingers before you're happy with the price that you get? Because I'm somebody that every year, I'm super annoyed. I buy the Sunday ticket every single year. But the Sunday ticket is now just like half of what you need. And I think the greed is the one thing that can catch up with all these guys. You got a great product. Why are you trying to ruin it? You know what? Why doesn't anybody take the Costco approach? You know what hasn't risen a cent over the last decade? The price of a Costco hot dog. Been the same thing. And that, I think once inflation started coming in, I think I read this story. I don't know who owns Costco. Mr. Costco. They said, you know what? Inflation's going up. We should probably raise the prices of these hot dogs. And he goes, you do that, I will burn these stores to the ground before you raise the price of the hot dogs. And I'm like, this guy's my kind of dude. But it's just like every step of the way. You want to add a team in Mexico City for a new market? You're making billions. Your sport's doing fine. I just don't get it.
Do you remember that movie, The Social Network?
Yes.
So Mark Zuckerberg founds Facebook, and it's going pretty well. But then you remember Justin Timberlake, the guy from Napster.
Guy.
Yeah, Sean Parker. He looks at him and he goes, you know what's cooler than $1 million? $1 billion. That's what you're thinking about. $1 million, man. Let's get a basketball team on the moon. How much money would that make, man? You got to think bigger.
But can you say, you know what's cooler than $1 billion, $1 trillion? Can you actually say that? Or is it like, no, I'm actually, billion's fine. $1 billion's just fine with me. Costco hot dog has been $1.50 since 1985. I don't know if that's true, but I would believe it. $1.50 for a hot dog in 1985 sounds steep, though. That's so I don't buy that. I think you're being sarcastic. But you could convince me. Were Costco's even around in 1985? When did Costco start? Oh, speaking of television, by the way. You know that whole Joey Chestnut thing? How he's not doing the Nathan's hot dog eating contest? Well, he's going to have a live hot dog eating contest on Netflix in September.
Costco was founded in 1983.
Ooh, really? Kobayashi, Joey Chestnut doing a live hot dog eating contest. And if you watch that, you're a sicko. Because you have to actively seek that out to watch that. It's not just something that was on TV when you were at the bar on the 4th of July. I want that to have 0 ratings. None. You filthy animals. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar of the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed, and shop Safeway's 4X points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. Mojo Lombardi and Kane next. All right, U.S. Open going on today. We'll keep you up to date on that stuff. Tiger, 1 under through 4. He is now on the 14th green, putting for birdie in a share of the lead. So,
where are you finding this, by the way? What channel?
USOpen.com is the only place it's at right now. Or I guess they have an app that you can watch it on as well.
Chances of me and Mosier being here for this show are going to be tough.
But we'll keep you up to date on these scores.
I'm here. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Okay? If you see my face looking at you today, it's a mistake.
You're here before everything comes out of your body.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean everything.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, buddy.
Oh,
It's
just
not
missed
bad.
the birdie putt.
I enjoy it. I really do. I enjoy it. Of all the procedures we as old people have to undergo, the elders, that is my favorite procedure. Cleans you out.
That's a really weird thing to say.
I'm not joking. I
Not
mean
only
it
that,
with
but
all sincerity.
he won't stop talking about it.
Because I envy you, because I enjoy the procedure.
I'll tell you what, Vic, how about you just save a little bit of that stuff you got to drink tonight and hand it over to Vic?
Yeah, I keep trying to change the subject, and all I get is, I really enjoy it. Well, that's great.
Last night, the series effectively ended in the NBA as Boston takes a 3-0 lead. They win 106-99. The score of that game did not reflect what that game looked like. It was Boston dominating for most of the night, and then a little bit of a comeback late, but you still felt zero opportunity for Dallas to win. And there's a lot of narratives that are going on right now. I'm going to play a clip from Windhorst. It's about a minute after the game where he ripped Luka apart.
Yeah, when he went crazy last night. Your boy went crazy. He
Your boy
and
goes off
rightfully
the
so.
deep,
I
but
mean,
your boy tends to go off the deep end sometimes.
He's like
he's right though. You can't foul out in a game like
Understand?
that. You can't.
But you know who Brian Windhorst never rips? LeBron James.
Yeah.
You know that.
Sure.
He made his career off the back of LeBron James.
Sure.
Never says anything bad about LeBron James. Ever.
Yeah. You know, there's a level to last night, though, that it kind of gave me a realization. Because Luka and Joker are pretty similar. Two European guys waltz into the NBA. They've been accused of being maybe overweight at times in their career, accused of not playing defense at times in their career, being overrated, like all that stuff. It's kind of come with the territory with both of them. But, okay, we got a sneeze and we got a blown nose over here. I'm just trying
I
to,
slept with
speak.
the window open last night. Major mistake because I think every piece of pollen.
Okay, great. I'm going to finish this, though.
Let him
Please
finish
do.
his thought.
They're very similar. Here's the difference, though, and I do think this is where Windhorst is right. Jokic had an anger problem and a temper problem early in his career, and that had to get curbed because it was affecting the team in a very negative way. He was never going to get calls from refs no matter how much he complained, and it seems like Luka's not either. There's some guys who do, like LeBron can. That's why he went after, the refs for that. Remember D'Angelo Russell getting hit in the head, whatever that was, game 3, whatever they blew that big lead to the Nuggets in the first round this year. He gets those, but Luka doesn't. Joker doesn't. Luka has not gotten to the point, though, where it doesn't affect his game and doesn't take himself out of games by going that way mentally.
And I will retort by saying this to Brian Windhorst and everybody ripping Luka, and I get it. That last foul was just unnecessary. It was a foul all the way. It was not offensive. It was a defensive
It was a
foul,
Hail Mary
okay?
challenge,
Yes.
too.
It was on him. For everybody that's ripping Luka.
Do you want me to play the sound first? Or you want to finish this
Go
first?
ahead, play the sound first.
Okay.
That sets it up.
So this was Windhorst after the game yesterday about Luka.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, "You better bleeping challenge it," as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they've attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer, somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Three things. Number one, he's correct, 100% correct on the whining after every call. Got to stop that because it wears your own teammates down. Remember, Joker used to do all of that. Remember, it wears people down. It wears both sides down. That's where I agree with Brian Windhorst. Defensively, no, he's not all there defensively, but there are a lot of great offensive players that aren't all there defensively. There are a lot of them out there that aren't all there. So just to focus on Luka. Luka carries so much responsibility offensively that I think it overrides all of that. So I disagree. I thought he was a little hard on him. And for him to bust on Luka for, stomping and demanding that his bench challenge it. Did he watch the Nuggets-Lakers series?
Yeah, LeBron did the same.
Did he watch that series? Where was the narrative there? LeBron basically coaches the team.
Right.
I mean, so come on, man. They would be nowhere without Luka Doncic. Can we establish this right now? If Luka Doncic did not play for the Dallas Mavericks, they would not be in this position.
He said that too.
Yes. So sometimes you have to feel this. You have to get through this, again, obstacle. If this series were tied or if the Mavericks were leading the series, you know who would catch all the blame right now? Jason Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
Jason Tatum. He would. He'd be catching all the blame. Do you know the difference between Jason Tatum and Luka Doncic? Moj, do you know the difference between the two of them? What's different?
One plays for the Mavericks, one plays for the Boston
Who
Celtics.
Who has a ton more help? Who?
Well, Jason Tatum does.
And it's not even close. Boston's a better team, dude. Luka's doing this virtually by himself. In fact, last night was the first game in this final series where Kyrie decided to show up.
Well, he took a boatload of shots,
yes,
did Kyrie.
He showed up.
He took almost 30 shots in the game last night.
And it's the same thing that Joker went through, too. When Jamal was hurt, MPJ was hurt, Joker had to do it all himself. And that's when he had those moments. And that's where all the critics came out and said, well, is Joker good enough? Is Joker this and that? Well, he's doing it all by himself. Well, this is a Dallas series where Luka is carrying the bulk of the responsibility, okay? It's very abundantly clear watching the series. He's the guy. And one guy can't beat five. Boston's loaded.
God,
Boston's deeper. Boston's better.
If I gave you a scenario, though, in which the Mavericks won a game, wouldn't it be that Porzingis is out and Kyrie plays great?
Yeah,
wouldn't that be the scenario
that
you think
they
they
would
win?
probably try to draw up? Yeah, but Derek White was great, obviously. It's just some big shots hit when they needed it the most. I thought it was over after game one, to be honest with you. And then certainly after game two, called it over. Now it really is going to be over. You might as well not even play game four.
I'll
in my
take
opinion.
Luka on my team any
No
day.
team has ever rallied from 3-0 down to win the NBA final.
Luka Doncic has a lot of problems. He has a lot of issues that bother me. I get it. But he's a one-man team over there in this finals. In the finals, not in the playoffs, in the finals. He's a one-man team. Until last night, Kyrie was nowhere to be found.
Yeah.
On Boston's side, it's not a one-man team. They are deep. They are deeper. It's Jason Tatum struggling shooting the ball. What's his shooting percentage, Moshe? Go ahead and look that up for me. Jason Tatum in these NBA Finals.
Okay.
He might be south to 40%.
Let somebody look that up for me. Give me his
try
shooting.
to look
Give
it
me his
up.
shooting. And why no one's talking about it. No one's talking about it because they're 3-0. No one's talking about it because he's got Jaylen Brown as a teammate. Because he's got Drew Holiday, a proven commodity. Because Derek White keeps making big
shooting
plays
percentage
down
right
the
now is
stretch.
42.6%.
How did he shoot in the last couple games? I mean,
No. In this series
in this
against
series.
Dallas.
Oh, in this series.
36%. 36.
Yeah. We all know Luka doesn't defend like most people defend. We all get that. I get it. We all get it. But that's the give and take you get with that guy. He's also the reason you're there. So don't play these stupid games. Don't say, oh, yeah, the reason the Dallas Mavericks are in the NBA Finals is because of Luka Doncic. The end.
Why are you so passionate about it?
Well, because it bothers me that they're so selective in how they criticize. Where is that criticism for being a whiner for LeBron James and some other players? Where's
I
that
don't know.
same criticism?
He's an absolute whiner.
You know what I think a part of this is, because this is how we do the NBA. The latest thing that happens needs to be put in historical context. And what's been said heading into this NBA Finals is Luka Doncic the best player in the world. Has he overtaken Nikola Jokic? And some people have said that. Maybe they're disappointed now because they're down 3-0 and they aren't going to win, and it's going to be a bad look for him. Like, you know this. I saw this really funny skit this guy did. He was playing both roles of the Bill Simmons podcast. So he was doing Bill Simmons and he was doing Ryan Russillo. And he's like, Ryan, I don't know, man. I don't know if you can conjure up a scenario where the Dallas Mavericks get through this. He goes, if Jason Tatum does win, I'm going to put you on the spot. If he wins, where does he rank in your top 37 of all time? And Russillo goes, oh, God, I wasn't prepared for this. Not prepared at all. My 37th best player ever is, because this is what we do in the NBA. Everybody does this stuff. And so it's like, Luka's might get swept in the NBA Finals. So now what happens? Well, he's not an all-timer now. No. Like, I thought that he was, and he's not. Everything works that way. And I hate it. It's stupid, but I think this is why you're seeing Luka get ripped so hard. It's because, I thought he was going to be an all-time player after this season. Well, I can't say that now.
Well, no, you can't, but Vic is correct. He's basically doing it all himself. He's got Kyrie as his running mate, and they did some moves, but...
And I'm not trying to dismiss Kyrie, who's been phenomenal. But
Understand.
in this series, those first 2 games in Boston,
Understood.
he was MIA.
Yep. Anyway, series over. High five. Good talk. Well, that was a good one.
Boston's too good. Boston's too good, guys.
Well,
They're too good. They're
let
too
me say
deep.
2 other things real quick then. You guys got to figure it out. Figure
agree.
out your
I
sinuses.
totally agree.
Figure out your everything.
I need the
worse.
D. Give me the D. Please do it now.
2 things.
I need the D.
And I can relate these directly back to the Nuggets regarding the Celtics. You know what the Celtics have right now that we see as an impossible situation? And I get it. Things are different depending on all these apron rules and bird rights and stuff like that. So the Celtics are paying Jaylen Brown $49.5 million this year. They're paying Jason Tatum $35. They're paying Drew Holiday $30. They're paying Kristaps Porzingis $30. They're paying Derek White $20. They're paying Al Horford $10. How the hell did they afford this team, and how did they make this work?
How does all that happen?
Go to Spot Rack and see where
I'm
they...
looking at it right now.
All right, where do they stand total payroll? Who is the deepest team into the luxury tax? It's either Phoenix, Boston, or the Clippers. One of those 3 teams, I believe. Deepest into the luxury tax.
You'll have to give me a second.
Yeah.
Their total cap here is $209 million.
Okay, so they're way deep into the tax. What about the take a look at the Suns and the Clippers, who I'm sure are both deep into the tax. That's how. Well, I'll tell you how. Because last year they came close. They lost in horrible fashion to the Miami Heat.
But why are they allowed to have all these guys with all this money, even if they have the money? Nuggets can't have all these guys with all the money. They couldn't even get their own guy back. If they wanted to, they couldn't get their own guy back because of the what? The rule, the apron, the bird, the apron bird? Stupid.
Would you guys rather
Trying to
have...
figure. This is going into next year. That's what that is. Hang on a
All
second.
right, I'm gonna sort of end this, and I'll ask everybody listening right now. And
Praise the
again,
Lord.
this is why it's an opinion show. Everybody has a right to their own opinion. That's our motto. Would you rather have Jason Tatum or Luka Doncic on your team? Luka Doncic.
I'd rather
or
have
Jason Tatum?
Luka.
Luka.
Would you rather have Jason? All right. Would you rather have Jaylen Brown or Luka Doncic on your team?
I think Luka, but I really like Jaylen Brown.
Jaylen Brown's good, man.
I mean, he's really good. Not only that, but I think he's an excellent leader.
I think Jaylen Brown's better than Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown is a better player than Jason Tatum all around.
I agree with that. I think that Brown
Jason Tatum is not their
Brown's
best
a better
player.
leader. He's a better pro. He's a better everything.
He's a better defender.
I just like that guy a lot, man.
And he plays hard.
Yeah,
man.
and every interview I come away even more impressed with just the way he leads that basketball team.
So the 3 of us all have the same opinion then, and I'll ask some of you out there. Many of you are saying you'd rather have Tatum. Luka or Tatum? Tatum or Luka? Who would you rather have?
Luka.
Just
unanswered that.
Yeah.
I agree with you. So what are we arguing here? So what's the argument? The only argument is Boston has more help. That's it.
Yeah, they do.
That's it. That's the only argument.
Here's the other thing, by the way, just real quick. We've spent a lot of time talking about the bench, and I guess there's a couple of ways that you can talk about that with the lack of a bench presence for the Nuggets. Maybe you're talking about fatigue, But as far as in the games, the bench has not mattered for either team at all in the NBA Finals. You know how many points the Celtics got off the bench last night? 12. You know how many the Mavs got? 16.
Big deal.
Those have been non-factors. It's just about your starting five and if they can get things done or not. That's what it's been.
Again, they go so deep on that Boston starting five in terms of playmakers, ability to score, ability to defend, just to do things in the clutch. I mean, who's their worst in their starting five?
Right now, Horford.
How about when Porzingis plays? Who's their worst player? Who is their worst player in starting five? And I would have to say
Derek White?
I would have to say, because I don't know if Derek White
doesn't
Derek
feel
White's
like
the
he
most
is.
clutch player.
Well, okay, then it's not Tatum. It's not Jaylen Brown.
Could be Porzingis.
It's between Holiday, Porzingis, and Derek White. You tell me.
As we roll on here, I want to revisit something from yesterday.
Can I say this too, real quick?
What?
Boston's starting five is better than Denver's.
Now you're just starting to smoke. No.
I'm being objective.
Okay, well,
Look, there's an argument. I can make an argument.
I'm being
right back.
objective. Right now it is. Right now. At this moment it
you're
is.
entitled to your opinion. It doesn't mean it's correct.
Right now, their starting five is better than Denver's.
Okay. Good talk. I'd like to address something from yesterday as we roll on.
Do you agree?
Not necessarily.
No. You agree, Moshe?
Who's the worst starter on the Nuggets?
The worst starter?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's
You say KCP? What are you going to say? What do you
KCP? It's either Porter or KCP,
I could
right?
say the same thing about the Celtics.
Well,
Are you-
that's the point I'm making.
But
though.
are you throwing Horford in there or are you throwing Porzingis?
No,
in there?
Porzingis.
But that's the point I'm making, Vic.
Yeah.
Like, if you can find, if it's a hard question, who's the worst starter in your starting five, then you're pretty even.
Yeah. They have
anyway,
multiple. They have
settle
multiple
down.
all-stars.
Settle down.
The Nuggets should.
Settle
Well, they
down.
don't.
Settle down just a little bit.
All right, 303-504-0925. Again, we'll keep you up to date on the U.S. Open scores as they are happening throughout the course of the day. Lot to get to this morning. There's a quote from Sean Payton that I think is really interesting. It's a personality. It's almost like he had one of Mosier's epiphanies about himself. The question is, do you buy it? We'll get to it next.
Summertime meets road trip time. You're going to be taking trips with the kids up to the mountains, maybe to Grammy's house, going to some barbecues and whatnot. We'll get there in style with a brand new ride from Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. And right now, they've got financing as low as 2.9% on certified pre-owns. Yes, on pre-owns. It's incredible. And you've got to ask for the Mosier Special by name. You've got to ask for it. But get this, $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. You ask for it, I promise you they will give it to you. So check it out. Get the Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield to see the awesome selection or head online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
U.S. Open in full swing. We have Ludwig Goldberg.
That's Aberg. A with the circle on top of it.
Is it one circle or is it two dots? Which
No,
one
it's
is
a
it?
circle on top of it.
It looks like the Los Angeles Angels of
It
Anaheim
does.
logo.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Now, I have no problem with how you want to spell your name, what accents you want to throw on your name. Everybody's got
He
an
misses his
accent.
par putt, and now Tiger is back tied for the lead with Koepka and Cantlay and a bunch of other people at 1 under.
What do you call those little things, those little accents that they throw
Well, it's
on
not.
their
That's
name?
not an umlaut. I don't know what that is.
Whatever they call
It's a
those
halo.
things, okay.
Stupid.
All right, listen. And I'm,
Let me look at the halo. How do you even come up with that? How do you even find that on the
Umlaut?
keyboard?
Is that what those are? Umlauts? That's what
no, an
navigators.
umlaut's the two dots.
I want to be very, very respectful when I say this. I want to be respectful to everyone with a different last name. We all have obviously different last names. If you think I'm going to go out of my way to double press the keyboard on whatever thing I'm using to give you one of those, to make it harder for me to spell your name, I ain't doing it. I ain't doing it. The letters are in the alphabet for a reason. We're not doing letters and punctuations. We're not doing all that. It's not going to happen. I'm not doing it. You feel free. When you're typing in Ludwig Oberg today, how are you going to type it in?
Oh, this is going to blow your mind. I'll tell you exactly what that thing's called, that
What
little
is it?
circle. Ring.
Okay, so
It's called Ring.
when you
The
do
ring.
your due diligence and you say Lucas or Ludwig Oberg is leading,
Ludwig?
how are you typing Oberg? Are you going to do all of that?
Oh, no, I'm just going to put an O down.
Technically, you can put 2 A's back to back instead of doing the circle over it, and it will make the same sound in Norwegian if he is Norwegian.
I think he's Swedish, isn't he?
I don't know what it is, but I'm not doing all that. I'm not doing the extra work.
Well, there's a whole bunch of guys tied at 1 under so far at the U.S. Open. Now, I want to play this for you guys. And there's really 2 clips. He had one from a couple days ago as well, but Sean Payton. I heard PhD talking about this. Talking about maybe he's a changed man. And the first year you get somewhere, maybe he was just too much into the dictator sort of level of it's going to be my way or the highway here. You guys can't do this, 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 and this. Here's the rules. You do not break them. You do not bend them. This is my house. And he's saying maybe I can calm down a little bit after that last year. This was Sean Payton yesterday on being looser and calmer.
Look, there's probably a little bit of that first year where you're pissing on all the trees. And I'm probably guilty of that. Look, I got into coaching and teaching with the idea that I was going to be a college coach, hopefully maybe in the Big Ten. And then this career is interesting. It'll take you places that maybe you didn't expect to. And I've always, when young coaches will ask, you always talk about being present, where you're at, where your feet are at. And then the other stuff kind of takes care of itself. And that, I would say, happened with me quite a bit.
So he's pissing on the trees saying, I'm marking my territory. That's what he's talking about. D-Mac is of the idea that maybe Sean Payton this year becomes a lot more calm than last year. Now, Nelly, you were really listening to that. Can you kind of explain this again with D-Mac and what his thoughts were?
He said that every time Sean Payton has been addressing the media at camps, he seemed a lot looser, a lot more laid back, more relaxed. And he said maybe he's a changed man now that he's settled into the organization a bit.
So with that, here's what I would say. I'll give you another scenario. I don't know if you guys have seen the same things that I have. The articles and some guys, even national writers, saying, do you know what I think the Broncos' best running back is? Who do they say? Do you guys know?
Jaleel McLaughlin?
Jaleel. Why does Jaleel seem like the best running back on the Broncos roster right now?
They're not hitting?
Because there's no pads, and he's a tiny guy who's shifty and fast.
Well, he's fun to watch bounce. He's a fun bounce house.
And you know what? Maybe he is the best running back on the roster, but I'm saying right now, this is his prime time of year. Same thing I can apply to Sean Payton. You know when Sean Payton won't seem as loose and calm? When a loss comes.
Why is this a story, Sean Payton's demeanor? What are we doing here?
Well, he went back to did it not rub people the wrong way last year? Some of the ways that he carried himself?
All that matters is if you win or lose.
That
I don't
is
care.
true.
I
That
don't
is
care.
true.
I don't care.
What's the question?
Mike Shanahan was not the nicest man in the world. Mike Shanahan could be abrasive.
But
Mike
he won.
Shanahan could be short. Mike Shanahan won games. All that matters is if you win or lose. That's all that matters. Vic Fangio is not a fun guy. He didn't get ripped like Sean Payton's getting ripped.
Can I make the argument of why this matters, or at least the personality part matters? Because when things don't go well, it's a lot faster track to getting fired.
100%.
And I'll give you another example in New York right now.
How'd that go for Nate Hackett? he was fun-loving and loosey-goosey. How'd that go? He called the show. Do you remember that?
Yeah, it was so incredibly bad with Nathaniel Hackett.
So,
yeah.
Why do we care so much how his personality drives us?
Well, we were just, how about this? Because the other thing in there that I thought was interesting, he said he thought he was going to be a college coach, and then he said preferably in the Big Ten. He feels a lot more like a college coach than an NFL coach to me. You know, the same way we were talking about Dan Hurley the other day with the Lakers, right? Dan Hurley feels like a college coach.
A little more of
not
a disciplinarian?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's kind of good for Sean Payton and his personality to have a younger quarterback.
Sure.
As opposed to a Russell Wilson who maybe's got that, maybe a little bit of LeBron syndrome.
Well, he has surrounded himself with a lot of young coaches. Davis Webb, who runs his quarterbacks, he's younger than some of the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Crying out loud. I think the reason why Sean Payton is in a great mood now, it's June.
Exactly. No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I was getting at. The bullets haven't started flying yet. And nobody, you know what nobody does in the offseason, Vic? Is question any move you make, right? Nobody's going to go to practice and be like, why did you run that drill? That seems stupid.
We don't get to see enough to question anything.
But the second that a game happens, you're like, why did you make that third down call? That's when Peyton gets mad, isn't it? It's when he feels like he's being questioned on things.
It's June.
Yes.
Next question.
Do I listen? Is it annoying to have him act like that at times, especially after games when he's short?
Yeah.
Really, somewhat mean. It's not fun. It's not fun. But I've also known a lot of coaches who act like that and win. If you win, nobody cares. If you lose, it's a topic.
Well, and that's where I'll take you to another subject. And let me ask you a question. And I'll pose this to everybody listening, 303-504-0925. 2 years ago, the Broncos made a trade for Russell Wilson. And at that time, we were excited. We felt like we got a quarterback here that could be a contender. What happened 2 hours before that trade, though, Vic? Do you remember? 2 hours before we figured out that Russell Wilson was going to become a Denver Bronco, Aaron Rodgers made the decision to go back to Green Bay, right?
Was it that soon?
It was literally 2 or 3 hours.
Was it really?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Positive.
Okay.
Aaron Rodgers is now in New York. He is not at mandatory minicamp. The story behind that is he just had a vacation that he wanted to go on. Robert Saleh, his quote was, "If it's important to Aaron, it's important to me," is what he said.
Come on, dude.
If you could go back and I told you you could make Aaron Rodgers the quarterback of the Broncos, now everything stays the same. He still tears his Achilles. He's still doing all the other stuff. You know, maybe he was still thinking about being vice president for RFK and all that stuff. All that's the same. Would you want to deal with the Rodgers stuff?
Sure.
Really?
Absolutely. You know why? Because his talent is supreme. His talent is unreal. Didn't you? I mean, you hated Aaron Rodgers for 2 decades or however long it was.
Yeah.
Nearly 2
You
decades.
said that past tense like I still don't.
Well, there was a specific reason why you were hating him, though. He was a Packer.
Yeah, that doesn't just die.
That being said, is he not one of the best throwers of the football you've ever seen in your
I've
entire
always said
life?
that. I've always said that.
Exactly. At the age of 40, he can still throw the football. Look, do I want him to miss minicamp if he's my quarterback? No, you be here and you be with your teammates and you cultivate and you lead, right? What is your malfunction right now?
You just left the studio
I had to, though.
for 2 minutes.
The point is that I would absolutely take him because his talent is superb, dude. And I would want him to be there leading. But if you're talking about the difference between winning 7 games and 11 games, Aaron Rodgers, I'll take Aaron Rodgers.
You only get that if you're good, this treatment. I mean, what's going on over here, guys? What's going on? I got people disappearing from the studio. I got sounds playing from the phone on the other side. Like, I don't know what's happening over here.
What's wrong with you?
I don't know, but I'm going to be here at work tomorrow morning. Are you guys?
Get your damn act together.
Are you here now?
Hey, let's just quick drum roll. Quick line call.
Drum roll?
Whatever you call this. Drum line.
You're a mess this morning.
Nelly, you going to be at work tomorrow?
No, sir.
Is that still making sounds right now? Like, do you not know how to mute your phone?
Mosers, you going to be at work tomorrow?
I will not be here tomorrow. No, I have a medical appointment.
Powder, you going to be at work tomorrow?
I have a medical appointment tomorrow.
Unbelievable. Roll call is the term I was listening for.
No, I like
looking for.
drum
Thank you.
roll better.
What was your point?
To be honest, I don't know anymore because I've heard sounds and I've had people like in and out.
I hear a baby laughing. And I don't know
that's
what that
I
means.
hear. Like I don't even know what you're looking at. Okay,
Listen
hang
here.
on.
I've got a final thought on this, though. I really do.
Wait,
There's no
Tiger Woods putting. Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods.
get it.
Oh.
Was that for par or birdie?
Bird.
He's now one back of McAllister.
There's no reason.
Kevin?
Deuce.
There's no reason for Sean Payton not to feel buoyed right now and lovey and happy and reflective and all this kind of thing. Well, what's he got to worry about? He's got 18 per, just doing his thing, and we're in minicamp,
Yeah,
man.
what could be so bad in his life? He makes more money than most coaches. He's got an endorsement deal with Jordan Brand. He's wearing Jordans every day, correct? What could be so bad?
He's still the same guy who drove around the sushi parking lot for an hour. I mean, a leopard doesn't change his spots, bro.
Well, exactly, and that's what I'm like.
I mean, what are we doing?
That was a bogey, by the way. He drops to even par.
Oh, God, that hurts.
When I heard D-Mac say that, like, oh, maybe he's changed. I'm like, no, because this is what Sean Payton said about his haters 2 days ago. Listen to this.
Look, I think that I have two middle fingers. I've gotten better with age not using them. And I would say this has changed for me. It's more inward focused relative to our own team and what we're doing relative to as you get older in this. You don't waste the calories on certain things that I might have, back in 06, 7, 8. I don't play a lot of video games, but you got X amount of battery life and energy, and you try to use it where you think it's best going to help the team. And
so is he a philosopher now, or what are we doing?
Wait. What was that? What was he trying to say there? That was almost as unintelligible as one of my sentences this morning.
And the question was, do you think of this as a flip in the middle finger to the league season, a prove it season? And that was his answer.
Okay, gotcha.
When he says, I got two middle fingers and I've gotten better about not using them, I was like, what was it like before then? Because it felt like...
Did you borrow more middle fingers? Did you have a whole holster full of middle
two
fingers?
lattes in the morning, 40 minutes later.
I mean,
I'm
listen,
regretting it.
Whatever. We'll see. We'll see. Let's get into September, okay? We'll see.
Well, and there's some Avs questions I want to ask you, by the way, Moj, because the Denver Post.
What did you just say?
There's some Avs questions I want to ask you.
Thought you said something else.
Ask questions?
Yes.
Oh. Avs questions I want to ask you because there was an article in the Denver Post a couple days ago about 4 different options you could do with Val's contract and just get it sort of room temperature feel on this. But Moj, you said something yesterday that I just kind of let go. Let it fly under the radar. And because it wasn't the time. It wasn't the time to do it yesterday. But I think we have to discuss at least something. Because there's something else that took place right after you said it that I think we need to share with the world and what the world might be missing. So we'll get there in just a second, okay? We'll get there after the break. Reminder to you guys, the Cool concert is coming up Saturday, June 29th at Fiddler's Green, Vanilla Ice, Tone Loc, Color Me Bad, Tag Team, and more. Did you hear Tone Loc, by the way, with Crickman Lindahl yesterday?
Was he good?
Something about that guy's voice.
Wait, he was really on with them?
Yes, he did an interview with him.
Really?
Yeah. And I didn't hear the whole thing, but if they didn't ask him about Ace Ventura, then I would have lost my mind. I mean,
By
it's the
the
number
way,
one question.
Jay Moore will be live in studio tomorrow morning. What time, Nelly, is Jay Moore live in studio? The only other member of the show that will be here tomorrow with him is me. The other 3 here will not. So what time will I be here with Jay Moore?
Just about 9 o'clock, shortly thereafter.
Vanilla Ice, Tone Loc, Color Me Bad, Tag Team, all will perform a night of hits you know and love. That is June 29th at Fiddler's Green. Buy your tickets now at cool105.com. That's cool105.com.
Koepka's a -2 now with McAllister. Deuce McAllister, the former Mississippi running back. Is that who that is?
Whoa. What?
Somebody
what,
just hit a shot sideways.
What just happened there? Was that McAllister?
Somebody literally just hit a shot sideways
Yeah.
onto the fence. Not sure who that is.
He was already left, and then the shot went straight to the left from his already left. Huh.
Banging off a tree?
No, he just straight pulled it. I don't know who that was. I think it was McAllister.
That Pinehurst is tough.
Are we Koepka fans?
No, I'm not.
Why?
Did you watch Full Swing?
I haven't seen the second season.
You watch first season?
I watched the first one.
What'd you think?
I think Koepka's just a bro. I got no problem with him.
I'm not a big fan. I mean, but that's fine. That's what you are. You're a bro.
Yeah.
You're a bro.
Bro.
I like Finau.
What's up, bro?
I like Finau. Of all the guys on Full Swing, Finau was my favorite.
Mosier, you said something yesterday.
Here we go.
I couldn't at the
You couldn't
time.
bash me at the time.
I couldn't bash you at the time.
Right.
But Vic, you said the logo, and Mosier said Rick Barry.
I don't know. I was in another world, dude.
And I wanted to very badly.
You couldn't because
Just
it was
jump.
a solemn
But
moment.
it was a
the great Jerry
somber-
West had passed away.
and
correct.
I wasn't going to make Jerry
Yeah.
West's death into a bit on the show
When
where
I
I just
say-
beat you over the head
When I
with
say
something.
NBA, the logo, Mosier says Rick Barry.
Yes.
Dude, I don't know. I was not in a proper headspace.
And you said it so sadly, too. Like, I'm telling you.
Don't tell me Rick Barry.
I
is
meant
that
what he
right?
said.
Everything in my
Jerry,
head.
I meant Jerry West, but Rick Barry came out.
Everything in my head just said, all right, hit Mosier over the head
Kill
with that
him.
1,000
Kill
times.
him.
And I couldn't do it
You
because
should. You
we,
should have.
we were respecting Jerry West.
Honestly, Jerry West probably would have appreciated you hitting me over the head.
And
with
just, Jerry, if you're wherever you're at right now, if you're listening, just know we still are respecting you very much. But I can't let Mosier just say in a very solemn tone, please don't tell me Rick Barry is gone.
Yeah, you can't get away with that.
I was thinking Jerry West, but Rick Barry came out, and I don't know why.
And so when you said that, I think there's multiple people at this station that knew that wasn't the moment. So
You know what that's like? If Mosier would have said, guys, the great one just passed. And I would have responded, damn, Lanny McDonald? Lanny McDonald, damn it.
oh no. The captain in baseball is gone.
Captain? Kent Herbeck? Oh, I think he is gone already.
Sean Mabry? But I think people are listening, and I want to say, shout out to Raj. Nelly, can you pull up the photo just for Mosier's sake? Mosier, if this is what it would have looked like. Rick Barry,
If Rick Barry were the logo.
been the logo.
Shooting the granny free throws.
How
Yeah.
great is that,
Oh,
though?
yeah.
Isn't that amazing? Like, Nelly, yeah, I want it behind me. Well, tell me that wouldn't be if we ever had to change the logo. Can we please, Vic? I mean, take a good
That would be
look.
outstanding.
That
If
doesn't look
someone
like he's.
didn't know-
how do you
yeah.
how do you know he's holding the basketball?
If
man?
someone doesn't know the history of Rick Barry, the underhanded free throws, you would think something entirely different of that logo.
yes, you would.
So listen.
Whoa.
For those who are just on radio, not watching on Twitch, not watching on Altitude TV, it is a silhouette of Rick Barry at the free throw line shooting a granny shot. Essentially, that would be the Rick Barry logo had he been
the one that passed.
the one that passed
And the one that was the
and
logo, yeah.
Okay, all right. So this leads to another question because Jerry West was asked this question once: should they change the logo? Because there was a movement to change it to Michael Jordan, and even Jerry himself said, "I'd have no problem with that." Jerry said it. Michael's the greatest player in the game. If you were to eventually change the NBA logo, who is front and center, and what would it be?
Joker shirtless in Serbia.
It would still be MJ.
I think it would.
It would still be MJ. It's MJ.
Yeah,
I know somebody
It's
who
the-
probably
it's-
thinks it should be him.
it's the Jumpman logo. Like you just make that it.
That's more the logo than anything. You're right.
Yeah, I mean that if you were honestly, again, no disrespect to Jerry West. If I were to think of one iconic picture when you say NBA, I think of the Jumpman logo from Jordan.
Somebody says, why change the logo? I'm not suggesting they change it, but if they were to change it.
There was a push to change it, to get it updated, and it was MJ, that Michael Jordan, that everybody was pushing. And Jerry West said, yeah, I have no problem with that whatsoever.
I can't even think, like, the LeBron fans. What's an iconic LeBron logo look? What, crowning himself? What? I don't even know what it would be.
The Jerry West, driving down the floor with the lean, that's iconic. Incredibly iconic. So, I don't know.
Well, you know what? It's actually funny, Vic. I think it would probably be like the one-handed cock it back for like a tomahawk dunk. That's probably LeBron's like whatever silhouette.
Moj, what's the NHL logo?
Just the shield, just the NHL.
Okay, so they don't have a player on their logo at all?
None.
It's a good question, though. If you were to make that for every sport, what if you had to make that a player, a silhouette of a player in a moment, what would it be? So for the NHL, what do you think it would be, Moj?
The great one. It would be Wayne Gretzky.
I'm sure it would probably
lining
have to
up a slapper.
It'd be Wayne Gretzky.
Yeah, but when you're talking about the Jumpman logo, that was just so Michael Jordan flying through the air like that. You know what I mean?
He bogeyed again. +1 for Tiger. Sorry.
Okay.
Come on, Tiger.
This course is going to be eating people up, man.
Oh my God!
I'm telling you right now, they are going to get eaten alive.
What about in
the NFL?
Oh yeah, here's the logo that Nuggets fans have seen many times. Nikola Jokic, age 12.
A little puffy.
The NFL, it would have to be Tom Brady in some manner. Wouldn't it?
Would it be Brady? It feels like really recent. That's all. NFL's been around for like 70-some years.
Too soon?
Yeah, maybe a little too soon. But then Montana?
No.
What if you make it this? What about the Dwight Clark catch? I know Dwight Clark's not the guy, but if you're talking about a moment,
go up and get it.
Yeah.
It could be anybody if that's the case.
Right.
Elway helicopter? Is the guy sideways flying through the air?
MLB, you can go back 120 years.
Pebbly Jack?
Pebbly Jack.
I think Jack Glasscock. Let's go find us a good picture. Honest question.
How many runs did Rockies give up last night? 17?
Yeah, we'll talk about that
I got it. I got it for the MLB. It's the finish of the Griffey swing.
Oh.
The one-handed bat back here, that thing. That's the one. That's the silhouette.
Do you think that there, in this world, there's got to be relatives of Jack Glasscock someplace? Do you think in this world there exists a photo of one Pebbly Jack Glasscock?
Like an actual
photo? Like an
actual
photo, of dude.
Because all Pebbly Jack is it seems to be drawings, artist renderings.
I mean,
courtroom photos.
His family has to have a photo of him somewhere, right? Yeah. I mean, photography was big then. So it wasn't like the guy was in 1832 or anything. He's in the late 1800s, into the 1900s.
Hang on, let me see if he had kids. Every time I look at remember, he's one of the most fascinating people in ever.
Baseball history? Yeah, they mean the things he did?
Let's see.
I'm watching on Smithsonian right now the series on Ulysses S. Grant. Do you know S was not his middle name? It was H. They changed it when he went to West Point.
Why?
He's got the craziest story ever. Watch it.
Okay.
Ulysses.
Yeah, there's Jack Glasscock right there. That's a photograph of Jack Glasscock.
Is it?
Yeah.
Dude, Jack looks nice.
It's a great mustache, too. What is that thing on the bottom left? Can you read what that is? It
says
Mayo's
Mayo
cut
gut plug?
Cut plug.
Cut. But
I think it's
cut
tobacco.
Plug.
It's tobacco.
And it says for chewing and smoking.
That's tobacco.
So this must be his personal. This is his NIL for chewing tobacco.
I guess it is.
Glasscock was a player.
A big-time player.
You could tell by the stash.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
I got nothing else on his personal life, Moj. Maybe there is. I don't see him. It doesn't say anything about kids.
Well, it seems to me a guy like Jack Glasscock should be immortalized in words by somebody.
I mean, he was the damn NL batting champ in 1890. Give him some credit.
Come on, man.
Anyway, 303-504-0925. Shot Mazda text line. Yes, Moj.
As we roll on, Vic, last night the Rockies
Gave up 17 of
Well, they
them.
gave up 5 in the first. They gave up 7 in the 8th.
24 hits. 24.
The nibbler wasn't on.
Oh, he got nibbled.
But he didn't get nibbled. He got bit.
Yeah.
He pitched, 3 in the third or just 3? How many innings? I forget what he got
3.
through. 11 hits, 8 earned for Austin Gomber yesterday. Absolutely tattooed in Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely blown up.
And what's your point?
Well, my point is the Rockies are coming home.
I don't know. Did anybody here say, Vic, let's get to this. I got to get to this.
Guess who's
How about win a few ball games?
Guess who's scheduled to pitch on Sunday?
Oh, yeah. Guess who, Vic?
Kevin Freeland?
Who? Clap.
Your boy Paul Skeens.
Oh, he's in town?
Oh, well, welcome to the party, pal.
Hey, come on.
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Pirates are coming to
Would you
town.
guys get up and show some respect?
Wait, no, just-
All right, let's give him some respect.
Hey, hold on a
Respect,
second.
He's
Paul
pitching
Skeens.
here at Coors Field on Sunday.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Yeah. When you think back, but seriously, when you think back to it right now, aren't you at least a little bit embarrassed for those Cardinals fans? I mean, aren't you a little bit embarrassed? A guy, listen, he didn't even do anything extraordinary. He scatters 5 hits over 6 in the third, and he gets a standing O.
You know what?
It's like, I mean,
Now I think
people
about it,
call
Moj,
it. It's
hang
the
on.
classiest fan base in all of baseball. It's also the dumbest.
Do you know what's incredibly disrespectful is what the Twins did yesterday? That they didn't give Gomber a standing O after gifting them, 8 runs through 3 innings.
Yeah,
That's
come
not fair.
on, man. It's just, the more I think about it, I was reading the reaction online, and the vast majority of people were going, this is stupid. But there are those ones out there that keep saying, and it keeps coming up time and time again, classiest fans in sports, Cardinals fans, sophisticated.
Here's your new MLB logo, Moj.
Yeah.
Out of respect.
He looks a little bit like our
looks-
boy Pebbly Jack.
He looks like Pebley. He's got a little bit of that mustache going on.
Paul Glasscock. Anyway, the point is this, is that Skeens is going to be in town.
Pebley Paul.
Unless he pitches a perfect game. If I see one Rockies fan stand up and cheer for that guy, I'm going to find you.
I almost want you guys to do the standing. I also think it would be incredibly stupid. I'm with Mosier on this, but I almost want you guys to do it just to make Mosier mad. I just want to see what happens. 303-504-0925.
But don't you find it, again, a couple days removed now? Vic, you've had a chance to think about it. You've had a chance to sort of reset your calibration. Aren't you embarrassed for them in St. Louis? You have to be embarrassed for St. Louis. Oh, they're
Not
so
one bit.
classy. They're so good. They're so
No.
they get it. The guy, he didn't even do anything special. Had a nice outing. Scattered 5 hits over 6 in the third. Big whoop.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. Jeff Lewald joins us next.
Vic Lombardi here for Dan Kaplis. A few months ago, my dad ran into an issue with a credit card company for a business he owned. We called Dan. He got it all fixed up in a matter of weeks. It was so quick, so easy, so efficient. Dan Kaplis gets results. That's what his firm does. And like the Nuggets and the Avalanche, Dan knows talk is cheap. That's why he is the official firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Dan is the guy with record-setting results, believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases. If you need help, give him a call today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. 888-866-5551. There will be a point in your life where you will need legal help. You will need an attorney at some point. Hit up DanCaplisLaw.com. That's Dan Caplis, CAPLIS Law.com, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche.
Let's jump out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. And we're joined, as we are every week, every Thursday at 8 o'clock, by Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. Leggy, what's up, buddy?
Morning, fellas.
So I know there's probably some things that you have taken away from the first couple of days of mandatory camp, but can I ask this? I've heard not only from a couple of local guys, a couple national guys have also said, do you know who I think the best running back for the Denver Broncos is? It's Jaleel McLaughlin. And I go, I think that's easy to say because this would be the time of year with no pads where a guy like Jaleel would stick out, correct? Like, once you get the pads on, that changes some things. But what's your assessment of Jaleel so far?
Oh, he's had a good offseason. There's no question. And look, I'm never going to minimize that guy's effort because he is renowned for being at the facility at 6:30 in the morning, doing his conditioning long before they even practice. So, you want to know the Bronco player probably putting in the most time who isn't a quarterback, it's Jaleel McLaughlin. But to make any assessments about a run game this time of year, I would caution people that it's like 7-on-7 for quarterbacks. I watch my brethren in the business tweet throws off 7-on-7, and it just makes me shake my head. It's those are teaching devices. These are, the run game this time of year is an assignment teaching device. It's not a personnel grading time. They are doing assignment football right now. Where are you on this play? What do you do? What are your responsibilities? They're making very little judgments about who will carry the ball in September. And that's all I would say. I don't want to be the get off my lawn guy, but I'm just telling you right now, this time is more about assignments than performance. And training camp will be about performance.
Leggy, why did Coach Payton decide to cancel the last day of minicamp?
Because an extra 2 hours, if you think you've had a good camp, it's a nice reward for the players. And, I don't know, this notion that if they went another 2 hours, they'd go to the playoffs. I'm not sure that's a jump I'm willing to make, but I think he was really happy with the attendance they had. I think he was really happy with the effort. So this is his way of acknowledging. Plus, I think he had a little, eye procedure he had to have done too. So that, a little of that.
I just think it almost trivializes the need for this mini camp then. I mean, it's just about control. I want you guys here. Every team, we want you guys here. Oh, you're here? All right, last day off.
The entire off season's always been that way, Vic. Yeah. I mean, Mike Shanahan used to openly say, I don't want too big a gap in between one off-season activity to the other. And I'm old enough on the beat to remember that Mike Shanahan once had a mini camp in July. So, these are all CBA collective bargaining issues. I am certain the union at some point will attempt to change the schedule again, and the league will push back. But it's always the battle. The players would like more time off. The coaches would like to see them more. So, these kinds of things are always going to happen. But I think coaches throughout history, my entire career, they occasionally like to have like a reward. They give the players, and waiving the last day of minicamp is one of the oldest, most traditional awards that there is, because, he tells them in the morning meeting and they can all book their flights and away they go.
Speaking of attendance, Courtland Sutton did show up like he said he would, and he said all the right things, Jeff. He also said and used the word stalemate, which I found to be very, very interesting when intimating that maybe I won't show up for training camp on time or whatever the case may be. And I'm like, don't go down this road, dude. Don't do that. Don't call their bluff, dude, because you're not going to win this one. I know he wants a raise. I know that every damn wideout around the league wants more money now because of what Jefferson did and so on and so forth. But I don't see this as being a good thing. I mean, what's your feel, your vibe regarding the Sutton and Broncos situation?
Well, Moj, as you guys know, I think players only have a limited number of ways to get the message to the team that they'd like at least a discussion about their contract. Now, if you're Courtland Sutton and you're hearing a lot of people say, hey, dude, you have a contract, get in there, my response would be Russell Wilson had a contract, Justin Simmons had a contract, and the Broncos really didn't give a crap about either of those contracts. They just released those guys. So this notion that Courtland Sutton should show up and not complain or say anything because he has a contract, I don't buy that, and I don't buy it ever. because when the team is done with you, they're done with you. They cut you. They don't care how many years left. I mean, do we even remember how many years Russell Wilson had left on his contract? We do not.
Well, Jeff, I completely agree with you, though, but what kind of leverage does he have other than I'm not showing up? I don't disagree with what you're saying. I'm just saying I don't think he has many options here, man, or if any.
Well, I mean, my opinion is after watching red zone drills in the offseason program, Courtland Sutton might be the only finisher in the group in the red zone. That's his leverage. Do they want to score touchdowns or not? I mean, you're talking about a team that had 8 rushing touchdowns last year, tied for 30th in the league, and Courtland Sutton had 10 of the receiving touchdowns the team had, tied for 4th in the league. I mean, his leverage is, of the guys they have on the roster, he's the only one that has consistently scored touchdowns. So he does have some leverage here. He has enough leverage that Sean Payton did meet with him yesterday morning individually to go over some of this. Whether he misses camp, that's an expensive decision, Moshe. I mean, he came to mini camp because for 3 days you can get fined $100,000. It's a lot more expensive in training camp because you get fined every day you're gone, and you start talking 10, 11, 12, 20 days. That's a very expensive proposition. So, maybe he misses a little and comes in, but I think the fact the two of them met yesterday morning, tells you it's on the front burner enough, at least for the head coach to sit down with him for an extended period of time.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com with us. Can I ask you about another contract? And this guy is going into the final year of his deal. He's 32 years old. He's a bit of a polarizing figure. Do you think they try and work anything out with Garrett Bowles, or are they going to let this thing end and then just see what happens next year?
Well, they've shown right now they're sort of inclined to let it go a little bit. I mean, this is further along than it gets if, for a lot of teams, if you're going to keep him. I will say he's moving much better this time of year right now than he was last year at this time of year. So to me, he looks physically better than he did last June and July to my untrained medical eye. But again, he was an older player when he came in the league. So this was always going to be, I think Garrett was 24, 25 when he came into the league. So this was always going to be an issue, but those are hard players to find. They don't really have another one right now ready to go.
I was just going to say they paid a boatload for the guy on the right side of the offensive line to bookend that side. You have somebody who, whatever you think about Garrett Bowles, he's at least okay. Like, he's at least reliable. Like, he's almost always there. We always said that about him. Outside of a broken leg, he's always been in the lineup.
And he's rebounded from struggles on the field a lot of guys wouldn't have. I mean, and a lot of that was Mike Munchak, coaching him. But I think he's responded to the current coaching staff. I think they'd like to have him. But if you're Garrett's representative, you're certainly going to point out how much you're paying the right tackle, right now. Sure. And that's just business. But I think they will, unless they have a replacement who's even or better, which they do not right now, I think they'll end up having some kind of conversations with him. And Garrett would probably want to stay in some fashion. But until I see a plan B, I got to believe that he's plan A. He's still plan
A. Jeffrey, do you think they at any point would even envision keeping 3 quarterbacks, or is one of these guys going to get cut after camp?
Yeah, I think the new practice squad rule is the wild card, that you can elevate a guy 17 times during the season if you want to. I think the issue is a lot of GMs I know believe people are just going to claim quarterbacks on waivers no matter what, just because they're quarterbacks. Now the issue, if you do claim, you got to put them on your 53. So that I think the question would be, who could you get through waivers if you wanted to bring them back to the practice squad? But they face a kind of a quirky decision because, the guy with the natural talent and the big arm is going through a career rehab a little bit, and Zach Wilson. Jarrett Stidham, I think most people in the league consider him to have hit his ceiling or almost hit his ceiling. We don't know. Maybe he would, if a full-time starter, maybe he would really take off. I can't say that for sure.
Last thing. Sorry, Jeff.
It's an intriguing position because, do you want to go young, Wilson, Nix, and have that unreliability factor in there, or do you want a safe bet and then a young guy? I think that's the decision they're going to have to make.
Yesterday in the show, was it yesterday, day before, pulled up all the Broncos finishes from last year. And I guess I didn't realize it in the midst of that season, Jeff, but they had one 100-yard receiving game, and that was out of the rookie on 2 catches in week 2, I believe it was. 2 or 3.
Never saw the ball again.
And never saw the football again. Right, like what the heck? They didn't have a 100-yard rusher at all. The offense was pathetic. It was so pedestrian and pathetic. It has to be better, correct? I mean, it has to. There's no jam. There's no explosive. There's no oomph. There's no nothing. What are we doing?
Well, Moshe, I'd offer, again, I've been saying this all off season. Can you say they've had more talent come in than leave? I mean, is the quarterback going to throw 26 touchdowns in 15 games like Russell Wilson did?
Probably not.
Say that?
Probably not.
If Cortland isn't here on time, do they have a receiver who can have 10 touchdowns? We're not even, I believe Marvin Mims will be a very good pro, but do we know for certain? And as much crap as people talked about Jerry Jeudy, do we know for certain they have a player that can even play to that level right now?
We don't know.
We don't know. I think they hope Estime can add to the run game, but I think this year Sean Payton's real test is, will you commit to running the ball as much as you're going to have to because of everything else? A young quarterback, probably. And I've written a story about this that's going to run, but, find me the playmakers that for certain can be playmakers. And that's tough to find right now because, again, you want to fire coaches every 2 years. This is what the constant rebuild looks like.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. We got 30 seconds, Jeff. One last thing quickly. I was thinking about this. Sean Payton does not like his players to be out in the spotlight all that much. He doesn't like somebody who goes to the beat of their own drum. What do you think it looks like if Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of the Broncos under Sean Payton? How does he handle what he's doing in New York right now?
Probably a different set of discussions, frankly. I mean, it's Robert Saleh is a defensive coach, and a lot of times in that scenario, sometimes I don't know this. I'm not around the Jets all the time, but sometimes a defense or a guy from the other side of the ball will let his offensive coaches handle now Belichick did not do that for certain. And, John Harbaugh, a former special teams coach, is highly involved in every part of so I don't know that that's the scenario in New York, but it has that look a little bit.
Yeah.
But I think that's any situation like that, I put on the head coach and the GM. You should have sat down and taken care of that and had specifics already on your desk about how this is going to go and how this is going to look. Are you going to be here or not? All of those things should be taken care of long before it happens.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com, joins us every single Thursday. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, fellas.
Take care, Jeff.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN.com. Back after this.
It is barbecue season. It is smoking season, and I'm going to encourage you to get to CentennialCuts.com. It's Moshe here, and Centennial Cuts is an all-Colorado family-owned company. They've got some retail stores around if you want to go check them out. Certainly, they've got the kiosks with all the great beef jerky and whatnot at the airport, but they've got so many great things. Ribeyes, beef jerky, the prime rib, the brisket, the beef sticks. The summer sausage is what I'm on right now. It's absolutely delicious. They've got ground beef. They've got tons of options for dinner and tons of options for your barbecuing this summertime. Again, this cattle is finished on locally grown grains for the perfect marbling and texture, and it is absolutely delicious. You'll be proud to serve this beef not only to your family, but also to your friends. And trust me, once you go to Centennial Cuts and you check out their beef, you won't get your beef any other place. So go to CentennialCuts.com, see what they can do for you. It's delivered right to your door, incredibly convenient. Give it a try, and again, you'll try more, and you'll try more, and you'll try more because it's the best beef I've ever tasted.
Moshe, can I give you four options?
That's pretty metalish there, Nelly.
I feel like we need some anger. We need some Slipknot. Let's get the juices going, dudes.
Who is this?
Slipknot.
Is this another satanic band?
No, but they wear these freaky masks. They're kind of weird looking. Yeah, weird looking
So they're
dudes.
satanic.
Yeah.
Oh, they're more satanic than who'd you just see? Tesla.
Yeah.
They make Tesla look like Girl Scouts.
Yeah.
Where's the? I don't get this.
I'm with you on this. That metal does nothing for me.
What do you gain from that right there? A guy going. What do you gain from that?
Wasn't quite what he said.
That song
Pretty much.
doesn't do much for me either. I need some vibe. I need some jam.
Meanwhile, at the U.S. Open, did you guys know there's a Colorado kid playing it that's not Wyndham Clark, not Mark Hubbard?
Yeah, it's a teenage kid, right?
No, it's a biology teacher who's 29 years old from Colorado Springs by the name of Colin Prater, who's one of the top amateur players in Colorado. He qualified for the U.S. Open. He's out there playing right now.
I thought it was a high school kid or something.
He's a high school teacher, 29 years
that's
old.
what it was.
Cheyenne
Okay.
Mountain High School, teaches biology. Can you imagine that?
So he's a biologist.
Yeah, look up Colin Prater. I don't think he's teed off yet, but see if he's on the list. Prater.
I'm telling you, at that moment, I believed I was a marine biologist.
Brooks Koepka tied for the lead at 2 under, and 2 under is going to be tough to stand today because that course is diabolical.
Colin Prater is 1 over through 4, 2 bogeys and a birdie.
The sea was angry that day, my friends. Nelly,
Tiger
they're not
for
going
the
to.
putt,
They're not
not
even.
even
That was
close.
They're not even going to get
Not
it.
even close.
That is
Tiger.
that was like an 8-foot Tiger putt.
Is that a Titleist?
That was one of the worst putts I've ever seen. Did you see that? It didn't even sniff the club. I mean, he pulled that so far left.
And that's another bogey. He's now 2 over on the round today.
Wow.
Hey,
you find that we were talking to Leggy about the Broncos, and we had Sean Keeler on yesterday. Why not just name Bo Nix the starting quarterback right now? Do you know what's going on in Minnesota? Is this sort of a litmus test or a sort of a pathway? Everybody does their own thing.
I saw this yesterday. Is this true?
It is right now. For right now, it's true.
Hey, Minnesota, you're talking about. Now, I didn't see this from like Schefter or anybody. That's why I wasn't going to say anything. But
Well, according to Shannon McCarriston from CBS Sports.
Okay. Go ahead.
So Sam Darnold is the number 1 there going into camp.
They've named him the starter? Did they say the starter or just that he's the number 1 heading into camp?
Kevin O'Connell said he's the number 1 heading into camp. And now
Okay.
he's not the starter, but he's the number 1 going in.
Well, that's not surprising. He's a veteran quarterback. Of course you're going to say that.
Yeah, but he hasn't really done anything in the league.
Like, this is what's different, and this is why I can't compare the Broncos.
Outside of his Niner days, he's been a backup.
I can't compare the Broncos to the Vikings. I can't compare them to the Falcons. Like, the Falcons are in a world of their own as far as their situation. They drafted a guy 8th overall, but he's not going to play this year. They did not pay Kirk Cousins over $100 million to not play football for them. He's going to start. So that's not comparable at all. The Vikings have at least a viable option outside of J.J. McCarthy. Let's say he's not ready. They can start Darnold beginning of the year.
Well, the Broncos, do the Broncos have in your mind?
No.
Do they have a viable option
No.
outside the rookie?
No.
Well, I don't think so either at this point.
Well, they have
You got one
nobody.
guy in a rehab and one guy is like,
you guys hear,
I think indicated correctly, he's already hit his ceiling. What?
Kreckman and Lindahl discussed what Kay Adams had to say. Why Kay Adams? Because she's tied in with Sean Payton.
Yeah.
She knows a lot of what Sean Payton thinks. And Kay Adams, who's a friend of Sean's, she has said that Zach Wilson has a good chance of playing quarterback for the Denver Broncos.
Well, I told you guys that a few days, not the report, but I told you I think he's got a better shot than you guys are giving him credit for. Because here's the one thing that Zach Wilson can do, and this is what I was trying to say was Zach Wilson has all of these talents, right? These uncoachable type of talents. He's got a rocket for an arm. Nobody denies that about Zach Wilson. He's got really, really live arm strength.
Yeah, but you know what? Russell Wilson had a good arm too, but Russell Wilson's problem was that he turned his back to the defense. And that's exactly the problem that Zach Wilson has.
I know all the faults that come with Zach Wilson too. What I'm saying is, what I was trying to ask was, what if Sean Payton made Zach Wilson a viable quarterback option? I would almost see that as more impressive than if Bo Nix turns out to be a franchise quarterback.
That'd be pretty miraculous.
One guy,
for how bad Zach Wilson has been, if he could take those talents and skills and tools that he does possess and turn that into something real.
let's do this then. Let's say while you're getting off on your Kay Adams train, okay, let's just play hyperbole here. Let's say that Zach Wilson, they rehab him. He is the starter. And you know what? He's your starter for the next 6 years. You realize he's 24 years of age. He'll be 25 in August. Bo Nix will be 25 next February.
Okay.
So they're 6 months apart. So you're telling me you've wasted the
crazy.
12th overall pick?
That's
Is
crazy.
that what you did? If Zach Wilson, if you really truly believe that Zach Wilson can be the starting quarterback of the Denver Broncos, you're telling me that Sean Payton wasted the 12th overall pick.
And guess what, Moshe? You won't give a damn if that happens. If Zach Wilson's good,
Yeah.
you won't
It's
give
almost
a
like
damn
a
if they
bonus.
wasted it.
It's the very reason why the Atlanta Falcons did what they did in the draft.
Do you think the San Francisco 49ers think a single thought about trading away 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance when they feel like they have a great quarterback in Brock Purdy? Think it bothers them at all?
He was found gold. They got lucky.
Okay, but what you're talking about getting lucky. What does it matter?
I think what Brett's trying to say is, listen, you draft Bo Nix with the thoughts that he's going to play right away because you expend a 12th overall pick. But if by chance there's a bonus in this equation, and the bonus is Zach Wilson is found money, then by God, you go with the found money.
Yeah.
You got a $20 bill and those old pair of jeans. What, are you going to just leave it there? Or are you going to use it?
Here's what I'm telling you, Moj. I don't care whose name is next to the stat line of an 11-6 record with 30 touchdowns and 10 picks on the air. Zach Wilson, Bo Nix, Jarrett Stidham, Ben DiNucci. Like, I don't care whose name is next.
That's what I say. That's what I say to it. I pulled a Vic Lombardi. You just want wins? Is that what you want? You want 30? What would you be happy with? 30? I mean,
you're sitting here, you're like, I would be pissed that they would waste a pick. And I'm like, I don't think you would, because if he's actually good, it's not going to matter.
Better. Yeah, not if he's better. And until you just said that, they're the same age.
They're the same age.
In fact,
Zach Wilson is 6 years, 6 months.
Bo Nix
older.
is a married man.
Yeah.
I don't think Zach Wilson is.
Some rumors.
Anyway.
Let me ask you something, Moshe, because I was reading this in the Denver Post a couple days ago. They were going through the 4 options for Val. You give me most likely to least likely on these 4 things happening.
Let's
okay?
do it.
So their first option is contract termination. That somehow the Avs find a way to just terminate the contract, not owe the money.
Can I participate in this?
Yeah.
I know that's their number one hope.
That's what they hope, but as far as a reality that it could happen.
They'll never say this publicly, and I don't blame them. Nobody from the Avs organization would ever speak this into existence. Because if he does return, how dumb would they look? But if they could do away with the contract right now, snap of a finger, they would.
Now, Moshe, I'm not asking you what they would prefer. I'm saying most likely scenario. So option one.
To me, that is okay.
Let me get through them.
Okay.
Option 1 is contract termination. Option 2, a trade. Option 3, a buyout. Option 4, a reunion. Out of those 4, give me most likely to least likely of what's going to happen.
Well, only because most likely a reunion.
Okay.
When you say reunion, just return to the team.
He comes back to the team, correct. The next would be, it would have to be, he's untradeable right now because of the situation. I don't think the other 3 options are even remotely possible. It's an untradeable contract. If you buy him out, you're going to kill your cap.
Yep.
And I don't see a path, at least not yet, to contract termination. I don't think it's allowed under the rules of the CBA. I don't think it's possible.
So I
think mother and child reunion, to quote this late great Simon and Garfunkel, they're both alive, but you know what I mean.
So you're saying
I think that's the most likely scenario.
Out of the options, the most likely scenario, without a doubt, is that he comes back and plays for the Avs.
I think that is.
If there is a second option, and if you had to rank them, you're saying contract termination, saying that they found a loophole somehow to get out of the contract. That would be next.
I don't think they can.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying the only other real option would probably be that, because nobody's going to trade for him in that contract, and the Avs aren't going to buy it out and just have their cap wither away for the next 4 or 5 years.
If he didn't have this issue, is there a team? Here's the question: if he did not have this issue, is there a team in the league that would not trade for him?
Yeah, there's 29 other teams.
Can you confirm,
31.
Moj,
31 other teams.
Can you confirm something that's making the rounds? Is Val playing hockey currently in Russia?
The rumor is that he is. I'm not in Moscow. I
Okay.
don't know.
All right, so if he is, let's say the rumors are true and he's playing hockey. If he were to injure himself playing hockey in Russia, couldn't the Avs simply say, okay, you're done, breach your contract?
Yeah, it's basically what it basically is. It's a league in Russia. It's like that the beauty league here, where the NHL players,
beauty league.
It's NHL players and NCAA players play.
How about the
through the course of
the Drew League for the NBA?
It's kind of, this is really a goof around situation.
Gotcha.
It's not like a real hockey league.
I gotcha.
It's a hey, keep skating,
Stay
goof
healthy
around,
or
that kind of thing,
stay
right?
active. Okay.
But
gotcha.
what I don't understand and why how do I put it? The NHLPA will never explain this to me. It's none of my business. HIPAA sucka, or the player assistance program, I should say. Why he's allowed to do his thing in Russia or Moscow? Why not? There's no supervision or anything. I not that I know of anyway.
Yeah, that's what
I don't
silly
get
to
it.
me. So the league suspends him. They want him to get better, right? They want him to rehab. They
Of
want
course
him to
they do.
recover. So they send him home to do that. And there's so many questions I have about that. How does that help him recover?
I don't know.
But he gets.
He's
to
around.
choose.
He's around family and friends and people that I don't know. Vic, I really don't know. It's such a crazy scenario, and not crazy, but it's just unprecedented. We're trying to find the avenues here with a map that you're drawing as you go along. I don't know what you do. I mean, it puts the team in an incredibly difficult situation.
Yeah.
You guys think about, so you watched the NBA game last night. The Celtics are about to take this series. What is your honest opinion of ESPN's coverage of the NBA Finals, NBA in general?
Weird. It's been really weird. They have.
Can I offer my suggestion?
Sure.
I think it's awful.
Yeah.
I think they're really bad at it, and they do a lot of great things. I'm not trying to demean the network because there are a lot of friends of mine that work there, but their coverage of the NBA is awful. Compared to TNT.
Here's my problem with it. Like, it's the NBA Finals. Two teams have earned a right to be the center of attention. And their pregame show, Vic, is almost like another edition of First Take.
Like, it has nothing to do with the game that's coming
Yeah.
up. They're talking about other topics in the game and not talking about the game.
Like, Game 3 tonight, Dallas and Boston.
Now, let's talk about the Lakers and their coaching
JJ
search.
Redick is going to be interviewed for a job in LA, and it's
Yeah.
like, why is this a topic of a pregame show of the NBA Finals? Why is that a topic? I don't understand it. And look, we already know they've taken their lumps for their NHL coverage at points this year too.
I think Wilbon is terrible.
Would you turn the mic off?
I tried. It was coming fast. I'm sorry.
I have all the respect in the
Allergies.
world for Wilbon as a journalist. I think he's terrible on the show. I think he's terrible.
Yeah.
I think Stephen A. and Wilbon. I mean, I don't know what it is. I can't watch it.
Again, they're making it a debate show instead of
I
a
think it's
pregame
terrible.
show. It's like they have a list of topics and then they go through it. And I don't understand why it's made the change.
I didn't
like
really
that.
watch any of the pregame show.
They invited Josh
I just
Hart in the
saw
last
the opening
series.
tip and went there.
In the first two games, he was terrible. It was terrible. Everything about it was terrible.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what happens tonight. Tonight's Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Final. Let's see what goes down.
What do you think about their shows, their presentation?
I think they're pretty good, to be honest with you. I think they're. I mean, I like them. I think they're pretty good.
I think the ESPN hockey folks are better than the ESPN basketball folks.
They might be. You're talking about Steve Levy and company. I think they do a pretty good job.
Now
But they're on again. It's on ABC tonight.
You're talking just pre and post, right? Because
I'm just talking about the whole presentation, everything about it.
I love Mike Breen, though.
Sure. No, I'm talking about everything, graphics, music, everything, the presentation of the finals.
Yeah.
It just feels chintzy to me.
It does.
Huh.
It feels a lot less about, how about this, Vic? It feels a lot less about the game and a lot more about the
It
personalities
doesn't
on
feel
that show.
big. It doesn't, I don't know what it is. Something's missing. It doesn't feel right.
I don't disagree with you. But I will say it is completely bizarre to watch a pregame show for, like, if that were the Nuggets, I would be livid. If they're talking about the Lakers doing coaching interviews like 30 minutes before your game starts, you're like, why
I mean,
why are you spending any focus on anything
Let me-
outside
let
of
me
what's
ask you,
happening tonight?
where are the in-depth features about certain players, and where's the game within the game, the things that we're used to seeing when you watch the Super Bowl, the pregame show, the halftime? They're talking about the game. They're talking about the certain play. Where is all that? Why is this a debate show on an NBA Finals game? You're exactly right. They're trying to bring the ESPN brand, which is all debate, to an NBA Finals.
Well, they're trying to make it all about personalities. Like what I'm watching right now on ESPN is First Take. Their pregame show is no different than this.
It's exact same show.
Yeah. It's the exact same thing. And it shouldn't be.
Outside of what Scott Van Pelt does, every show's the same.
Well, Vic, that would be like if you're getting ready for, a Nuggets game and you're at the desk with Demps or Katie
And all we do is
or
debate topics.
Hanslick, and you're doing this show. It wouldn't make sense for the moment. It's like, all right, so the Nuggets are going to take on the Memphis Grizzlies tonight, but Hanslick, did you see what's going on in the NFL today? It's like, why is that a topic?
Let me give you an example. I mean, if I were producing the NBA Finals for ABC ESPN, how about a nice introspective piece about how, and I've seen a picture of it, but I want a piece. Have they done this? Have I missed it? How about something about how Jason Tatum and Matthew Tkachuk went to the same high school in St. Louis and
I
grew
did
up
see a
friends?
photo.
They showed
I
a
saw-
photo.
I saw a
But
photo,
How about
that's it,
interviewing
yeah.
both of them? How about
Yeah.
doing, let's go deep on that. Give me something.
Mm-hmm.
Give me something beyond the obvious.
And look, the inside the NBA folks, like it's certainly a personality-driven show. That's
Sure.
what makes it so popular. Now, it's a lot better and it works and it's entertaining.
Yeah.
But they also discuss the game.
You know what
also
it is?
do that.
I think ESPN's doing it on the cheap. They think, well, let's let Stephen A. talk about the game and Michael Wilbon talk about the game, and that's good. That's all people want to hear. I don't care.
Yeah.
I want to know about the players. I want to know about the teams. I want to know about the personalities. I want to know what's going on inside those two teams. I don't care what these guys think every damn time.
Right. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in. Keep in mind, you can always get in touch with us. Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. See, you nailed it, Vic. You absolutely nailed it. By the way, 4 straight bogeys for Tiger. He's not having a good time here.
Yeah, he's having a day. I think he buried one. I think he was 1 under after 1, man, and everything was going well, and now he's riding the bogey train. Been there, done that, Vic. You been there, done that, Vic?
Dude, some of these shots that they're pulling off from off the course there, I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start. Like, I saw you hit a shot out of the weeds that was amazing. These guys are magicians out of the weeds. I'm loving this, guys. Are you of the opinion that you need to see great scores at the U.S. Open? I want to see high scores. I want to see this. And why are we wired this way? Because we would all shoot 150 on this course. 150. Easy.
Yeah.
Why do we want to see them suffer a little bit?
Because I think there's something about when people make a really difficult thing look easy, watching them struggle to do it too.
But that's not the same in other sports. If you're watching an NBA game and everybody's clanking shots, you're like, this is bad basketball. Right? Isn't that the same?
Yeah, but if you're watching a baseball game, man, and guys are dueling 2 hitters, first thing you do is you give them a standing ovation, even if it's the opposition. Then you say, you know what, that's a pretty well-pitched game.
What's comparable in this?
I don't know, but this course is diabolical, man. You're off into the weeds, you're done. You're dust. With that one dude, he completely shanked it directly to his left into a fence. What about, remember his name? His name was McAllister. Where's he now? He's not even remotely in anybody's radar. Gone.
Kevin McAllister?
Deuce.
Kevin! Got a clip for you. Adam Silver, who was on that pregame show that you were just noting, Vic, ESPN's pregame show before the NBA game last night, said a couple things. I have the audio of this, though. Something that you have proposed needs to be fixed, and I think we would all agree that it needs to be fixed. The NBA All-Star Game is broken. There's really no way to fix it. You have thrown out the idea, Vic, well, why not do Americans versus Europeans, and maybe that could bring some spice into it?
For the record, Chris Marlowe, that's been his idea for years.
Well, Adam Silver addressed that in the All-Star Game as a whole. Listen.
So I don't want to overpromise because I do remember you asked me this last year, and I said I got this.
I wasn't going to mention that.
And you know, honestly, Mike, my concern about U.S. First International is that we may be just past the point where guys and teams are incentivized to play a competitive All-Star game in the middle of the season. It's just, you could speak to this, it's the nature of the league. And I look back at last year, I mean, honestly, you know, Larry Bird, Julius Erving, others spoke to the players before the game, and I don't think any of them set out thinking we're just not going to play hard. It's just this sort of group dynamic that takes over. And yet I think about, for example, the Steph versus Sabrina shootout last year, which was a highlight of All-Star Weekend. Absolutely. And so my reaction is, it may be we need to play basketball, but we have to do something that's a little bit different, frankly, that recognizes this is about entertainment, that people want to see the players put their best foot forward, but it has to be something more than just a game. And even if it were U.S. versus international, because there's just some governor on them from playing all out, just given how long the season is and the risk potentially of injuring themselves.
He just answered his own question. And it's brilliant because he just said it. Have All-Star Weekend. Don't play the game.
Yeah.
It's that simple. You could listen. You can invite LeBron, Luka, Nikola, Durant. You can invite all of them. Just don't play the game because they're not going to compete at that level. The governors are on. They have to be on. They don't want to get hurt. They don't want to do anything to diminish the closing race to the playoffs. So have them there. Have them participate in something that is entertaining, but just don't try to mimic a real basketball game.
If I threw this to you right now, would you rather watch Joker LeBron in a game of horse or the actual All-Star game?
Joker LeBron in a game of horse.
100% a game of horse. And it's not even close.
Yep. I think the same thing. And there's no use in playing that game anymore.
Yes.
I don't even think the international versus U.S. stuff would do anything for you.
Let me help you.
They'd still do the same thing.
I agree. Let me help you out. Half-court shots featuring Damian Lillard, Anthony Edwards, and Steph Curry. Half-court shots.
You know what, dude? There's The NHL All-Star Game and what they do is completely different than regular hockey, obviously. They're still playing the game of hockey, but it's the 3-on-3. They've
really changed it up. Yeah.
Just to try to get some spark. I don't mind trying to get some spark going, but I don't necessarily want to watch dudes hoisted up from 50 feet. I don't know what you want me to do.
Well, I mean, I'd rather watch that than the game. The game is unwatchable. The game is unwatchable.
Well, watching dudes hoist from 50 feet is unwatchable to me.
What do you do during the game?
The dunk contest is unwatchable. I'm bored with everything. I'm bored with it all.
The reason the dunk contest is unwatchable is because the named players don't participate in the dunk contest.
Correct.
If I told you that next year's dunk contest would feature Ja Morant, Anthony Edwards, give me a couple other high flyers that are young enough.
LeBron,
even as aged as he is. I mean, if I gave you named players, would you be more conditioned to watch?
I probably would be. But my question to you is, how many more gimmicks is the NBA going to come up with?
Well, it's not working.
Well, the in-season tournament.
It's not just the NBA. The NFL has completely flown the coop. The NFL, what is that?
Yeah.
Well, they don't even play a Pro Bowl game anymore. They have they don't do anything except have festivities and throw the football around the yard.
Well, I think all these leagues are proven. Here's what's been proven: the players make too much money, and there's too much risk in going all out in these exhibition games. The only sport where you can go somewhat all out is a game that features very little risk, and that is baseball.
Yeah,
pretty much.
And that's it. You can't do it in hockey. You can't do it in basketball, and certainly not in football. No chance. There's too much risk with the amount of money they make.
Correct.
Baseball, what? See the ball, hit the ball. What's so hard?
Yeah, outside of what? Who did Pete Rose run over back in the 80s?
Ray Fosse.
Ray Fosse?
No, it was in the 70s.
70s?
Yeah. Outside of a pitcher, throwing out his arm for whatever reason, but they don't pitch enough innings in
They
an
pitch
all-star
like
game.
each guy pitches an inning, like one.
Right.
I mean, they don't. So it's not even really. I don't know.
The baseball's got the best All-Star
Of course.
weekend.
Baseball week, the Baseball All-Star Weekend is 100% head and shoulders the best. But listen, Adam Silver also is battling two different things here, two different fronts. All-Star Weekend is not necessarily for the players.
It's a moneymaker.
It's a moneymaker for corporate America that supports the NBA. Same for the NHL. The NHL people, when you have NHL Weekend, All-Star Weekend, it's all the corporations that sponsor the NHL.
Sure.
You realize that, right?
Of course I do. I heard you in the appetizer hour talking about the NBA and Silver talking about, well, we'd like Seattle, we'd like Vegas.
Oh, that was the other thing.
Mexico City, and you were saying how much is enough. You know what I mean? You have to try to squeeze every red cent out of everything.
I got it.
Vic, I don't know what it's enough. I keep thinking there's no way they can keep paying more money, but they do. And they do. When do the fan bases say, you know what? Enough is enough. I'm just not doing it anymore. I don't know. I don't know.
I got it.
Yeah, Vic isn't listening to anything you said.
No,
Bush.
nothing.
You got it. Go ahead. It's your floor.
NBA All-Star Weekend. You bring the guys out. You come up with different events they can participate in. Would you rather watch LeBron?
Stack the foam in the cup thing.
Would you rather watch?
Fill the cup with ice cream.
Would you rather watch LeBron James and Nikola Jokic participate in a haphazard, I can't say the word, All-Star game, a game, or would you rather have them participate in karaoke? I'm dead serious. Karaoke machine, half court. Let's go.
Yeah, probably that.
It
I mean,
sounds
you
stupid.
could name almost anything, Vic, and that's how bad the All-Star game is. Like, anything that you say, I would probably say the other thing, not the game.
I've covered, I don't know, I didn't do this year's. I've covered the previous 8 All-Star games. And I'm there, and guess what? On All-Star Sunday, I'm not.
Yeah.
On the actual game day, I'm not. That game, nothing matters on game day. All the stuff leading up to game day matters. So give me something on that Sunday. Give me something on, heck, the All-Star game for hockey's no longer even on a Sunday. They switched to Saturday.
Yeah. Things are different, man. Someone said, let's just get Red Panda for an hour. Sounds good to me. If you want your All-Star Weekend to be Frisbee dogs and Red Panda, I'm all about it.
Math problems. Sit, half court. We put a math problem on the scoreboard. Figure it out.
Do your timetables?
Yep. I mean, I would rather Come up with something. I'd rather watch that.
Hey, Vic, who's the guy with the Chihuahua? What's that guy's name?
Yeah, he's. I forgot his name, but I know what you're talking about. The Chihuahua does. He rolls on top of him.
You remember the guy that used to get in a giant balloon and stick his head out and bounce around? Whatever happened to that guy?
Balloon ate him up. Never got out.
I reckon. Hey, by the way, do you want to know about before we get to break here, do you want to know about your people?
Save it.
Okay.
Save it.
His people.
His people.
You know, he's done this
about
Florida thing.
Panthers.
He's done this Florida thing every day.
Yeah, I'm Moshe. I think I speak for all of us on the show. We're so tired of this bit. It hasn't worked for the last 5
He
times.
enjoys it.
I know he does, but nobody here has enjoyed it. The last 5 of them you've done.
We can get to it. 303-504-0925.
You may not enjoy it, but I don't enjoy your face today.
I'm just telling you.
Look at his eyeballs.
I'm giving
Brett,
you the
look at his
honest.
eyeballs. What's wrong with his eyeballs?
I'm looking at him too. What's wrong with him?
I don't know.
You're not yourself today. Are you sleeping? What's wrong with you?
Very little.
That just sounds like a you problem.
When we come back, I do want to talk a little bit about what you were getting at, though, Moj, because Adam Silver said something else about expanding the NBA, and I'm just like, do we really need to do more expansion of this league? Is that really something that's seen as a problem, or is it just, as we were just talking about, another money-making scheme for everybody? So we'll get there in just a second. Back after this. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now in that brand new Circa Sports app. Don't forget, you can sign up for their Circa Million and Circa Survivor contest where you pick spreads throughout the week in the NFL season. And if you are the last one standing, millions coming your way. The same thing applies to the Survivor. You pick one team a week to win. If you are the last one standing, $10 million on the line. You have to sign up at the Circa Sportsbook in Las Vegas. So keep that in mind. But tonight, NHL, Game 3, Stanley Cup Final. The Oilers go back to Edmonton. They are minus 131 favorites tonight to make this series a 2-1 series heading into Game 4. You can find that in all the props on that game as well. We're talking about Alexander Barkov, over under a half point. You want the over? Minus 170. They got that for everybody in this game. So go check it out for yourself on the Circa Sports app. Download it now or circasports.com. So a couple things just quickly here. Adam Silver also yesterday during the pregame show was talking about potentially Seattle landing an NBA team. He said this, and here's the quote. There's been some discussion about going back to Seattle, potentially. Las Vegas, no doubt, is very interested in a team. Mexico City one day, he said. And all I can think of is this. Vic, does the NBA need more teams, really? Like, the teams like the Detroit Pistons exist, and the Spurs exist, and really bad teams already exist. Are we really going to spread around that much more talent that maybe is not there for other teams?
I'll answer the question by saying this. There is more basketball talent on planet Earth today, relative NBA talent, than there ever has been in the history of the world. There are a lot of great, talented players that play for other leagues abroad, leagues you've never seen or heard. There's great talent. There's great talent in the NBA. A lot of dudes that are playing for G League squads that can make the move up. Talent's there. How teams manage that talent, that's up to each team.
Yeah.
That's, obviously Detroit's mismanaged. They're mismanaged. So, yeah, I think expansion is great. I think Seattle should be first in line. The fact that Seattle lost that team is shameful. It really is. Seattle
and that
should
building
be first in
now
line.
is really, it's pretty cool. They took Old Key Arena, which was not a great arena, but they took Old Key Arena. They dug it down like 50 feet more, something like that. They dug it down even more. They lifted the roof off because in order to preserve the status of the building or whatever, you had to have part of the original structure. So they lifted the roof completely off. Took 3 years to build all of the new stuff and then dropped the roof back on top of it. And it's a really nice building now, Climate Pledge. I think they could support an NBA team. Maybe they should support an NBA team.
I think it'd be great. I think Vegas is certainly an option. Mexico City, they know more than I do. I'm sure that there are a lot of fans down there that support the NBA that want to see it.
Well, they're always looking for new markets.
Sure.
I mean, the NBA will go anywhere to find new people.
I guess the league will say, if we can have a team in Toronto, why can't we have one in Mexico City? Now, it's farther.
Yeah.
Well, Mexico City's kind of
got a deeper dive.
far, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look up. What are the flights from?
It's not like you're going to Tijuana. I mean, it's down there.
What would be the farthest point? Would it be New York, Toronto to Mexico City?
It would be Toronto to Mexico City, I'm sure.
Toronto. Okay, we'll do that. Directions.
And this isn't just playing games there. This is having a team there. This is having a schedule where you got to have a team there every week. Like if you make a road trip, if the Nuggets are on a road trip and they go, oh, let's go to Milwaukee one day and then Mexico City for a back-to-back.
Right.
Good luck with that.
About 2,500 miles between Toronto and Mexico City.
Dude, I'm not looking for the miles.
I'm looking for the flight time, you big
I mean,
dork.
come on. Do you think we're like trying to chart it out mileage-wise?
2,500 miles. I mean, it's a long ways.
First of all, it's more than 2,500 miles. It's got to be more than 2,500 miles.
Are you calling Apple Maps a liar?
It's a 5-hour flight from Toronto to Mexico City.
Okay, it's not as nearly as bad as I thought it would be. I mean, it's an hour more than it would be from Toronto to Houston or Toronto to
Denver to
LA.
Mexico City is 3 hours and 50 minutes.
That's not bad. That's pretty much a trip to the East Coast for the Nuggets.
Pretty much, yeah. Well, I guess my question is,
I want to see
we've
the
got
miles.
the most we have is 32 teams. We've got 32 in the NFL, 32 in the National Hockey League. Where's the honey hole here when it comes to number of teams per league? Where's the?
I like 30.
Okay, I mean, but what's the max you think you could have?
Well, college football.
I mean, you can't
has
go 40. You
150.
can't go 40. Well, that's something that's totally different. You can't go 40 professional teams, can you? In any league, 40? No, not a chance.
No way.
Well, why not? I'm just curious as to your
The English Premier League, you know how many teams they have in the EPL?
20?
20.
Yeah. Well, but they also have relegation, and they limit it to 20 because they have
True.
different classes.
Oh, yeah. Do you know how many professional soccer teams are in England?
I mean, they're
A billion.
in Europe.
Billions.
In Europe.
In Europe. I mean,
Yeah, but that's the beauty of relegation is you have 20 in the top league, but then what about the other leagues?
There's 3 more leagues beyond that, which is how Wrexham is trying to work their way up and all that kind of crap.
2 things on Netflix that you can watch here coming up soon.
Can I offer a Netflix doc that everyone here should watch? Because I saw it the other night and I'm ashamed I haven't watched it yet. Once Brothers, the story of Drazen Petrovic and Vlade Divac.
I've seen it.
Formerly Yugoslavia, war-torn, how it became what it is today, the history behind it, why it's such a sensitive topic, why Croatia and Serbia did not see eye to eye, and why the friendship, long time, between Vlade Divac and Drazen Petrovic, who were like best of buds.
Best buddies.
They stopped talking to each other when war tore through that region. It's an amazing documentary about Petrovic, who passed away tragically in a car accident. He was a great player, and the history of that country, or that region, I should say.
Called Once Brothers.
Once Brothers.
It really is. It's a fascinating. To this day, you can tell that Vlade Divac is absolutely destroyed by it.
And you know what it does?
And he should be. It was sad. It was mostly Petrovic is the one who pulled away.
You know why this should be a homework assignment for everybody that's a Nuggets fan listening to this show? Nikola Jokic, obviously Serbian. We've learned a lot about Serbia. You need to watch this show to give you some perspective about that area of the world. It really does give you plenty of it.
Well, while you're there in a few months, you can also check this out. Chestnut versus Kobayashi unfinished beef.
All right.
They will have a live hot dog eating contest in September.
You just follow up a serious topic with that? You followed up. We gave you a documentary where you learn about life, you learn about people, you learn about regions, you learn about war, you learn about geography, you learn. And you give me that?
Well, Vic, you were talking about a beef between 2 countries. I'm giving you a beef with beef.
Hey, Kobayashi and Joey Chestnut were once brothers.
Yeah, they were.
I was thinking about this.
See, kids watch
inseparable guys playing the same sport, competition.
Kids watch that. But that's for kids.
No, here's what I wanted to say about this, though.
But when we got on our Joey Chestnut disqualified thing, I started to think about it. You know what? I don't like to watch people eat, period.
It's disgusting.
Carl's Jr., right? Carl's Jr. Yeah, Carl's Jr. hamburgers.
Do you like to watch your wife eat?
Oh, yeah.
Moj, I watch you eat every morning, and I'm
true.
horrified by it.
I know. I don't blame you.
But you eat. Here's the thing, though, Moj.
My wife chews gum so loud it drives me nuts.
You eat as if you're in a competition that doesn't exist.
He's competing with himself.
Yeah.
Right. And then he loses his breath. Here's Mosier eating, I don't know, a cupcake.
I tell you all the time, you need to slow down. Like, here's. All right,
give me Mosier eating.
I think I can do a pretty good one. I think you got to do the play-by-play, though. But I think I can do a pretty good one. Let's pretend I'm Mosier. I got a burrito on my hand, okay?
Yep. Yep. All right, segment's about to start. Moj.
He's patting his chest.
He's pushing it down. Physically
I know.
pushing it down.
And it's like you're surprised that you choked on the lamb chop.
And then what happens next commercial break? I'll be in the bathroom.
That is true. That is true. Yep. Why do you eat? You eat so fast. Why?
This isn't about me. What this is about, Carl's Jr. used to sell their burgers. Remember they had like the big old burgers and whatnot. And they used to put like the hottest chick they could find in their commercials, and she's eating a burger and the ketchup's running down her face. Do you remember those commercials at all?
Was
and
Cindy Crawford?
I don't know.
Like Paris Hilton or something like that?
I'm like, this is gross. And she's licking her hand because there's ketchup on her hand and all this. I'm like, you're a pig. It's disgusting. I don't like to watch people eat on television.
What if the lady from Golden Bachelor were in that commercial? How would you respond?
She would look, quote, hideous, I think.
I'm not going to care about your chestnut Kobayashi. I don't care.
You know, here's the thing. Just 2 seconds.
It's a complete crap.
2 seconds. The difference between this and the hot dog eating contest on the 4th of July, we've all seen it because you've just been flipping through the channels, and ESPN's one of them you always land on, or maybe you're at a bar or something like that. You'll find it there.
Like you were. It found you. You didn't find it.
You have to actively seek to watch this. And if there is anybody who is actively seeking to watch this live event on Netflix, you have to go there and actually hit the button. You're a sick individual. Gross.
Or you're bored.
The other thing that you can watch here, and this is coming up
I'd rather
Sooner.
eat that 2x4.
Do you guys have any interest whatsoever? Any? A modicum, an iota, anything?
I guarantee it's going to be more than what you just mentioned.
8-episode series that premieres July 10th called Receiver, that follows Devontae Adams, Justin Jefferson, George Kittle, Deebo Samuel, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I'll give it a look-see. See what
What's
it's all about.
What's going to be on?
Netflix.
It's just QB. It's the same thing they did with QB1.
Yep.
Same deal.
It's quarterback,
Yeah.
the series they did last year. They're doing it for receivers now.
I'll give it a look-see. We've discussed this before. There's too much now. The saturation of the marketplace is taking place, and we're watching too many of these.
Yeah, it's too much. And July 10th, isn't that about? No. Hard Knocks is like August, right?
Yeah, it's like August 20th. I don't no, man, I don't think I will. Again, my bandwidth is only so big for all of these shows and all of these dudes and all of this. You say Kelsey's in it?
No. Devontae Adams,
Okay.
Justin Jefferson,
He's a
George
Kittle.
Kittle,
He's a-
Deebo Samuel, Amon-Ra St. Brown.
Okay, well, I like Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's our guy.
Yeah, and I don't think I'm watching it.
But how fascinating a guy can he be? I guarantee you he's not going to keep my interest. I promise you that.
This dude is eagled twice today.
Matthew
Pavon?
He's at -5.
2 eagles today.
Good for him.
I'm with you though, Moj. I don't think I have the ability to care about all of these behind the scenes stuff with the athletes was really cool when it first came out. That's why Hard Knocks was so popular. It's like, wow, we get to look behind the curtain. We never get this. And now every single streaming platform has something.
Now, if it was a Broncos show, I'd watch it because we don't get behind that curtain.
If I say Cortland Sutton was on here, would you watch?
I'd watch it 100% because we don't get behind the Broncos curtain as much as we'd like. Not under Sean Payton.
That is true. Who's the one guy, if they had to follow around one Bronco this year, who would it be? Would you say
that's a
Knicks?
Great question. That's a great. Yeah, I'd watch a little bit of that. I'd watch.
I think the Caden Stern story would be unbelievable.
I think Jaleel McLaughlin. Do you know Jaleel's background?
Yeah.
Dude lived in his car.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to hear more about his story in depth.
Grinder.
I mean, there's
just
several
some of these
players.
dudes. Some of these dudes.
What is some of these dudes? What do you mean?
So John Rock says Mosier's bandwidth is full, but yet he has time for Little House on the Prairie, which he watches with his wife. It's so good, so right.
The funny part
off?
about that is who said that? Who said that?
John Rock, Jock Rock.
On what, the Twitch?
Can we do normal Twitch names? Why do we have all these weird names?
Yeah, Jock Jams.
Yeah, hey, Jock Itch. Let me explain something to you.
Hey, this is Dave on Twitch. What do you mean you want normal names?
Well, I can't pronounce Madabachu Blinks 9.
Why did you say it like you were Ludwig Goldberg?
Well, you pronounce it.
Hey, Jock Itch. Here's the point: is that
see now you just sound like Mad Dog.
You're acting like that's a bad thing. That I watch Little House on the Prairie with my wife.
Somewhat disturbing.
It's not disturbing. It's every episode is an unbelievable learning experience. It's incredible. This is Jock Itch. It's wholesome, dude. It's the fabric of humanity, man.
Did Steve Nelson, by the way, text me? You know, we have our group text going. Did you text the group a photo of an Italian track star who has half a beard?
Yeah, it's the video. Did you see that? He's competing with half of his face clean shaven and the other half with a beard.
What's going on?
I was asking you, man. He's competing for the Italian national team, man. You got to defend your people. What did he do?
I have no idea
listen
what
up.
he's
Listen
trying
up.
to do.
I will give this guy no credit. You want to know why? If you want to do the bit, then shave the other side of your head.
Go full?
Like commit to it. Half the beard is not going to work. So he's a high jumper. Yeah, if you're going to shave half the beard, you have to go half your head, too.
Could you imagine us trying to do the high jump?
You know what? I'm looking at Mosier today. Vic, there is nothing I can say to Mosier. Mosier is so checked out right now.
He is.
I'm not completely not checked out.
He's ready to...
I eat fine.
Mosier's ready
I watch
to...
Little House on the Prairie with my lovely wife.
Here's the guy.
So
First of all, he's got a man bun going, and he's got half the beard.
You got to shave half the head.
You know, I got to be honest. That's a good-looking man. That's
Okay.
a good-looking
So
Italian.
here's but let me explain what we're doing here in case you guys have forgotten.
He looks
We're
like
sitting
Sasha
here.
Vujacic.
We're sitting here
He
watching a
does.
half-bearded Italian with a man bun and spending 5 minutes of the program on this guy.
Moshe, the floor is yours.
This guy is a waste of space.
No, you're right, Moshe.
I hope he doesn't make the team.
Hang on. As everybody likes to criticize, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about that? Can I give you what you brought to us
he
earlier
looks
in the
like
show?
a moron.
Hey, Moshe, I'll give you what you brought to us earlier in the morning. How's this sound? So the Rockies gave up 17 last night. Well, why'd you bring that up, Moshe? Well, they're coming back home.
Yeah, that was a great
That's
segue.
what you said earlier.
Because
in
the,
the show.
the transition was to get to Skeens on Sunday. That was the transition. They're coming home for a 3-game set against the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I expect your butt to be there on Sunday for a 110 first pitch, and I want you to stand in the stands, and when he shuts the Rockies out, I want you to give him a standing ovation because you're so sophisticated. You're smarter than the average bear. You do it, and if you're not there, you're an absolute hypocrite.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to not stand with my hand over my heart and the hat off my head for the national anthem, but I will do it for every single pitch that Paul Skeens throws.
If you
Don't you aspire to be as sophisticated and caring and knowledgeable as Cardinals
Hey,
fans?
Jack-o'-lantern, if you go to any Rockies game these days with the opposing fan bases that flood the place, they're all doing
I'm talking
standing
about
O's.
people wearing Rockies gear. Wear your Rockies jersey and your Rockies hat, and you give him a standing O because everybody wants to be as smart as Cardinals fans.
By the way, you guys
Got
are
a bunch
missing.
of friggin' brain surgeons there in St. Louis, don't we?
You're missing the story on the dude with half a beard here. His name is Gianmarco Tamberi, and he high jumped. He was the European champion in high jump, 2.34 meters. So he's got talent. He's not just some dude. He's not some dude who showed up with half a beard. The dude jumped 2.34 meters. You know what that is, by the way, in feet? I'm just curious.
7 feet, something like that. I don't know.
What'd you say, 2.3 meters?
2.34 meters. He
That
high
is
jumped.
7.6 feet.
Okay. Just imagine trying to. Are you kidding me? You're kidding, right? That's that right there. See that window? See that windowsill? The top of it? Jump over that.
I can do that easy.
Yeah.
You know what else?
High jumpers are weird to me.
You measure anything
Their back, it's all backy. They do that curve thing on their back.
If your sports isn't measured in American, then it doesn't count. How's that sound?
We spend 5 minutes talking about Giancarlo Dorchini. And I mentioned Little House on the Prairie one time on this program, and I get blasted.
Give me the
What a joke.
Give me all the actors in Little House on the Prairie. They are famous actors.
Karen Grassel played Carolyn.
Mm-hmm. Michael Landon is
Michael
obviously.
Landon, Melissa Gilbert, Melissa Sue Anderson, the chick who played that skank Nellie. Her brother Willie was a jerk.
Cool, Carl.
Nellie's dad was cool, but her mom was a real B. Real B. Super B.
Yeah.
Who's the guy who played Mr.
You've got the audience in the palm of your hand right now.
Victor, crap. Oh, you know who's on the... Hey, you know who was on that show?
Yeah.
The great Merlin Olsen.
Up next, we'll break down Three's Company reruns.
Come on, knock on our door. Take a step that is new. Oh, whatever. Hers and his, three's company too. That's your part, Brett.
See, you never enjoyed the beauty of this show. This show was the first of its kind. And
I miss jingles like this, though. I miss them. Why are you giving me... See, everything I say, you've given me that look today. What's your problem with me? I need that to be ironed out right now. We got 30 minutes left. What's the deal?
I don't know.
Is it that you get your butt kicked in the basketball game every single time we go play? Is that what it is?
That
Are you
hurts.
feeling jealous?
That could be part of it, yes. Very well could be. There was a time in this country when I was a little kid. Vic was a little kid.
1937?
Yeah. See, 23 Skidoo, see? Yeah. No, there was a time, though, like when TV theme songs were hit songs on the radio.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen anymore, right?
best best, by far, TV theme song of all time.
Rockford Files,
Jeffersons.
by a million miles.
Nope.
It's the Jeffersons.
Nope.
It's Rockford Files
No,
by
no,
a
it isn't.
million miles.
No, it isn't. I'll give you a clue. Sweat Hogs.
Welcome back, Cotter.
Come on, dude.
Welcome back.
These dreams.
So you ticket out. Welcome back.
How you gonna
to the same
how you gonna
old
look at me with a
place that
straight
you
face
left about.
and tell
I don't
me
know
the
words.
Jeffersons?
I don't know words.
Jeffersons was flipping.
That was good, too.
Great.
Moving on up
Moving on up.
to the east side.
Moving on up to a deluxe apartment in the sky. Anyway, I don't know how we got here. I don't know why we're here. Nelly, do you have it? Probably
I have
not.
about 12 hours worth of footage of you talking about Little House on the Prairie. Is that what you want?
One of the Rockford Files theme. Actually, I have it as part of my playlist. It's a great. Yeah. Man, Sanford and Son. Sanford and Son was a great theme song. Absolutely brilliant.
Good times?
Good Times was unbelievably good.
Hell, I'll take
Good Times.
I'll take the Love Boat.
Ain't we lucky
Raise you
we got
20.
him? Okay, well, Love Boat stunk, but that's just me.
Okay.
Good talk.
Good talk is right.
But let's get at it. Are you guys going to go? I'm thinking about it. Maybe I should go on Sunday to see Skeens in town. This rookie's the big bad rookie mowing
Sunday's
everybody
Father's
down,
Day.
and
Sunday's Father's Day.
that means you should get to do whatever it is you want to do. If you want to tell your wife and kids to stay out of your hair, you should have that option.
You know what?
You should
it's
not
funny.
be forced into anything that you don't want on Father's Day.
Yeah. They got me something. I told them I don't want it. Take it back already.
You know what I got?
I already saw it. It came in via Amazon. I said, nope.
Yeah. How about you? Is your wife hooking you up on Father's Day now? You have a kid who's 2?
No.
You don't get
Hooking me
anything?
up with
Get a
what?
high five?
Loser.
I mean, actually, I got a brand new set of golf clubs not too long ago. She goes, "That's your gift," and I was like, "You know what? That's probably fair.
Yeah.
That's probably fair."
Well, I got
What'd you get?
I was told that, well, it's really a family gift.
Mhm.
Like, that's cool. It's one of those propane fire pit things.
Oh, that's nice. You know what I got?
On the patio, where you put the little glass beads in it
Those
and
are
stuff.
nice,
and,
yeah.
I put it together. I built it.
They get you a donut to sit on
Nope.
for your back.
I got a deluxe ice bath tub thing. Those ice tubs. That's like the thing now. And I said, listen, man, I do it on occasion, but I'm not doing that every day. I think people that do that every day, you're crazy.
I like how you described that like you were Vistaviano. I got an ice tub bath thing.
I'm his
What's
right
it
hand.
called? Cold tub? Cold tub.
Yeah, cold
right
tub.
arm. I'm his right arm.
I'm a
person.
right hand arm man.
Person.
Hey, have you done cold tubs? Have you done that?
Yeah.
It actually feels great, but it's one thing to do it in the middle of the summer where it's hot out and you get out and you're fine. I got a buddy of mine who does it in the middle of the winter, and I don't know how he does it. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how that's possible. Physically possible to pull that off.
I just saw this.
I'm not into that, by the way.
It's a big score from yesterday. Did you guys know a baseball game finished 31-11 yesterday?
A Major League Baseball game?
A baseball game.
Where?
It's the final score of the congressional baseball game that was played yesterday, and I think they should make that it has to be live television.
So Congress people play this?
Congress people, I guess, played, and the Republicans scored 31, the Democrats scored 11, and I want to see that game live. I need to know who we're voting for, who's in office, and what that looks like.
I could not care less. It's like saying,
No,
I need to watch
stop.
Vic Lombardi golf.
No, stop. You're voting for these people to represent you.
Did you see Cortland Sutton won the home run contest at Coors Field yesterday?
You know what I'm not going to be represented by? That.
Yeah.
If somebody throws that way, that's
yeah,
not
good point. Yeah.
lose my vote immediately.
Yeah, you got to be able to throw a baseball.
Cortland Sutton went deep. They had a little celebrity home run derby. He won it. He's a great athlete. He
I'm
was
sure
a
he
basketball
is.
player at SMU.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't.
He
did
might be the
win?
best. Cortland Sutton, I'm going to make this case right now. Who is the best all-around athlete in Denver sports? It might be Cortland Sutton.
It might be. College basketball player, awesome football player, can obviously jack.
Can use a bat. Is there anybody else that can do all three?
No, but you know who was good at banging the balls over the fence at Coors Field?
Brandon McManus. He won that derby 2 years straight.
Former Avalanche defenseman Francois Beauchemin.
I remember him.
Dude used to rake. He would rake. I don't know if you find that fascinating or not, Brett. I'm just telling you.
I'm looking at Cortland Sutton's swing, and it's not bad. Not a bad swing at all. He gets some hips turned. Got to fire through.
Yeah, how do you get the hips before the hands? That's a hard deal to. The process of getting the hips before the hands is. I mean, that's the golf swing essentially. You know what I'm saying?
Here, pitch comes in.
So
That's your first movement. Your first before your hands even move.
Right.
Vic. They're up here. First move you make, ha!
All right, so if you could do that and you do it well, you get your hips through. That's why you hit the ball so far. Why can't you draw the ball? Why is everything a fade?
Because he dips the right shoulder and he opens up the club head, just ever so
Because
slightly.
your hips are through the ball big time.
No, but he drops that right shoulder, which is fine a little bit, but the hands have to play catch up then, and he really doesn't. He swings so hard his hands don't catch up.
So Vic, when I come here, my hips come through.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at my hands; they're still back like this.
Wait,
club face is this way.
Wait on your hands just an extra second.
I can't.
He physically can't do it. I've talked to him a million times.
I can't.
Why we're scatterbrained right now, and we are. Can we agree we're? Why is anybody listening to this show right this second? It's an absolute scatterbrain.
I know why you guys are the way you are. You're not going to be here tomorrow. I'm going to be here. Rob Trujillo will be here, and Jay Moore live in studio at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
I love Jay.
He's great. Friend of the program. I will say this, Brett. You've got a problem, and we're not going to talk about our golf games. But for those who don't know, have never golfed with Brett Kane, he's a grunter.
Oh, I know. That just drives me
On
crazy.
the tee, he grunts
that's
hard
just
every time he
unnecessary.
hits the ball off the tee. It's every time. Why are you a grunter?
It's very simple. I did the same thing in baseball. Every time I swung, I grunted.
So you're basically the Monica Seles of the golf world.
So
now.
listen, when you're working out, let's say you're doing bench, what do they tell you to do? You inhale when you go down, and then you exhale
when
on
you
the way
push
up,
up.
right? So when I swing, I go back, I go, and now it's all trapped.
No.
So the only time that's how I get the air out. I'm breathing. I'm sorry for breathing.
Listen,
in front of you.
you're not breathing. Golf is a non-grunting sport. You don't grunt in golf. You don't grunt in bass fishing. You certainly don't grunt like in synchronized swimming.
I grunt everywhere.
Well, I've told you what I want to eliminate from the NBA. If I hear another guy go to the hole and go, no, that's just unnecessary.
Gosh.
Well, then I need a clarification on the grunting, non-grunting. I was at the gym yesterday, and there was a guy.
Wait. Let's stop right there. Nelly, you go to the gym?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, look at Nelly's got the high and tight haircut today. Taking care of himself.
Nelly, you work out?
Yes, sir. I've been known to lift some weights in my day.
I like it.
But I was there, and there was this one guy where I'm not gonna make the sound he was making, but let's just say anytime he curled, he sounded like D-Mac's reaction to Bo Nix getting selected by the Broncos. He was standing right in front of the rack, and he would curl up and be like, "Oh yeah,
okay, all right."
And I'm like, dude, no one else in the gym is making a sound. And this guy's making these noises while he's lifting. I mean, what?
Okay.
Come on, that's got to be.
How about this at the gym? How about a guy wears his earphones and is having a conversation on the phone while working out?
You can't do
How about that guy?
Lame.
You can't do that.
You're telling me he gives himself an oh yeah.
But okay, that one was enough. One, I don't need to go around the room and hear everybody's version of what that. Stop! What are you doing?
That would drive me absolutely bonkers.
It's driving me nuts now.
Yeah, it would drive me crazy.
Moshe, when's the last time you've been to the gym?
A couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Nelly, you did a great job of just ignoring the total drive-by of what Vic just did to you. When somebody goes, I was at the gym, and he goes, you work out? That's a crazy disrespect.
It's okay. I'm a band nerd. I did marching band in college. I do not fault Vic for assuming I've never seen the inside of a gymnasium.
And I have all the respect in the world for people who play musical instruments. I really do. But not those who just dabble in it. You're a real musician. You're real. Like Mosier dabbles, and he thinks he's a musician.
No, I don't think I'm a musician. Nelly, do you get paid for your bands?
I do, yes.
Okay, then you're a professional musician.
Yeah, amazing respect for those who can play instruments.
If I gave your band $50 to come put on a show in my backyard, even if you split it between the group, everybody gets like $5 because you got a huge brass band. You're still a professional. You're still getting paid to play music and make music, right?
Oh, yeah, that's $5 more than you get when you noodle on Led Zeppelin on your couch. So, yeah, I'll take it.
100% it is.
What's the most you guys, like, what is a traveling band like yours, what do you get paid? Like, what's the return on investment there?
That's a good point. Our return on investment would be higher if we didn't have a bajillion horn players.
So why don't you limit the staff? Make cuts.
I know, right? Exactly. You know what we should do is during the regular season we can let everybody play.
Yeah.
But then when we get to wedding season, we got to pare down the rotation. Come on, shorten the bench. Come on,
100%. Hey, spare piccolo, you're out of here. Yo, clarinet, why don't you take a seat?
He's a good team player, though, because then you have to decide who gets cut and who doesn't.
Mm-hmm. Nelly, how many horns does your brass band have?
We can roll with as many as like 10 or 11.
That's way too many.
So what you're saying, Nelly, is you're an NFL team and training camp is over and it's time for the season to start and you're just taking all 90 with you. You're just like, I don't know, we might need you guys at some point.
No, it's going to be like Major League. You're going to go to open your trumpet case and you're going to see that slip there.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you guys do any Tower of Power stuff?
Ooh, we should. We should do a little what is hip, but we do not do any Tower of Power.
Tower of Power is killer. And those guys don't even have that many brass pieces, man. They got a couple three horn, they got a couple three trumpets. They got the big deep sax, smaller. I mean, they got all kinds of stuff, but not that many.
You know what I really enjoy before we get to break here, just quickly, because it's that time of year where you got Jokic at a Serbian bar dancing to music.
Is that fresh?
Yeah, that's a fresh video right there.
Is that a new one?
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
I have never seen somebody more in their element than Nikola Jokic at the bar in Serbia dancing to music.
Or a wedding, an outside wedding hanging on a tree, just chilling out. Yeah.
That might be a wedding. I don't know.
He's one of the few guys where I look at the offseason for Nikola Jokic. I want him to chill as much as possible. Yep. Stay away from, never even touch a basketball. You would say the opposite about most people, wouldn't you? You want them to keep sharp. Get away for him. Stay away.
But I want all the guys to get away. I know it's going to be tough because the Olympics are coming up, but after that, I want a month. Oh, I want just over a month of nothing to do with basketball. Yeah. Everybody go to someplace on earth and just forget about life for a while.
Would it surprise you at all 2 days before the first Olympic game being played by Team Serbia and Jokic is back at that bar, shirtless, just hitting him with a couple of moves? Wouldn't surprise me at all. He's like, all right, whatever. I got this. I can do this game in my sleep. 303-504-0925. Fact checker next.
You know, as you get older, you start to change a little bit with your body. Your hormones, they start to do different things. And maybe it's not too bad for you, but why not get back to being your optimal self like I'm doing right now with the help of Castle Rock Hormone Health? Now, look, they've got 6 different locations all over the Front Range, and there's more coming. And they've got an unbelievable offer going on right now. It's their 3rd anniversary this month. They're not only doing the free consultations like they always do, but get this, all free lab work. And if you need their help, the first month is only $99. Get rid of that decreased energy feeling, that brain fog. Get your libido back. Be somebody. It's a great place to go because they're professionals, absolute experts, and they will take care of you. It's very, very easy as well. So find out what they can do for you. Get tested and just find out where your hormones are. Maybe you don't need anything at all. It's Castle Rock Hormone Health. Go online at crhormonehealth.com. That's crhormonehealth.com. We are absolutely off the rails. You guys better take over here.
Listen, I'm not. That's good music, by the way. I'm not trying to be a prisoner of the moment, but the more I think about this high jumper who jumped 7 feet 4 inches, I can't think of a more athletic feat that incorporates that much athleticism. You have to be able to get off the ground. A vertical leap is necessary, and that's of all the things athletes do. Vertical leap, wow. And then you have to contort your body in addition to the vertical leap. So you almost have to be a ballerina, and a high jumper at the same time. It really is a remarkable thing. High jumping. It really is.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to stress that point.
All right. Wait till we get to the Olympic Games show. Just jumping over stuff. I don't know, man. I don't know. You know, steeplechase, you got to run, and then you got to jump over this thing, and you got to land in some water.
I was watching the
Keep on
U.S.
running, and it's
U.S.
all
track
fun.
and field. I'm sorry, not U.S. track and field. The college track and field championships are on last week, and I like watching it. Have you guys seen how guys do long jump these days?
I have not.
Like, did you ever do the long jump?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, when I was a kid.
used to be where you long jump and you want to do it with some sort of rhythm because you don't want to make sure you don't want your hand laying back. These dudes just all bets are off. I mean, they're just flailing through the air. I mean, bodies are
Yeah, I
horizontal.
thought there'd have to be like some sort of aerodynamic thing to that, and I guess not.
They're just flailing, but it's amazing how
Well,
far
I
they're
think
jumping.
they do that to keep the momentum, right? Is that kind of how they do it, or?
I don't think it makes you go any farther by swimming in air.
But they're landing the way they land now. They're landing basically. They're just laying down.
I'm gonna start doing that. I'll do the long jump. I'm gonna dive head first. I'm gonna go like this. Breaststroke.
Just swim.
Moj, I would like to propose a new segment. It's called How. Okay. Elliot Friedman. A lot of people suspect Vegas will be around for Mitch Marner. How?
Well, I think that would be in a trade. What's Mitchie's contract situation right now?
How do they afford another cent on that team?
they'd have to
they're going to have to lose
somebody,
somebody. Yeah. I mean, let me see his contract. By the way, did you see the Washington Capitals?
10.9 per.
You saw the Washington Capitals bought Cap Friendly. Did you see that? And they're shutting it down
Why?
because they bought it. They bought it for the proprietary information. They bought the people as well. It's ridiculous. He won't be free until after next year. He'll be free. Mitch Marner at 10.9. They're going to have to lose players off that team. They're absolutely going to have to.
Are you sure? Because
I'm
I think that
positive.
every time they get a player, every time they get somebody, I'm like, well, they're going to have to let somebody go, and they never do.
Well, they're going to have to. I mean, they simply don't have the money. I mean, this whole Cap Friendly thing, too, a lot of teams use Cap Friendly because of the information that they give out. The proprietary nature of that information is actually pretty good.
Somebody just bought Cap Friendly. Who bought
The
Cap?
Washington Capitals.
How does a team buy? How does that work? How do you just buy that?
Did you hear
They
anything
bought it.
Mosher said? Mosher just said
Oh, he said that.
He just said all this.
Oh.
Yeah. But he was just talking about it.
I'm looking at right. So right now, the projected cap space they have is $1.2 million. Projected. They still got guys who are on LTIR. Robin Leonard, their goalie, is they're still paying $5 million to, but he's on the LTIR. He's got his issues that he's dealing with.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to lose somebody.
By the
That's
way,
for dang sure.
with the NHL, with the Stanley Cup final continuing, and that series is over. The NBA finals are over. They're both over. I will say this, though. Rogers Center is the coolest arena I've ever seen.
It's pretty awesome.
It's the coolest from outside, and I haven't been on the inside. You have, obviously. But the pictures they show outside, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It's a very, very nice arena.
What is that thing at the end? So they have and it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's like a tennis racket.
Yeah,
what is that?
It's just a thing, stuff.
Can I put somebody else, by the way?
The cool part is the hotel. Good description.
Yeah.
The hotel
Hey, it's stuff.
If you want to get to the rink from the hotel, you just it's connected with an overhead walkway over the street. It's very convenient, and inside it's absolutely gorgeous.
Can I put somebody on our hate list? Because we need a brand new one now. We need a brand new hate list. I'm really over Evan Turner. I don't know if you guys saw some of the stuff that he said about Joker during this playoff run.
Is he still going at it?
This isn't about Joker. It's about something else.
Okay.
But you guys have heard what I heard, right? Is that he's going after Joker for, whatever.
Saying he's boring. He's
Yes.
boring to watch, and there's nothing fun about Nikola Jokic. And yeah,
Here's a tweet at 8:49 p.m. last night.
go dancing with him, and then you'll have a different impression.
Dear NBA, it should be illegal to foul out Luka Doncic while it's a close game and there are no other games on.
No.
Y'all bugging. And how does Luka even get 6 fouls if he doesn't try and guard? I can answer that very simply.
Because he flails.
Because he fouled somebody 6 times.
Yeah, that was a foul.
Very clearly.
That was a foul in every league in every game of basketball. That was a foul. They had to review it, right? They had to challenge it because you don't want to foul him out. Thank you.
I like this,
Nelly's
Nelly. New hate
got his
list.
hate list. Very good. But that was a foul 100 out of 100 times. Do you guys agree with me? Now, they showed the
100%,
slow-mo.
yeah.
And when you show the slow-mo, maybe he got there. He didn't. He was moving.
sliding his
He was
feet.
always moving. You can't slide and take a charge.
Let me ask you this. Why is Luka Doncic picking up guys at half court anyway?
Because at that point in the
That's
game,
not his game, dude.
I know,
that's
but
not how he plays the game.
At that point in the game, they're trying to make a play. By the way, the Celtics went like 8 minutes scoring 2 points. Their offense just went boom. It was done.
Well, it was 93-78, and all of a sudden they couldn't make a shot. Listen, I don't know, man. I don't know.
I do not like Evan Turner. And I really want to get to the root of why they don't like Jokic.
Well, I mean, if you remember Evan Turner in the 2009 Nuggets Portland Trailblazers series, he hurt the Nuggets big time.
He's an old guy now, isn't he? He's got to be in his mid-30s by now.
He's out of the league.
I know what I'm saying. That he was around a long time.
35.
He's 35 years old. There you go.
U.S. Open, Golf Open. Pavon leads at -4. Oberg and Henley
But would you
-3.
call him-
Ludwig Oberg.
What'd you call him?
Pavon? I don't know what his name is.
His first name.
I forgot.
Matthew.
Oh, okay.
But it's the French Matthew. He's French.
Oh, it's got the I in there.
It's got the IEU.
Okay. Koepka's a -2. What is it about Brooks Koepka? The harder the course, the better he plays.
I like him. I don't
The
know. how you guys
harder
don't.
the course, while everybody else is whining about how hard it is, he plays great golf.
Because he's a bro and he doesn't care. Like, I really think that's it. He just doesn't care about anything.
Impressive.
Phil Mickelson, +9 through 13.
Yuck.
Oh, boy. Old Philster's having himself a
Where's
day.
Where's Tiger right now? He
Plus
was.
three. Plus
yeah,
three. Still
okay.
+3 through 14. Yeah.
Where's our boy from Colorado Springs, Colin Prater?
I just looked it up. He was not doing well. I saw another double. And
Is Wyndham Clark teed off?
Prater
The
is
defending champion, Wyndham Clark?
No. Prater is +4.
Yeah.
I don't think he has, Vic. But I'm trying to look here, but this is all on the fly stuff. I really don't know.
Even though you know he's not going to win, if you had to watch one guy today, would you be following around Tiger?
Yeah,
As he just
I
sailed over the green?
probably would.
Scheffler, Tiger. I mean, Scheffler, though, was the same. He's like a robot. So
Yeah.
I like watching Jason Day play the game.
Because of his wardrobe?
I told you.
Brett James
Jason
special.
Jason Day is one of my favorite golfers now because he dresses like me.
You know what? Another guy I'll watch is Bryson DeChambeau. I'll watch the hell out of him.
He would be fun to watch. 303-504-0925. So again, game 3 of the Stanley Cup final on tonight. As the Panthers can do exactly what the Celtics did last night, which is go on the road, win game 3, and pretty much seal up a championship.
For guys like me who assume that Florida is already won, by the way, Barkov did make the trip. There was a ground stop in Fort Lauderdale yesterday. The Panthers didn't even get to Edmonton till nighttime. They had a ground stop because of weather. Craziness. Anyway, you look tonight, Florida is actually a dog going into this game. Edmonton is a favorite for this contest. But again, this first game back home, it's going to be a crazy building. Edmonton just seems to look different and play different inside that building. I think they've scored 1 goal through the first 2 games. Mm-hmm. They're going to break out a little bit. I mean, honestly, when you look at the big guns for both teams, Matthew Tkachuk hasn't done jack squad yet. Yeah. Barkov really hasn't done jack squad yet.
It's Evan Rodriguez.
Yeah. But McDavid and Draisaitl haven't done jack squad yet. So we'll see.
Something's got to give.
Yeah, something's got to give. But would it be better? Look, I don't even know that I'm going to watch Game 4 of the NBA Finals. It's over. I don't need to watch it, do I?
I don't disagree with you. It's hard to get into it when
and
you
then
know
watching
the result.
Boston fans celebrate it. I mean, listen, there's guys on that team that I like. I love Jaylen Brown. Love that guy.
Love Derek White.
Love Derek White. Colorado dude, Denver dude, Parker, Colorado dude.
You know, and he's become a clutch player.
Big time.
He's become very clutch. Last year, you remember that?
Yeah.
Remember the clutch plays he made to keep Boston alive?
Well, he's aerodynamic. His head's aerodynamic. No, but the thing is, do we want to just get this one over with too? I mean, do you think Florida's going to win the series?
Yes.
I want Edmonton to make a series of it.
Okay. Finally, because of your people, you ready?
Go ahead.
Vic hates this, but we're doing it. A Florida man, June 13th. A Florida man climbed atop a piece of equipment at a Clearwater Beach playground on Sunday and yelled at a bunch of children in the area. His message? where babies come from. Otis Dwayne Ryan in custody, charge of disorderly conduct.
Those are two great Florida names. Otis Dwayne.
Yeah.
Officers said Ryan at first was approaching tourists and making inappropriate comments to women in an effort to get their male partners to confront him. All right. Officer in the area watching him at the time, quote, I watched Ryan walk over to the busy playground area, climb to the top of the children's toys that were being occupied by children between the ages of 4 and 6. He then started shouting from the top, telling the children where babies come from out of women, and he used a vulgar term doing so.
Who hasn't? My same response
At
every
the time, parents were rushing to the area to remove their children.
Greatest Otis in history.
Otis from the Andy Griffith Show.
Otis Birdsong.
Otis Nixon for me.
Otis Redding.
Otis Redding's a good one. Otis Nixon.
That's pretty good. Otis Nixon was he was a
baller.
pretty good. He was a pretty good ball
He was a
player.
baller.
He was a pretty good ball player. He had like that. He had a big nose, didn't he?
Otis Nixon. Yes, he did. He played 17 years in the MLB. How many career home runs did he have?
I bet 30 max. Not even that.
He was a slap hitter, fast as can be.
11 homers.
Wow.
Imagine, is there anybody in the history of, or from now on, in MLB history, from this point forward, that would last 17 years in the MLB with 11
not
home
today's
runs?
game. No, the game's changed way too much. Look up Otis Birdsong. Heck of an Otis.
That's a pretty good Otis.
How do you survive 17 years in the league with 11 home runs?
How about Otis Day and the Nights?
Oh, Storchio, you're right. Otis Armstrong. What are we thinking?
Otis Day and the Nights from Animal House.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not topping Otis Nixon for me. Baller. 303-504-0925. Shout Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. You can check out the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi and Kane.
Why do you always give out the phone number at the end of the show?
In case
The
they need it for Dempsey
show's
Company.
done.
Dempsey Company.
Hey, tomorrow, Jay Moore live in studio, 9 a.m.
Check that out. Have a great day. We love y'all. Goodbye.
Thursday in the Mile High City. Welcome into the program, everybody. Christopher Dempsey, Kim Becker, Cole Smith is in there behind the glass today. This is Dempsey and Company, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, greatest city, greatest state in the world. What's up, Kim?
I didn't have my microphone on. What's up?
What's going on?
Happy Thursday, off to a great start. What's going on?
Yeah, Kim Becker Thursday's here for sure. We got a lot to talk about in this show, but I did want to start in a weird space because we found out today that Cole had jury duty. And, well, Cole, tell us about the experience.
It was not fun. And I'm not going to lie, guys. I went into this thinking like I'm going to do my civil duty and I'm going to do the right thing. I'm looking forward to jury duty, right? And I got probably the most boring case you could imagine. It was awful. Did not enjoy it whatsoever. But I did my duty. I'm good for 12 months, and we don't have to think about that stuff.
How actively did you try to get out of jury duty?
I tried pretty hard. I went the whole mentioning I work in radio, and like we talked with our PD over here, Kevin.
Tried to pull the public.
I did try to pull the whole, maybe I'm important enough to get out of this, and I definitely was not. They said, you are stuck here, my friend.
I gotta go. I got a radio show to do. I'm sorry. It's way more important than this poor old lady.
And I did mention that. I was like, hey, I got to produce a show later this week. They said it could go 2 or 3 days. I was like, I don't know if I can be here the whole time. And nope, they didn't even go with that. They said, you can be here.
Isn't that kind of the point of jury duty? Like, they don't care about anybody's job. That's kind of the point. Like, you get called for it, Cole, and you got to go. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of job you have.
Unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately. Which it did make me wonder, though, like what if you're like Connor McGahey, you know, like a rather well-known, like an actually important person in Colorado? Like
they don't care.
I guess not. Probably not.
It's interesting. I've served on a few juries, actually. I felt like there was a point in my life, like a 10-year span. I'm like, really?
Really?
Am I just on the constant list for jury duty? Because, like, does anybody really want to do jury duty? No, nobody really wants to.
Unless you really want to get off work for a few days. Yeah, people that hate their job. Not us, obviously.
Have you gotten recognized doing jury duty?
Okay, so no, but here's my jury duty story. My best one, in air quotes. I was still working at the Denver Post at the time, doing sports writing. I think I don't know what I was covering at the time. Maybe it was University of Colorado. Anyways, I was selected to the jury pool. They did all the things. I was obviously selected to the jury. And so we're all in a back room, and we're all kind of just quickly, name, occupation. Oh, nice to meet you. We're all going to sit here on the jury together for however many days, and we just want to know. So when I said what I was, I said I'm a sports writer for the Denver Post. By the time all the introductions were over and it was time to pick a 4-person for the jury, everybody just looked at me, and they just said, You're in media, right? So that means you're like good at public speaking. And I'm like, I'm a writer. I mean, I don't speak anywhere.
You do this every day.
You do this so you're going to be the 4-person. And I was just like, I couldn't fight back. Yeah, right. It was, oh boy, I couldn't fight back at all. All the eyes on me. So the case was a pretty actually heinous domestic violence. Like it was pretty bad. But it was obvious that the dude was like, it was. So we go back and we deliberate. Actually, the deliberations, we had one holdout, just like one holdout for hours. And long story short, finally we get this person on board. So now you file back into the courtroom, and you got to give the verdict. And so I have the verdict. The bailiff takes it, walks it up to the judge. The judge looks at it, walks it back, and then says, okay, per 4-person, I have to stand up in front and read all the charges and read whether they're guilty or innocent. And quite honestly, I was terrified.
Yeah, I bet.
I was terrified.
I had to do the same thing, and I was the youngest person on the jury. So they made the youngest. By the way, don't mention you ever want to do jury duty. That's how you automatically become a 4-person.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, they all looked at me, and I had to stand up and read these things. That's the most awkward thing ever.
Oh, it really,
Gen
really
Z,
is.
it's all the TikToks you guys are making, all the videos. You guys love being on camera. So they're like, yeah. That's the other thing, though. I will say, Chris, that I don't mean to stroke your ego here or anything, but if you can write and you can public speak and you can be an analyst and a broadcaster and a radio commentator, all of those things are very impressive, because I've had people reach out to me and they're like, "Oh, you're a sports reporter. You do videos. Can you also write? Could we hire you to like write an article for?" Like, I am not a writer. Like, just because I can do a video doesn't mean that I can write. So I will say, like, if you have all of those skills, it's pretty impressive. So I would say that that's a compliment for you there, Dempsey.
I appreciate it. It was a crazy day. Well, they also filed us out of like some back door out of the building.
Was this a serious case you were on?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So they just.
I know. I'm like, tell me, but you're not allowed to, are you?
We didn't even really walk. It was wild. It was wild.
Whoa.
But also that was the exact last time I ever had jury duty. So it was. If we're in 2024, maybe a little bit more than 10 years ago, 10, 12 years ago. So anyways, jury duty, whatever. We have a lot to get to. Yeah, well, facts. That is exactly how I feel when I get the card in the mail that says, hey, show up to such and such courthouse at 8 a.m. on whatever. Like, you just want to vomit. The Dallas Mavericks want to vomit as well because they took the L in the series in Game 3, and the series is over.
Yeah.
First of all, just like, why are the Dallas? What is happening here? I thought this was supposed to be a competitive series.
A competitive series, me too, especially after the way they played against the Timberwolves. But I had all the faith in the Mavericks, and I do believe if we have the receipts, we could pull up me saying I thought Dallas was going to win this one, and now I want to crawl in a hole and never come out. And I'm sure a lot of people share that sentiment. But I don't know, Luka Doncic shows up with like 7 ice bags on him all the time. He's hobbling around like the dude can't carry the team, and it doesn't seem like he's got much of a supporting cast to help him out right now. Boston is just dominating. They're absolutely steamrolling over Dallas. And it's funny because I had the game on last night and then I was kind of doing some other things. And when I looked, I was like, oh, there's Patrick Mahomes and Brittany and they're cheering. So, okay, Dallas must be playing well. It was like 98-93 at that point or something. They're coming back, And I'm like, oh, okay, here you go. They've got the home crowd cheering them on and looks like they're being competitive. They're staying close. And then I went to the other room and I came back out and it was like not even close anymore. And I was like, what just happened? And Patrick Mahomes was just like sulking in his chair, which I don't know. I really didn't see it going this way, especially in Game 3 in Dallas. I thought they'd at least be able to get that one done. But yeah, you're right. It's over. And I don't know, Dempsey, you think this one's going to be over in 4?
Yes.
Oh boy.
I mean, I just do. Yesterday, I basically said, look, if the Celtics figure out a way to win this game tonight, then Dallas will get swept because they have no answers whatsoever. And I think mentally they're not – you need to be really mentally tough in these situations because things are not going to go your way all the time. And how do you find your way through those things? Well, the Mavericks have they've pretty well folded in a lot of these situations. Now, look, the period of time that you spoke of in that game – the Mavericks it was something like a 24-7 run. They were actively being blown out, and then they were able to kind of claw their way back in the game and make it a little interesting toward the end. But if I may be super simplistic about what's happening in this series, it's the Celtics can guard anything that the Dallas Mavericks do, and that includes Luka Doncic, and that includes it. And even when he is finishing with games like he had 27 points yesterday, so that's really, really well done by the Celtics on 11 of 27 shooting, 1 of 7 from the three-point line. They are able to guard Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, who has been just basically he had a good game yesterday, but by and large been non-existent in this series. And on the flip side, the Dallas Mavericks cannot guard the Boston Celtics at all. And it was the thing that I think for Dallas, I feared the most for them, because there's just too many players to be able to have to get out to. And the Celtics are so good. Their offense is so good about generating shots for anybody anywhere in the court, and especially 3-point. They are the best team in the NBA at generating 3-point shots. They took 46 of them yesterday. They made 17. And there is no team that does that better than the Celtics, and they have guys who can make them all over the court. And if these are things that you cannot either personnel-wise, put dudes on the court that can get you through, or schematically drop things that can get you in better circumstances, then you are toast, man. You're toast. And the minute that the Mavericks are going to zone defenses and they look like the ISO Mavs of the past, when they're just handing the ball to Luka and just getting a quick ball screen and just letting him work, and those things don't win you titles. They just don't. But they are being forced back into them because the Celtics have been that good. They've just been that good. It's easy when you have defensively for the Celtics. It's when you have two players on your team who were actively on this year's all defensive teams, and that's Derek White and Drew Holiday. For the first two games, you had Kristaps Porzingis, who has in the past been on all defensive team, and a really great shot blocker, shot alterer. You have Al Horford, who has been a really good defender. You have Jaylen Brown, who is one of the best two-way players in the entire league. There's nothing that you can't guard on a court. That is it. And Dallas looks smothered. They look frustrated. They look as if they don't have answers anymore. They put Tim Hardaway on the court because they need it. So, you can't guard Boston in the first place. But because you can't also shoot, you're taking guys like Derek Jones Jr. off the court. Well, Derek Jones Jr. is one of your best defensive players. So now you're weakening your defense even more. And you're putting a guy like Tim Hardaway on court to promptly go 0 for 5 and he had scored 0 points. Because you needed shooting, he gave you none of that. Your two best players, Irving and Doncic, are your two worst defenders. I get that. These Mavericks, I actually do recognize, to be honest with you. But they played really, really well to get themselves to this point. They are just overmatched.
Boston posted a photo or two photos side by side 2 hours ago on Twitter. And it says the first Celtics duo ever with 30-plus points, 5-plus rebounds, 5-plus assists, each in a finals game. It's Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. But look at this photo. Both of them are just dunking. You've got Doncic down here. The Mavs just looking the other way. I mean, like you said, they look smothered just underneath the basket. And then you've got Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum basically making the exact same dunk, exact same excitement, feet are in the exact same position, side by side here. Again, the first Celtics duo ever with 30-plus points, 5-plus rebounds, and 5-plus assists each in a finals game. And that's it right there. They have enough players that can put up those kinds of numbers. And Doncic can't carry the team like that. Kyrie Irving can't carry the Mavs against that.
Yeah.
And it's just the bottom line, like you said. And I mean, it's
those are very damning photos. Like it's
kind of crazy.
You know, that is. You're just getting dunked on in the finals. Like that's just what they can just do whatever they want.
I mean, you got two Dallas players in the exact same position on both photos on either side of the shooter, like hanging on the rim. The excitement, both of their mouths wide open.
That's hilarious.
It's pretty hilarious. Cool. 2 hours ago, go check Boston Celtics Twitter.
I figured Jason Tatum might show up in the absence of Kristaps Porzingis. He did, 31 points, 6 and 5. And then to Kim's point, Jaylen Brown, who had just an enormous second half, ends up with 38 and 8 for the Celtics, who are one win away from the NBA. Kim, this team has not lost in I think they've won 11 straight games in the playoffs. And they are. We marveled at what the Nuggets were able to do last year, going 16 and 4. This team is 15 and 2 in the playoffs this year. It is very, very, very impressive. If you're in the Eastern Conference, I feel scared for you because this team ain't going anywhere in the near future. They look great. They look like champions. They will be crowned as such here early as next game, but certainly no more than Game 5.
Does it make you feel better knowing that Boston is such a dominant team that maybe the Nuggets wouldn't have been able to beat?
No, because I think the Nuggets would have matched up a whole lot better than yes.
You think they would have had a chance against Boston?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. Just the way. No, just not. No.
That's a
just
homer call right there,
the way the Nuggets play. Okay, I'm not saying that they would have been able to slow Boston down themselves. Although I think they would have been. Boston had 106. It's not like they're just scoring out of control, but. 99? No, I think the Nuggets would be offensively. They're just a lot more diverse with what they can do. They can kind of hurt you with some other players, just as long as those players are making shots, which they weren't against the Minnesota Timberwolves. But I just think that the Nuggets have more to attack you with than the Dallas Mavericks have against the Celtics. Not saying that the Nuggets would have beat the Celtics because Boston's playing great.
Yeah, but they would have given them a run. You think? Huh?
Yeah, this is a team that has won now. If you include the regular season, they've won 79 games. 79 and 20 would be their total record right now.
Jeez.
It's crazy what they're doing. Really, really impressive, and they're making a mockery of these NBA finals. All right, the NHL Stanley Cup finals are coming back tonight. We'll get Kim's take on, can Edmonton make this a series? Are we going to do this in the Stanley Cup finals as well? We'll talk about that next.
Broberg over the Panthers line. Kulikov got a piece of him, knocked the puck loose. Kyle Oposo back in his own end. He sees there's just 11 seconds remaining. He's going to hold this one back behind the net. The fans to their feet. The Rats rain down. The Panthers win game 2 by a 4-1 score. The Panthers take both on home ice, and the Panthers lead the Stanley Cup final 2-0.
And the Edmonton engine has an oil leak after a couple of games. And the Panthers are going back to Edmonton, up a couple.
Yeah, I'd say it's more than an oil leak.
Yeah.
It feels like the oil has run out and the engine has locked up for the Edmonton Oilers. But, look, in their defense,
Hey,
they get to go home.
two games to nothing is better than 3 games to nothing, okay?
Well,
they have a chance to
they
make
are
it 2-1.
They are 3 periods away from being down 3 games to 0.
And they're also 3 periods away from making it 2-1 and making a comeback here. So this isn't a Dallas Mavericks situation quite yet.
Well, they've scored 1 goal in 2 games. So let's just talk about after scoring 17 of those bad boys in the Western Conference Finals, one time have they tallied anything in these. Okay, so let's just start there. Do we expect that Connor McDavid, Leon Draisaitl, these guys get going and actually, I don't know, get anything past Bobrovsky?
No.
Is that anything that could happen today?
What I want is not what I think is going to happen. I want the Oilers to come back and win tonight's game in Edmonton, but I don't think that they're going to be able to make that comeback. Like you said, they've only scored 1 goal. Also, I was reading this article that was posted 5 hours ago on CBC Sports, and it says Evander Kane might not even play Game 3. He's been playing through that sports hernia. He had a 5-minute conversation with a guy named Chris Knobloch, it looks like. And Kane left the ice after hearing from his coach for 5 minutes, says that he's very beneficial to have in the lineup, but with the physicality and whatnot. But as a coaching staff, we're making those decisions, and it's difficult to measure it. So, that was the coach, obviously. I was reading that. But it sounds like they're just falling apart, and it's going to be really tough to make a comeback with that kind. They're playing through these injuries. They've got Florida, who just looks like they're dominant on every single part of the ice. They just cannot. I mean, they're covering all of the ice.
Mm-hmm.
They know what's going to happen before anything happens. And like you said, Bobrovsky in between the pipes is just insane.
Yeah.
I mean, he's unstoppable. Yeah.
It's the one, I always marvel at all the different sports, the variables that it takes to win in each different sport. And, in the NHL, you could actively be that. I mean, like take Boston last year, and they set all the records for points in a season, wins in all the things, and then immediately out of the playoffs, right? It's the ability for your goaltender to be the most significant variable in a series, and that is playing itself out yet again. I don't know if he can continue this, but he has been pretty well great throughout the entirety of these playoffs. And it has helped Florida, which, to your point, Florida's so good. I mean, but we knew that going in, right? I mean, I think if you wanted Edmonton to win, and there were a few people at the station who were just kind of like, I just would love to see Edmonton win. But what you understood was that they're not better than Florida.
They're not better than Florida.
So for that to transpire, it would probably have to transpire over 7 full games to get Florida eliminated. But then you would have to start doing things that, quite clearly they're not able to do, at least to this point. And I would say this for you. Yeah, I think you're right. Similarly to the Dallas Mavericks, Edmonton's going home.
Yeah.
So can home ice be a thing that propels them to a victory?
Well, I think it's an advantage, and they probably do want to at least get one, right? No team wants to get swept. We've heard that from the Lakers and other teams who have been swept before in finals series, that no team wants that to happen, and especially on home ice. And so you do want to assume that Edmonton is still going to come out really competitive and want to try to get a win. But, this is something that we've talked about, Dempsey, on the show before. I've talked with other people. Like you said, people here at the station, here in Denver, they want to see Edmonton win or at least play well. But don't you think that's because they're in the Western Conference? The Colorado Avalanche are in the Western Conference. You don't want to see Florida be this team that is just so dominant that could beat anyone. You want to still think that Edmonton was the best team in the West, and there's a reason that it's not the Colorado Avalanche in the finals right now. There's a reason that it's the Edmonton
so you
Oilers.
subscribe to
that's
the
what I'm
theory
saying.
that...
I'm kind of flipping the switch here, right? Because we just talked about the Nuggets situation.
Mhm.
It's kind of the same for the Avs right now. As Avs fans, I imagine they want to see a team in the West that's competitive, that looks like, okay, they are the better team than the Avs. Otherwise, you would have been like, dang it, I wish I saw the Colorado Avalanche play against the Florida Panthers.
All right, well, okay, let's walk
It's
that
the
down.
same thing we just talked about with the Celtics. And the Nuggets. Yes, it is.
I mean, let's walk down this road. Are the Avs currently? Well, I can't say that.
How is this different?
No, let's ask a question.
Okay.
And not this year, because obviously we have our answer this year. Edmonton's obviously better than Colorado this year.
Oh.
But
Well,
right?
obvious.
Is that right? They're
Well, I don't know.
they're
They didn't
currently,
play Edmonton.
Well, they never got to Edmonton.
Well, that's what I mean. And the Nuggets weren't able to play Dallas, but you said that the Nuggets have better offensive power than Dallas does.
Yeah.
Same.
Me,
okay.
you, and Anna, who's also in the
Anna's in this
studio,
room.
that we have better offensive power than the Dallas
Anna,
Mavericks.
you're our witness. Is this not the same conversation? Thank you. She's nodding her head. This is the same conversation we just had. Your point is valid. I'm agreeing with your point, but now you're trying to tell me that what I'm saying about the Avs.
No, I'm just asking the question.
Rephrase the question.
What's the question? The question is, are the Avs better than Edmonton?
Yes.
How do we know?
The same way that you know the Denver Nuggets are better than the Dallas Mavericks. They have a better offensive talent. They would score more than one goal in 2 games. You know that from the Colorado Avalanche and the way they played against the Winnipeg Jets and the Dallas Stars. Don't look up the other way, Dempsey. You look at me when I'm talking. It's true. You know it's true. The same reason, same argument you just made about the Denver Nuggets.
Yep.
And their ability to have beaten the Dallas Mavericks had they had the chance is the same argument we can make about the Colorado Avalanche beating the Edmonton Oilers. They just didn't have the chance.
I merely said that if the Nuggets were playing the Celtics, they would have a better chance of beating the Celtics than the Dallas Mavericks.
And so you don't think the Colorado Avalanche would have had a better chance at beating the Florida Panthers than the Edmonton Oilers currently do?
I don't know. That's why I'm just asking questions.
He doesn't know. What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. I'm just asking questions and getting answers. That's all I'm doing here on this program.
My answer is yes, because I think Colorado has more talent on the offensive side when it comes to the Avalanche with Nathan McKinnon, with Mikko, with what they were doing against the Winnipeg Jets after that bad game offensively that they had in game 1.
Mm-hmm.
They were the superior team offensively, even against a goalie on the Winnipeg Jets who was an insane goalie all year long.
Right.
They were better. And against Dallas, I mean, they had times where they were scoring goal after goal after goal and you couldn't stop the Avs offense.
Mm-hmm.
So I do think they would have put up a more competitive fight here than the Edmonton Oilers currently are. I'm bummed for the Oilers. I still wish they would have won because, like I said, I don't think Edmonton has anything going on for them.
Okay, I think this brings me to this question, which is if Edmonton does in fact lose tonight, we'll just see what happens in this series. I won't write them off completely yet. They just don't look like they are in the same stratosphere with the Florida Panthers right now. If in both of these cases, the Mavericks and the Oilers, if they just go down and they crash and burn and it's a sweep or a gentleman's sweep, what does that, when as an Avs fan, we'll just start here in the NHL, does that make you feel just much better about the road next year because it doesn't appear as if any of these teams are so dominant that the Avs couldn't just get themselves right back to the finals in the following season?
Yes.
Yeah.
The shorter answer to that question is yes, because I'm sure that they're looking at the same thing when they watched both the Western Conference Finals and now the Stanley Cup Finals. They're probably having similar thoughts, like, oh, we could have done that. We could have beaten that. We could have played that better. And so I'm sure that even right now they're getting ready for next season in their heads. And yeah, thinking on the road, we have a pretty good chance. And they were so good at home. And you hope that, they can retain as many players as they have right now and as they can, and that they have a similar lineup to what they know they'll put out on the ice next year. But I don't know. It's one of those things, right? The finals is so hard. We talked about this with both the Nuggets and the Avs. It's like, are you rooting for the team that beat both the Nuggets and the Avs in their respective finals, or are you rooting for the other team? And I think you can make an argument for either way, but it's just interesting seeing the discrepancy between the Stanley Cup
There's
finals
no discrepancy.
and the NBA
There is
championship
no discrepancy.
finals.
I just merely said that the Nuggets would be a better challenge for the Celtics than
And
Dallas.
I also agree that I think the Avs would have been a better challenge for the Florida Panthers than the Edmonton Oilers.
Okay, but in the regular season, the Avs were no match for the Florida Panthers.
That's true. And the regular season, as we talked about, is erased when the finals start.
Whereas
it is a new season. As Nathan McKinnon said, it is a fresh slate. round one against the Winnipeg Jets means a brand new season. And I find that hard to do as a former athlete myself, but I got on board with it. I listened to the professionals and their opinions about it. And I said, okay, fresh slate. So whatever. Regular season doesn't matter.
Whereas the Nuggets beat the Celtics twice in the regular season.
Home, in their home.
That's right. They were the first team to beat the Celtics. That's right. After they went 20-0, the Nuggets were like, it's cool. Hold my beer.
That's fair. All right. That's a good point. That's a good point, Dempsey. I'll give you that one.
No, but look, I do think my overall sense of this is if you're an Avs or Nuggets fan, this is great because neither one of these two teams looks like they are invincible in any way, shape, or form. And yes, you have work to do with your own team. Obviously, the Nuggets have to retool things so that they're not running starters into the ground. So they're finding good performances off the bench and all the things. And the Avs, you have to, with Nichushkin and Landeskog, that situation, can you get them on the ice? Do you even want Nichushkin on the ice? All those things have to be worked out, and you got to get your team back into a space where you feel like, all right, we have the squad here to be able to do this big thing that we have now done just in recent years. And then you look at the landscape of the Western Conference, and you're like, okay, not that there's not tough teams, but all right, you're not legit scared of anybody. You feel like in the right situation, your team can get itself right back through these playoffs and right back to the finals. I think that's what I'm actively seeing in both series.
And that totally makes sense. And we've got people on the text line. Jordan here says, I don't want Edmonton to win. I don't want to see a team in the same conference have success. Mm-hmm. And I think that's very accurate too, right? That's the same kind of sentiment. Again, I think you can make an argument for either case, but it's just got to be tough watching the finals regardless, knowing that you have the talent, you have the skill to get there, and you were just so close. And now next season it's close, yet so far away. Mm-hmm. And there's just so many things that you have to process and go up against. But you're right. I mean, Dempsey, Florida looks like no team would beat them, just like Boston looks like no team would beat them.
Yeah, I mean, those two teams look like they're the best teams. Florida was here just last season as well. So I don't know what their financials are, going into the offseason. So I don't know what kind of staying power they might have, but this is 2 years in a row for them being in the Stanley Cup Finals. Last year they lose. This year they are in a position of power. We'll see. Now Edmonton can change the narrative of this series if they get a victory against them here tonight. I believe, what time is that game tonight? It's at 6
p.m. I think. Is it 6?
It is at 6. Yeah, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. from Edmonton tonight. And one more Avs thing.
Did you see all the other Canadian teams, like Canucks fans, Calgary fans?
Are they all rallying?
Toronto fans. They're all rooting for Florida.
Oh,
so no
really?
other Canada team and their fan base, they are all rooting for Florida. And I kind of love it. Because there's only 5 teams in Canada in the NHL, and they all just hate each other.
Yeah.
So they're all piling on to
the Canadian. They're not sticking together.
No,
huh? Country pride or anything like that. They don't care.
It's pretty funny.
That's amazing. Mm-hmm. That's amazing. It really is amazing. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens tonight. I'm like, I have been. I thought that we were going to get 2 competitive series. Maybe we'll get one. But the playoffs. I know the NBA playoffs have been. There's just been a lot of lopsided series. Even if there were competitive games, there are a lot of lopsided series. And in the NHL, I thought the playoffs overall were probably better from a competitive standpoint. I mean, then you get to the finals, and it's looking pretty dire. So, we'll see what happens there. You were on a podcast. What did y'all talk about?
Yeah, we talked about the finals.
NHL podcast.
NHL. Yeah, it was. It was I can't even remember what they're 2 guys talking hockey. I think it was the podcast. And we just talked about how kind of my story, how I got back to Denver and into the NHL, what I thought about what the Avs were going to do in the offseason, what they were missing. Of course, they had questions about Val Nichushkin. I said that situation's going to play out, the way it plays out. Really, no control from the team on that one, and just if they would be able to retain Mikko Rantanen. We talked about that a little bit, and if they were cool with the with goaltending with Ananen as the backup, and they just had some questions about the Avs, and then of course questions about the finals, and we kind of talked about the same thing here. Like, what team are you rooting for when you've worked for a team in the same conference? Do you root for that one or do you root for the other one? But no, it was fun. We just talked hockey. Hockey guys, they just go on and on, different lingo. They've got their
Yeah.
their words in there,
Yeah.
but it's fun. They
They
have
got
a
all
good
the
time.
stuff. Yeah,
Yeah,
the-
they were drinking
the-
beers while we were filming it. I was like, wish you guys would have told me that. I'm sitting here trying to look all professional, and they're just chilling, but it was fun.
You're here with your like
Yeah, like
sparkling water.
Yeah. It was fun.
Oh goodness. Also, obviously, earlier this week we had the comments from Jonathan Juen's agent. Shedding some positivity about the the possibility of him returning to the Avs. So we'll obviously stay monitored on that. All right, let's take a break. Sean Payton seems to be a different guy. What on earth is up with Sean Payton? We'll talk about that next.
I think it's more team driven. I think we all when we all like go off into the pasture, we're measured with our wins. Ultimately, we're measured with divisions, playoffs, Super Bowls, and those are still very much things that drive you. When you've tasted that a number of different times, and it's whatever you think it's like 1,000 times better. And so, I can even recall some of the tough championship game losses, or playoff losses, also the wins, but you're just as excited really for the players that haven't experienced not only postseason, but winning a Super Bowl. And it's like nothing else.
That is Sean Payton, Broncos head coach this week. It's a very interesting clip because here's what I think we're learning about Sean Payton. I think we're just learning all the things. I guess if you were a Saints fan and you were actively dialed into, his press conferences week to week to week to week over a lot of years, then maybe this person, you recognize him. But I think for the rest of us who had a certain view of Sean Payton, and it was as stodgy, everything is serious business and no fun and blah, 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 blah off the Bill Parcells tree, then this guy is kind of different. He seems, over the course of the off season, he's done in a number of his interviews, he sounds to me to be a more thoughtful and more the kind of person that is willing to take new information and if that alters what his previous worldview was, then so be it, because this is the new information that resonates most with him. He seems to me to be a lot more in tune and in touch with the players and what they want. I remember a quote from him saying, "Hey, look, this is, players want," I think this was in regards to, off-season workouts and stuff. And then he says, look, players want to know that they're going to come here and you're going to get a good workout, and you're going to get a good workout that's going to help set you up to be durable and successful in the regular season. And that's going to set you up for to be able to make money. And I'm not a player, but if I would have heard him say that, yes, I want to play for that coach.
Yeah.
And then there's this, and you pointed this out in our text thread, just the energy with which he loves the youthful energy. And I don't think that anybody thought that these were hallmarks of Sean Payton, but yet here we are.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what's been most surprising to me. Not saying that I thought his relationship with Russell Wilson was going to be like end all be all. We were just used to his relationship with Drew Brees. And Drew Brees was a veteran quarterback with experience, and we saw how well they worked together. And Sean Payton is an old school coach. I would argue he's probably one of the handful that is left in that old school coach era, right? Because now you've got these new coaches, Sean McVay, Mike McDaniel, like all these newer guys coming in with different philosophies and different strategies. Sean Payton's still one of the older guys. And so I think we just assumed, he was pretty stuck in his ways, and he would want the experience, the veteran, so that he didn't have to come back after retiring once, going to Fox for a year, being a commentator, then come back to football and having to train these new quarterbacks and these rookie players. That's not something I thought Sean Payton wanted to do. But seeing this, it's like he's a different guy. And I've read from multiple outlets on X who are at training camp interviewing Sean Payton in these press conferences after practice and whatnot, that the energy and his attitude is so incredibly noticeable that everyone's like almost in shock a little bit. It sounds like media, like you were mentioning, Chris, is back down on the field during practices, as we used to be up on, last year we were up far away. You couldn't tweet during practices. They came around. They said you have to put your phone down. You can't video now, yada, yada. It sounds like there's a lot more relaxed right now. And it's interesting, but it's almost as if the pendulum swung so far to one side when Nathaniel Hackett was here. I remember one of the first storylines coming out when Hackett got hired. It was like, oh, they're playing music at practice again because Vic Fangio had nixed the music at practice. So all of a sudden, the pendulum swung all the way this way. Nathaniel Hackett was having more fun than anything. It's all he cared about. It's all the players were talking about, culture, fun at practice. That obviously crashed and burned mid-season after Nathaniel Hackett got fired. So then they hire Sean Payton. The pendulum swings all the way to the other side.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like kind of back to Vic Fangio status, maybe even more, right? No media access, no fun, no bucket hats, no sunglasses. Don't go say hi to the kids afterwards, sign their diapers or whatever Russell Wilson was doing that he was so mad about.
Right.
And now it's like, okay, maybe the pendulum is finally kind of coming to a balance point here in the center. And we're not going to know until they start playing, but I think that best case scenario right now is Sean Payton having this attitude about his new guys and about the roster in general. And I don't know. I mean, again, I'm just speaking out of hope here as I have for the last 2 years. So I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but this is best case scenario seeing Sean Payton this way, in my opinion.
I do too. I think these, at the risk of, I'm probably going to get burned for this on the on the text line, which is okay.
Welcome to Thursday.
It's we're coming in hot on Thursday. Yeah, well, I'm glad you used that from that coach, because that's the comparison I'm going to make. And he is not in this space yet. Michael Malone is in a space of his own. But in terms, and I mean that in this, Michael Malone is a almost perfect blend of old school coach who holds his team accountable, and new school coach who also is able to relate to players who are half his age, right? And usually when you see these figures, these older coaching figures, the being able to relate to the younger players part is the part that is undercutting their ability to be the most effective coaches possible. And in a great many of these cases, they don't even care. I'm not trying to relate to you. I just do what I tell you to do, and then we'll all be fine. Which is where I thought Sean Payton was. And maybe he still is, because I think your point is well taken. They have not played a game yet. What happens when they lose 4 straight games? Is he going to come back? Is he still going to be like singing the praises of the youthful energy, or are we going to go revert right back to the fire and brimstone? So there's a lot that it's going to take months to unfold in terms of this. But it's pretty fun seeing him in this space. And if he is, in fact, creeping toward a space, I think he is closer to this space than we realize.
Yeah.
Last year, I wonder if he thought he needed to also I think 2 things were happening last year. One, in terms of dealing with the media, I think he didn't realize that Denver is not New Orleans.
Yeah.
Like, you are not going to come in and punk the media here in Denver. No. That is not about to happen. And so I think you come at the beginning of the season and there's no access and blah, blah, blah. By the end of the season, you're giving media ice cream buckets because, as mea culpa, is because you have now realized over the course of 6 months that might have worked in New Orleans is not about to work here in Denver, and might as well have. What do they always say? It's so hard. Why do you work so hard to be a jerk?
Yeah.
It's so much harder just to do that than just be a nice person.
And sorry, to your point there, I wonder too if he had, a publicist or an agent or someone that pulled him aside in the offseason and was like, hey, you better change the way that you do things next year, because you don't want to be the jerk around town. You don't want to be this coach that came in, was not nice to the media, not nice to everybody, and then has a bad season. Mm-hmm. Like, you want Denver on your side. You want the fan base, the media, everyone here in the city on your side. You want this community to be rallying around you in a positive way.
Yeah. On the text line, please, Sean Payton is not compelling. He's a narcissistic. I honestly, I think almost both things can be true.
Well, and
I think he's got a big ego. There's no doubt about that, right?
I think this texter is probably totally right. And this is a great example of what happens to the fan base and to the Denver community when you come in the way that Sean Payton did. It's going to be hard to turn these people. Yeah. And for very valid reason.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Everyone was so excited to have Sean Payton here. He was the best candidate on the board, in a lot of our opinions, to be the head coach of the Denver Broncos, especially after still retaining Russell Wilson and getting rid of Nathaniel Hackett halfway through a season. You're kind of like, oh my gosh, what coach are they going to be able to afford? And they figured out how to get Sean Payton. Everyone's excited. And then he comes in and he's kind of an a-hole to people.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what people want. People have been rooting for this team for the last 9 years and they haven't made the playoffs. Like, everyone's still here, though. The fan base is still large. Everyone still goes to Broncos games.
Yeah.
That stadium is full every Sunday.
Yeah, and he has openly said how much he wants to embrace and does embrace the expectation level and the love for the Broncos in this city, in this state. And so there are things that go along with it. I agree with you. There seems to be a little bit of a change of heart, but I think if it's this easy for him to swing back the other way, it means it was always in him in the first place.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's maybe he thought he had to come in and really put the fist down for everybody, and that included media and fans and everybody. But this year, as he is starting to turn over the team to players that he actually likes, and feels like he can see light
There's
at the
more
end
of
of
a
the tunnel.
call on things, who we can create. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I will say too, I do not envy any head coach in any sport, especially in the NFL. So I don't want to sit here and just like rag on Sean Payton, because what he has to do every single day as the head coach of an NFL team is they don't sleep. There is so much they have to do when it comes to practices, to meetings, to making sure the team has food, to this and that, injuries, dealing with this, dealing with drama that's in the locker room. Like, they have to deal with all of it. The media. And so I don't envy what Sean Payton has to do. It's not an easy job. It is not for the faint of heart. You have to put your family pretty much on the back burner when you're a head coach of an NFL team, because that is your number one priority. It's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure. And so I'm not saying that like anybody's perfect in this situation, but I do agree that both of those things can be true. He could be a little bit narcissistic, but also have a heart of gold. And maybe we're just seeing some glimpses of both of these things in the last couple of years.
If you are listening to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app, thank you. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Well, Sean Payton had a fun update about the quarterbacks, the progress that they're making. In hour number 2, when we come back, we will play that for you next. All right, hour number 2 on the program, Chris and Kim and Cole and you, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can always get a hold of us on the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. We have had a number of text messages, a lot of good stuff concerning Sean Payton and some of the previous conversations that we've had as well. We love the interaction with you. We read as many as we can. I believe today is the last day of mini camp for the Broncos. And obviously the biggest topic of conversation has been the quarterback. So what's Bo Nix doing? What's Zach Wilson doing? What's Jarrett Stidham doing? And generally speaking, he has been very complimentary of all the quarterbacks. And so let's just play the latest. Here's his latest update on the quarterbacks.
We gave him a lot. We gave all 3 of these guys. And, of course, Jared's a year further along relative to, understanding it. But the 2 younger guys, and I say the 2 younger guys, the 2 new players, both Zach and Bo, man, there was a lot of install in a short period of time. And realistically, in the season, you spend a week on one plan. And in here, we're moving. So overall, though, it's what we saw. And what we evaluated, and that's encouraging.
Now, look, there's been a lot of reporting on each of these individuals over time, and yesterday was the last day of the mini camp. Look, in terms of Bo Nix, it's what you thought, right? It's he's doing really well. He's absorbing the playbook really well, which is what we thought. I don't think that I don't think that he's breaking new ground in any way, shape, or form in terms of the Bo Nix conversation. Bo Nix is right now who we thought he was. Very smart, cerebral player. He's picking up things at the pace that I think we all thought he would. Then you have Jarrett Stidham, and Jarrett Stidham has been, generally speaking, the quarterback that has looked the best, which he should because he knows the offense, right? I mean, that's stands to reason to me that he's had a year head start over both Bo Nix and Zach Wilson. And then you have Zach Wilson. Now, there was some reporting yesterday during the day that he had fallen behind the other 2 quarterbacks, and then some of that reporting was backtracked on a little bit. But I wouldn't be surprised. Like, he just got here. Yeah, he just got here. And some of the things that people were seeing from him in practice were not so great. Like, that was the Zach Wilson that we saw with the New York Jets. And okay, it is what it is, whatever. But when you hear Sean talk about the quarterbacks and how well they're doing, and then you kind of project ahead in the future as to who should play and when they should play, is that in any way changed for you, or where are you with that?
No, I mean, like you said, Jarrett Stidham has a year under his belt playing for Sean Payton, sitting behind Russell Wilson and really understanding the offense, and then able to play the last 3 games, right? 2 games, 3 games. As starting quarterback. So yes, he has the experience. He has kind of the firsthand knowledge there and learning experience. Zach Wilson, as we know, hasn't been playing the best at any team that he's been a part of lately. And so I think coming in here and knowing you have Jarrett Stidham, who has a year, knowing that Bo Nix is coming in, and Bo Nix was a quarterback in college that Sean Payton really liked, and we all talked about before the draft even happened, that Bo Nix was probably the guy that would fit Sean Payton's scheme the best. So he already has a little bit of an advantage over Zach Wilson as well. None of this surprises me. It doesn't change my opinion. I still think that Bo Nix is going to be the starter, and it would make sense that he is after what they did. I know Kay Adams on Up and Adams yesterday was saying just because Bo Nix was picked in the first round doesn't mean that he's going to be the starter. And she was actually saying that Zach Wilson looked really good. And people were saying that Zach Wilson still has a chance for that starting quarterback position. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
Okay, let me ask it this way. Should Zach Wilson have a chance? Should he?
Yes. Should he? Yes. Does he? No. Should he? Yes. When you're coming to a team that you've been traded, you're coming to a team as a quarterback, and you just started for pretty much the entire season because your starting quarterback got hurt 4 snaps in. You're a starting quarterback. You are of starting quarterback caliber. He was drafted, 4th overall or something? 3rd overall from BYU a few years ago. You are a starting quarterback, so you should have that chance. I just think with the situation after the draft that the Broncos have found themselves in with getting Bo Nix, I just don't think that he does have a chance.
I kind of go a little bit back. I actually have my own convictions about this, but also we just played a clip of Sean Payton saying not too long ago that winning, once you have a taste of winning, you want to continue to win. You want to get back into that space as quickly as possible. So that kind of runs to me counter to playing a rookie quarterback, right? I mean, if you want to win all the games right now, probably don't play the rookie, at least not the entirety of the season. How much, and this is gonna sound like, how much emphasis do they need to be putting on let's win this game today, let's win this game next week, let's win this game versus let's lay a foundation so that we can really win big later and then get that process started now?
I'm in foundation mode because I think what they did last year was let's go win this game. Let's go win this game. And of course they had Russell Wilson. It was a different situation. Yeah. But now I think all Broncos fans alike can agree with this, that it is rebuild mode. It has to be, because what they've tried to do the last 3-4 years doesn't work. They got rid of Justin Simmons, right? They let him go. Russell Wilson is gone. There's things that are going to be holes that are going to be filled with rookies, and you're going to have to create a foundation for them. And so I understand you saying the rookie shouldn't play the whole year if you want that taste of winning, but I don't think that needs to be their intention this year, because Dempsey, we've talked about this so many times. They're not going to the playoffs this year. I think we've already accepted that.
Yep.
So if we are accepting that, I'm sure it's hard, obviously, for the team itself to accept that.
Right.
But this needs to be a long-term investment. I can't stand when NFL teams just make it a short one-year investment because it's now or never, like the LA Rams did the year they won the Super Bowl a few years ago. You know, like adding all those players mid-season, doing everything that they needed to do with trades and whatever, and then they didn't have a first-round pick for what, like 4 years or something after that? Like, that's not how I want to see the Broncos go about things, because this is a franchise that means so much to this city. And Denver fans have been down in the dumps for so long now. They need something that they can see is a building block to a long-term investment to getting this team back to the caliber that it should be at. And that is building. Build it this year. Just do it.
The schedule is just daunting. You know, I mean, it's Seahawks, Steelers, Buccaneers, Jets, Raiders, Chargers, Saints, Panthers, not as daunting, Ravens, Chiefs, Falcons, Raiders, Browns, Colts, Chargers, Bengals, Chiefs.
Yeah, that is brutal.
Yeah. I mean, it just is, you know, that would be, that schedule is difficult for a veteran quarterback, much less a rookie quarterback. I'm with you 1,000%. I you know, there is a text here from Navy vet Mike. It doesn't matter how the QBs look. The Broncos will use all three this year. I hope not.
I hope not.
I really do hope not. And you know, it's only because sometimes you can get winning right now confused with what you need to be, and you lose patience a little bit. And this is why when we were talking about Sean Payton and all the energy and where he's kind of headed, it seems like he's a softer, kinder, gentler version of himself. Yeah, but about week 10, if you are sitting at 3-7 and things haven't by and large gone the way you want, at that point, how much patience do you start to lose and start to make decisions that might be good in the moment to win you this game? I mean, I don't know, 10 games in, I don't know what that is, I didn't count it, but let's just say it's the Panthers game or the Ravens game. Like, or are you going to make decisions to put players in that maybe you wouldn't have played before, given more snaps to before, because now you're just so desperate to win a game just to get the taste of winning? Or are you able to withstand that and know that you're walking through the fire? And there is a universe here where the Broncos will walk through the fire, and it might look really ugly and it just, nobody loves it, right? You go to the facility, you hear these coaches and players talk about it all the time. It was not fun going to work. How do you make sure that you keep even losing fresh, on a week-to-week basis, keep people's spirits up, keep your own patience level up, even though you know that you have a history of winning a lot of games most of the time? And that, I think, is the biggest challenge. And might run counter to who you play, especially right at the quarterback room. And I think I hope for Peyton and Nix, because these are the 2 point people to me, that Nix performs well enough in the preseason that you can now stand in front of the team and say, this is our starting quarterback, and he's going to give us a great chance to win every single week. Because NFL players say this all the time. They know when a decision's being made that's not going to be great for their own careers and the bottom line of winning. And if you stand somebody, if Bo Nix just crashes and burns in the preseason, and Zach Wilson looks like a world beater, but then you just 2 weeks later announce that Bo Nix is about to be the starting quarterback. Did you just lose your locker room at this point? And that is why you. I hope that Bo holds that up so that he is able to start sooner than later. And then because you can always turn to the team and go, well, look, this is a process. But if they look at you and go, that guy doesn't give us the best chance to win, then it starts to kind of unravel some things. We'll see. Courtland Sutton has been present, so that's good. Should he get more money?
No. I don't think so. Russell Wilson was his biggest hype man, and Russell Wilson's gone, and I think the rest of us share the sentiment that no, he's paid just fine.
Let's hear from him.
I hope so. I hope that I am a part of the bigger picture. I've been told that, that's what the game plan is. I've also been told some other things. So, we'll see what happens. I hope that I'm able to, be a part of the game plan. I also don't see that it's going to be a soft reset. I'm praying, praying and also working towards and, continuing to hopefully stay in God's ears that this isn't going to be a 3-year process. We want to win right now. And I think that, whoever winds up coming out, if it's Bo, if it's Jared, if it's Zach, whoever winds up coming out, I think that, they're going to give us the best chance to win. I think with Bo being a young guy, the guy they took really high, obviously, I understand the politics of the game. I know that he's probably that everyone's rooting for him to be the guy. I think that he does a lot of things really well, and I think that, he has the ability to be able to go out and have success early. I don't see this being a 3-4 year process, but if it becomes a 3-4 year dynasty, then I would hope that I'm able to be a part of it.
Well, there you go. And he spoke to a lot of things that we were just talking about. Who gives us the best chance to win? But there's a lot of politics in this. See, I mean, these issues are the same issues every. I've heard them for 30 years now.
Yeah.
And they never change. And so how the dynamics are playing out in the locker room. And for Courtland Sutton, God bless him, because it's great to think that this is not going to be a 3-4 year process. Probably going to be maybe year 2 you can push to make the playoffs. And that is the formula for that is Bo Nix looks pretty good, so that now in the offseason he can improve even more. Now you go through all the mini camps and LTAs again. Next year's training camp, now he looks so much better. Gets into the games looking so much better, more well-versed, more poised, all those things, right? That's number 1. Part 2 is you have now hit on multiple of your wide receivers. Marvin Mims looks good. Troy Franklin comes in and balls out. Maybe Courtland Sutton looks good. Like it becomes a position that has more answers than it has questions, right? It's got all the questions right now. We don't even know who half of these dudes are. And then defensively, are you also able to fill some holes? Can you find a proper replacement for Justin Simmons? Drew Sanders is not going to be a thing until super late in the season. Is your defensive line in a better space? All those things. Okay, if all of those things start to be answered to the affirmative, then year 2 can be a much more competitive year. But this kind of realistically thinks like this is first year foundation. Next year, build on that foundation. Year 3, you might be ready to do some real things.
Yeah, did he really just say if this is a 3 to 4 year dynasty, I want to be a part of it? He couldn't be serious about that, right?
Yeah,
you think that the Broncos right now, who some media outlets are saying has the worst roster in the 32 teams, could be a dynasty over the next 3 years?
How old is he anyway?
The only team right now that you think about that's currently playing in the NFL when you say dynasty is what team?
Oh, the Chiefs.
Oh,
But yeah, I think he was just using the wrong term there.
Okay.
Just kind of like
Okay.
I think he was just a little I think so. Where is he? He's 28 years old right now.
Okay.
So it looks like he'll turn 29 during the season. So 3 to 4 years from now, that is 32, 33-year-old Cortland Sutton. I that's right at the beginning of that clip. He says, they have told me they want me to be here, but I've also heard other things.
Yeah.
So he's heard all the things.
Yeah.
Kim, I just don't see a universe where Cortland Sutton is here as a significant piece of your offense 3 years from now.
Yeah, I don't know about you, but I was a fast runner. Okay, I'm gonna toot my own horn here for a second. I had the fastest mile time at my Orange Theory studio when I lived in California. Fastest mile time.
Mm-hmm.
I turned 30 and it was like I forgot how to run. So I can't imagine that Cortland Sutton is not going to have the same thing happen. Hopefully he can still run. But yeah, no, when you turn 30, things change, even for professional athletes.
Yeah.
So hey, I'm not saying that Cortland Sutton is bad. I'm glad he's with the Broncos. I don't think he needs to be paid more because I think they need to allocate those funds to some other positions that they really need to improve on. But I'm glad he's here. Russell Wilson loved him. Like I said, Russell Wilson was always tweeting about him, mad that he didn't make it to the Pro Bowl or whatever, but I think he was his biggest hype man. You didn't hear a lot of other teammates or Sean Payton talk that well about Cortland Sutton last year. And so I don't know. I just need to see a little bit more from him this year. But it's like you said, Dempsey, it's not going to be a long-term thing, I don't think, for Cortland Sutton.
Well, I'll be interested to see how this plays out because, their actions of if they give him a bump in salary, then I guess they do want him around for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. And we don't know anything, I guess, people.
I just don't see why outside if you're telling me he moves the needle in terms of development of Bo Nix that much, then okay, pay him.
Right.
But I don't think that that's actually the case.
No.
I just don't. And even if there's does he have things that he can impart to Nix to help speed up the process? Yes. But we're not talking about going from molasses level to roadrunner level. Like that's not what we're talking about. I promise you that. But I mean, we'll see. I mean, if they pay him, that will tell us what they think about the situation and what they think his true impact can actually be. All right, let's take a break. Come back with Cole's NFL Notes. All right, KJ out this for this Thursday and Friday. He's got a big weekend. It's his anniversary weekend. So, yeah, happy anniversary to KJ and his wife. Cole is ably going to fill in for him today. Cole, what is story number 1?
I'll do the best I can, guys. I know KJ's great at this. But kicking off the stories, Sean Payton has canceled the final minicamp practice that was scheduled for today. Payton sent the team home after Wednesday's session as a reward, something he definitely did not do last year as his first season as a head coach, and he's feeling confident coming into this year. And a couple days ago, he was asked if he's wanting to prove the Raider haters wrong this season. Here's what he had to say about that.
No, I think that I have 2 middle fingers. I've gotten better with age not using them. And I think it's more, and I would say this has changed for me. It's more inward focused relative to our own team and what we're doing relative to, as you get older in this, you don't waste the calories on certain things that I might have, back in 06, 7, 8. I don't play a lot of video games, but you got X amount of battery life and energy, and you try to use it where you think it's best going to help the team, and so you learn over time to not spend as much on the things you can't control, or certainly lists or.
Yeah, so what he's saying is that he's not keeping receipts, but we know he is. Look. Here's the thing about keeping receipts. You only keep them if you know you are going to cash them in at a later date. And right now, he doesn't know when he can cash them in, so he's not keeping them. He's going to keep his middle fingers to himself. And okay, all right, we'll see.
Do we think he may have learned a lesson by saying out loud last year that the previous head coach of the Denver Broncos was the worst coaching job he'd ever seen, and then proceeded to lose to that coach who was the offensive coordinator of the New York Jets at home? Perhaps he learned something there? What do you think? No?
Maybe.
That was a receipt I kept.
Maybe, because, he came out spitting hot fire.
That was insane, and I was working for him, and I was in the stadium when that happened, and all I could think about was, oh my gosh, I don't want to see him after this game. Running out of this place.
Yeah, it was. There's something to be said about having a little bit of humility, a little bit of, even if you think you're much better, just don't necessarily all the time say it. That's all. Or if you say it, Kim,
you got to back it.
That's right. Yeah, his mouth wrote a whole lot of checks that his team did not cash. And he is not doing that this year. And so good for him, because the last thing he wants is more egg on his face. But I'm going to tell you this, the minute that he goes into a season and he thinks his team is good enough to really compete, I think we're going to get back to a little bit of, you guys think we're not? Just watch. Wait and see. I think he'll still got it in him,
and I hope so. You want him to have a little bit of that in him. Again, I'm not trying to rag on Sean Payton. Like, I'm glad he's here. I'm glad he's the head coach. But it's just interesting because last year was like so aggressive in some of the things that he said and did, and now it's like he's making up for it. But hey, this is probably his way of having humility, right? Is acknowledging that he shouldn't be doing the things that he used to do.
Well, that last season will humble you, starting off the way they did, but then obviously turning it around before they kind of fell apart there at the end of the season. So I think there's a TBD on that with Sean Payton. He's not going to use those middle fingers right now, but he might use them later.
He's still got them.
Right. He reserves the right to use them later. Cole, what's the next story?
Guys, Tom Brady's making headlines in more ways than one, but most importantly, in a sold-out ceremony at Gillette Stadium, he is officially inducted into the Patriots Hall of Fame. And during that ceremony, I guess, Robert Kraft also announced the number 12 jersey will never be worn again in New England. And during his press tour, Tom Brady had something interesting to say on the state of quarterbacks in today's NFL. He said, quote, I think the quarterbacking has gone backwards a little bit in the NFL. I don't think it's improved. I don't think the teaching's improved. I think maybe the physical fundamentals might be a little bit improved because there's better information out there. But I don't think quarterbacks really are field generals right now like they used to be. And guys, I offer examples like Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, and Jalen Hurts to maybe combat that.
So the first thing I thought about when I saw this on your notes, Cole, is like Brian Griese hearing this, who played quarterback. Now he's a quarterback coach. And it's like, dang, do you think he's taking that a little personal? You know, I'm sure there are some quarterback coaches out there who took this and was like, what do you mean? We played and we're just trying to teach the fundamentals that we learned and we're trying to get better. So I'm sure some people took this personally, but I also think that he's right. And I think a lot of it has to do with the contracts that quarterbacks are getting and the politics behind what they think they should get. I mean, you look at the whole Lamar Jackson thing when, you know, he doesn't have an agent. He does all the work himself. He's a great player, as we know, one of the top quarterbacks in the league right now. But he thinks that he deserves something, and he's staying true to that. And I think that a lot of that has overshadowed the actual ability and the talent that some of these quarterbacks have and need on their teams. And I think Tom Brady is a quarterback that, you know, we've talked about. What's the word that we used for some of these quarterbacks? Brock Purdy was one that we were like, is he the what of the team? What was that last year when we were talking about in the playoffs?
What, game manager?
The game manager.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think this is probably what Tom Brady is referring to a little bit because Tom Brady was a game manager, you know, and he's incredible, got a good arm, you know, can't really run, but he's a game manager. He knows what's going on. And I think that's what we're missing in some of these quarterbacks. So I'd say that's probably what Tom Brady's kind of referring to, but you know that people are going to take this and be like, what the heck is he talking about?
The segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. Yeah, you know, look, I don't disagree with Tom, generally speaking. I just think there's a lot more pressure on quarterbacks to do things earlier, right? We're just talking about Bo Nix. Oh, we'll just put him out there. I mean, I'm actively... I pound this table almost every day of the week saying, start this guy sooner than later. Okay, and on one hand, that is good for experience, and you're going to go out there. It's probably not going to look great, but maybe if you are who we think you are, you will grow into that type of quarterback. On the other hand, it also doesn't hurt just to sit and wait and learn. In the Broncos situation, there's really no one to learn behind. Like, who are we really learning behind? Like, Bo Nix should just play because, you know, Jarrett Stidham. I'm like, okay. So I think each situation is a little bit different. I think the things that we're asking quarterbacks to do is a little bit muted as well. I mean, you just brought up the name Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy, they didn't say, here's the team, put it on your shoulders and lead us to the Super Bowl. They just said, look, here's Christian McCaffrey, here's Brandon Ayuk, here's Deebo Samuel, here's George Kittle. Throw it to these guys, hand off to this guy, and get out of their way, and we'll be fine. And in fact, they got to the Super Bowl. So, you know, maybe the days of multitudes of real, like, field general quarterbacks might just be over, because I think the emphasis of getting balls out into playmakers' hands and let them make the plays versus having the quarterback to make the plays. And maybe Patrick Mahomes becomes kind of, at the end of his career, kind of the last of a certain breed that is the total playmaking focal point of the offense versus these new offenses that are, yes, you need your quarterback to be very competent out there, but you don't need him to be a world beater. You just need him to get the ball, make the right decision, get the ball to the right player.
Yeah. Absolutely. No, I agree with you. And I think there's nobody that's ever going to be like Tom Brady, though. I think we can all agree on that, too.
Also, this about his that induction ceremony done on what day yesterday? What was the date yesterday?
Wednesday, the 12th?
It was the 12th, yes. It was done on the 12th for a reason.
Oh, number 12.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
Do you guys also realize 6-12?
6 Super Bowls.
Yep.
I did not even think about that. Do you really think that someone was smart enough to plan that?
Yes, that's exactly why.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So the story about that goes, this was a weird winding path to settle on this date for that actual ceremony, because of his new jobs, because he's going to be analyst, the top analyst, I believe, on Fox.
Yeah, Fox.
So you can't do it during the regular season because he's going to be busy during the regular season. Can't have this particular ceremony. the NFL calendar kind of late into June and then into July. Like there's nobody there in July, and then it's obviously training camp, and then you're getting ready for a season, so you could not do it those times. So they backed it up and figured out, hey, how about we do it on this date here, and easy for everybody to remember because of course, and it works in everybody's calendar. So that's how they arrived at June 12th.
I like it
for that. So
big
it's pretty
props
funny.
to that marketing
Yeah,
team.
exactly. So and Peyton Manning, because he's everywhere. It's like I feel like
shows up.
I feel like there's 12 Peyton Mannings. 12. Like, did he clone himself because he's everywhere?
Everywhere. He's got it made also.
Yeah. So he was at the
Yeah, and
ceremony as well.
Tom Brady's face when Peyton Manning showed up was like, "You got to be kidding me! This is supposed to be about me. This guy shows up."
Peyton Manning.
That was so funny.
He's the best. He's the best. All right, Cole, what's next?
Chargers edge rushers Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack each took a pay cut to remain in Los Angeles under Jim Harbaugh's new regime. Both players have noted on Wednesday that they have a massive belief in LA and they want to stick around the team as long as possible. Here's what Joey Bosa had to say about taking the pay cut.
I'll be on this team. I want another shot with the guys in this room, especially Khalil. And yeah, that's what it was. And winning football games is more important to me right now than making some extra money. So I think I mean we have a great opportunity here, and who knows, maybe I'll have a great year this year, and then things can change down the road. But I think if a guy like Khalil coming off of a year with 17 sacks can take that cut, it shows the kind of guy he is and the kind of culture we have brewing here, and that's who I want to be with.
Okay, here's part two. So because he was burying the lead, I think it's very. Let me just say this first. It's very noble that you are talking about. Hey, this is something I want to do for the team. Money isn't everything. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, but here's part two. You played in 9 games last year. You played in 5 games the year before that, 16, then 12, 16, 7. Like, his availability has been bad. It's been bad because he's been injured, and then he's back for a game and he's injured. And sooner or later, a team just looks at you and says, hey, you know, we cannot pay for a player that is not actively on the field. You have played in 14 games in 2 seasons. There's 17 games in 1 season.
Mm-hmm.
So also that.
Also, great, you took a pay cut. $15 million from $22 million. However, he can earn $4 million back through sack incentives. And the roster bonus increased from $8 million to $12 million. So he gets another 4 there. So that's $8 million that you could make on top of your 15. If I do my math correctly, that's a total of $23 million, which is more than $22 million. So you didn't really even take a pay cut. So.
Sure. Just as long as it's incentives, right? You know what I'm saying?
So
they're not going to just hand over guaranteed money to you.
No, but it sounds like you could do it. I mean, this is just a roster bonus. It was increased to $12.36 million and moved up to the first day of the calendar year of 2025. So yeah, okay, great. Again, awesome. But if I was making $15 million, I'd be fine with that too. Whatever. When you're making that much money, it's like, you know, there's incentives. And yeah, if you're going to make it to the playoffs, don't they get incentives for that too? Bonuses?
Yeah. Kim, it's the only way that you can deal with a player like this. Yeah. He is supremely talented. That is a fact.
Yeah.
But you can't hand over just goo gobs of guaranteed money to a player who is not actively playing. I mean, that is not good business sense. But you can have that player earn it back if he then is able to play. He's only played, again, 16 games, 3 times in a career that's 8 years long. 3 times. So
dang, not even half of those years.
Right.
He played the full season.
Right.
Oh boy.
So okay. I mean,
yeah.
you didn't have leverage, and so it's nice to come out and it's nice to come out in front of everybody and say, I did this thing. But also they looked at you and said, yeah, you're doing this thing, and then you just took it because that's what you have to do. It's the reality of the situation, man. All right, let's take our final break. The Big 12 might not be known as the Big 12 this upcoming season. We'll tell you why next. We are coming to you live from the Backus and Schenker studio, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Chris, Kim, and Cole with you here for another 15, actually not even 15, about 10 more minutes here left on the program. Been a really, really fun show. Thank you guys for joining us and interacting with us on the Shant Mazda text line as well. Okay, the Big 12. Well, look, one of the things about colleges, especially with these conferences names in the last, let's call it almost 10 years now, right? Maybe even more, is that they started to not make sense at all. At one point in time, you had Pac-10. That became Pac-12, whatever. You had, when I was in school, it was the Big 8, and then it was the Big 12, and then the Big 12 had 8 teams, and then you have the Big 10, and the Big 10 had like 14 teams, and here we are, right? Here we are. The SEC is the only one that, in the ACC, I guess, that let's just take the numbers out of this. Because the numbers don't matter anymore. Well, this is from Brett McMurphy of the Action Network about the Big 12 this year, as we are actively seeing college raking in all the dough. We've had the will they put jersey patch sponsors or field sponsors, like so you can put the sponsorships on the field, get money from that. I think we're going to see both of those things in the upcoming season. But now here's thing number 3. The Big 12 is in discussions with Allstate, yes, the insurance company, Allstate, on a naming rights deal to change the league's name, sources told the Action Network. The deal could be worth between $30 and $50 million annually, and name possibilities include the Big Allstate Conference or the Allstate 12 Conference, neither of which rolls off the tongue.
They both suck. They do.
It never occurred to me that, and I don't know why. I feel like such a heel right now. Of course you would sell the naming rights to your actual conference.
Yeah, that does actually make sense. Why is this the first one that's done that?
Yeah, they'd be the first one.
The All-State Conference is fine by me.
Right.
All-State Conference.
The All-State Conference.
You don't need to put a number in there. The numbers are confusing even so. Like you said, we've been confused for years about these numbers and what they mean because they clearly don't represent how many teams are in each conference.
Because the Big
board.
12 actively has 16 teams.
So, get rid of the numbers. The Big 12 and Big 10 have their own issue because they only have the only word that they share is big. So they're going to have to just change that.
Well, Allstate's going to try to change that.
Yeah, just make it the All-State Conference.
Yeah, I wonder how many years the contract would be. But $30 to $50 million annually, that's huge. And and then the question is how are you for the Big 12? Look. These are the kinds of things that now start to put your conference a little closer to what the Big 10 and the SEC are doing just with their TV contracts alone, right? So it's if you're able to now add $30 to $50 million annually to the coffers, and then you're able to distribute that now to your member institutions, okay, that sweetens the pot a whole lot and keeps your conference viable during a time where I still think that people think there's going to be more consolidation of these conferences down to maybe a couple of, we hear this all the time, right? There's going to be 2 super conferences, blah, blah, blah. Okay, maybe there is. But if you're the Big 12, you don't want to be a part of that consolidation. No sirree. If you can do this, that is crazy. That's crazy.
Were there rules about that before? I mean, there's so many rules that have changed in college. It's hard for me to keep up now, but could they not sell the rights to their names for these conferences? Maybe that was an NIL change, when it comes to even just naming conferences or other companies putting their names attached to some of these college football situations.
You know what? I think there was never any rules about it, but the conferences are so they're so arrogant, right?
Yeah.
You're not changing our name.
Right.
What? We're the Big 12. We're the Big 10, the SEC. We're not changing our names. And the SEC doesn't have to change their name. Unless the money gets so big for the Big 12 that now all of a sudden they are sitting on almost equal footing for the money that the SEC is bringing in. The SEC will never change their name. Or at most, they'll let somebody sponsor their name. The SEC, sponsored by State Farm or something like that, in order to get their own endorsement dollars or whatever they call it. So very, very interesting. We'll see what happens on the text line. I bet you bet our insurance premiums keep going up.
Oh my gosh, right?
Yeah. So I don't know. That's very interesting. I think it's smart. I do, especially for the Big 12. The Pac-12 they would have been smart to think about this right prior to.
Maybe they wouldn't have
right.
crashed and burned.
Yeah. I mean, look, if you take the Apple deal, which was like $25 million, which they thought was low, which it was, but your conference was bad. So take
Desperate
it.
times.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. But if you're able to supplement that now and sell the naming rights to your conference, now you can now maybe you have some things, but they weren't thinking along those lines whatsoever. Okay, yesterday at the finals game, Adam Silver did an interview. Somebody asked him about the All-Star game. I think this is interesting. Let's just play what he had to say.
So I don't want to overpromise because I do remember you asked me this last year and I said I got this.
I wasn't going to mention that.
And honestly, my concern about U.S. First International is that we may be just past the point where guys and teams are incentivized to play a competitive all-star game in the middle of the season. It's just, you could speak to this, it's the nature of the league. And I look back at last year, I mean, honestly, Larry Bird, Julius Erving, others spoke to the players before the game, and I don't think any of them set out thinking we're just not going to play hard. It's just this sort of group dynamic that takes over, and yet I think about, for example, the Steph versus Sabrina shootout last year, which was a highlight of All-Star Weekend. Absolutely. And so my reaction is that maybe we need to play basketball, but we have to do something that's a little bit different, frankly, that recognizes this is about entertainment, that people want to see the players put their best foot forward, but it has to be something more than just a game. And even if it were U.S. versus international, because there's just some governor on them from playing all out.
Yes, I mean, that's true. But U.S. versus I actually didn't love hearing this from Adam Silver because it sounded like he's just raised the white flag. It's just like, well, this game is what it is. We're done trying to improve it. In fact, that they reverted it back to they took the Elam ending off of it. They just went back to straight conferences instead of the players picking the teams, right? They did all those things. So, I mean, that's just, I should have seen that coming. I should have seen this coming. I don't know why you would give up. On one hand, I think he's not necessarily completely wrong. Like, these players aren't going to go all out and get injured in an all-star game. Why would they do that? But you still can inject a little bit more competition, even in just spaces. And when they had the Elam ending, the fourth quarters were fun for those couple of all-star games with the Elam ending. And, okay, even if you're not getting 48 straight minutes of fun, then let's get 12 minutes of fun. I don't think you have to give up 48 just to take a little sliver that you can get. And if you can get international versus United States, I promise you those would be much more competitive. From the simple fact that every single time we'll watch this play out in the Olympics, right? International teams love to beat American players.
Yep.
That is it.
Yep.
And yeah.
And they love to come together. International players love to come together and root for each other, And so I do agree with you on that one, but I have such a hard time with these All-Star games, with Pro Bowls, with All-Star weeks. I don't watch any of it. None of it entices me. And that obviously it doesn't really entice a lot of people because ratings must be down. And that's why Adam Silver is flying the white flag. All they care about is ratings and money. No one's watching it.
Yeah, I wish I did know what the ratings were. I know. I look at the year, and every sport except for baseball gets this, which is it's just not compelling.
No.
And it's not. I'm not going to sit here and say it is. I think the NFL did at least they're thinking outside of the box with the team competitions, and that over the course of a day, and in all the different categories, to try to create competition that way. Which I watched it, and it did create competition.
Yeah.
Those players were into it. All the little activities and whatever they tried their best at those things. And I actually thought it was fun. I thought it was super long, but it was fun. The NBA can't do that. The All-Star game is their Super Bowl. I've actually had Adam Silver say that to me to my face when I asked him about that. Yes, it's their Super Bowl because they do not have an event, a singular event that they can get all their corporate sponsors, partners to the same place. And that is the All-Star game. That is why the All-Star game will never go away.
That makes
sense.
And
so but that's to me the reason why you have to fight to make it even a modicum, just a tiny bit more compelling, because that's better than nothing. You can't just give up It sounds like they're just trying to give up. All right, really quick. Tonight, Edmonton trying to get themselves back into the series. Do they do it?
I think that they do. And you know what? Most sports books have them favored. Minus 135, BetMGM has the Oilers. Plus 115 on the money line for Florida. But I do think, what's up, Scotty? He's joining in saying, hey, he looks like he's in a nice place. I'm saying Edmonton 3, Florida 2. I do think they'll get game 3.
Okay. I don't know what I think. I think Florida's just better, and they're going to find a way to win. Actually, you know what? No, I'm going with you. I'm going to Edmonton. Edmonton bounces back, and
join me.
And I'm joining you
on this side
with this. Absolutely. All right. Well, that's going to do it for our Thursday edition here on Dempsey and Company. Kim, really, really fun show. Thank you for always being here every single Thursday.
It's been fun, guys. Thank you.
Cole, you're the best, my guy. Thank you for filling in ably. Are you back tomorrow?
I will not be. You guys got the Jordan Berg, the one and only award-winning producer at this station.
Oh, okay. All right.
Fancy.
All right. Well, Cole, thank you very much. This is a fun show. Thank you all for joining us out there. Have a great, great Thursday. We will see you tomorrow.
Well, here we go. Another scorcher today, huh, man? Saw that, I don't know, we were on Channel 7 last night. And was watching Mike Nelson. And I didn't realize, I knew it was hot. I didn't know it was that hot yesterday. And I don't know what it is right now, but yesterday
It's
was
supposed to be like 95 or something.
97 yesterday.
Jeez.
So, did it feel like that to you guys? Did you feel?
Well, I spent the
Scott?
majority of the day inside, I guess.
So, what's in Ugalala? Where the hell you are, Scott? What sizzling
Well, something's
temperatures?
going on. Somebody kicked me off the Zoom and now won't let me back in.
I'm looking for you. Where are you?
Well, I was here I talked to Dimps and Katie.
Sorry, who?
Kim, I mean. She looks like a Kim. Looks like a Katie.
You got the case.
Yeah,
Sure.
you're
Close enough.
hey, mile long, 3 inches deep. Well, hopefully we'll see you here shortly, but
Well, I'm getting close.
okay. Well, it was there.
there
You
you go,
are.
there.
There you are, my guy. Oh, looks
Hi,
like
Scotty.
Cole shut me off. Shut me out. He got tired of me.
oh no, you're looking good
Flirting
there.
with Dempsey.
Got it going there, man. Well, I guess Luka ain't the best player in the world.
No.
I guess not. Who would
You wanna say anything?
Who would have ever suggested that one?
Those lacking complete and 100% knowledge.
I guess so. Well, hey, I said it came with a condition, and the condition was they win. And not only are they not winning, they're getting embarrassed. And not only he's putting up some numbers, like you said, he's a scorer, Scott, but he doesn't got it. Right now, he doesn't got it. Maybe he will. Maybe he'll grow up. Maybe he'll mature and figure it out. But Brian Windhorst destroyed him. Do you guys see what Brian Windhorst said about him? Dan, you got
I did
that?
not.
Oh, you got to hear this. Dan, go ahead. Play Brian Windhorst. Go ahead, Dan.
I thought it was perfect that Luka fell onto the ground there in an unacceptable position to put himself in with 4 minutes left with 5 fouls, and then immediately looks at the bench and says, "You better bleeping challenge it," as if it's the bench's fault that he just made a terrible play. I'm standing here in the Mavericks tunnel. Over there is the Celtics tunnel. That's where the winners are. If Luka's ever going to be a winner coming out of this tunnel here, he is going to have to use what's happened in this finals as a learning experience. His defensive performance is unacceptable. He is a hole on the court. The Celtics are attacking him. They are ahead in this series because they've attacked him defensively. And you've got a situation here where Luka is complaining about the officiating. They have begged him. They have talked with him. They have pleaded with him. He is costing his team because of how he treats the officials. He's a brilliant player. He does so many things well. They are here because of how he did. His performance in this game is unacceptable and the reason why the Mavericks are not going to win. He's got to get over this. And the fact that he came out after the game and blamed the officials showed me he's nowhere close yet. So maybe over the summer somebody will get to him because nobody with the Mavericks or anybody else in his life has. And that's where the Mavericks are at this point. They're never going to get to this tunnel with the trophy if he doesn't improve those aspects of his game.
Boom.
Wow. Well,
take that.
Count Brian Windhorst as a listener to this little program right here. That we didn't know that. So thank you, Brian. We appreciate you.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
I don't even really like Brian Windhorst. A lot of times I think he says a lot of dumb things, but that was pretty on point right there.
Dude.
Well, he's a shill for LeBron, and
Right.
that goes back to their high school days, and that's fine, whatever. But he's right. Listen, I told you this before, and this is why I also, and I think I got poo-pooed on this topic too. This is Dallas's one chance. This isn't like this isn't a building thing. Like you think Minnesota still got an opportunity, and Oklahoma City maybe learning they're going to keep growing to this. This is Dallas got a one and done shot right here. This is it. This is absolutely it for them. And I'm sure Kyrie somewhere down the line will take the blame because Luka is such an international star. But as I said before, and I've watched a lot of his Slovenia games in the Olympics and international play. He's a one-man show that plays zero defense and doesn't necessarily make guys around him better. They're better when teams collapse on him if they're making shots. But he's a professional scorer, professional stat guy. That's all he is. But I don't know if he's a winner.
He's missing something, and he ain't there with Jokic, that's for sure. So I retract even the mere suggestion that it could happen is forget about it. Meanwhile, you have a Celtics team who it's their year, man. It's their year. They swept in the semifinals, conference final, And they're I mean, if they don't, I'll be surprised at this point, but they easily could. I mean, not only they had the best record in the NBA, they're balanced. They won last night without Porzingis.
He's been tremendous for him.
Yes, but it's their year.
Listen. They had the best record in the league without Porzingis for most of the year.
Well,
too,
that's
so
right. That's right.
Let's don't get caught up on this as a big loss.
And we got to feel good for Derek White, man. I mean, that's awesome. Colorado kid,
Legend High School, right down the street from me,
playing great. Went to UCCS, right? UCCS.
Yeah, so you know what? It's funny that you say that because I guess I didn't really know his whole story. I happened to look up his Wikipedia a couple nights ago. Went to Legend High School, had like 0 offers coming out of high school. Ends up going to UCCS up in Colorado Springs.
Yep.
Transfers up to Boulder for his final year.
Mm-hmm.
Has a pretty good year. And then Scott, was he like a 26, 28, something like that, late in the first, something like that? Where did he get drafted?
Yeah, probably somewhere there. I know that one year, though, he spent, I think he was like all Pac-12 and first team Pac-12 defense or something like that. I mean, he made a splash in his 1 year at CU.
He had a late growth spurt, apparently, coming out of high school. I think he grew like 5 inches after he came out of high school. But you look at those two teams, and if you look at the box score, right, you look at what Dallas did, and you're like, okay, well, Luka put up 27, Kyrie put up 35. Seems like a pretty good game between those two guys, right? But the difference is you're seeing a guy in Luka who does not involve his teammates. He doesn't. And it's kind of amazing to me, actually, that Kyrie is always able to get his when he's paired up with them. And they've figured it out, the two of them. But that is an individual. That is not a team. The Dallas Mavericks are not a team. That is an individual that happens to be paired up with another individual going up against a complete basketball team.
I'm looking at the total shots for the team. So Luka and Irving, Kyrie, combined for 55 shots. The team had 86. So the rest of the team just had 31 shots, like everybody else. I mean, that's crazy.
The other 7 guys that played had 31 shots.
Is that right? You got to be kidding me on that one, bro. I mean, that's crazy.
Well, and then there's efficiency, too, and that's a big thing in the league right now. Doncic had 27, but he took 27 shots, and that was the whole knock on Melo and the last few years of Melo. Melo would he'd get 30, but he'd take 28 shots to get 30. And, there used to be a stat. The first time I ever heard analytics, and I didn't even know they were anal ticks at the time. Coach Sutton was getting on me in a practice at Arkansas for not shooting more. And he says, you understand, you're scoring 1 point, I don't know what it was, 7, 1.6, 1.7 every time you shoot it, field goals, right? So for every field goal attempt, if you're perfect, you're shooting at 100 clip, then you shoot 10 times, you get 20 points. And I was doing like 10 times getting 17 points, right? Which is a pretty good number, pretty good stat. But Doncic, you get 27 points. That looks good on the paper. But when you dive deeper, it took you're 1 point per shot. That's not good enough for great players.
I'm going to start off. I think you might have been right about something else too, Scott, that I think I was wrong on. I look at it now. You know what? I actually do think the Nuggets would have beat Dallas. I do. Now that I really look at it, and I know you've said for a while, listen, the Wolves were built to beat the Nuggets, not everybody else. If the Nuggets somehow could have held on to that 20-point lead, you know what? I bet they do get past the Mavs. I bet they do. I don't think they would have got past the Celtics, though. I think this Celtics team, man, is scary good.
I don't know. I think it'd have been a better matchup than what you're seeing with Dallas.
Because for sure,
once again, they don't have an answer for Joker anywhere near the point, the paint. And listen, I don't think they have guys. You got to choose and go back to that game where that great game in Denver against Boston. Aaron Gordon, they didn't have anybody to match Aaron Gordon's strength. Aaron Gordon went nuts in that game. Remember that? And if Michael disappeared in the Minnesota series. I mean that's for lack of a better term, especially compared to. But it's how they defend him. I'm not sure Dallas has anybody that's going to defend him. So I think had you won Game 7, which you should have, I think he has a bounce back series against Dallas, which propels you even with a banged up Jamal Murray. And now you've got a week before you even got to play.
Okay, all right, you're making it worse.
And 3 days in between.
Yeah, I don't know if
they could beat Boston. I don't know if they could have beaten Boston, but I think they would have been I think it'd have been a 6 or 7 game series.
I don't need you to convince me. I'd kind of already accepted it. I went through the roller coaster of emotions. It's like, what are the 7 stages? Like denial, guilt, whatever, all those things. I went through all those, and then I actually accepted. I accepted the fact that I just didn't think the Nuggets had enough this year.
Yeah, I think I would feel better if it was just like, nah, it's Boston's year. Don't worry about it. I feel all right. Now Scott's got me thinking in a different way. But hey, man, it's happy. It's funny because it's the anniversary. Yesterday was the anniversary, but when you really think about it, wasn't it really like last night into today, the anniversary of the Nuggets winning? You know what I'm saying? Because the game is the game. But then it was everything about it. And here we were a year ago today, kind of at noon, where we could be like, they just did it. You know what I'm saying? Like, this was the day.
You know what we were doing yesterday? The Denver Broncos were having their final OTA practice, and the Denver Nuggets were having their parade. That was on the same day last year.
Well, oh my God, was it really?
Yeah,
That's how it worked out.
And I just happen to remember that because I remember us talking about the OTAs. We're like, well, is somebody going to cover the OTAs? And I think there was about 3 media members at the Broncos' last OTA practice.
Wow, no wonder nobody knew what was going on then.
Which
that kind of explains it actually.
Squirrel, but he canceled the final practice this year. He should have canceled it last year and sent them all to the parade to watch it for inspiration.
I remember we were talking. That conversation was definitely had. Like, hey, you want to see what a championship all about? Go down the street. That's why I had not remembered that. So, well,
it is funny they didn't cancel it on that day, and they would do
this year.
They would this year.
Yeah,
yeah.
Well, he was too busy.
No, listen, man. Here's I guess I've gone to acceptance that they got beat, but I'll stay in denial because they shouldn't have. And the bottom line in all this is you wasted another MVP season that you've got to be playing in the finals. This was a championship year. And what was the one stat that we talked about last week, Darren, that Ryan had? The Denver started played more minutes than the next two teams. Yeah. Next 2 team starters combined.
That's right.
Played minutes.
That's right. Can't do that again. Cannot do that again.
In other words, Tyler, so the starters' minutes, 1, 2, 3. The second team on the list and the third team on the list as far as most played starters minutes, they played more than the second and third team combined. The 2 teams combined their starters minutes. Denver starters played more minutes than those guys.
It's too long. It's too much of a grind. You can't have that.
Can I do something that's just completely self-serving and just celebrates me more than anything?
Again?
Okay. We'll do that coming up next.
No.
Hey, what's going on? DMAC for Mike Maroney, Chevy GMC. If you're in the market for a new car, truck, or SUV, this is your moment. Everything is on sale at the new Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. I've never seen deals like this. Are you kidding me? This is amazing. Depending on which model you select, qualified buyers will save in one of so many ways. How about this? You can save up to $10,000 on a new 2024 model. Buy with 0 down, 0% APR financing, and get a $5,000 discount and make no payments for 90 days at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC. This is incredible. Got a trade? Bring it in. Even if you owe more than it's worth, every new vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So what are you waiting for? Come on now. Check it out. It's Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics, conveniently located at 1415 Vista View Drive in Longmont. Online at Mike Maroney Chevrolet Buick GMC.com.
5:34 a.m. I was about to start my day.
All right,
She
Zach.
laying there across me, so I stayed.
Dude, I am totally becoming a Zach Bryan fan. Totally.
Are you lying?
No, I am. I swear to God, I'm not lying. Because we're playing tunes now. Now, here's what you need to know. We have floor tickets today. Floor tickets. Floor. You're on the floor for Zach Bryan. This weekend, right?
Friday, tomorrow.
So we'll have 2 pair of tickets to give away. And the way you do it is you send a keyword to 303-504-0925. The keyword is son. So you have 20 minutes to enter. But you can enter again at 1:20 and at 2:20. These are floor seats. And when that's all done before the end of the show, I think we should call the winners. Dan, maybe? I mean, get them on the phone.
Is that son U-N or O-N?
That is such a good question, Scott. I've been told to emphasize it's Son UN. Because the name of the song is what, Dan?
Son to me. S-U-N. Son to me. So text S-U-N.
So Zach Bryan's the sun is sun, not like you're my kid. He is more about
It's the rising sun.
He's about space.
It's like the king of planets.
Yeah, he's
like I circle. You're my son, and I circle around you.
He's big on the sun. The song yesterday was all about the sunrise and the sunset.
I heard he's into all of the planets except Pluto.
Or never mind.
See, that's the easiest joke, but I was told he's really into that, actually.
Oh, he is?
Wow. Anything that's a gas giant apparently has interest in Zach Bryan. So I've been finding out. So there you go.
Called me a gas giant last night.
Was she right?
Well, I was in the room by myself. I can't help it if they came in there.
Hey, listen, man, it's just nature. So 303-504-0925. That is the keyword to text to the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. We'll do it again at 1:20 and also at 2:20. All right, ready for my big self-serving moment?
I can't wait.
Comes with a little bit of a no dumb question sort of thing with it, too.
Wait. Do we want to go into that first, or do we want to talk about Dan's tire?
What do you...
Okay, that's on me. I forgot.
Where's the tube?
I forgot to bring the tube. I forgot to even look for the tube. I might need a text reminder.
I will tell you this, because I took the tube and tire off of Dan's wheel.
Yeah.
His bike actually looks way worse than it did before this all happened.
Well, that's all right. I mean, this is the rebuilding process.
Well,
you got to break it down to build it back up.
That's right. It's in the shop. So you forgot.
We could be a discovery show about fixing bikes.
This would be the most prolonged thing. It's about fixing a tube, which bike people can fix in probably 3 minutes.
I just don't feel overly motivated to give him one of my tubes because I just don't feel like he's going to utilize it.
I have the feeling even if you brought the tube in, it was properly inflated, it would sit in that room for the next...
That's what I'm thinking.
However long we all work here, or Dan, who apparently will outlast
I don't
everybody.
appreciate you getting on Dan because what you're saying is he's irresponsible.
No. There's a difference between lazy and irresponsible.
It's a fine difference.
How much difference?
Fine line.
How much
fine
difference?
Line.
He's
lazy.
Fine line.
Okay, he's irresponsible with his personal life, but very responsible with the show.
How am I irresponsible with my personal life?
Well, you fixed those glasses yet? Do you need your glasses to see?
I'm wearing them.
He's wearing them.
What happens if you bump
That's
those
called,
things?
hey, that right there, them glasses are fixed because of friends in low places.
Now, I think, Dan, I know where you're saying and you're going there, but you realize Dan has kept his life as minimalistic as possible.
Well, good for him.
There's no extra stuff in Dan's life.
I'm
Dan, am I right?
unbelievably simple. Like, you should see my condo. I don't have any paintings hung up. It's not decorated.
Right.
Nothing.
So don't misplace, a frugal sort of simplistic lifestyle for being irresponsible.
I'm responsible. I'm just simple.
He's created a life where he only has to be responsible to himself. And that's it. You might call it immature more than irresponsible or lazy.
Yes.
Is it more like that?
Immature, lazy. I'm only lazy about certain things, though.
Yeah. Not the show, though. No, you work your ass off on the show. No,
Well,
he's not.
yeah,
Shut your mouth.
He works his butt off for any of your ideas. You're right.
He works his butt off for D-Mac.
Yeah, any of D-Mac's ideas, he works his butt
Well,
off.
I tell you this, he found this sound that we're about to play really damn quick.
Yep,
So, you
yep,
know,
yep.
because it is the anniversary of the greatest question ever asked to any athlete in the history of media. Dan, go ahead and play it.
So I'm curious what you are feeling right now, and if you're looking forward to a parade coming up in Denver.
When is parade? When is parade?
Thursday.
No. I need to go home. Okay.
There you go. So.
Hey, you know what was missed in that I didn't hear until just then?
What's that?
Nick's in the background going, "You going Friday?"
The deep breath is what really sells it for me.
Well, you know, going into that, I knew a little something. I'm not going to lie. And to set it up, you realize after they beat the Lakers, I asked him, "How are you feeling?" And he goes, I felt good for about 30 minutes, and it's not as big of a deal as I thought it was going to be." Well, I thought that was a really interesting answer because, guys, remember how big of a deal it felt to everybody, right? That you just beat the Lakers, never mind sweep them.
Right.
But to Jokic, it was a little empty, and he didn't feel, overly, great about it. However, so I wanted to work in like a real question as well as the parade. But we remember they won on a Monday. Scott, did you know the parade was going to be on Thursday? Tyler, did you know it was going to be on Thursday?
Nope.
Scott, did you know?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, I think most people kind of did. But when I was sitting there, I was like, is there any way Jokic would actually know that it's on Thursday? And here it is Monday, and I was like, man, that feels like a long time for Jokic, right? And I just took a guess. I just guessed he wouldn't know. And it was just priceless, man. It was the best. And then, of course, it was followed up by, I want to effing stay on parade, right? And this is why we love this guy, brother. This is why we love this guy.
Well, think about this. I don't think people realize that. So the party started at the parade, and it was a party. And finished that night, they took a private plane, a bunch of guys, and went to Vegas. And so they're
that's right.
They're still striping it at Vegas. He leaves in the middle of the night to come back here to get his family and flies to Sombor the next morning.
Dude,
crazy, right?
So they go all night before the parade, I'm sure. Then they go to the parade. Parade ends. What time did you guys say the parade ended? 2:30, something like that?
Something like that, yeah.
2:30, 3 o'clock, right? So then
before our show was off, right? We were doing the show.
Oh, yeah, that's about right. So it's probably about 2:30. That's exactly right. And then right after that, we had a big company party at, what was that bar we went to, Scott? The Whiskey Row or something. Whiskey something.
Yeah, somewhere downtown.
But anyway, so we go straight down there. Scott and I get in one of those little pedicabs, go down to the whiskey bar.
That's a riot.
We end up at the whiskey bar, and Brucey B is at the whiskey bar by himself.
What?
By himself.
Get out of here.
At the bar. Now, he's got private security around him and everything.
Yeah.
But he's literally standing at the bar by himself.
Really?
So he hangs out at that bar the entire time that we're there. A solid another 3 or 4 hours after the parade.
What?
Gets on a plane, goes to Vegas, and then finally the next morning he said something like, "Yeah, I had to tap out because Nicole had wore me out." Well, yeah, because the dude literally went from the parade to the Whiskey Row to Vegas nonstop for about 36 hours.
Yeah. Wow. That's a crazy story, man. That's awesome. That's wild. Man, that was just a year ago, guys. Come on, man. Not that we're not enjoying ourselves today. We are, I guess.
I ran into a family who went to Sombor, Serbia. And they kind of went on purpose because they're huge Nuggets fans. And they were, I guess, over in Serbia. I didn't even get why, but they were kind of on a little bit of a holiday.
Yeah.
And they were there, and they actually got to watch the game. Game 2, he said it sucked because it was one game they lost. He said, but they kind of knocked on the door in this bar. They had Nuggets hats on and stuff like that. And the guys that owned the bar said, because the game started like 3 in the morning, right? They go, "Yeah, come on in." So they let this family from America in because they were Nuggets fans, and they stayed up with a bunch of Jokic fans in Sombor till 4 o'clock, 4:35 in the morning, in this little local bar, and I said, "Was it lit?" He goes, "Oh man, it was crazy."
You know, that is an interesting thought. It would be awesome to see if there's video out there somewhere, just seeing what Sombor was like. The entire country, forget just Sombor, but seeing what that country was like Denver was doing, but the entire country celebrating over a dude.
You know, I think.
Well, this kid, his 2 kids and a mom. They said Joker has his own bar over there.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what they said.
What do you got there, Dan? You got Bruce?
This is Bruce in Vegas the morning after they partied. And
after his 36-hour bender.
Here you go.
I want everyone to know this is Nikola Jokic's fault that I'm down this bad. I don't know what he had me drinking last night, but I blame it on 15. Blame it on 15. Down bad right now.
Down bad.
Brucey B, man. Brucey B. Brucey B ain't going anywhere. Okay. But again, we acknowledge we do not hold anybody to their word at a parade with anything they say. You can say anything at a parade, and you're not to be held responsible.
It seemed so exciting though when he said Brucey B ain't going anywhere.
I know, but it's
hell no.
Hell no. Hell no. Dynasty. But it's okay. You can say anything at a parade, and you don't. You're
forgiven.
You're forgiven. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Well, that would be nice if it was true. If you want to chime in on what you were going through and what you were, you can chime in on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. That might be fun today, Dan. Tyler Scott. Just where
were you a year ago from right now? Right this time period.
Post game celebration stories.
Yeah, man. Like the game's over, they won. Like yesterday was an interesting anniversary day because the game hadn't happened yet. So like when we were doing the show yesterday, I remember leading up to the game was pretty exciting throughout the course of the day, but the day hadn't happened. What was your life like? What was happening to you? Where were you at? What were you going through the time they won? Like it's over. Listen, man, I was lucky enough to grow up in the Boston area in the heyday of the Celtics, okay? But the Celtics had won a lot of championships, guys, and they're about to win their 18th. You know what I'm saying? Like there's 17 other championships to compare it to.
18?
Yeah, this will be their 18th. So is that tied with the Lakers? It's something like that. It's up there. It's close.
Well, Lakers count Minneapolis as 2.
Okay, well, I mean, we could count the championship. Multiple, obviously.
Wait, but do the Lakers get to count the in-season?
No, they do not get to count the in-season.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't count.
I'm just clarifying.
But this has been the one and only for Denver. This is it. And, in Boston, my parents... I was like, are you going to go to the parade if they have I don't know, Darren. We've been to so many of those.
Done that 17
times.
They
literally said that. We've been to so many. It's, we'll just watch it on TV. It ain't that special. Well, who was going to miss that parade last year for the Nuggets, right?
No one.
I mean, my God, you can't miss that.
I do wonder, did we ever find out what the numbers were in comparison to, I bet it was about the same size as the Broncos. If not even, maybe it was bigger. I mean, shoot, there might have been more people coming out for the Nuggets because they waited their entire life.
I don't know how you can tell when it's absolutely packed as far as the eye can see one way or the other. It was a lot. I mean, it was insane.
So 750,000 people showed up for the Nuggets.
It was incredible. You guys might have had a little bit more. Who knows? It's still, the Broncos are pretty strong.
Well, I was at the Broncos, and listen, they have different ways to count, but the first one, it seems like they only said it was 400,000 or 500,000.
So Super Bowl 50 says $1 million, but I mean, who that can tell the difference? Are you kidding me? It felt the exact same.
It was incredible, and the Avs were it's always incredible to have that moment, and it's a cluster. I'll tell you, transportation and getting around the whole thing, it's something. But what an amazing problem to have, right? So yeah, sure. I think that'd be cool. If Voice of the People, you let us know. Or on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Can chime in there as well. I guess this is where I'm going today, Scotty, when I'm thinking about things. I'm having a bit of a, I don't know, man. It's a great feeling, and it's kind of a weird feeling at the same time because it's about to end, right? The reign for the Nuggets is about to end. It's going to go to the Celtics.
Yeah, you got it for a year. The key is can you get back to the top, which lends to the question of the 4 major sports teams. Give me the order of the next parades and how soon.
Okay. The next parade's and how soon? Well, in last place will be the Rockies.
It feels like if the Avalanche, I mean, are they? So is Georgie just their guy for like? Is there any chance they're trying to upgrade a goaltender?
He'll be their starter next year, but I think they'll have an eye on the future.
It feels to me like if the Avalanche could get a top flight goalie, that team would be.
Well, they want it to be Jussi Annunen because that's who they've sunk some stuff into right now. That's in their program. They want it to be that guy. He'd be the best guy for them because he make it affordable for everybody else. But we'll see.
They need a Ray Bork, Eric Johnson, bigger defenseman, and they need a. You aren't going to be able to count on Nichushkin because he's told you so 2 straight playoffs.
Yeah.
So you might need a more powerful forward on the attack side too.
All right, so you want to list the championships? The most likely next championship would be the Nuggets.
So let me ask you this though: which
100%.
is going to be easier to navigate? The Avalanche issue with Val and that contract, which they're basically stuck with him, but they have to prepare as if he's not going to be there, so they got to make some additions some way or the other. Or the Nuggets, who are very cash strapped right now, just don't have the money to go make any moves. They'd have to move on from Michael Porter Jr. or somebody if they wanted to make anything of significance. Which of those two situations is actually easier to improve from?
I think the better team is just the best team with the best player, and that's just the Nuggets. I mean, they're just better.
No, that's not what I'm asking though.
Well, I'm confused then, like where you're going here. Like, who's it going to be more difficult to improve?
So they've each got their own little challenges of how to improve the roster.
Yeah.
Right? The Nuggets are cash strapped because they've got 3 max players and they would have to make a significant move. The Avalanche are also cash strapped because of Val, and they can't move on from him, but they're also going to have to add pieces to prepare as if he wasn't going to be there. So they've each got their own challenges on how to actually add players to the roster.
The funny thing, especially with the NBA is set up, it's kind of interesting. Just when Tyler was just speaking on it, made me think. They want you, and you look at Oklahoma City, they want you to be able to build your team up, hopefully through your draft. Maybe you add a piece here there, just ancillary to the outside, and now you win. And now when you start winning, guess what? We're going to penalize you for winning. You're going to have crap back draft picks, and then eventually your guys are going to age out, and you're going to have to rebuild and start all over. Kind of like, maybe they should have done with the Broncos years ago. So it's always a cycle. We're going to let you be good for 3, 4, 5 years, and then you're starting this thing over again. It almost seems that's the cycle the NBA wants people to play in.
We have actually a lot of responses on the Sean Mazza text line, so we'll get to some of that. It might be fun. You can call us, hit us up on Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, powered by the Fricky Law Firm, and we can think about it a little bit. Meanwhile, there is some developing news, and that is J.J. Redick is now in the running to be the back. He's back. He's back there with the Lakers to get the job that apparently nobody wants, or we'll see who wants it. So now that news is out, it seems impossible that he won't get that job. Celtics are about to win a championship. You still have hockey going on, in case anybody cares. And the Rockies were able to lose in spectacular Rockies fashion. We definitely have a wheels on the bus today, boys. Bud Black, he knew who to target yesterday because it's not his fault. This is his PhD on 92.5.
Hey, it's no secret as we get older, our bodies just don't respond the way they once did. You start gaining a few pounds, you're not looking as good, feeling as good, sleeping as good as you want to. Well, if that's you, call my friends over at Revitalize Health. It's summertime and you want to look and feel your best. Tyler Columbus here. And guys, Revitalize Health is going to help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever you need, they've got it. They're going to come up with a customized game plan that's specified for your body and your needs, and you will be amazed at how much better you are going to feel. With 3 locations, Revitalize Health is close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Palumbo sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Hey, let me tell you about Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room with their Unreal Pizza deal. It's only $29.99. You can get a delicious 2-topping large pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. Are you kidding me? Comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and that giant gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. It's a big cookie. Did I mention it's only $29.99? It'll feed the whole fam, plus no dishes. Okay, come on. This is fantastic. The Unreal Pizza deal to go feeds up to 4 for $29.99 only at Old Chicago. All right, I got some on the text line. Shotmon's the text line. I left Laramie, Wyoming at 2 a.m. to get to the parade. That's fun. This is from Isaac. I sweet-talked my boss for a month leading up to the championship, asking for the day of the parade off. Wow, that is some thinking right there.
Well, hold on. I mean, if your boss really needed to be sweet-talked that hard, like you got a bad
But they're in
boss.
Wyoming. They're in Wyoming, though.
Well,
that's
there's
different
somebody,
person.
there's somebody different.
Different person. I mean, wasn't that just understood in Denver? You get that day to go celebrate?
I
Anybody
don't
need an
know.
actual hall pass?
I don't know. It's on a Thursday, as Jokic found out. I don't know.
Well, 750,000 people figured it out.
I was a man. Daryl from Southlands area, from Fox and Hound. I was a manager there when I came to his restaurant. Oh my God! Oh, that's another whole story. I wanted to know if getting Derek White from Boston is a possibility, and would even trade for Michael Porter Jr. Tell me what you think. Is he, Scott? Is Derek White a possibility? Is he in the win somehow? Is he available next year?
Well, I haven't heard that rumor if he is.
Why the
Maybe
heck
he's
would they not
about
want
to
him?
be because they may have to pay him, and they've already got 2 big max deals, and
He's
and
got
I'm
1
sure
year
that-
left.
and I'm sure Holiday's not making tons of money.
Set to
Or
earn $20
he's
million.
making money.
What about whatever ended up with Brucey B? So he goes to Indiana, gets traded out to Toronto, but I thought that wasn't supposed to be like a long-term situation. What's his deal?
Well, Toronto's in rebuild mode too, and that's why they did deals. You still got to trade. They got Anunoby out there, but then they got picks and stuff for him. And same thing with Siakam. Siakam went to the Pacers, so you had to kind of get a closely matched salary. And I think did Brucey sign a 2-year or a 3-year deal?
It was huge,
3?
whatever it was.
2-year deal.
2-year deal. So
2
this will be
years?
an expiring contract at the end of this year.
2 years, $45 million.
I know. Brucey B. Brucey B. No way. Brucey B. That's going anywhere. Wait, I'm sorry. How much?
Oh, yeah, we can't keep him for that.
Damn.
Yeah.
See you, Bruce. I remember AG, man, after the game, and this is after the game on the podium. And he's there, and somebody asked him about Brucey B, and he was like, well, Bruce is going to get the bag. Like, they all knew, they were cool
Well,
with it.
here's the thing with Bruce, though. As much as we all love him and we would love to have him back, would you want him back at $22.5 million? I don't think I would.
It's not my money. I don't know if they can afford it.
But, I mean, you got to manage the book. You got to manage the salary
You would
cap.
have to tell me you have to give up this to get that. I don't know what you got to give up to get that. So it's a tricky question to answer.
You have to give up Michael Porter Jr., you get Brucey B, and you add something else.
Well, the trade, when you trade for salaries, it has to be within a percentage.
Right. That's why I threw MPJ in there.
financially, and Porter's at 35, 36, and Brucey's at what do you say, 22.5, 23?
Yeah.
So you're probably going to have to throw another piece. You're probably going to have to throw him and Peyton Watson or him and Christian Brown in.
I mean, essentially, you're saying, would I rather have Michael Porter Jr. or Bruce Brown?
I'd rather have MPJ.
I'd probably rather have MPJ. But, I mean, I love Bruce Brown.
Yeah, me too.
So that's a weird question because, I mean, you can look at his numbers, too, and he only averages like 12 points a game, something like that.
Right. He's not worth $23 million. As much as we love Bruce, he's not worth that.
How do you equate what's he worth, though? Think about that. This is pro sports. Are their quarterbacks honestly worth $60 million? Is Steph Curry worth $61 million?
Dude, how is Zeke Najee worth 8? I don't know. I don't know how it works. Again, it's all in comparison. It's like, what can they do
It's what
for
you,
you?
it's what you have to give up. And I don't know if I love or hate the new NBA salary cap rules, because before, if you're willing to pay the taxes, you can do whatever the hell you want. You can keep these guys around. And the Nuggets feel like the first team that are actually getting punished with these new rules, because they're the only team that actually built it organically. I'm not sure any of these other teams are going to have to be punished the same way that they are.
Yeah, they paid their 3 draft picks or their max guys. It's not like they went and got 3 free agent max guys. and then they added nice pieces around him, and Bruce Brown, KCP, Aaron Gordon, and then you fill it out with some, a couple rookies, and then some, mid-level exceptions, and it should be good. Well, now I think they want 2 max, as I've been explained it. They want 2 max deals, and that's it. But part of this is the Durant thing and the LeBron thing. This is a countermeasure to 2 of the biggest superstars in the league that have moved teams and chased teams and tried to win championships.
On the text line.
So the rest of the league is getting penalized for those teams.
On the text line, I quit my job for a new one. My last day was the Friday before clinching the win. So I had the entire championship week off before starting my new job.
That's dedication.
My old colleagues had to drive to Longmont for a manager meeting the day of the parade. I dodged a bullet. Give me my music, Dan Tanner. Give me my music.
Uh-oh. I get nervous when you do this because I don't know what's about to happen.
Well, get excited. We see that there's a preseason. By the way, the Big 12 is open for sponsorships. So it could be the, I don't know, Tyler Columbus Big 12. You got enough money. You could,
Are they still going to call it the Big 12?
Well, but there's going to be the Dr. Pepper Big 12. They're just going to.
Big 12 brought to you by Dr. Pepper for another $1.5 billion.
Something. They're selling the name of the conference.
Well, money.
Ooh.
Hold on, but how many teams are in the league now? Aren't there like 20
Who
or
knows?
something?
It's not 12. I have no idea. But they did some rankings about the expected wins.
Okay.
You ready for your CU
It's
Buffs?
going to be nothing but positivity, right?
5.5, buddy. Over at -138, under at +112. Them's your gambling lines. If you don't know it, I don't know. I'm not going to explain it. But 5.5 is the number. With the
You know how the Big 12 is flipped upside down. Really, of all the I don't want to say original, I guess I could say original Big 8, Big 12 members, the teams in this thing that he's going to read to you that are estimated to have the most wins are teams like KU, K-State,
right,
Iowa State,
right.
Teams that were always the dregs of the Big 8 or the Big 12 when it first started, are now the dominant teams of this mid-major Power 5.
16 teams, by the way.
And the Big
So why
12?
don't we call it the Big 16?
Who knows? Who knows, bro? They got logos.
Yeah,
They made their own logo. I don't know.
You call it Pepper 16.
Who knows? There you go. Sell that Dr. Pepper. All right, if the Buffs,
5.5. All right.
What do you like? Over or under?
Well, we're beating North Dakota State.
Are you gonna look at the whole schedule?
Sure.
Quickly.
We're beating North Dakota State.
Yeah.
We're beating Nebraska. Of course we're beating Nebraska. We're beating Colorado
1-1.
State. We're 3-0.
1-2.
Baylor. Anyone?
I don't know.
I don't even know if they were good. I have no clue.
I don't know.
I think they were only picked at 5.5 or 6.5.
All right, well, I'm calling that a win. There's 4. UCF, that's a drop. Oh, we're finally down to 4-1. Okay. K-State, tough
2-3.
game. 4-2.
2-4.
Arizona lost their head coach. That program's going to crumble.
Oh, yeah, that's terrible.
We're 5-2 now.
3-4.
Cincinnati, please. Probably 6-2 now. Texas Tech
4-4.
Yeah, okay, 6-3. Utah can't win that one. 6-4. KU, that's a good football team. 6-5. Final game of the year. Oklahoma State. Yeah, we're going to go out on a W. That's 7 wins right there. Easy
I got
money.
them 5-7.
Take the money. Take the money and run.
You got the over. Scott's got the under.
Under.
Hammer it.
Hammer it. Hammer it.
Hey, we
Hammer
ought to
that
start.
number.
You ought to start getting some sticky notes, and we'll put them up like they do for Barkley.
Yeah.
And we'll put Tyler's guarantees up on the glass right there behind him.
Yeah, Tyler's guarantees. Hammer time.
Hammer it.
Tyler says
Hammer it.
Hammer the over on CU Buffs this year.
This is not financial advice, by the way.
It's PhD on 92.5. Okay, summertime is here. How you feeling about things? You all right? You good? Or is the weight getting you down just a pinch? Well, I was there not that long ago, but after 4 months and dropping 40 pounds with SOTA weight loss, it's just a different frame of mind. And I'm in the maintenance stage now, but it was with my help, Amanda, my nutritionist, that I got there in the first place. And if you go to sotaweightloss.com, that's sotaweightloss.com, you can save 15% by clicking request a nutritionist callback. And a SOTA nutritionist will be on the line before you know it. The program is easy to work, and the whole process of losing the weight is remarkably easy. So come on, man, let's go. SOTAweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. SOTA weight loss is, say it with me, state of the art. What?
You want to compare?
I don't
I'll
necessarily
show you
wanna
mine if you show me
compare,
yours.
But it's like, no, I don't want to rat out anybody, so I don't want to. I'll be careful with what I say. The bigger picture here, Scott, is like we're talking about things off the air. Like, if you've never played a sport, what would be the hardest sport to learn? I guess is the question. You know,
Like you don't know the rules. You don't know you don't know the positions. You don't know anything.
and you were
Golf.
like, golf. There's a lot of rules in golf, I guess.
No, well, hold on. Are you saying the hardest like to play or to learn? Because I think what D-Mac's saying, like to learn what the game is.
I when somebody says you want to learn to play a game, I always think, how do I master it?
Tyler's just talking about, here's the rules. Like, I wouldn't want anything to do with it. If a kid is 13, I would not want to be the first person in his life to tell him how to play a sport.
No, I mean, this all came
thank
up
you.
because I'm coaching 8th grade football, and I've got 23 kids. 19 of them have never played football. They don't know what the positions are. They don't know what a 4-3 or a 3-4 is. They don't know where the wide receivers line up, the difference between an X and a Z and a Y and all this stuff. And I'm like, legitimately, like, I played this game my entire life, but I don't really know how to install this from the ground up. Like it's stressful. How do I teach these kids what every single rule and nuance of football is?
Well, you can't.
I don't
There's
think
no way.
I don't think you worry about that unless you're worried about wins and losses. What you worry about is how to fundamentally teach them the skills they'll need for the positions you put them in. In fact, I would have kids, these little kids, oh, well, you're going to be this. Well, you don't know. Kid might grow 5 or 6 inches between now and high school, when I did basketball, I want to teach bigger kids how to dribble and smaller kids how to do post moves. So I wouldn't worry about any 3-4, 4-3. I would just teach pure fundamental stance, explosion.
Well, they got to learn
how
how to line up, though. I mean, like they got to line up in a 4-3.
But that's late. That's insignificant.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I don't think I'd want anything to do with it.
You know
frankly.
what I sent out last night though, because we got like the smallest kids ever, right? Like tiny team, small.
Yeah.
So I had to pick. Like we've only got about 6 or 7 kids that are candidates for playing on the offensive defensive lines, which we all know that's everybody's dream to play, right?
Sure. Who
So
would have loved that?
I sent out a group message to the parents last night saying that your kid has been identified as a great candidate to play on the offensive defensive lines.
Uh-huh.
Now here's why this is a great deal. Here's why this is important.
He's
It's the
always gonna play.
It's the heartbeat of any football team.
Yeah.
If you don't get this right, we have no chance.
Yeah.
Now, as a guy that played 8 years in the league playing offensive line, I think this is the greatest honor of all time.
Yeah.
However, I'm aware that certain kids may not like that.
Yeah.
So will you please do your best to encourage your children to want to play offense and defensive
Yeah,
line?
because every kid dreams of not touching the football.
No. like I'm immediately going to ruin the dreams of 6 or 7 kids.
Dear Mom and Dad, thanks for bringing up a fat ass. He'll never touch the ball. Love, Tyler. I was the same way.
Yeah. It's cool because I was too.
Yeah, but hold on, we're joking. But D-Mac, didn't you say yesterday you made a mistake and should have let guys do this and play this and put more and you wish you would have done that?
In baseball, but football is actually kind of a simple sport because if you have a certain body type, that's what you do.
Well, that's true in terms of identifying the positions. That
Yeah,
is true.
baseball, you could be short, tall, whatever. It doesn't matter. You really could play a variety of different positions. But in football, it's like, if you got the fattest kid on the team, he's going to be on the offensive line.
Yeah, but how many kids have we seen at 12, 11, 13, they're kind of big, and all of a sudden they're in high school and they're like GQ model 6'1". You say, well, why didn't you ever learn to play wide receiver?
Well, there you go.
Well, I mean,
Because my coach called me fat.
But in order to function as a football team, you need like 5 solid dudes
Listen,
that can line up there.
They're 11 years old. Why are you worried about function of a football team? They're 11.
Because
I think
teach
they
them
would
fundamentals.
like to enjoy a little success.
You can't put the smallest.
Enjoy fundamentals.
You're not going to enjoy fundamentals when you get plowed on every play.
No,
You're the smallest
it
kid
doesn't
playing
work
guard.
like that. You have to.
You
at
can
least
if
be able
you're
to function.
teaching a kid who might be smaller what leverage is and what center of
God.
gravity is, and all of a sudden he's doing it against some kid who's just bigger and he's holding that kid up. That ain't fun.
By the way, how do the kids not understand football? Do they not watch football?
D-Mac, you would
I'd be shocked.
Football is insanely nuanced for kids. It is. Like they look at it, they know what a first down is. They know how to get what a touchdown is. They know all that stuff, right? But they don't know, like, you need 6 guys on the line, or you can only have this guy uncovered, that guy covered. There's so many nuances to literally lining up that it's just a lot to learn.
Nathaniel Hackett thinks.
Well, let me ask you this: when you teach somebody golf, the first thing you ain't doing is teach him how to hit fades and hooks, are you?
No, but you got to tell them where to line up.
I had to tell my kid not to drive up on the green with the cart. I mean, he was like plowing up there, like, hey, there's some etiquette going on here, son.
I'm sure that didn't stop him.
I mean, he goes, what are you talking about? I'm like, oh, my God. Get me off this putt-putt course. Okay, Dan Bud Squints Tanner has some love analogies with the Lakers. So I want to give Dan this time. And I understand, Scott, in some of your 3.5 years of working together with Dan, there was a point that Dan did dating advice at some juncture of your time together. So
well, that was it. His best friend Ryan was still working here.
Was that exclusive to Ryan? Would you not?
That Ryan encouraged him. Was trying to encourage him to.
Was he wrong to encourage Dan for love advice?
Well, look at him.
And on that note,
well, you know how it came about.
No.
He gave his girlfriend, Sirius at the time, a Christmas gift of a sweater.
I think that's a nice gift, Dad.
Your love, babe.
This is Dan Bud Squints Tanner's love advice for the Lakers and JJ Redick. Go ahead, Dan. What is your philosophy?
All right, imagine a scenario, fellas, where you're flirting with a girl at the bar. A girl's flirting with you at the bar. Then she starts flirting with another guy who she likes more. Then that guy said he's not interested in her. Then she comes crawling back to you. What would your reaction be?
Welcome back, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I'd take her back in 5 seconds. Are you kidding me? I wanted her initially, right?
What's going on in my life?
Well, apparently you are in need of a girl.
Right.
You start there.
Like there's no other prospects?
Well, Dan, are we cheating on our wives in this scenario, or are we single?
No, you're if you're JJ Redick, you're single. You're on the market. He's on the market.
Okay.
Hey, hold on.
But
Does that girl drive a Mercedes?
That's right. Can't get enough of your love, baby.
Is she from San Antonio?
Oh. No, I don't know why.
I mean, in JJ's situation, he's never had the girlfriend, right? Because he's never had the head job.
And
so he's
a
desperate
virgin.
for a girlfriend.
He's a virgin.
That he would literally.
Here you go, Dan.
He's a
girl
virgin.
drives up with a big 500 Mercedes Malbec or whatever. You're talking about looking at that car. Some good-looking dude comes up and goes. She asks, "Hey, you want to go for a ride?" They go for a ride, a couple blocks, come back. Guy goes, "Yeah, that's car not for me." And then she goes, "Hey, Dan, want to get in? You gonna say no?"
Dan?
I'm saying yes.
Okay.
Listen.
I just want to know this. Why J.J. Redick and not Scott Hastings?
There you go.
Are you efforting?
I'm sorry. What are you trying to do here? You making a
Are you
recruitment
putting
pitch for
forth
yourself?
any effort in this endeavor, Scott?
Wait a second. You would just flip and go coach for the Lakers for a 6-year, $70 million deal and leave your longtime broadcasting job in our radio show?
And even move to California, which I'm anti against. So, yeah.
Wait a second.
Heck
You would do all that? You would flip on your Nuggets loyalty like
how
that?
Much? Hold on. How much money did you say it was?
6 years, $70 million. That's what Hurley was going to get.
Scott, what's your conversation going to look like with LeBron when he tells you what play to run?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to sit down and talk to him and say, "Hey, let's go. I'm going to meet him on Tuesday. We're going to have tacos, and we're going to sit there and talk." And say, "Tell me how you think this last few years have gone."
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to ask him, which, by the way, I don't even know if I've told you guys this story, but I did this with Andy last night in the podcast, and I think I'm going to change the name of the podcast or start one called Friend or Fan.
Okay.
And I had a good buddy years and years ago, and there was a kind of a serious conversation. And I asked him this question, and he said, before I answered, he goes, "Do you want me to answer as a friend or a fan?" And I went, "Well, tell me the difference." He goes, "A fan's going to tell you exactly what you want to hear. Say, what a great job. But a friend's going to be honest with you." So I'm going to ask LeBron. I sit down with him. I said, "You want a friend or a fan?" And if you don't know what I mean, I said, "I can be a fan and just tell you everything you want to do, and you can do what you did to do, or I'm going to be a friend and say how we can win a championship." You want a friend or a fan? Because a fan. You've had fans the last 2 or 3 times here, and you run them off, and guess what? You didn't win a championship.
What happens when he says, "I want a fan"?
Well, then I say, guess what? We still working 12 to 3.
That's right. That's right.
Then I could take my 3-year $45,000 instead of my 6-year $70 million. I'm ready to go. Come on.
I tell you what, I get that.
Dude, but seriously, why J.J. Redick and not me?
You're joking, right?
No, why? No, give me a good answer.
Well, I mean, why J.J. Redick is a fair question, for sure. Like, what qualifications does that dude have?
What qualifications does he have over me?
He's like best friends with LeBron.
Well, so that's it. So
he wants a
here
fan.
We go. So
Yeah.
fan?
Yeah, well, that's what you asked. I'm answering.
So that's the only requisite. So what was Hurley? He wasn't a friend.
Hurley was not. He was actually a qualified candidate who had earned the opportunity through years of hard coaching and dedication to basketball. J.J. Redick is a friend.
Damn, J.J. played 15 years?
Yeah, he played a long time.
Wow.
On like 8 teams, yeah. He was a bust coming out of the draft for about his first 4 or 5, and then when he got to L.A.
Wait a second. All right. Who
something
better
clicked.
NBA player, J.J. Redick or Scott Hastings?
Oh, J.J. probably. A
okay.
lot more success. How many championships J.J. got?
Well, I don't know.
Oh!
I don't know. Was JJ never on a championship team? I bet he was.
Never.
He did not
Are
win
you
one
sure?
in Orlando.
Really?
He did not win one with
Never.
the Bucks. He did not win one with the Clippers. He did not win one with the 76ers, the Pelicans, or the Mavs.
How many world championship gold medals he got? Oh!
Hey, but
Oh!
are we all listening to Scott Hastings actively throw his hat in the ring for the Lakers head coaching
Yes.
job?
No, I'm just saying, listen, and listen,
Well,
Doc Rivers.
why don't you call up Jeannie Buss or Jay Moore and go get the job?
Well, that's why. Why do you think I had a dummy the other day? I sent him an email to get Jay Moore in. He's coming into town. I said, get Jay Moore in.
Dude,
He's Mr. Bus right now.
Do you know, talk about slipped under the radar. I had no idea about that till I saw that. That is amazing. Jay Moore owns the Lakers. Kind of. He's married to Jeannie Buss. That is unbelievable. Jay Moore owns the Lakers.
That was a good marriage plan.
That's crazy, don't you think, Scott, that Jay Moore's in that position?
Yeah, I mean, good on him.
Well, you should call up your buddy Jay Moore.
That's what I had Dan, hard working for D-Mac Dan, to
so-
try to get Jay Moore come in studio.
Frankly-
He was going to come in studio.
Why the hell is Jay Moore even working? Well, why is he doing gigs at Comedy
Because
Works?
this is still his third marriage, and there's no guarantee this one's going to work out either. I mean, let's be honest.
You think she gave out the prenup?
He's over 3 right now. Come on now.
Well, come on. This is his third marriage. He's maybe 1 for 3. No, you don't have to give up on it quite so quickly, Scott. I mean, you'll see if things work out with him and Jeannie.
And I actually like Jay, so no, that's cool.
Well, I think that would be hysterical if we got Jay.
But you still haven't answered my question. Why J.J. Redick over Scott Hastings?
Well, I don't really have a logical answer for that, to be
Because
quite honest
he's a
with you.
fan. It's easy.
I mean, aside from being, LeBron's pal, podcast pally, and likely he'd play Bronny. I guess that's it. I don't know. I mean, he's going to go in there, and they're going to draft Bronny, and, do whatever.
He's this generation's Doc Rivers in the sense that Doc didn't do anything either as a player, but he got on TNT. All of a sudden you say something on TNT National, all the national people watch, and all of a sudden he gets the Orlando job.
How did Luke
does a good job. He's been coaching for 15, 20 years, making $10 million a year for the last 10 or 15. Set for life.
How did Luke Walton do in his era with the Lakers?
He did all right.
He got run out by LeBron.
Because it feels like pretty similar hire, right?
What, Scott?
No, at least Luke spent some time on some NBA benches before he got that gig. I think he was
All right, hold on.
actually
Time
in Golden
out.
State for a while.
What makes you more qualified than J.J. Redick? Let's just have it out.
I didn't say I was more. I'm not saying I was more qualified. I just say what's the difference?
I don't
I mean,
know.
he had a
I'm
better
asking.
playing career, I
I'm
guess,
interviewing right now. You're being interviewed, Scott. Why do you deserve this more than J.J.
I would say
Redick?
this. I would tell you why you don't want me. You don't want me if you want someone being honest with you, and you don't want me if you want somebody to be honest with the players.
You do the antagonistic
you don't want
interview.
me if you don't want me if you don't want your head coach to do everything and all about everything to win an NBA championship. Basketball, Tyler tell you this. Once you know the X's and O's of the sports you're in the X's and O's, nothing changes. There's nothing changes. An NBA coach, I mean, you know when to take a timeout, when not to take a timeout, when to challenge. I mean, what's so hard? When to get up and yell, when not to get up to yell. Well, you got to read the team in the room. We just got off of 7 games in 12 days. Guess what? I'm probably not going to bust the guys up when they lose by 20.
All right, Scott.
It's an easy gig.
We're interviewing you. It's an easy gig. You said it's no big deal. We're planning on drafting Bronny. How do you feel about that?
What pick?
17.
So Bronny, am I required to play him, or can I do like Giannis's brother and just sit him at the end of the bench?
Well, Scott, we do need to keep LeBron happy, so yeah, you're probably gonna have to play him.
Well, again, I've already asked you. I said, do you want me to be y'all's friend or y'all's fan?
Well, Scott, do you want the job or not?
Yeah, but I'm not going to be a fan.
Now, if you don't take the job, you are going to have to do Let's Football Go and draft talk for the next 5 years.
Ooh.
I'll take it for $2 million.
We're also throwing a mock draft in there every day also.
1.5?
Yeah. I'll give me 6 years, $8 million, I'm in.
Okay, it's a PhD. Oh, we have the Zach Bryan. Oh, my God, That's your fault. Zach Bryan keyword, and we got a great edition.
That's his fault.
Yeah, of course. And a great edition of Wheels on the Bus coming up next.
All right, guys, I know how it goes. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, nobody looks forward to actually going to the dealership. You might be excited about getting a new car, but you're not excited about the process because it used to be cumbersome, and it was always a hassle negotiation. Well, it doesn't have to be that way anymore. Tyler Plum is here, my friends over at Phil Long Ford of Denver. You're going to love your experience over there. I've been going there since my rookie year, and I keep going back because they get me in, they get me out, they respect my time, and they give me the best price, and they are going to do that for you as well. The inventory at Phil Long is as strong as it's ever been. So whether you need a car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicles, they've got electric trucks, electric cars. They've just got it all over there. I'm telling you, the inventory is incredible. So it's one-stop shopping, and you can shop from the comfort of your own home if you want to. Just go onto the website at phillongford.com. You can get all the best prices, check out all the inventory right there from the comfort of your own home. They've got an award-winning service department over there, so after you buy your new vehicle, keep it serviced by Phil Long Ford Service Department, and your car will always be in tip-top shape. Let them know that Tyler Palumbo sent you on over, and go check them out online at phillongford.com.
How cool is this? You and a person of interest on the floor for Zach Bryan.
Was a boy who was a dreamer, and he flew so high and proud in a world full of people.
I mean, I'm just not. I'm just learning about Zach Bryan. I like what I'm hearing, but it really does remind me of kind of like John Mellencamp, Bruce Springsteen. Am I the only one that's getting kind of that vibe from this dude? It's kind of cool. I like it.
What's the lead? Bob Dylan's son, the lead of Wallflowers. He's got a voice like him.
Jacob, what's his face? Yeah, Jacob, I don't know. And the Wallflower guy.
Jacob Dylan. Yeah. He's got a Jacob Dylan sound to him.
All I know is he's good. That's what I know.
God, man, maybe I'm just old, but the John Mellencamp thing, man, just if you just didn't tell me anything, you played this, I'd be, that's John Mellencamp. I get it.
Really?
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I'll take your word for it.
No, I think it's cool.
I've not heard enough horror because Mellencamp puts in some quick stuff too, right?
Yeah, but he got kind of more guitar-y, moody, as he got a little bit older. You know what I'm saying? But listen, I love it. I dig it. And the key word right now is South. So you have 20 minutes to enter South to 303-504-0925. And we have floor seats to give away. We have 2 pair of those. We'll have another keyword at 2:20. So if you heard our keyword at 12:20, you got this one. You're just going to increase your odds. So the keyword is South, and we'll do this one more time at 2:20. And I'd say I'd like to hear from the winners there, Dan. Maybe before we get out of here and congratulate them, see how excited they are. Sounds cool, man. I'm digging it. And I didn't know much about him. The dude's playing in Power Field. Doesn't need me, that's for sure. But he's doing some good things, and the keyword is South. All right.
Well, they ain't selling in Power Field to like somebody who's going to get 10,000 people in their concert, are they?
I got to admit, man, it does not seem like the rock and roll, high tempo sort of like stadium sort of music.
Have you listened to Taylor Swift's new album?
No.
It's the slowest album of all time. The entire thing is.
I listened to Taylor Swift's new album.
Well, I happen to have young girls.
Hey, something I thought I'd never hear on Sports Talk Radio. Right. Hey, have you got the new Taylor Swift album?
Right.
Yeah. Well, Scott, actually, I'm a little bit surprised Ellie hasn't put that in your car.
Ellie, do you have the new Taylor Swift album yet? Oh, she doesn't know what an album is.
Fair point. Fair point.
It just came out. Her new music. Oh.
All right. Really?
Okay.
Okay.
It came out in April.
This is your fault, Tyler.
No, it came out like 3 weeks ago. Well, maybe May. I don't know. I'll take her word for it. April.
I will believe that 11, 12, 10, 13-year-old girls have heard it. Yeah, I don't know if dudes in their mid-50s are dying for the Taylor Swift record. But if you want to, get some hard Scrabble living like Zach Bryan, I could be down with that. I can figure that out. Just seems kind of depressing for 80,000 people, that's all. But, no?
People live life, T-Mac.
Who's on the show with him? It's got to be multiple people, right?
Sheryl Crow is. Start there.
Oh, there you go.
How is she still rolling? Goodness.
What do you mean?
Still looks good, too.
What are you talking about?
Levi Turner, Sierra Farrell. I don't know who they are.
Anyways, it's this weekend, and the keyword is South, 303-504-0925. Dan, you got wheels on the bus? Hit it, brother. I got Bud Black, but go ahead, hit it. So what is apparent to us, and maybe this is the most fun way to cover the Rockies, is that after every game, it's always somebody else's fault, not Bud Black's fault. And
how do you get 500 wins in 2 different locations?
Well,
come on now.
So it's been kind of fun that once we've recognized that, we just got to say, oh, well, who's Bud going to throw under the bus today? And yesterday, the Rockies were down 10-5, the rain delay. They came back 10-7, 10-8. And then they gave up 7 runs in 2 innings. And they lost 17-9. They gave up, guys, 24 hits. 24 hits.
I'm trying to think about who's going to get the blame here, actually.
Oh, okay, that could be fun. Who do you
Yeah.
think's going to get the blame?
Well, certainly
Relief
it's got to be up
pitching.
pitching. I mean, we gave up 7 runs in an inning, right?
Yeah. Or it's either relief pitching or a key called strikeout in a moment when they had a chance to move runners.
Okay, all right. Well, let's find out. Let's talk to Bud Black after the game.
There things you saw from your bullpen that you want to see cleaned up, or was it just one of those days?
Yeah, a couple different things. I mean, Molina, Molina was okay. I thought, Shivi G, not a great fastball for the 2-run homer. Not his usual velocity. I think that popped out at 92 miles an hour, and we've seen upwards in the high 90s. So, got to dig into that a little bit. Hartlieb threw the ball well after the delay. And then in the, in a 2-run game, we were hoping that Nick Mears, who's been one of our guys, could, throw up a 0 there when we're down 2 to give us a chance in the 9th, and things went awry, and Josh Rogers got some pitches up too. So I mean, it went from, the top of the 8th looking real good to a drastic turn of events, which didn't go our way.
Man,
wow, man, killed it there. All right, at least he got Mears' name right.
Sure. Everybody was great except for Nick.
You know what? I'm kind of like, maybe this is a good turnaround that they are finally holding people accountable. You said yesterday no one's held accountable there.
That's exactly what I said yesterday, Scott. I was like, come on, hold on. We're getting mad at him for not holding people accountable, but he's been throwing people under the bus after every game.
But
Isn't that the definition?
He doesn't go into the locker room or the clubhouse.
How do you
and
know
do it.
that?
Because he said he doesn't. He says he doesn't talk. He said they talk to him all the time, but they don't tell him anything special. I don't know. Maybe he is. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe he is. Hey, Mears, come here. First of all, what's your name?
I know this. Scott and I have been in locker rooms long enough. When a coach is calling you out in public, pretty sure he's calling you out privately.
Be honest.
And if he ain't, watch out.
Be honest. He named like 5 relievers there, right?
No, I don't know any. Who's Nick?
Mears.
Who's that?
Shivi G.
Tell me something about Nick.
I don't know anything about him.
Oh, I thought he said
Can't pitch.
CBD. The CBD got up a little high. So that was the guy's
No,
nickname.
that was THC.
That's no, it's not THC or CBGBs. It's this Chevy. He's a really young kid. So there's him. Hartlieb. You guys ever hear of Hartlieb? Any takers on Hartlieb?
Bo Hartley.
Rogers. Anybody knew Rogers? Anybody? Rogers.
Aaron.
Brendan?
Table for 2. And who else did he throw under the bus there? I don't know. But Gomber sucked, too. Gomber was terrible.
Goober.
Actually,
what a goober.
Yesterday I actually felt a little bit bad for Bud. I mean, none of his relief pitchers. I mean, guys, none of them pitched well. I mean, there is only so much the manager can do in that one. I mean, you got to have somebody. Somebody's got to pitch well. They gave up 24 hits. I can't even blame this one on Bud. I don't blame this one on Bud. This was just complete lack of talent and depth. That's what this was.
Didn't they win a game last week? 8-3, and they only had 4. They had 4 hits. It was a game against St. Louis.
Yeah,
It
was something like that. But they did have 6 walks in that game. But you're right. They won a game, something like that. It was something along those lines.
Bud's been going into like very specific details with his pitchers. Like, normally we hit 98 miles per hour. This one was 96.9. Last week we had that curve. It dropped about 1.5 feet, but we needed about 1 3/4. That's what we really need.
Yeah. The game before he won his 500th game. The next night they give up 24 hits and 17 runs with the rain delay.
They were locked in the game before.
All right, no dumb questions. Let's go, Dan.
All right, what is the last, no dumb question for all 3 of you there, what is the last thing you have done that you got done and you went, manly. I just did man work.
I watched my wife assemble a TV stand last night. Felt pretty good about that.
I changed my own oil
2 weeks ago.
Oh, whoa, wow.
That's pretty good.
That's really
Did you not
good.
feel after you got done that it was okay?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a moment right there. Good for you.
Yeah.
I understand that's not that
saved
hard
about
to do.
$40.
Man. Yeah, because when you do something manly, there's some self-satisfaction.
How many did you do it in the big one or the small one?
The big one.
How many quarts that thing take?
I don't remember what the size of the bottle was. Whatever the bottle was.
Well, how many bottles did you use?
2.
I'm getting a little bit less manly not knowing the
You
specifics.
might want to
there,
check
Tyler.
that oil if you change your oil and only put 2 quarts in.
Oof.
I don't know what the size was. I bought what they told me to buy. I don't know.
But they're quart bottles. They usually come in quart bottles, and a chuck your size probably takes 5 to 7.
No, I said the Lexus.
Oh, the small one.
Yeah.
Well, the same thing. It probably takes at least 5.
I don't know. I put what they told me to put in, Scott.
Dan,
Just let me have a moment, okay?
Dan, did you change the oil on your Lexus or your truck, Dan? What'd you do there, Dan?
No, but I did just win the Stanley Cup in NHL 24. Felt pretty manly after that.
Scott, what'd you do that was so man? Oh, aren't you digging holes or you're
No,
reconstructing
you know what
a house?
I did?
What are you doing?
So we got a plumber over there. They're going to have to dig out. I thought I could go and dig this thing out, and then I realized, no.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we're hiring
Oh, so you got to hire a
plumber
man.
guy.
Oh, okay.
But there's a wood fence. The house next to us got this wood fence all over, and they're redoing the whole thing. And so we asked them, can we need to cut some of your fence away because we got to, and I'm thinking I'm going to have to replace it.
D-Mac's favorite topic.
We're taking it all down.
Oh, that's a pretty
so
manly
Scotty
thing.
went over there today with a Sawzall.
Scott, you've been on a man mission the entire week.
I know you've wanted to do something, man.
You literally went on vacation to be a man.
Sawzall, cut that fence down, boom, got down the post, bang, bang, bang,
there
pulled
you
that
go.
thing out,
There
went
you
over
go.
this side, pulled about 15 feet of fence out, carried
Yeah.
it over to their big wood pile they got.
There you go, buddy. There you go. That's
Just when that Sawzall just start working, you hear that thing motor going. Now, no dumb question.
Yeah.
Dan.
Oh?
What's a Sawzall?
Sawzall?
Sawzall.
Is that the saw where you it's got the extender that you can saw off tree branches?
Mm-mm. Well, it could be actually.
No.
It actually
I guess
could.
You could.
They do sell those like extensions.
Dan. A sawzall is when you see the saw and you go,
It's a sawzall.
It's a sawzall.
Yeah.
That's a sawzall. All right, Dan.
Yeah, you
Actually,
just gotta be careful of the blades you put in there. Some are wood blades, some are just pure metal blades, and then they have combo blades that you can do. Especially if you're doing
Wood
fencing,
blades?
that you go wood, and if you catch a net, or a nail, it'll still cut through that nail.
And by the way, Dan, I had no idea what a sawzall is either. Don't
still
worry about
don't
it.
know.
I don't know why Scott throwing you under the bus on that one. He could have,
Well,
thrown
look
me
it
in
up there.
too.
You can put a picture up behind D-Max so we can see what a sawzall is.
I don't need to see a sawzall. I just said the funny part. A saw. Oh, that's good enough for
It's
me.
like a saw and a drill, basically. That's what it is. It's a saw with a drill that you press the button and it saws.
I really don't care. I'll hire the guy who can run the sawzall. There, is that it? The sawzall? There
Yep.
it is. There you
Yep.
go. That's
there
a
you
sawzall.
go. I had that thing right there in my hand, big extension cord.
Is that what you call it? Okay. All right, Dan. What's your no dumb question? You had something there, I know.
So I recently
You
watched
got
the
table saw though, Scott?
Tyler, we're moving on.
We do.
Scott and I are talking.
I get it.
We're talking about man stuff.
No, I understand. I'm trying to move things
I
along
don't have
quickly.
a table saw, but I have a radial arm saw.
Holy cow. Dan, what's your no dumb question?
So I recently watched the roast of Tom Brady. It got me thinking, no dumb question. Who would be the best, doesn't have to be current, any athlete in Denver history, who would be the best athlete in Denver history to roast?
Now, this is interesting because you can't just pick the best athlete. They have to be involved with something funny, interesting, controversial in order to get to them. So Joe Sakic would be boring.
You know, it'd be great if he lasted. Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
Okay. That's your guy, Jay Cutler?
I mean, if he lasted. But I don't know. Was he here long enough?
I don't think there is
Well, it doesn't matter. I think Jay Cutler would.
What about Aqib Talib?
Aqib Talib would be...
Yeah,
that
he'd
would be
tremendous.
a roast. That would be unbelievable.
Snatching chains, poking eyes. I mean, we got stories. Shooting yourself. I mean, come on. The stories are everywhere.
Better to roast Aqib Talib or Val Nichushkin?
Ooh.
Val's too personal.
That's what it's all about.
Well, I guess shooting yourself isn't that personal, though.
Right. What are we talking about?
Hold on. I mean, Val's like, you can't roast addiction.
Oh, well, all right. Okay. Well, you're probably right.
I am right.
But you can roast shooting yourself?
Yes.
Well, you're probably right about that.
Which is saying Josh McDaniels?
Josh McDaniels would be... No, Josh McDaniels
No one would
be good.
care.
No, you're probably right. You probably can't...
You got to have, like, love for him, right? Like, for a roast to be successful, like, you actually got to like the dude.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. You're right about that. I don't know, man. It'd be good to just... By the way, Tom Brady's retirement ceremony, did you guys catch this yesterday? Did you see what happened? 60,000 people at the stadium there in Foxborough. 60,000 people for his retirement ceremony.
Are we sure he's retired this time?
You don't come back from 60,000 people. There's never been a retirement ceremony like this ever.
So it's open to the fans?
He looked like he's cleaned up. Either he's got a little face peel or maybe a little face work done.
Scott, that dude has got all the Botox in him. All of it.
Well, 60 grand, man. 60 grand to say goodbye to Tommy, including Peyton Manning, who was a surprise guest there. And you want a bit of fond farewell to somebody, man.
Did Peyton speak?
Peyton did speak. He got up on the stage and said nice things about Tom, of course. They're going to build a 12-foot statue. Everything's like 12, so the number, of course, gets retired. 12-foot statue of Tommy is going up in front of the stadium.
They
could have done a 12-inch one.
Yeah. You wish.
We come back with who the...
Hey, wouldn't that be funny, though, seriously, if they put a 12-inch tall statue, a 12-inch tall statue?
That's what
Tom
Philadelphia
Brady.
does. Philadelphia does those little mini statues.
Yeah, but remember Iverson's statue?
Yeah.
What was it, 16 inches from base to top of the statue himself? Wasn't it like 16 inches?
They did a 16-inch statue of
Well,
Allen Iverson?
I don't know the actual size. Scott might be right, but it's teeny tiny. Yeah.
Okay.
Pull up that Allen Iverson statue.
We will have an edition of Who is That Guy? Broncos edition. That's coming up next. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is amazing because they save relationships. And if you're suffering with the issue of erectile dysfunction, this is something you need to change. And guys, just wait. You wait. Why are you waiting when the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you, where your mediocre sex life can be turned into the 4th of July with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there for you when the pills or herbals fail. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some can have you last for an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. Your initial visit's $99. It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, the visit is free. The expert staff is there for you, and you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Call 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right, coming up, we'll give a look back at the Broncos and minicamp, what they accomplished or didn't accomplish, or what's going on, and also another keyword for those Zach Bryan tickets coming up at 2:20, about a half hour. But to get to know these Broncos is tricky. Sometimes they do stuff and they sign guys that we haven't talked to. We don't know who the hell's on the team. So with a certain amount of pride and trepidation, we now present...
Get to know your Denver Broncos.
Who the hell is that?
Who in the are these guys?
Who the is that guy?
Now, here's... who is that?
Who are those guys?
And Tanner. Dan Tanner. On Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC.
Wow.
How about that?
We got like real production and stuff.
Connor McGahee.
Oh, potty mouth McGahee there. How about that, though? That's
by the way, Ellie wanted me to point out, Tyler, was April 19th was Taylor Swift's latest release.
I'm sorry, Ellie. I know I should have trusted you. I'm sorry.
Trust the 10-year-old.
I'm sorry.
Dan, who are we focused on today?
Today, fellas, we're focusing on Broncos linebacker Cody Barton. He played college football at Utah, drafted by the Seahawks in the 3rd round of the 2019 NFL Draft, and he's also played for the Washington Commanders, following in the footsteps of Tyler Columbus. Barton's older brother, Jackson, was drafted by the Colts in the 7th round of the 2019 Draft. They played in the same class at Utah after Jackson redshirted. Their sister, Danny, is a member of the United States women's national volleyball team.
Oh.
And lastly, Barton and his brother, Jackson, helped their family tend to a ranch in Duchesne, Utah, which is about 90 miles from their hometown of Park City, where the Bartons tend to chickens, turkeys, and thoroughbred horses. Barton also wrangles calves, which can weigh 100 pounds each, to help stay in shape during the off-season. He said, quote, working cows, just working cows, flanking calves, branding calves, and just having fun, close quote. So there's some info on Cody Barton.
Hell yeah.
Damn.
Cody Barton. I'm in on this dude
Hey,
now.
wasn't that in a movie one time, D-Mac? Cows, wrangling cows, bunting, drinking beers. Wasn't that?
I mean, so we got Quinn Miners bench pressing tree trunks, right? Out on his little private island.
Yeah.
Now we've got Cody Barton wrangling cows, wrestling them.
Well, specifically, he says he's flanking calves.
Well, I heard he wrestled a bear also last offseason.
He wrestled a bear?
I might have made that up. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm in. That's what we need. That's how you get a rock solid.
What do you guys
linebacker.
think flanking a calf is? Flanking calves. Give me a guess what flanking a calf would be.
Probably coming to the side of it and taking it down.
I don't know. That Scott's got about as good of an explanation as I could guess.
Okay. Just saying, he said it. I'm flanking calves.
I'm Googling.
What flanking a calf is?
Flanking calves.
They were tiny calves.
Doesn't help.
I feel bad for the calf once it gets flanked.
Yeah.
They might enjoy it.
It has to do with roping. Yeah, there you go.
It has to do
So
with
he's
roping?
throwing the rope he's the guy that gets the back end of it then. So
That
he's roping,
sounds
boom,
right.
boom, boom.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
You think that's what flanking a calf is?
Yeah, that actually does that up.
Coming out of the chute, the one guy gets the head, and the next guy comes back and gets the thing, jumps off the horse, and
Ties it up? That's flanking a calf?
Sure.
All right.
maybe.
That's exactly what it is.
Well,
Cody Barton.
A rope, being able to rope's an art now.
No, I'm not. I love the rodeos. No doubt about it.
5-year vet, started the majority of the last 2 seasons. 11 games out there in Seattle, 13 games out there with Washington. Had a pretty good season out with Washington last year. Upgrade, no. Upgrade, no, he's not.
All right, who replaces Josie Jewell? Singleton or Cody Barton?
Well, Alex already had a role that is going to continue to be his role.
So he stays in what he was doing. So this is the replacement for Josie Jewell.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so
Is he quicker?
No. He's not quicker than Alex. No.
Is he quicker than Josie Jewell?
Than Josie Jewell.
I would say no.
Okay. So
he's a middle of the road linebacker.
Okay, so is this It's a good thing or a bad thing, this Cody Barton there. But it's Cody Barton for Josie
Well, I
Jewell.
would not say that you upgraded the position, no.
Okay. Well, of course you didn't, right? Because you couldn't afford Josie Jewell. That's why he's gone. It's not that he's a bad player. He left in free agency.
Right.
They chose not to afford Josie Jewell. So we got Cody Barton. Now, he's good at flanking Cavs, but can he stop at tight ends?
If they'd give him a rope, he could.
That's right. What's our guy from Mighty Ducks? Roped him out on the ice. What's his name? Lewis. No? Anyone? Bueller? Help. Someone will know.
Well, that's Cody Barton for you. But he is a Cowboys cowboy, though, huh? Man, he's the biggest cowpoke we probably have on the team then. I mean,
I don't know. Alex Singleton wears cowboy hat every day.
I think Singleton
So
strikes.
is Singleton a fraud?
I think he feels like a poser, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, on that one.
Wow. Do you know anything about Alex Singleton's life?
No.
Maybe we need to get to know you on Alex.
I have no I mean, I know who he is. I never even heard of Cody Barton.
Hey, what we do is if we get to go to training camp this year, we ask Alex Singleton if he's ever flanked a cow.
There you go. Have you ever flanked a Cav, Alex? He goes, I don't know. What the hell does that mean?
It wasn't very clear on the old Google machine. But
What flanking a Cav
Yeah,
is?
but I think Scott got it.
Just run up on that Cav and throw him on his side. Put him on his flank. Why would you have to do that?
Put him on the stake
It's
side.
a sport.
It's a sport?
They turned it in. They turned it into a competition because when you branded cattle, you had to rope them, tie them up, and then you were able to brand them.
I'm gonna guess. Here's a wild guess on my part. I'm guessing it's not a sport. I'm guessing it's what you have to do to a calf before you brand it.
Well, it's now definitely a sport. But Scott is correct. It became a challenge because it used to be a requirement of the job.
All right, I'm gonna.
In fact, what's the difference between a sport and a competition?
That's a good no-dumb question.
What's the difference between a sport and a competition?
I mean, you and I could compete spitwads against the glass right there. Is that a sport?
No.
I mean, is riding a bull a sport or is that a dangerous competition?
Well, I think it's
no, that's
both.
a sport.
Yeah, I think it's a sport and a competition. It's the same thing.
If you can do it sitting
So is
down, is it a
roping in.
sport? Can you be an athlete if you perform sitting down?
Absolutely.
No, drivers aren't athletes.
Drivers aren't athletes.
No. They're in good shape.
Trying to think of other things you do when you sit down.
Chess. Competition, not a sport.
Mathletes.
I don't know. It takes a certain sort of mental stamina.
Gamers, all the professional gamers.
Yeah.
Competition, not a sport.
Bobsled.
Bobsled athletes.
Bobsled sit-down athletes.
Yeah.
So how is bobsled an athlete and a NASCAR
Because they got to
driver
run.
not?
They got to run. They got to get that
Not
push
all
start.
of them.
No, they
Not
all
all
do.
of them do.
They all do. Every single one.
Like for one step, the
Well,
guy in the
whatever.
back pushes the longest.
Whatever. You didn't say how long they had to run for. You got to run. You got to run and push.
I mean,
Then
NASCAR drivers
sit.
only run when they go to punch somebody.
I got to admit, man, if you're like on a 4-man bobsled, if you're like the second or third guy of a 4-man bobsled.
What is your job?
It's not much, man.
What is
It
the
really
job
is.
of the second and the third
you
guy?
You run for like 10
Wait.
feet and then jump in. Yeah. I mean, you got to keep up. You can't fall down, and then you get in, and then you
talk about a worthless role.
It really is bad. Like the first guy steers the bobsled.
Yeah,
the
so
first
that's
dude.
cool.
Oh, hell yeah.
Last guy's still cool also.
The last
because your
guy,
muscles.
he has to push. He's the most responsible guy
So-
on the bobsled team.
More worthless, the 12th man on a basketball team winning a ring or the third guy in a bobsled winning a gold medal?
I think it's a pretty good competition right there. It might be the most worthless medal of all the Olympic medals. The third guy on the bobsled team.
Yeah. Fourth guy's got the brakes.
Fourth guy isn't important. Yeah.
So fourth guy's
Yeah,
got the
no,
strength
fourth-
and the brakes.
Yeah. The fourth guy is
Or
definitely
does the
an
driver
athlete.
have the brakes?
I have no idea. But the fourth guy's doing something. He's got to be the strongest guy. He's got to push it the hardest.
Strong and fast.
Yeah, the fourth guy is definitely something. The first guy drives it. He's it. He's the main guy. It's the second, and I don't know who's more worthless, the second guy or the third guy in the bobsled.
I'm going to say the third, because the second guy, it's important that you get wrapped around that driver real quick, you know.
Okay.
But if the third guy gets wrapped around, like, what's the big deal if he gets that leg caught?
You know, if the third guy just never made it in the sled, aren't they going to be okay no matter what?
Probably.
Seriously. If
Yeah,
you just
put a bowling ball in there.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac, and it's a buyer's market, which means exceptional values at Mike Maroney Auto Group, proud partner of CU Athletics. They're discounting hundreds of new Chevrolets, Fords, and GMCs with discounts up to $20,000. 20 grand off at Mike Maroney Auto Group. They get financing as low as 0.9% APR with zero down, and you get the benefits of that. They've even got payments from only $249 a month and 2024 models with $7,500 cash back. And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney's got one for every budget. And every vehicle they sell includes a money-back guarantee and free delivery anywhere in Colorado. So visit them today. Mike Maroney, GMC in Boulder. Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC in Longmont. Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. For all the details, easy to find, that's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. MikeMaroneyColorado.com. It's 93 degrees right now here in our spectacular Lone Tree Studios. It's 93 hot.
Yeah.
For Denver, yeah.
Okay. Just
Why?
checking. Just checking.
Although, what's the humidity out right now?
Air quality alert. Blah, 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 blah. Air quality index is 43. I don't know. It doesn't tell me. What are you looking for?
14%.
Oh, 14%? That's nothing, right?
Not bad.
That ain't crap.
Yeah, no, it's hot.
Oh, okay.
It's flat out hot.
13% of humidity, 93 degrees.
What's your question?
It's not miserable. I mean, it's hot, but I mean, it's one of those. You go out there, D-Mac, if you were to go out there and mow the yard with your shirt off.
Oh yeah.
You'd come back in and realize you got a little more burnt than you thought you were going to.
We've got some cloud cover right now too. You know what? I don't know, man. I've just been down in that Arizona stuff. I gotta admit, man, 93 to me ain't that big of a deal. Like when I heard yesterday was a high of 97, and that was like the highest ever for this time of year in Denver, it was like, oh wow, okay. But I was outside a little bit yesterday.
In what world do you live in which 93 is not extremely hot?
You know, it's because of the humidity. It's that.
Yeah.
Like I've just been in like Atlanta and other places in the summer where that humidity, man, even back home in the Boston area, it crushes you. Like you don't feel like you can move. Like Tampa a couple years ago, I didn't feel like I could move outside.
Oh, I get it. I've done training camps in Richmond, Virginia.
Yeah, man.
In July and August.
That feels like ridiculous.
Armpit of America.
Is that right? We'll take your word for it. All right. We'll get to football news and let's football go. You know, the Broncos did not declare who their starter is, but they did in Minnesota. You like that move by O'Connell? He just came out and said Sam Darnold's QB1, so we'll have to wait for J.J. McCarthy. You like that move?
Well, just clarify for me, because I did see that he was like the starter now, but he anointed him as the starter.
He's the guy. He's their QB1. There's no rotation.
He's a guy until they start 2-5,
Yeah.
and then they go, listen, we thought we could win it. We thought we could get to the postseason this year. We better change.
But O'Connell's taking any mystery out of it when they start training camp. Like, that's their guy. We'll see. I mean, anything
I
could
guess
change.
no. I think that's stupid.
Why?
Because, I know they brought in Sam Darnold so that he can sit on the bench, so that JJ can have the opportunity to learn.
Yeah.
But why make that decision right now? Like, why not let them battle it out? And then if Sam Darnold's the best.
Take pressure off the kid to just develop.
To give clarity to the rest of the team, to stop stories in the media about what's happening, to just sort of, get to the obvious.
All right, so
I like it,
do you want them to anoint somebody here?
I think they should. Yeah, I do. And they haven't. So I think they need to get to it relatively quickly.
Yeah, there's very little reason not to, other than making him earn it, right? And so the reason why Denver has not done it, because we don't have a Sam Darnold on this football team. We don't have a guy like that we could say, yeah, we are confident in you being the starter.
Zach Wilson has 34 NFL starts. Why isn't he like Sam Darnold?
Because he's not. Sam Darnold apparently has been quote-unquote rehabbed already. Zach Wilson is going through rehab. I mean, that's the true answer to that. Sam Darnold just got
another
a $10
reason you might
million
not make a decision right now is that Zach Wilson has outplayed the other two guys, and it would be a PR nightmare to sit there and name him starter right now.
All right, so when does it need to happen?
Or do you run the risk of him getting too comfortable?
Broncos don't need to. It's a different situation.
At what point do you need to?
Third game of the preseason.
Yeah, but
really that late, huh?
I'd probably like for it to happen earlier than then, but I think it's fine if it goes that far.
I think he just did J.J. McCarthy a huge favor, man. I think he did him a huge favor, and I think he did the team a huge favor just by, hey, man, it needs to be one way or the other. This is what we're doing.
I feel you. But could you do that in Denver? I don't think you can.
Why not?
Because you don't have a Sam Darnold on the roster. You don't have a guy that you're confident in that you could say, yeah, you are capable of being the starter already.
Where do you think they're leaning then?
Bo Nix.
Okay. And they just think it's too premature to say Bo's our guy.
Yeah, they got to make him earn it.
What does that mean, man? Make him earn it. I'm laughing at that. He hasn't already earned it. He was a first-round pick. He
did
it.
Here's the interesting
He done
one.
anything.
Say you wait till the third game to announce who your starting quarterback is. 99% of the time, guess who already knows? The team. Right? The team already knows who the starter is. The team already knows what functions better with which guy.
Yes.
So whether they appease lunkhead media people by letting them know who it is, the team will already know. The team probably has a great idea right now. One, if you name Bo Nix, I think it's added pressure to him that maybe it might be too soon for him. And if it's Zach Wilson, for example, does he all of a sudden all the good that he's starting to do and redevelop go by the wayside and he gets too much confidence? So, and let's be honest, if they announce Zach Wilson as starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos day one, this place is going to light up like the 4th of July.
Yeah. It really is a radically different situation. I hear what you're saying.
You remember when Kevin Hogan was here? Kevin Hogan used to play quarterback at Stanford. Kevin Hogan. Remember when he was here with the Broncos?
Vaguely.
Okay, that's the right answer, vaguely. But he was here at a time. And I'll never forget in training rep seeing Kevin Hogan taking reps in training camp. And it really was like, what are we doing?
Well, what was the situation?
He was a backup.
No, who was in the room?
I don't know. Not anybody else. You know, I forget exactly who was there with Kevin Hogan, but Kevin Hogan was there. And I'll never forget being out at training camp and say, hey, everybody, we're watching Kevin Hogan taking reps. Meaning, what a waste of time.
I feel you, but is there a guy in this room that it's a waste of time right now on?
It's going to be one of those two. Stidham or Wilson will be a waste of time.
Correct.
But I don't know which one.
Eventually it will be. You're right. But as of today, it's not because you don't know which one that guy is.
And all
yet.
I'm asking is how long are you going to waste time to figure that out? What's it going to take before?
But see, you already presuming what you feel is going to happen is happening. What if Zach Wilson is rehab? What if we hired the coach that is great with quarterbacks, has changed the ability of Zach Wilson's mind? And all of a sudden, the guy comes out there, and you got a legitimate chance to win.
Okay, did Brock Purdy succeed because he succeeded first or because Trey Lance failed first?
Because Brock Purdy succeeded first.
It wasn't about Trey Lance's failures?
Of course it was, but
well,
Brock,
it's always about somebody's failures if you don't win a position
But
battle.
Brock only got one crack at it. And if he failed at the first crack, it would have been right back to him.
I get it, but if Trey Lance was successful at all, meaning there was nothing about practice that mattered, Trey Lance was going to get the shot, and he failed
but then
got
Trey,
hurt.
and he got the shot and got hurt.
That's right.
And once Purdy came in there, I don't know if you remember when they announced Purdy, and everybody's going, he's the last pick in the draft. He's Mr. Irrelevant. And how many of the team said, no, we got this guy. We believe in this guy. And the team knew what their best chance was.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. And I'm not saying you don't need good backups. Of course you do. But every rep you give to somebody who has no shot or not reasonable is a waste of time.
That's so true. It's absolutely true. But right now, you don't know who that guy is yet. You don't know
Fine.
who's the wasted time guy.
But
so you're not wasting any time because you have to figure it out before you can get to that point.
I'm just asking how much time do you give yourself before you just get to it? And when we saw the foolishness with the Bridgewater Lock stuff or Kevin Hogan getting reps, or frankly, how about our guy Sloter, who we all thought did really good in training camp. And then we asked VJ about it, and he's like, no, you got no chance because of Paxton Lynch is here and Trevor Siemian. And it's as much as we all love Sloter, which we did, we still do, like, what a waste of time.
Well,
what's the
another
point?
example of drafting a quarterback that probably shouldn't have made the team, and Sloter should have been announced as the backup quarterback.
I
But
agree.
You played the political game, and because we drafted this guy, he gets more of an opportunity than he deserved.
Okay, so is there a guy right now that you're willing to cross him off and say he doesn't deserve the reps?
For me, no, because I don't have all the information, but they do. And
I don't think they do yet.
How could they not have that at this point? How could they not
What have
know?
What have they done to learn anything?
I don't know, bro, but like you got to figure it out, man. Because if we get to training camp and there's a 3-man rotation for 3 weeks or something, I just know one guy is not. It's dumb. It's just dumb.
So here's what you're going to have to give it at least a week or two in a training camp of doing that.
Fine, I'm just
And
asking
then-
how much time.
And then in a perfect world, by the time you get through the first preseason game, you knock one guy down. Okay, so now you're down to 2. And then at that point, you figure it out. You let those 2 guys that are left get the remaining of the reps throughout training camp. If you can announce one before the 3rd game, that would be awesome. If you can't, you go until you got enough information.
I just like what the Vikings have done because they figured out a way to operate to make it clear to everybody.
But we can't do that. So what is there to compare? We literally cannot do that.
I think they actually could do it. I think they could
name
do
a
it.
guy. Name a guy.
Bo Nix.
Okay.
Bo Nix. Bo Nix has done it. He's our guy. He's our QB1 when we start training camp. The end. We'll see you then. And then you go. And everybody knows what the deal is.
So
it's
Bo's
clear.
ready.
You can have a competition for the backup spot. Bo's our guy.
We wouldn't be hurting his development by throwing him out there too early?
I don't know. Maybe you would be. But you asked me, you put me on the spot in terms of an example. I gave you one. That's what I would do.
Well,
or I'll take it back. Stidham is our guy. Bo's going to develop. We figured that out. We're going with Stidham. There you go. And what about
why'd you bring Zach in?
Hey, we weren't sure how things were going to go with Bo Nix. We wish him the best. And we'll keep him around. We'll see what happens. But our starter is going to be Stidham. We're getting him ready for game 1. It's not that complicated.
It isn't that simple either.
I get it, but I just laugh at these teams hemming and hawing when a decision has to be made.
Look, if I'm running the show with the Broncos, I legitimately don't know what I'm doing. I don't. I know that Bo Nix is my long-term answer.
Well, you don't get paid millions.
You hope Bo Nix is your long-term answer.
Well, that's right. That's right. Yeah, I know that I want that.
But
to be my
you're
long-term
also
answer.
not being paid $20 million a year to make that decision.
Okay, I'm putting myself in Sean Payton's shoes, and that's my job. I don't know what I'm doing yet.
What will it take then? What do you got to see?
I got to see real game reps that are not.
Can I trust Zach Wilson yet?
And I got to see reps that are not in underwear. That's for sure.
I actually agree with you. I think it's a complicated situation because it is unclear between Stidham, Wilson, and Nix, especially between Wilson and Stidham. That is very confusing.
Bringing Zach Wilson in actually really did confuse the entire
It's
situation.
very confusing, don't you think? It'd be way simpler if we still had, what's his face, the Ben DiNucci. DiNucci. If the quarterbacks were, if it was DiNucci, Stidham, and Nix, it'd be simple. It wouldn't be anything to think about. But it's been made more complicated. Let's Football Goes coming up next. Plus, your last chance to qualify for those Zach Bryan tickets.
Hey, it's no secret that as we get older, our bodies just don't respond the way they once did. You start gaining a few pounds, you're not looking as good, feeling as good, sleeping as good as you want to. Well, if that's you, call my friends over at Revitalize Health. It's summertime and you want to look and feel your best. Tyler Columbus here. And guys, Revitalize Health is going to help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options, vitamin B12 shots, whatever you need, they've got it. They're going to come up with a customized game plan that's specified for your body and your needs, and you will be amazed at how much better you are going to feel. With 3 locations, Revitalize Health is close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Well, I have discovered something about me. I like Zach Bryan.
It's a new discovery every time we do this.
Turn this up a little bit, Dan.
It's good stuff.
This is country, huh?
Yeah.
New country.
Well, I like it.
It's not broke country.
He had a, hey,
I like it,
Tyler. He had a talking to.
Yeah,
I did not. See. There's nothing I can say to let you know I didn't, because you're not going to believe me.
Well, you're like.
I swear to God, I have.
You're just going so above and beyond now that it just feels like it's makeup.
I'm telling you, man. To me, this reminds me of. I said John Mellencamp. Like, I like Mumford and Sons. This kind of reminds me of that a little bit. I don't know, man. There's a little piano in there. So, we're singing about some cool stuff. I can't believe this is a stadium show, though, but it is. And this is your last shot to qualify.
Floor seats.
Well, floor is the key word. Floor. So you've got 20 minutes to text FLOOR, FLOOR, 303-504-0925. And, man, it's been cool to hear this music. I'm sorry, man. I just didn't know, but I'm digging it. And nobody talked to me about it. I have my own independent musical opinions. And I like Zach Bryan.
He felt guilt.
I did not, man. I did not. I swear to God. I'm going to listen to him on the bike later today.
Interesting timing to listen to him, but okay.
I'll get it done. Let's go to Let's Football Go, Dan. Bud Squints Tanner. Dan Bud Squints Tanner is pretty clever.
That's where I was going, Dan. I can't believe you picked up on that. Good job, buddy.
My weaknesses are my strengths.
Yeah. It is our guy at MountainHighAppliance.com. We love him. Thank you, MountainHighAppliance.com. All right, Squints, what we got? First up.
All right, let's hear from Broncos defensive coordinator Vance Joseph. Couple of cuts here from VJ. Haven't heard from VJ in a while. So let's hear what VJ has to say first. Here is Vance Joseph on the pass rush room and specifically Nick Bonitto.
I think as a group, it's a good group, between Coop and Nick and Barron. It's a good group. They all can rush the passer. They're all, good run game players, but Nick's a special rusher. He had a great year last year, even with missed time, he had a pretty good year. So obviously, he is a natural rusher, and it's my job to find spots for him to kind of showcase that, but it's a good room. It's an experienced room. It's a room that should make some hay this year for us.
All right, so expectations for Nick Bonitto the upcoming season, fellas. And how is the pass rush room? What's your confidence level in the ability of these guys?
Average. It's okay. I guess if you got a pass fail, they pass. They've no difference makers in that room.
More or less 10 sacks for Bonitto this year.
Oh, less.
Really?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
he did have a great year. He had 8 sacks last year, which is that's solid.
Yeah.
In how many games? The key for me is how many games does Bonitto play?
15.
If he can stay healthy and play 15 games, 16 games,
Yeah.
I think he can get 10.
Yeah, I mean, he played 15 last year, so 10's achievable, but I don't see him having, unique skill sets that look like 10 sacks is a lot, man. It is.
I get it.
Yeah.
I get it.
I mean, Barrett Browning is another guy that certainly has shined at points in his career, but I mean, look, even at his best years, he had 5 sacks in 2022. He had 4.5 last year. Now, he only played about half the season last year, but you don't have a difference maker in the room.
Well, the team's going to bet on those two guys.
Now, those are the two guys, and then
You know who you really need is Jonathan Cooper.
Well, I was going to mention him. Yeah, he's next.
Because you always got to have a third, and ideally you got 4. When the best teams,
You going to get something out of Jonah Ellis this year as a rookie?
Gosh, I even forget that he's even on the team, to be honest.
And
with
then you got Drew Sanders.
Man, you know how many Jonathan Cooper had last year?
6.
8.5.
Pretty good.
That's damn good.
Pretty good. I thought that unit last year was actually surprisingly good. Like, I thought they had a pretty good overall year.
They did. I would say their production surprised me based off the skill in the room.
Right.
Well, Benito's size, he's the intriguing guy to me.
He is.
And I don't want to compare him to Micah Parsons because I think you forget, because Micah Parsons in a game looks like he's a little dude, but you see him like sitting courtside at the Lakers game.
Right.
That dude ain't
that
little dude.
No, you're right.
He ain't that little dude, man. But Benito, to me, is a smaller dude that's going to have to do it with quickness.
Yeah, is Benito even 230?
Well, Benito and Baron Browning are listed at the exact same. They're
What's
both
that?
listed at 6'3", 240.
Oh,
Benito
no way.
feels way smaller than Baron Browning.
Way smaller, yeah. 240 for Benito? No way. How is that possible? No, I don't.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't.
That
feel
doesn't
right.
seem right. No. All right, next up, Dan. Good one though.
All right, last one here from VJ. The cornerback opposite of Patrick Surtain, Riley Moss, Damari Mathis. What does VJ think of those two gentlemen?
First with Riley, man, he's an exceptional athlete. I mean, he makes it look easy. He's really smooth. He's mature. He's smart. He's got great size and great ball skills, So when you watch him play, it looks really easy. He's always in a comfortable position. Damari, I've been impressed with his technique and eye placement. He's got physical traits that most corners don't have. He's got power. He's got quickness. He's got size. So his thing was just up in his football IQ, and he's done that. So it should be a good competition in the fall in training camp. But obviously we need more than 3 corners.
Right.
You need 4, maybe 5 guys. So it's good to see both young guys grow.
So VJ seems confident
Hold on,
in
though.
the other guys.
That's not who's listed, though, as the other starting corner outside of Surtain. I mean, I understand he was asked about those two guys specifically. But if you guys aren't looking at the depth chart, I'll give you a nickel if you can tell me who's listed at least as the other starting corner for the Broncos.
Well, we just signed him in free agency. He's the
keep going.
Gosh, was he from Washington? What the heck is his name?
I'll look it up. I'm cheating a little bit.
It's Levi
yes!
something.
Yes! Get it!
Levi.
Go for it. Come on, you're right there.
Levi Williams.
Oh, you're so damn close. Give it one more shot.
Levi.
Garrett.
No.
Levi.
Oh, you're right there.
Levi.
You're right there. You were right there. Come on.
Watson.
Wallace.
That was pretty good.
You're really good.
Yeah.
Really good. Yeah, that's who's listed as the other corner.
Yeah. So he's sitting there talking about what's his name? Riley Moss, the corner from Iowa that we drafted last year. It was a pretty high draft pick, by the way. If he's so good and if he's so comfortable and he's just always in a natural position, you know how many snaps that dude played last year?
Oh, like 30?
23.
There you go.
23 snaps on the entire season.
Right.
I don't know what to think other than he probably didn't live up to the bill last year.
I just think it's funny that nobody knows who the other starting corner is, and it's technically a free agent named Levi Wallace. Played for Pittsburgh last year. Played for Buffalo for 4 years and Pittsburgh for 2. He's 29. He's not a young buck. He's an older dude for football. So, but this is where they're at. It's like this, Scott, for the Nuggets, for the Broncos at corner.
Yeah, I think that'll be a position too. There's probably going to be a competition to see who's on there. Now, most teams anymore in today's day starts with the nickel, so basically you're starting 3 corners more times than not, aren't you?
Well, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the majority of your snaps are definitely going to be with 3 corners on the field.
Let's see who they list here. They got Levi Wallace. They got the safeties as Caden Stearns and Brandon Jones, but I think that's going to be P.J. Locke. Do they?
Damari Mathis, I would guess, is the
corner
nickel, would be the third guy on the field.
Nickel, yeah. But then there's Riley Moss. I don't know if Riley Moss is going to get on the field at all. I know they had high hopes for him, that's for sure. But, I mean, we'll see. We're fixing to find out. But Levi Wallace. Who the is that guy? Get Potty
Didn't
Mouth
Riley
McCoy.
Moss get hurt? Didn't Riley Moss get hurt in training camp?
He
last
did,
year?
but he
he
was
did.
healthy for the season. Like he was around for the majority of the season.
Yeah. They just didn't play. They didn't play so many rookies. It was crazy. They didn't really play Mims the way they should have played Mims. And he was like the best returner in football. I mean, Sean Payton just didn't want to go there with these young guys for whatever reason. Next up, Dan.
All right, I wanted to give you guys this story because it kind of relates to what we were just talking about last segment. When should Sean Payton decide who's the starting quarterback? Because the Minnesota Vikings, fellas, have already decided that Sam Darnold will operate as the starting quarterback, at least when the Vikings kick off training camp next month. So Kevin O'Connell stopped short of projecting anything beyond training camp, saying he plans for a competitive training camp at many positions. But as of right now, the Vikings have already decided that Sam Darnold, not J.J. McCarthy, will be the starting quarterback going into training camp. Right move for the Vikings to already announce that.
Well, that's a big difference in the way we discussed it the first time. I mean, if he's just saying, yeah, he's the guy for now, but we're still going in with a battle during training camp, he certainly has not been anointed as the starter. He's just the de facto. He's the guy that gets the snaps for now.
Well, now teams, listen, everything you saw about teams you're drafting were highlight films. You get a quick little underwear workout with the team, maybe. That's it. Maybe they got to go to the combine and you saw something. But now it gets real, right? I saw an Instagram yesterday. And Tyler, you can explain this. Quarterback's taking the fake snap. You know, there's not even a center there. There's nobody in line in front of him. Looking one way, and you're throwing an out or a fly pattern on the left side. Bing, bing, boom. Throw it in there. And the thing on the no defense, none guarding the corner, nothing rushing, none anything. And the caption on this film from one of our local people was, Bo Nix out dropping dimes.
Yeah, we're not even talking about 7-on-7. We're talking about a warm-up drill.
It's a one-on-one. Just throwing it out to the receiver, and I'm like, you don't know. You don't know. When guys get live, and I know the quarterbacks will never get hit, but they're going to get touched.
Well, here's
they're
the
going
deal.
to get touched. They're going to have people at their feet.
Here's the deal on our quarterback situation. We don't have anybody to anoint, so you can't anoint anybody. You don't have a Sam Darnold on the roster. You don't have a guy that you can say you are definitely good enough to go into the season as our day one starter. Bo Nix has got to be the plan. He's the guy that you want it to be. If you were going to anoint anybody, you would just do Bo Nix. That's the only logical guy that you actually could anoint today. However, I think you got to make sure that the guy's ready to go in and that you don't hurt his long-term development by tossing him out to the Wolves too early.
We'll see what they do. Listen, man, it's more about the long-term plan anyways. It's just fun to sort of see step by step how they approach it. And I think it's tough for coaches to sort of accept losing, period. So I bet you at the end of the day, if I had to bet, they'll just go with the guy they really do think gives them the best chance to win.
Yeah.
And they'll worry about development later, which is probably a mistake. But coaches can't help themselves. They put too much time and energy and effort into it.
Well,
I think we saw it with the Nuggets this year, man. Malone they did not want to lose games. They just didn't, man. They just didn't.
The thing that's interesting for me is every time you talk about developing a quarterback, you're keeping one guy in mind. I think they got 3 dudes that need to be developed.
Well,
so, I mean,
how do you do it then?
I mean, I know you drafted one of them, but from everything I've heard, there's one that's got more talent than the other 2, but he's a broken head dude.
There's no magic answer here. You haven't done anything. You haven't played football. You haven't had real bullets flying in your face. You haven't had the pressure of a blitzer that's actually going to hit you. You cannot.
But you're dropping dimes.
You can't anoint. You can't announce. You couldn't have even possibly learned anything of real significance yet. So there's no magic answer. You only know when you've seen enough.
Here's my guess. It took him a month and a half to do the Zach Wilson deal. My guess is Sean Payton goes to that private workout with Bo Nix, and he's blown away. He's blown away so much that he's just assuming everybody who's an evaluator like him is going to think the same thing. So the real reason I think they probably got Zach Wilson is that Sean was so impressed by Bo Nix, he just thought we don't have a shot at him because look how great he is. And so, man, we're whatever, right? So we better make sure we got somebody else besides Stidham, and that's why they approached Wilson. And it wasn't just getting him the week before the draft, which they ended up. They were trying to get him for a long time, probably because they didn't think they could get Bo Nix. I think Zach Wilson is here because they never thought they could get Bo Nix because Sean Payton thought everybody would see the same thing he did, and they didn't. Sean Payton was kind of rowing the boat by himself.
Maybe.
So now you got everybody.
So you're saying they could have traded down, grabbed a second-round pick, and maybe got Bo Nix later, and we'd be happy.
So you could very well be right, but here's the problem that's still left in that scenario. So, like, it'd be easy to say, okay, well, if they got Zach Wilson because they didn't think they would get Bo Nix, well, then just cut Zach right now because what's the purpose, right? Well, you got Zach because you weren't comfortable in Jarrett Stidham. So now you have to figure out between those two guys.
I know it's a quirky situation because, of course, Sean Payton likes Stidham too. I think it's a little bit of Sean Payton's arrogance that has this situation set up right now because his evaluation on Nix was disproportionate to everybody else. Nobody thought about Nix the way Sean Payton thought about it. So this is another one, Scotty and Tyler. Sean Payton is the smartest guy in the room. Or he's a complete fool, right?
Or he's a dummy, yeah.
Well,
you know what this is?
Dummy.
This is like Sean Payton going into the wine store, not knowing anything about wine. Said, "Well, give me that $3 bottle, that $3 bottle.
Better.
Give me that $15 bottle, and give me that $50 bottle. We'll see which one's better."
Right.
Sean doesn't know anything about quarterbacks.
We are fixing to find out, my friend. I mean, this is it, brother. I think this is why he's been in such a good mood because he's got it lined up exact. I think he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room. Dude, he Sean-splains everything to everybody everywhere. Of course he thinks he's the smartest guy about quarterbacks. He thinks he's got to steal. But now he's got to ultimately make a decision. I mean, his butt is definitely hanging out there.
If it's really as simple as that, and he was that high on Bo Nix that he just thought there's no chance he could get him, well, then anoint him the starter today. But it doesn't. But that's why it doesn't quite add up to me.
Well, we'll see, man. I
think they saw more than they realized, and maybe he's not ready to be the starter, so he's just going to be careful. Let me ask you guys this: project forward for me.
Yeah.
All three quarterbacks play this year, and all three of them are just absolutely 100% abysmal.
Yeah.
I mean, all three of them at best could be backup quarterbacks at best.
Okay.
That's what we see at the end of the 17-game season.
Okay. Who's
not here in the upper management and coaching staff next year?
Well, Sean Payton's definitely back. There's no doubt about it. Ain't no doubt about it. It'll be like Joe Lombardi. They'll get a new offensive coordinator. Maybe Wade Davis. They'll get a new quarterbacks coach. He's too young. He didn't know what he was doing. That sort of thing.
Not George Payton?
No.
The GM?
No. Nah, he's good. He's fine. He's fine, man.
He's never been his guy.
George
Payton's the next fall guy.
Nah, he survived all those humps in the road.
Yeah, but then there's got to be a new fall guy.
Joe Lombardi, the offensive coordinator, the quarterbacks
Joe Lombardi's
coach.
his guy.
I got it. It's
those aren't going to be his fault. Those are his guys. He's been with those guys forever.
You think he's going to blame? It's going to be on George Payton for all
it's not going to be on his guys.
He picked all the quarterbacks.
It's not going to be on his guys.
All right, but Scott asked if the quarterbacks all fail, who's going to thrown under the bus? It ain't going to be George Payton. George Payton wasn't responsible for any of the quarterbacks.
It will be.
He'd have to make a tough decision with Joe Lombardi. But that being said, you're not asking the real question there. You're assuming they all fail, which means they got about 4 wins under their belt.
What's the question?
Are you drafting Shedeur Sanders? That's the real question. That's the real question. Because he's going to be Carson, what's-his-face, Beck, I think. He's going to be the first quarterback taken, I believe. It really, if it comes down to that, Scott, it's about, do you believe Shedeur Sanders gives you a better option than those 3 guys? That's the real question.
Man, Bo Nix must have been really bad if we're in that situation.
Okay, but that's where it would be. If you're going to blow it all up, Scott, if you're going to blow it up, it's going to be because you believe in Shedeur Sanders.
Hey, if you've seen enough to feel like Bo Nix is a lifetime backup, then the only right thing to do would be to select a new quarterback.
I mean, I just throw this question out at you. You're a 4-win team. You can pick Shedeur Sanders. You've only put 1 year into Bo Nix. You can pick up Shadur. You got the 4th pick in the draft. He's right there for you. Who would you rather have right now, Bo Nix or Shadur Sanders?
I don't know, man. I mean, Justin Herbert hasn't won a whole lot of football games, but nobody's ever questioned his talent.
Scott, who would you rather have in that scenario, Bo Nix or Shadur Sanders?
I'll take the guy with the Chargers who's thrown for 44,000 plus yards and 100 touchdowns in 3 years. Give me that guy.
Don't think he was an option.
What are you talking about? Who are you talking about?
Well, you just said Justin Herbert ain't done anything, and I'm saying, well, I'll take the guy that's thrown.
It's not your choice. No.
So
you don't get off the hook.
If Shadur's, I'll take Shadur Sanders, and
Okay.
especially since you just compared him to Herbert, that means I'm going to get a quarterback that's going to throw for 4,000 plus yards every year and 30 touchdowns.
All right, so
I want that guy.
All right, so we're a year from today, and we have Shadur Sanders, and welcome back to it. We're in the same boat.
Super Bowl. We're Super Bowl bound next year, baby. Super Bowl bound.
Go Buffs. PhD on that.
Play the music. Play my walk-in music.
Summer is here, and I hope that you're feeling okay. If not, and you feel like you need to drop some weight, I get it. I was there this winter. It is with an open heart and joy to say I've dropped 40 pounds because of Soda weight loss. And the summer for me, I am looking more forward to this summer than ever before. Why? Well, I feel better. I certainly look better. I can do more things and feel more comfortable in my own skin. And it happened relatively easily. Seriously. I lost the weight easy, and the program was a piece of cake because Soda Weight Loss has figured it out. SotaWeightLoss.com. Click on one simple button at SotaWeightLoss.com and save 15%. It's that easy. Request a nutritionist callback. That's the button to press, and a Soda nutritionist will be on the line before you know it. With over 9,000 Google reviews and thousands of amazing before and after photos, you'll find out why Soda at-home program is the best. Do yourself a favor. Go to SotaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art. Hey, it's T-Mac for Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Oh, I got some big things cooking with Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont. Can't wait to talk to you about that. Big things starting next week. In terms of what you can expect, well, it's a buyer's market, and that means exceptional values. It's Mike Maroney, Ford Longmont, proud partner of CU Athletics. Okay, how about $20,000 off a new Ford F-150 Lightning Lariat? That is incredible. Oh, you heard right. Go green and take $20,000 off MSRP on a F-150 with federal tax credits and rebates. That's not all, though. At Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, you can save thousands in finance charges and buy a new Ford with 0% APR financing for 60 months. And if you want their lowest payment on a 2024 Bronco Sport Big Bend, lease one today, just $249 a month. And what are you waiting for? Buy now and save big at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, 3rd and Alpine in Longmont. For all the details, go online to MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. That's Mike Maroney Ford Longmont.com. Well, congratulations to Connor French and Keegan Meager, winners of the Zach Bryan floor seats. Have a great time, man, this weekend with Zach Bryan, my new favorite guy that I'm absolutely not been told to say anything good things about. I just like him. That's all there is to it. Quick hitters. Luka Doncic is what, Scott?
Waking up to reality.
Tyler?
YouTube basketball player.
The Florida Panthers will do what tonight?
Lose their first game.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Do you see how chippy that game 2 got at the end of it?
Sure
Towards
did.
the end of it?
Sure
That was
did.
kind of fun.
Florida Panthers will what, Tyler?
Yeah.
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 Yeah. Okay. I think they're going to win tonight too. I think we're about to see 2 sweeps in the championship final and finals.
It depends. I think if Florida decides to get, we're going to do a little payback, they may give a game tonight to do a little. They're a better team. They're a better team than Edmonton, but if they decide that we're going to get a little payback tonight, and maybe you give a game away.
Well, we'll have the game tonight at 6:00 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll have the game tonight after Nate and Andy.
Bummer it wasn't more competitive in either one of them, but yeah, that's what it is.
Okay. Did you see that Joey Chestnut and oh my gosh, I'm
So
forgetting
they
his
pull
name.
in a like a
Kobayashi.
match?
Kobayashi, yeah.
So you know, like in golf, they did the match. Is that what's going on here?
Kind of. They're doing their own hot dog eating contest on Labor Day, the two of them. First time they've matched up for like 20 years.
Do you really want to open up this wormhole again?
I'm not trying to open it up, but it's news, man. On Labor Day, they are going to have their own thing. How about that?
All right, so what does better? The Nathan's hot dog eating contest or the match?
It's going to be tough to tell because the match with the hot dogs is on Netflix. It's going to be on Netflix, so the ratings will be kind of different.
That's going to suck then. Who's gonna watch hot dog eating on Netflix?
I don't know, brother.
I mean, it's one thing like on a holiday, you just got
You
it
got
on
the
TV or whatever.
the two greatest world eater dudes.
Right.
Both of them banned basically from the World Eating League. or what, I think that's what it's called. Isn't it called the World
something?
Eating,
yeah.
It's WEL, World Eating League or something like that. It's a real league.
Yep.
Both of them basically kind of pushed out of it. I went down the wormhole on Kobayashi today. Actually got his Instagram site and everything else. It's kind of crazy.
Wait, why is he no longer allowed?
It was a financial thing. There was with the World Eating League. There was some sort of thing.
There's the same thing that happened to the Chestnut in a sense that they're not allowed to have sponsors outside of what their league is.
Yeah. So it was some
Which
conflict.
makes you wonder, since Chestnut knew that, I wonder if he went ahead and took the money and they had something in the works with this. Because, boy, that sure kind of negotiated and got done real fast, didn't it?
Seemed to.
Hold on. Will people seriously go watch a hot dog eating contest on Netflix?
I'm just giving you the news, bro. You tell me what you
as
want
opposed
to do
to
with it.
anywhere else in the world?
Well, I do feel like it's different. Like on a holiday, you're flipping through the channels. You just know that's going on.
It's Labor Day.
I know, but who goes to a streaming website to watch hot dog eating?
I'll tell you this.
Or football.
I have we're entering new territory, guys, and everything, man. It's just a new world. It's going to be a new world. We can either accept it or just yell at the clouds. But
I choose yell at the clouds.
You're going to yell at the clouds. All right, Scotty, most manly thing you're going to do today with the rest of your day is what?
I'm going to paint a room and then go swimming with my daughter in the lake.
That sounds like a summer day right there.
Beautiful day.
Tyler?
Oh, I got football practice. 95 degrees on the turf, about 110 on the turf.
Screaming at 11-year-olds because they don't know a 3-4.
Yeah.
Dan Tanner, most manly thing you're going to do today?
Call of Duty's not going to play itself.
Oh, my God.
I love you. I wish I had my box down here.
I think my wife is going to fix something in the house. I'll make sure I supervise that. In terms of radio, well, we keep rolling. Nate and Andy coming up
speaking
next.
of manly things, the warden's over there scraping popcorn ceilings right now.
I thought that was yesterday's job.
Make sure she's doing
it's a job.
Scott, make sure she's doing it right, okay?
What's Ellie doing?
I will.
Ellie's about to go to a swim with her dad while the warden scrapes popcorn off the ceiling. One of the two parents has it figured out. Nate and Andy coming up next.
I think he
All
was
right, hold on.
actually
Time
in
out.
Golden State for a while.
What makes you more qualified than J.J. Redick? Let's just have it out.
I didn't say I was more. I'm not saying I was more qualified. I just say what's the difference.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Look, there's probably a little bit of that first year where you're pissing on all the trees. And I'm probably guilty of that.
I didn't need you laugh,
I've
by
never.
the way. You'd have been proud of me.
I know you
refrained
did.
from the music.
See, I know.
And you know what was funny? He didn't even care. He just said it. People laughed, and he just kind of let it, and then he went on with his answer.
I've never heard that expression. Have you?
What?
Urinating on all the trees?
No, but and as an owner of dogs, I get what he's talking about. I got one letting everybody know who's in the neighborhood now. So, yeah.
It's a dog analogy?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mark your territory.
Ah, I see.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Peeing.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hey, we are here. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show with Kreckman and Lindahl. We are with you until 6. And we have much to do on today's fine radio program as the NBA Finals are now over. They will play one more game, Andy. Maybe 2, but I highly doubt it. Highly doubt it. But it's over. No team has ever come back from a 3-0 deficit before in NBA history, and feeling pretty confident this Dallas Mavericks team doesn't quite have the makeup to be the first one to do it.
Yeah, man, it's and someone's going to do it sooner or later, right?
What is it going to look like when it happens?
Not this.
Because I agree with you. The old records are made to be broken. You know, we finally watched the Boston Red Sox do it to the Yankees.
Right.
Baseball has a lot more randomness to it. It is a sport that is far less dependent on momentum. The old momentum's only as good as the next day's starting pitcher, that whole thing. Sure, there's a lot of truth to that. But in the NBA, to me, it's almost like doesn't it have to be like a star injured player returns from injury or from suspension or something like that. Like let's say a star player somehow suspended the first 3 games of a series. I don't know the context by which that would happen, but I suppose it could. And then he returns, and wouldn't it have to be something like that? Or massive injury? The problem with like a series like this is Boston is such a good team, and they're such a deep team. You'd have to knock off like 3 guys.
Yeah.
Porzingis wasn't enough.
You'd have to have.
It'd be like, sorry, like Jaylen Brown, Derek White, and Drew Holiday all fall into the same manhole, and then the series continues.
I don't know what it's going to take. It's not going to be the Mavericks, I don't think.
No.
That'll be famous last words for me. Watch what happens next week. But I'm confident
it won't.
It won't be.
You're good.
Because what it would take what it takes is, first off, you falling to 3-0 by slim margins. You know what I mean? A buzzer beater here. Another last second, whatever, there.
Like losing 3 games by like a combined 5
Incredibly
points.
competitive.
Sure,
right?
sure.
Let's take the Nuggets and the Celtics, for example.
Okay.
Both of those were incredibly close games.
The 2 games they played
Had
this
you
year.
had the Nuggets up or the Celtics up 3-0 on games that look like that, where you can say, hey, man, one more shot, one more defensive stop, it changes, sure, fine.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's healthy, all that stuff. Luka just basically melting down, like him trying to get those crap calls last night. What are you doing? Stop focusing on that.
After the game, Luka Doncic lost me during the game.
Right.
And then he lost me way more in the post game. Here was Luka Doncic talking about fouling out last night.
Luka, what did you think of the whistles that went against you in the fourth quarter?
I mean, I don't know. We couldn't play physical, so I don't know. I don't want to say nothing, but 6 foul in the NBA Finals, where I'm like this. Come on, man. better than that.
Two palms up was the he was like this, the two palms up move. Which, first off, that's Nikola's move. Secondly, you don't get to steal Jokic's signature.
Look, pal, best friends or not.
not your move, okay?
Yeah. Show some respect.
Secondly, all right, and Andy was going all over Twitter today, okay? His first foul, first quarter, he arm bars Tatum. It was a foul.
Yeah.
Second foul, third quarter, it was a frustration foul on Derek White 90 feet from the basket. Dumb foul. Guess what? Those add up. Especially if by the fourth quarter, in the midst of your team's 22-2 run, he commits an offensive foul. That was his third. His fourth foul, and again, these were all in the fourth quarter. The last four were all fourth quarter. Fourth foul was a reach-in on Peyton Pritchard, which Pritchard beat him, and Luka just fouled him. And it was a reach-in, and Luka raised his hand. He knew it was a foul. That was his fourth foul. The fifth foul was the one that, to me, was maybe questionable. That was the one he was wrestling with Jaylen Brown. They hooked each other. But there was a foul on somebody on that play. It got called on Luka Doncic. Okay, now you have 5 fouls. Don't try and take a charge when you have 5 fouls. Especially when you don't move your feet well enough to get in front of Jaylen Brown. Now, look, in a perfect world, that would have gone as like a play on, no whistle. But Jaylen Brown fell over, so the play ended, so there was a foul committed. You didn't have the position. What was funny about the whole thing to me, Andy, was Mark Davis, when he had to review the call because, you know, Luka goes nuclear and tells his bench, you got to review it, which, again, maybe you should have reviewed the fifth foul, but tells him you got to review it. And what's funny about this is, like, Mark Davis is looking at it. He didn't want to foul out Luka Doncic.
Right.
He didn't want to. You can see it on his face as he announced to the crowd, hey, your star player just fouled out of the critical last moments of an NBA Finals game, but also
that's going to end the series,
there
basically.
were 6 fouls.
Yeah.
Like Mark Davis didn't want to do it. He didn't have a choice.
I know.
Like, there's 6 of them. You're done. Like, yes, Luka is hurt. Yes, he's getting injections and he's got the chest and all the problems that he's dealing with. Like, you can tell he's laboring out there. But, dude, you have to stop with the dumb fouls, and you have got to stop. Whine to the officials all you want. Seriously. Like whine all you want. Every NBA star whines constantly for calls. Don't do it while you're sitting on your ass after you fell down on a 3 begging for a call, staring at the refs. You know what the Celtics do? And I guarantee you Joe Mazzulla has coached this into him. Hey, when he's whining, go. 5-on-4. Easy buckets. Luka Doncic is handing an NBA championship to the Boston Celtics, who, Andy, last night tried everything they could to give that game back to the Dallas Mavericks.
That was your game. That was your game, and you missed it. Kyrie finally found himself. He decided to introduce himself to the finals.
Played great.
He was there.
Mm-hmm.
And again, on that 6th foul, the other thing that's ridiculous about it is you're in retreat mode. You're not going to get the charge call when you're in retreat mode. You better be standing as solid as an oak if you think you're going to get that, and you're not. So it is, I will say, because look, our guy does it way too much.
Mm-hmm.
I love the Joker. All these guys talking to the officials, I am just getting to the point where it's like all you need to just lay off this a little bit and let's play some ball.
Seriously? Like,
and our guys do it too much too. I'm not here saying our stars don't do it too.
Without a doubt. But as I was watching that game last night, like one of the sort of juxtapositions that was striking to me was Jason Tatum begs for calls all the time. But you know how he does it? Sprinting back on defense. He'll look at a ref and go, what the hell? But he gets back on defense while he's doing it. Like, Nikola can be guilty of it, but nowhere near the Doncic level.
Well, he stops playing. You talk about it. You can't stop playing.
No. And the officials will not reward you for that. Luka's act is tiresome enough, but also what we're picking up on right here. And granted, I don't think Dallas was going to beat Boston anyway, but this should have been a much better series than it was. And Doncic letting his frustration pull him out of the game to the point where he fouled out last night. it's inexcusable at this stage.
This has been, because I got news for you tonight. I don't think Edmonton's coming off the mat either, unless Bobrovsky forgets that he's the best goalie in the league right now. I don't know how they come off the mat either. This has kind of been a wah-wah to a couple of great finals that we were looking forward to watch.
Yeah.
Because we're going to have, I think we may end up with 2 4-1 series. We may get 2 sweeps. I could see it happen. I could.
How about Boston blowing a 21-point lead?
Yeah, well.
How about the Celtics just going?
Because it shows you there's human nature in all this.
Teams give away big leads. The Boston Celtics are so susceptible to it. They just went prevent offense. They passed around until there was 4 seconds left on the shot clock, and then they jacked up a contested jump shot, and Dallas defended. They had a great fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They should have won. Now, the third quarter that Boston had was something to behold. By the way, my dream of Drew Holiday Finals MVP is over, and he is amazing. He's dictating the floor right now.
But it's Jaylen.
Jaylen Brown is going to.
I kept thinking about it. Well, they kept praising Drew Holiday, and I go, they may have a chance.
But
it's not going to
you look up at the end of the night, and Drew had nine points. Now, again, first off, Drew Holiday, the guy does everything right. He pushes tempo when it needs to happen. He keeps the ball moving. He resets offense. He commits smart fouls. He knows when his defense is beat, and so he'll just hack you on the arm. But he hacks you on the arm in that way of there ain't no and one coming your way. Drew Holiday is going to end this play, and he'll give you free throws, but he's not going to give you anything easy. He's so elite defensively. But Jaylen Brown just, again, he won it last night.
Should we do our own list? It's list season.
You want to list it?
You're inspiring me with a list.
Okay.
And I've thought about this a couple of times, but you bringing it up, the move, we'll do this after this.
Okay.
The moves the one move maybe for each team, you want to put a time limit on it, whatever, you wish they would have made.
Mm-hmm.
Give me one for the Broncos. Give me one for the Avs. Getting Drew Holiday, which is all we talked about when this show first got together.
I know.
How much different could they? Now, you probably don't have Aaron Gordon. So, again, there is a butterfly effect to this whole thing, right? But, my God, that guy is everything. That guy.
He's everything he's cracked up to be.
And there for 2 straight years, there were always rumors the Nuggets were going to get him, and it never happened. I wonder if you could get Connolly alone and honest, would he admit, I wished I'd have figured that one out?
I like Derek White, too.
Oh, yeah. How can you not?
He's so good.
The Nuggets need the gritty. They got one in KCP. It'd be nice to maybe have another. I'm just going to do. That's what Bruce Brown was. The gritty, I'll do whatever.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was talking to Hastings about it last night. Last year's playoffs. You and I have talked about it. Whatever was needed, Bruce Brown came in and did. You need another one of those guys. Whether defense, energy, run the floor, 3-pointers, he kind of did it all.
But
I want to know what move, especially for the Nuggets, is Drew Holiday the most regrettable non-trade that you had?
While you were getting your guitar rehearsal in before the show,
I strumming a few chords for you.
That was the soundtrack to me knocking out some Nuggets questions I want to ask you today. I got Nuggets questions, just based upon.
What is it? Is the language angry?
No,
I mean. Was it a calming, or were you like, God, shut up? Did you feel like we were at the party and I just pulled it out at the campfire and I forced you?
I wasn't gonna go Belushi and Animal House on you or anything like that.
But you didn't need it either.
It was fine. Your inspiration came musically. My inspiration came, hey, we should talk about the Nuggets a little bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That was what happened with my brain today. That's where my brain goes.
I'd like to talk. Hey, listen.
Yeah. Look.
I hooked up with a couple of our dudes I like to do podcasts with, and I'm sad about the Broncos. I want to quit being sad. Let's talk about something uplifting.
Yeah, I got
Nuggets
Nuggets
you have a Nuggets
question.
question at least make me happy?
Maybe.
Do you like naked guys doing belly flops? Because not naked, but it'll be Waterworld this weekend.
Okay. We do have Waterworld tickets to give away. We'll tell you how to win Waterworld tickets when you get back. Plus, we'll do bizarro moves you wish your team would have made.
You can only pick one though, not 3, just one.
Okay.
Why? You can't redo the Cubs' whole damn roster there, Nate. Sorry.
Still think the Broncos should have drafted Mahomes. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Getting our Wu-Tang on here on a lovely Thursday afternoon in Denver, Colorado. Hope you're staying cool. It's warm outside. One great way to stay cool is to be the coolest dude you know and listen to the Kreckman and Lindahl show on the Altitude Sports Radio app. That's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Another way to stay cool, that was the metaphorical
Perfect.
cool. This one is the physically cool, is to go to Water World. It is a world full of water, but many other things, Andy, such as?
Well, they've got the Voyage to the Center of the Earth.
Hell yeah.
That's the dinosaur ride.
They got those big slides, like the tall ass ones.
Yeah. Oh, the big white ones that just shoot you.
Slide.
The
Big
wedgie
slides.
slide.
Yeah.
They will give you a wedgie no matter what you're wearing. Those things are awesome. They've got a roller coaster.
Mhm.
They've got like a half pipe one. Now you've got to brace it so it doesn't hurt your neck, wrench your neck a little bit. There's the Storm that's next to the Voyage of the Center of the Earth. There's the one that always reminds me. It's like the Pharaohs. The Pharaohs ride reminds me of Indiana Jones every single time that we go and ride it.
Cool.
It's big fun. Have you not been? I feel like you've not been.
I've never been
like
to
what?
Waterworld.
What?
I never have been.
Why?
I don't know.
Do you not like fun? Do you not like water? Do you not like slides?
Andy, I
what
think-
about Waterworld would not interest you?
Andy, I think we've worked together long enough for you to know I detest fun. Okay? So that's...
All right, I'm going to go steal Sammy and Lucy at some point when they're a little older, and I'm taking them because you won't.
That's your mistake.
Yeah.
I loathe fun. But
they've got the big like toilet bowl one that you go around about 15 times and right out the bottom. They got the ones you can race.
I was going to say, can you ride on a log on that thing?
Well,
yeah.
I mean-
They also have belly
What a
flops.
smooth deuce
Yeah,
right
we're
there.
going to belly flop. We're going to be belly flopping.
Mm-hmm.
Sunday. I just know
And?
I have to be there at 11. I believe it's between 11 and 1. We're going to do that.
Trying like hell to tee you
No,
up
I'm
for the
sorry.
giveaway.
Well, you know what? You're the driver. And you keep what I'm realizing now is you're sitting at the stop sign asking which way am I supposed to go.
You know what?
I got it.
You know what I'm doing right now is I am the point guard. I have reposted the big like 6 times
No,
already.
you know what it
I
is?
just continue to just be like, no, you score
Listen,
on this possession.
you were just Jokic in that game where we blew the 20-point lead. You've passed it to me like 4 times, demanding that you want it. You've been to the corner. You got me to the arc. You put it back over there. And I just, like the rest of the Nuggets, just keep dumping it back
Fine,
into you.
I'll shoot it.
Fine it. Yeah, whatever. It's down to 1 second. No, the belly flop contest. So this is different than a year ago.
Okay.
By the way, the wave pool Thunder Base still exists. Get on out there. That would take your knee off. They even got one of those surf pools. Dude, I love Waterworld. I'd go every day if I could. I'd skip this show and tell football, and I'd just go to Waterworld. This is for anybody. Just go out there and go to Waterworld, and you can participate. I don't get to bring the Big Honeys back. R.I.P. Big Honeys. I'm a little sad about that.
I'm sorry about
We had
that.
a logo. They painted it on us. I had quite the team.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, get the Big Honeys don't exist. So we're going to get as many guys as we can. We're going to do we're going to just do the contest with those that are there this year. It's going to be sweet.
So how can people go?
Well, you just go to Waterworld, you buy a ticket, and then you say, I want in the contest, and you're going to come on by this pool. And I don't remember what the pool is adjacent to. It's kind of near where the kiddie pool was last year for doing it in the same spot.
Uh-huh.
And there's a lower dive that you get to go off to try to qualify. But then you got to go up to a higher dive. And the higher dive is where our winner last year really created some lobster belly. He wasn't afraid. I think he was all about 110 pounds, but he was dedicated.
Is it possible you could tell me how people could win one of 5 4-packs of tickets to Waterworld?
Well, you and I seem like you've got a better idea than me. So what do you want to go with? I may make it easy. What do you want to do? Do you want to go?
We can do this a few different times.
Here's what we're going to do first, right now. Okay?
I swear to God, I'm trying so hard to get you to
but
just do
I
the
wasn't
thing.
sure we had agreed in break what was the best way to go. So here's what we're doing right now to be easy.
Sounds good.
To
Yes.
be easy.
Yes, just go.
Text us the name of the Bronco that's known as the Belly.
There you are.
Text us the name of the Bronco whose nickname is The Belly.
Plus your first and last name.
Plus your first and last name.
Do you know the number, Andy?
303-504-0925. I believe, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah.
that's the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, Nate, 1 hour.
Yes.
We're done.
Yes.
Get your Champ Mazda, right? Champ Mazda.
Yeah.
Champ's got a few brands.
They do.
Get in it. Get it.
Mhm.
Get your 1 hour and head on up there to Waterworld and come join us. But you got to do, and you got to spell the name right.
Uh-huh.
The Bronco, frankly, who's probably up for one of the next big contracts on the team, who's nicknamed the Belly. We'll do that now, and then we got another question for you to answer of Nate's liking in the next segment.
First and last name?
First and last, yes.
First and last
yes,
name?
both names.
Plus your first
Yes,
and last name.
Plus your first and last name.
To 303-504-0925.
That's the Champ Mazda text line. I repeat.
That's
one
it.
price, one person, 1 hour.
There it was. There it was. We...
This is only what you get.
Hold on. Was our attempt at setting up this promotion
The clunkiest ever?
Did it take longer than getting to the first question of our Jeff Legwold interview last week?
God, I don't even remember. What did we do?
We
We're talking
were-
to him at 420 today.
Yeah, we were yelling about Deflategate and God knows what else, and yeah.
You know what? By this time of year,
Jeff should know. That's
Jeff,
it.
well, not only does Jeff know.
You know what? It's his fault for agreeing to come on this show.
We say that to anybody.
Exactly.
Tone Loke wasn't even sure what he was in for earlier.
Yeah, I think he had a
started
nice
to
time.
enjoy it by a while.
Yeah.
You could hear the hesitation.
Took him a minute.
Yeah, he's kind of, what are we doing again?
Yeah.
Well, you tell people.
Cool concert.
You tell people this is a sports show, but we like to talk to everybody that we find interesting.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when he heard the sports highlights, he's like, what was in that bong? What did we agree to do? Why? What?
We're doing what now?
Come again?
So for a 4-pack of tickets to Waterworld, text the name of the Bronco known as the Belly to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text it in right now.
And then come belly flap Sunday.
One of the texters hit us right away with the move I wish the Broncos would have made. And
Yeah,
I
and
know exactly what you will say, and I still would have liked to have taken my chances. The Broncos should have drafted Josh Allen instead of Bradley Chubb.
It really is tough to argue.
Josh
Again,
Allen?
I don't know that we can guarantee the patience and the development would have been the same.
Right.
But I'm with you. See,
he would have been drafted to a worse organization than he ended up with, which was Buffalo.
I just want to know somewhere, someday, what put Elway off of him? What was it? Was it the fact that you had stated during the offseason that you thought Case Keenum being in the room might influence Paxton Lynch one last time to save that former first-round pick? What was it? What was it? So, but I'm with you. It's tough to come up with a different move. I suppose you could select. Some will probably say hire Kyle Shanahan instead of hiring Vance Joseph. Yeah, that probably would have been a nice one. But
That could
you
have
know
been
what?
good.
At the end of the day, it gets done on the field.
Mm-hmm.
And Josh Allen was sitting there for the plucking. And I would rather see how it would have worked out than what we're dealing with now.
Yep.
How about that?
I agree.
I don't know if there's another. Do you want to put a cap on the move the last 10 years? Or a cap on the timeline, I should
Sure.
say?
Yeah,
Call it the
yeah,
last
yeah,
decade or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah.
We don't need to hash, you shouldn't have drafted Ted Gregory. Yeah, you probably shouldn't have. I don't even remember who the hell was in that draft. So, yeah, Josh, of the last decade, and for each team.
You know what's tough about that too? Is just there were other really, really good options. You know, like Bradley Chubb, and I know injuries robbed him, but Quentin Nelson at 6.
Yeah, you've needed a good O-line for a bit.
Bears took Roquan Smith at 8.
Yeah.
Pretty good player. McGlinchey went 9. You got him now. You paid a lot of money to have him now, but you got him now. Miami took Minkah Fitzpatrick at 11.
Which is funny because you know what's weird about that list you're reading? A lot of good players that somehow are on other teams.
Mm-hmm.
Like Minkah Fitzpatrick, what was he, a Dolphin? Now he's a Steeler?
Yeah.
Right?
Tampa took Vita Vea at 12.
Gosh, Vita Vea was
pretty
is
good.
he still playing?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Who was he? He was with Gerald McCoy, right?
Still in Tampa, I believe, isn't he?
Golly, those guys are so good.
I mean, Vita Vea weighs what, 400 pounds?
Yeah,
he's
you're
just
not running on him.
he's a damn load. He was critical to winning a Super Bowl for that team. Tremaine Edmonds, Derwin James. Always has a hard time saying healthy.
Derwin James,
Jair Alexander.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Frank Ragnow.
Ragnarok? What?
There's good players all over the place.
Isn't Ragnow he's like an offensive lineman, isn't
He is a center for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
Yep. Pretty good.
He's the reason why they could go get who did I'm already forgetting. Who was our guy? The Detroit guy there was a guard we tried to make a center here.
Oh,
Graham Glasgow?
Yes, thank you.
Now he's back there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What about, real quickly, with the Avs? Since we're talking last 10 years. Let's be honest, the Avs have got a lot right. And Spring, I want to get your opinion on this. Knowing what we know now, is it pretty easy to say maybe they should have tried to hold on to Kadri a little bit more and not go so hard after Nichushkin?
Yeah, Kadri over Val.
I mean, but here's the problem. I can't blame the thinking at the time. Val was younger.
It looked right.
I thought you made the right choice.
It looked right. For the first 8 games of the playoffs this year, it was pretty damn good.
But that's the move, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Nichushkin had a Conn Smythe argument when they won the damn Stanley Cup.
Yeah. He's trying to make one of the first 8 games of this playoff.
He had a case. That's what's hard about it.
The problem is
the problem.
Well, the problem is the problem, and Nazem was pretty darn good for you in those playoffs too, man.
Yeah, he was fantastic.
It's just you and I think we're so resigned to the fact we did this with Bruce Brown too, who maybe that's the Nuggets move, but to me, I still want to know what it would look like if you'd have got Drew Holiday all those years that you talked about. Like 2 years in a row, that stuff was going on. Him and Bradley Beal. I felt like they were constantly in rumor to be new Nuggets at some point.
Sure.
But Nazem was so good during the playoffs. And we just thought he was going to get overpaid and you couldn't keep him, and maybe you shouldn't have just.
And maybe it's with enough separation since the championship, right? With the Avalanche, like it's pretty easy to point to in what has happened over the last couple of years. With the Nuggets, they just won a title 2 years ago.
Right.
And they won a title with the absolute perfect chemistry that they put together. It's the old cliche, you don't apologize for winning a championship, and they built that thing absolutely right. Like they pushed the right buttons, starting back with the development of Jokic, putting him in place over Nurkic, drafting Jamal Murray, drafting MPJ, which absolutely worked out at the 14th overall pick, trading for Aaron Gordon, eventually making the trade to acquire KCP, signing Bruce Brown, which was an unbelievably savvy move that was made right at the last minute there by Calvin Booth. Like that, they kind of nailed it. This past year, what could have been done differently? Don't pay Zeke.
Yeah, I guess, but these stupid new rules. Like again, I don't think it's fair to hammer the Nuggets for not doing anything at the deadline. They weren't allowed.
Don't keep Reggie.
Well, for the first part of the season, the Reggie thing looked all right.
Right. Right. For the first couple of months,
Zeke.
He was really good.
If we're going to be fair to the decision made during the time, the atmosphere, the time it was made, don't pay Zeke probably is it. Because there really wasn't anything there that should have told you to pay Zeke.
What's so funny about this discussion is, as we brought up the Broncos, the Nuggets, and the Avalanche, if you go over to the Rockies, honestly, Andy, they're 14 moves away. They're so far.
All right, what's the move you wish they would have made?
Acquire actual talent in the Nolan Arenado trade. That's honestly, that's the biggest thing. Like if you're so dysfunctional that you can't handle your star player being critical about the direction of the franchise, which he was right about. If you're so hypersensitive to that and you have to move him, get one of that organization's star prospects in return for the $50 million. Austin Gomber is fine at best. You have to do better for that for a future Hall of Famer in his prime.
Nolan Gorman, right? That's a third baseman?
Nolan Gorman would have been great.
How did you not get him?
To acquire in that trade.
Even our buddy Ben said he thought that it was going to be Nolan Gorman. They thought they'd have to give up Gorman to get Arenado. They could not believe they didn't have to give up Gorman to get Arenado.
Right. Abe says trade Trevor Story, trade John Gray.
Well, that's another list, yeah.
Both of those would have been good moves.
You know what else I could add? Don't sign Chris Bryant. Don't bid against yourself to go get Chris Bryant.
What? And
DJ LeMahieu.
A reader, one of Patrick Saunders' readers had sent this into his mailbag that I read today. And it really does. It was a savvy question, one that I've wondered about myself. When they ran Chris Bryant through the battery of physicals that you do before you sign somebody to a $182 million contract, what did it say? Did it say, no, this is great, green, nothing but green lights?
Okay, so I'll ask you, did they? Did they pull a Denver housing market at that time and just waive inspection because they just wanted to get the deal done? Seriously, I'm with you. I don't know what doctor puts his name on this thing. Now, and look.
You had to have looked at his back. He was already having back issues before he was a Rock.
Okay, but do you think, and I don't think it's unfair to float this out there, Dick Monfort wants what Dick Monfort wants. Mm-hmm. That's why he chose Greg Reynolds instead of the other pitchers, Lincecum and all the other guys at Scherzer that they could have had.
Clayton Kershaw,
and on and on and on.
He was okay.
Because he wanted Reynolds. He thought he was a great kid. So did Dick look at the medical report? Just I don't care.
Looks good.
Fine.
Yeah, looks great.
Did they promise him, we're not worried about the medicals, just agree to this thing?
I don't know.
I would be shocked if that happened.
Or maybe it was just here's the other possibility, and I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt that they looked at the scans and they were just okay, yes, he looks like a 29-year-old dude that's been swinging a baseball bat as hard as he possibly can since he's 10 years old, but, through proper treatment and everything else, we can sustain this and you can get productivity out of him. And think about Chris Bryant hitting gappers at Coors Field all day long and hitting it into the seats, and it's all going to be great. That's very possible.
Nate, you know what you said right there that was so crazy? A 29-year-old who he does not feel 29.
I know, right?
What are we doing to our athletes nowadays? That guys at 29 and 30 feel so much older than they are. It tells you how much ball these guys are playing at a younger age.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, he's 32 now.
I don't care.
I mean, that was just when they signed him.
It felt like they got him at the age of 33 the way this thing is gone.
Yeah.
I'm more shocked he's 20. You could have told me he was 35 and go, yeah, sounds about right. That seems about it.
I mean, you knew that. So KB came from, he had played his college baseball at the University of San Diego. Prior to that, he was famously, along with Bryce Harper and who's our other dude? Joey Gallo out of Las Vegas.
Gallo.
And those dudes all kind of grew up together, and they were all, like travel team mercenaries, and they, who knows how many hundreds of baseball games those dudes were playing in a given calendar year. And here he is at 32, and he's played 24 games, and he looks arthritic and ruled. It looks like his body is trashed by now.
By the way, happy Father's Day to Joey Gallo.
Very much. Not you, Mark Davis.
Not you, Mark Davis. Joey Gallo. Sorry, as soon as you said Joey Gallo, I was just waiting.
What did she say? It was decidedly untrue?
Yeah, yes.
Viciously untrue?
Yes, how dare you?
How
dare you suggest anything happened behind the boudoir door?
Let's take a break. When we come back, Andy, I want to read an internal company email on the air. Are we allowed to do that?
Yeah, I think so.
I think we can do it.
Might get them to retract what it's for, but sure.
Let's take a swing. It turns out
the awards keep coming.
Turns out Andy and I are doing a great job, which I got to be honest was news to us. We'll tell you about that, and we will read you an internal company email live on the air, unless somebody comes in the break and tells us not to, next. Andy, I got exciting Bronco news. You ready for it?
Sure.
Denver Broncos press release. Broncos sign inside linebacker Andre Smith.
Yeah.
Andre Smith.
He's now a Bronco.
They have waived tight end Dylan Leonard. No more Dylan Leonard.
Cool.
Andre Smith, seventh-year player from the University of North Carolina, has appeared in 62 regular season games, start with Carolina, Buffalo, Tennessee, and Atlanta. In his career, he has combined for 52 tackles between defense and special teams, along with 1 pass defended, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries. 7th-round pick, 2018 by the Panthers. Spent last year with Atlanta, where he totaled 16 tackles, 1 FF, and 1 FR in 11 games, 1 start. That's forced fumble and fumble recovery for you.
According to Jordan Schultz, he actually had 19 tackles. We've got a tackle discrepancy.
Ooh.
Did he have 3 more or not?
The Scoopsters and the team PR staff are at war now.
They're stuffing the ballot box on tackles.
A native of Jacksonville, Florida, Smith was born April 20th, 1997. Hey, 420, baby. That's exciting.
God, 97?
So there you go.
You feel old yet?
Andre Smith is now a Bronco.
Was he born when you graduated high school?
I graduated high school the following spring, class of 98 over here.
Close enough.
Yes.
You feel old yet?
I feel old for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
Not just that one.
Sure.
So, Andy, exciting news came into the old work email today. First off, I should add that's not how I learned about this. I learned about this because our director of sales came in and told us.
No, he's the VP now. He's moved up.
He's the VP?
Boy, you don't read a lot of emails. Dan Stores, congratulations, VP of radio. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, you do now.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a bigger wig.
He's a Veep?
The wig got a little bigger and a little more powdery.
I saw him in there leading a meeting before. It looked productive.
Yeah, they all look like they left inspired and ready to go.
They sure did, man. Oh, deals are closing all over the place this afternoon.
Now.
We're all printing
Hey,
money.
unless you want to spend money, don't pick the phone up because they're talking you into it.
Everyone's just going out to their Porsche. That's how this now works, okay?
And I'll go out to my 2000 Ranger.
It's a good-looking automobile.
Seriously, Phil Long, call me. Or anybody. I don't even care. I don't care what your brand is. Holler at your boy. I need to quit driving the Ranger.
You're a big dude. You somehow look even bigger when you're driving that thing.
Because it's a small truck.
It looks like your head is scraping the roof.
Yeah.
Anytime I see you driving that truck.
The funny thing about it is, I bought it for my son. Because I ain't worried if he has a little mishap learning to drive, which they all are prone to do. That thing's got barely anything left.
It's a tank.
It is probably going to be too small for him.
Because he's bigger than you,
He's
isn't he?
bigger than me, yeah. Yeah. He's taller than me.
Hulking boy.
Just turned 15. Have to hang his head out the window like a dog.
Okay. Excuse me.
Back to business.
Vice President Stores.
Yes. Vice President Stores came in.
Yes. I totally read my emails.
Yeah.
And informed us. This is a big day. This is a monumental day in the history of the Crackman and Lindahl show. So first off, I should preempt everyone by telling, and I know the listeners are worried about this. We don't have a monthly staff meeting this month.
Yeah.
No monthly staff meeting in June. Normally we have a monthly staff meeting. We're not doing that.
We get together, we powwow, we make sure everybody's on the same page.
Totally. And when we say we mean...
I've been to the last handful.
Nice job. Good job.
I've repped us.
Well done. So...
Your turn's next month. I'm out.
So there's no monthly staff meeting. Now, one of the most exciting parts, the highlight of the monthly staff meetings...
is Employee of the Month.
Is when they announce who the Employee of the Month is. Andy Lindahl, did you know? This month, June 2024, no staff meeting, no in-person recognition. You want to know who your employees of the month are here at KSE Radio?
Please share.
This month, it is a tag team. Back again. Check it direct at Let's Begin.
It'll be a cool concert.
Congratulations to the duo of Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl.
I feel like spring is in there too. It's the show.
Come on.
Yeah.
Let's go, y'all.
Employees of the month.
I'll take it.
That's right.
Yeah.
So when our VP, Dan Storrs, came in and told us this, my response was, what did we do?
Yeah.
I didn't know we did anything.
Listen, I'm very happy to receive the honor.
We'll take it.
I'll update LinkedIn tonight.
You know what, though? Andy, it turns out we did something.
What did we do?
First off, let me read this. Not only do these guys provide a top-rated afternoon drive show.
Thank you.
But they are also team players. Team players.
Well, yeah.
There's no I in Kreckman and Lindahl. Except the I. 92.5 and Mix have been great in supporting Cool Concert, which is appreciated. However, Nate and Andy took it to a higher level. That's right. Like Stevie Wonder, we went to higher ground.
We brought you a higher love.
Through their contacts, they were able to secure interviews with one of the show headliners, Tone Loc. That's Andy's contact, but it's not important.
It's our buddy. He's a friend of the show.
They conducted a great interview and made Tone Loc available to the fine folks at Cool 105 as well.
Actually, they're getting
Color Me Bad.
Color Me Bad. I'm trying to remember. Mark Calderon is his name.
2 D's and Color Me Bad.
He is going to talk to the fine folks at Cool 105.
Color Me Bad.
See, that's why we couldn't have one.
They're good friends with Greg Iga Williams and Max Crosby.
He'd have been like, what the hell are you talking about?
Their favorite basketball player is Spud Webber. When it makes sense, it's great to see our stations supporting one another. The way Nate and Andy embraced this and ran with it is an outstanding example for staff members across all departments. We are an outstanding example. Upstanding, everybody. You should all be trying to be like Nate and Andy. That's what he's saying. Congratulations, Nate and Andy. Well deserved. See Tick for your goodies. We get goodies.
Hey, look, I'll take it.
We get goodies.
I didn't. You know, honestly,
I'm ready for goodies.
I worked at a place 20 years, never won squat.
This is my
I never even got a hey, it's 15 years, congrats. Hey, it's 20 years, congrats. So I'll take this. I'm happy.
Andy, this is my third employee of the month.
Oh, it's old hat for
Third
Kreckman.
for me.
What the hell did you do to ever win it? You did host some post-game shows. I remember that. Didn't you get one a year ago for that? I think you got one a year ago for being in the paint when we got the Cool Carl.
Did I get one then? I might be a 4-timer then, now that you mention it.
I'm shocked you're
Cool, Carl.
Actually, yes, because I did vote for myself for Employee of the Year last year.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't win. But I voted for myself. The way Employee of the Year works at KSE Radio is all 12 of the employees of the month then are eligible to win Employee of the Year. I did vote for myself. I'm a 4-time Employee of the Month, now that I think about it.
Spring, were you Employee of the Month last year?
No,
I feel like
Springs, he's got one up
No,
on
I
us.
know he's been Employee of the Year. That happened right after I got here.
He's Spring. What was the one
He
you
was the
won?
corporate Employee of the Month.
That's right. What was it, Spring?
Yeah, I won Employee of the Month many years ago for like all of KSE.
KSE
Yeah,
Employee
I
of the
won
Month.
one of the ones.
Like you
for
beat out
this,
a Rams
too.
guy for that.
You finished above Nikola Jokic and Michael
Yeah.
Malone and Nathan McKinnon and Cale McCarr. You left all those
Yeah.
dudes in your dust.
That's where the Radio Machine nickname came from.
The Radio
because somebody
Machine.
wrote in, he's a nonstop radio machine. And I saw that and I was like, I'm stealing that.
I feel like, though, when you both were up for Employee of the Year last year, I had to go with Spring. I think I betrayed you.
No, I was not up last year.
Oh, you weren't even up.
Well, then I betrayed you for someone else. I don't remember.
You
voting
didn't
for you.
vote for me?
I can't remember. Probably not.
Hold on. So when we're both eligible for Employee of the Year
now
next
what?
year,
Now what?
we're going to run a campaign against one another.
I'm putting up posters all around this place. I'm going to spam you with ads. It is going to be Ad Central. Anything you open up, it's going to be why I should be Employee of the Year.
I am going to I'm going to get every employee's cell phone number. I'm going to have a mass text that I send 3 times a day. Donate now.
I'm just going to call them.
So, well-deserved. Congratulations, Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl. Again, top-rated afternoon drive show. Team players. Team players, baby. That's us. That's us. It's all about the team.
All the awards are coming in.
Yeah.
It's been a nice 6-month run.
We're doing okay. So we were, let's see, we were voted America's 20th favorite afternoon drive show.
Yeah, 20th favorite.
By the fine folks at Barrett Sports Media.
20th.
20th.
20.
Out of 20.
Out of 20.
You know what that
list ended there.
Andy, you know what that makes us? Top 20.
I'll take it.
That makes us top 20.
Yeah.
We were voted Denver's best sports radio show by the fine publication Westward.
We appreciate that. I was called grumpy. Turns out they're right.
What did it say? I had boisterous snark?
You had boisterous snark, and I was grumpy.
Yeah.
And frankly, the way the last 2 months has gone with the teams,
it'll get you.
Grumpier.
Uh-huh. And now, June 2024, KSE Radio Employees of the Month.
Maybe we just ought to call it good.
Just George Costanza, just walk out on top?
I'm walking out on a high note.
That's it for us.
Can't get any better.
Good night, everybody.
See ya. Don't know what July holds. That's all we got. 5 years, 1 month. Kiss it goodbye.
You know what? End on top, okay?
Don't say that. Things happen.
John Elway. The Duke rode off into the sunset.
Should we go running around this complex right now, high-fiving people?
Peyton Manning.
Manning didn't go high-five anybody.
He didn't. No, I think
Not sure he could run.
Would have dislocated a knee if he would have tried that.
He'd had to saunter.
They would have needed.
He told Bill Belichick he's probably done.
Yeah, he did. That was it.
Should have high-fived everybody else.
That was kind of nice.
This clock manager's not going to give us a second one, but whatever.
Yeah, we're already undoing all the goodwill.
We got more. Now we got another thing coming up for another. Like we're going to do a special, I think, pair of tickets.
We have other things
that you get a pick.
We have
We're
other
gonna let
things.
Nate Kreckman pick a winner for one of the pair of tickets for Waterworld.
Okay.
Or no, 4-pack.
4-pack.
4-pack. Well, you got a family.
God, we've gone downhill ever since winning Employees of the Month.
Yeah.
Yeah, we peaked.
That's
and now,
it.
Now we're just blowing 20-point second half leads.
Praying not to get fired in July.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yes, it is hour number 2 of the show. Crackman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And it's summertime, and you want to go to Waterworld. And we have another 4-pack of tickets to give away to you. First off, do we have our winners from the first hour?
I believe so.
Spring, do we have our...
He's talking to our boss.
He's getting... Spring's getting in trouble at work right now. Why are you letting him read company emails on the air?
We've given away 4 of the 5-pack.
That's right.
But we saved one for you.
That's right.
Because I like where your head's at, Kreckman.
There's one more. Spring, who are our winners, by the way? Do we know?
The 4 winners.
4 winners?
Where the answer was Quinn Miners.
Yes.
Ruben Diaz. Drew Bishop. James Kerr. And Johnny Kirkland, a.k.a. Johnny Jazz Cabbage.
Johnny Kirkland comes in.
Well done. Well done. Okay. Congratulations.
Now, hold on. Is James related to Steve?
To our winners.
Kerr?
Maybe.
Yeah, you're not allowed. You're out. No Golden State people.
I still have Steve Kerr appreciation from the Bulls days.
Tough.
Pretty good.
Well, then, you know what? Award him your 4-pack. How about that?
I'll give my 4-pack to Steve Kerr.
Call him up. Stevie, you ever do any belly flopping?
Okay. I got another 4-pack of tickets for Waterworld.
And then we're gonna have to I've got a list of things you're gonna have to clarify here. So
and this is completely this is subjective, okay?
This is your pair.
This
As
is
an employee of the month.
Employee of the month.
This is the perk you get. You're
This is
czar for the day.
Whoever I pick.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's your 4-pack to give to a listener.
So we're a big fan on the Crackman and Lindahl show of remembering some guys.
Or gals.
In the spirit of remembering guys and gals, remember some water athletes.
Okay, real quick.
Water athletes, 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Text in your favorite water athlete, and I'll decide who sends me the one that I like the most.
What scratches your itch? Let's be clear. So
Okay.
I looked up water sports.
Water sports.
Boat racing, in or out?
Sure, the old America's Cup.
All right.
I don't-
Boating.
Boating?
That's probably more the America's Cup.
Like rowing?
It just says boating.
Okay.
The use of boats for personal recreation. Cable skiing. Nah.
Like
Canoe polo.
If somebody sends in water skiing squirrel, I'll have to consider it.
Canoe polo.
Canoe polo?
Combines boating and ball handling skills with a contact team game.
I've never seen it, but it sounds...
Hold on, a contact team game.
Sounds kind of fun,
Can
honestly.
I whack you with the paddle?
Yeah. I kind of want to do canoe polo. That sounds like a good time.
What about regular canoeing?
Totally. I couldn't name a famous canoeer, but if you can.
Dragon boat racing?
Oh, I love dragon boat racing.
Fishing?
Yeah, they do it over at Sloan's Lake.
Fishing?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, famous fisherman.
Flyboard.
What's flyboard?
Brand of hydrolifting, a device that supplies. That's that one where you go up and it's got the jet in the back.
Cool.
And you go around on that.
I saw Johnny Knoxville do that once.
Jet skiing.
Totally.
You got a jet skier you love?
Yeah, Kenny Powers.
Our guy from Tiger King.
Right.
Kayaking.
Oh, absolutely.
Kiteboarding.
Love kiteboarding.
Kneeboarding.
I didn't know you could do it professionally, but totally.
Paddleboarding.
Oh, absolutely.
Parasailing.
Yes.
Underwater basket weaving.
Not a real sport.
Piscigin. Picigin. Picigin. It's a Croatian game. I don't know how you say it. Piscigin, Picigin, I don't know.
Okay.
Traditional Croatian ball game that is played on the beach. Well, if it's on a beach, it ain't in the water. It's an amateur sport played in shallow water. We're gonna cross that.
I feel like Piscigin is what you do after a few martinis.
Sure. Yeah, it's what Sean Payton talked about, I guess.
Yeah.
Rafting.
Yes.
River trekking with 2 Ks. River trekking.
What's river trekking?
A combination of trekking and climbing and sometimes swimming along the river.
Feels like
this is all from Wikipedia.
Feels like something you would do for survival more than a sport.
You're escaping something. That sounds like a Jason Bourne movie.
Yeah.
Rowing. That was, you know what that was? That was that Leo DiCaprio movie where he got The Revenant or whatever.
Right.
Wrecked by the bear. Rowing?
Yes.
From Boston Yard, Harvard Yard.
Mm-hmm.
Sailing.
Totally.
Sit down hydrofoiling. Hydrofoiling.
I don't know what that is.
Riding on water with a hydrofoil attached to a ski.
No, I'm taking that one off.
Skimboarding. You use a wooden board to slide fast on the water.
Isn't that surfing?
You do it like on the shore, on the sand.
Okay.
Here's
Why don't they
another
call
one
it
that's highly
sandboarding?
questionable. Stone skipping.
Oh, hell yes.
All right, your favorite stone skipper. That might be it.
Oh my God. For whatever reason, a stone skipping video made its way into my Instagram algorithm like a couple of years ago. And I watched it, and then I was getting inundated with them, and I really enjoyed it for like a week, and then I was just kind of like, all right, I've seen them.
All right, enough. I got it. You've done all the tricks for me.
But stone skipping is cool.
Well, they're calling it a water sport.
Yeah.
Surfing, yeah. Wakeboarding, sure.
Totally.
Wake skating. Rider stands on the board and is towed across the water performing maneuvers. He's towed across the water performing maneuvers. So it's basically where you use the wake of the boat to do some wake skating.
What about barefoot water skiing?
Sure. That's old school.
Totally.
That's boss.
I always like that.
Wake surfing.
Sure.
Water skiing, whitewater rafting, windsurfing, windfoiling, wing foiling.
This thing doesn't even have swimming on it, does it?
And then yachting.
What about synchronized swimming? What about diving?
All right.
I was sort of thinking of like the ones that I've seen in the Olympics.
How about aqua jogging? Synchronized swimming. Aqua jogging. This is the
What's
in the water
aqua
section.
jogging?
This is in the water. Then there's an underwater.
Isn't
And this
aqua
is a
jogging
big Wikipedia page.
Isn't that what like the injured football players do in the pool?
It's
Yeah.
a rehabilitation method using low impact training. Artistic or synchronized swimming, diving, fin swimming. It's similar to traditional swimming using fins, monofins, snorkel, and other snorkel
Is there any
devices.
famous scuba divers? Gotta be, right?
Sure.
Somebody's got to be the best at
Yeah,
it.
somebody knows stuff. I don't follow them, but I'm
Yeah.
sure somebody knows them.
Mhm.
Modern pentathlon.
Ooh, somebody put noodling in there.
Noodling?
What they do for the
Oh,
catfish?
yeah.
You jam your
You know
arm.
what? Speaking of Instagram, there was some gal that showed up. She's like 5 foot tall, and most of the catfish are as big as she is.
Uh-huh.
But she just gets it on down in there and yanks them out.
Noodling. I love it.
So she's very strong, it appears.
Yeah.
Swimming, synchronized diving, water aerobics. Get that. That water aerobics for your grandma. That ain't happening. Water
Aquasize.
aerobics is out. Water basketball. A mix of basketball and water polo played in a swimming pool.
So water basketball was another one where I got on the algorithm where I was getting the videos of the bros doing the crazy dunks in the pools.
Really?
Those are
They're
all
dunking in the pool?
Oh man, go down the rabbit hole sometime.
Hold on, they're swimming and dunking?
Well, it's they're jumping into the pool
Okay,
and dunking
yeah, all right.
on the pool hoop, but there's bros jumping off trampolines, off of roofs. It's good.
Oh,
It's good.
crazy.
The bored teenage bros of America have made some fine internet content.
Well, we got water polo and water volleyball. Underwater, real quickly, we got cave diving, deep diving, free diving, ice diving, mermaid diving, spearfish diving, underwater archaeology, underwater photography, underwater videography, snorkeling, spearfishing, underwater
Hold on.
football, underwater hockey, underwater ice hockey. Not possible. Underwater one tiering.
Underwater videography is a sport?
That's just what it claims. Yes, it's under underwater sports on the Wikipedia page. Who made this page? Underwater target shooting. What? Underwater rugby?
That sounds cool.
How are you tackling a guy in the water? If you're underwater, what's considered that you're tackled?
It's a good question. I don't know. I guess you don't really tackle so much, but like you can't halt the progress of somebody and then they got to pass. How do they pass the ball underwater?
I have no idea.
So confused
Because it's
by this sport.
underwater.
I like water polo. In all seriousness, water polo,
Oh, yeah.
those dudes are scary.
Yeah.
They are some
Pretty-
legit. That's like one of the things I'm like looking forward to this summer is like whatever. It's like on CNBC at like 1 a.m. and there's just a water polo match between like Bosnia Herzegovina and like Hungary. And it is just the biggest, nastiest Eastern European dudes. It's just like a team full of Jokic's just beating the hell out of each other.
Well, the Olympics are coming up.
I
They got
lo-
it in the Olympics.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to be watching it this summer. when they show the underwater footage and those guys are kicking at each other.
There's kicks, there's scratches, there's...
That's the thing. Like, when you're a kid and you see water polo, you're like, what's the big deal? And then you realize, they have to tread water the whole damn time.
Yeah, it's quite violent, what you're not seeing.
Yeah.
So you're not in on the water polo league? You're a curling guy with water polo? You only watch it during the Olympics?
Only during the Olympics.
If you're going to be dedicated, I need you to watch Bosnia and whatever Eastern Bloc country you want.
Only during the Olympics.
During their league.
It's the only time I get into it. I
No,
hope
you
so. I'm going to be live betting water polo matches at 2 in the morning.
Will there be a betting scandal in water polo?
Abby's going to be laying next to me like, why are you sweating right now and screaming at the TV at 1:30 in the morning? I got hungry on the goal line.
I got the money line.
Brazil was a massive underdog. Ooh. Can't lose.
Well, give us your favorite athletes there.
Therefore,
Czar of the day, Nate Kreckman, shall pick a 4-pack of Water World tickets.
I am 50%
for his favorite
of the employee of the month here on
But you got all the power.
But I got all the power here. I need to know 303-504-0925. Remember some guys. Your favorite water sports athlete.
Will you take a Missy Franklin?
Absolutely.
Will you take an Amy Van Dyken?
I've interviewed Missy Franklin before.
I believe it.
She was phenomenal. I did tell her while I was interviewing her, I was like, how are you so happy all the time?
Well, did you go, it's really off-putting.
I didn't say that. It's just, how are you always smiling? Okay? Because here's the other thing about swimming. And I've been told this by people that have gone far in competitive swimming. It sucks.
Yeah,
You go to the pool at 5 in the morning.
Yeah.
You just dive in the freezing cold water. You're just killing yourself in there. It's just you're on your own. It's all mental grind. Brutal sport to try and get to the top in. Swimming. I have all the respect in the world. And that was kind of my question to Missy Franklin is like, swimming kind of sucks. How are you this happy?
Tom Brady's popping off about getting up at 6 a.m. to train for football. I'm with you. Go date a swimmer.
Yeah.
They are swimming never seems to happen at like 8, 9 o'clock at night.
Oof.
No, they're up before the rooster.
Yeah.
Getting a good swim in.
Oh, those athletes they're something else, man. They are something else.
Greg Louganis, do it for you. Michael Phelps.
Remember on Louganis, I think I asked you this a couple of weeks ago. Can you name another diver?
I can't.
Me neither.
No.
He's the one. Louganis is the one diver I can name.
And sadly, the reason why I'll always remember him is because I remember him hitting his head on the diving board.
Bonked his head.
It was gross.
Yeah.
Like it left a mark.
Ooh, somebody gave me Mark Spitz.
Uh-oh.
World-class chest hair in the pool. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's what I remember about Mark Spitz.
Little Barry Manilow action going on from the 70s.
He was a man of his time. That's all that guy was. Has anybody sent in the Torpedo yet? Ian Thorpe? I like that guy,
there's
too.
Another good one.
One of the all-time great nicknames in sports history. The Torpedo. Yeah. All right, so 303-504-0925. We're going to talk football with Jeff Legwold, and then I will make a determination who impressed me the most with Remember Some Guys, water sports athlete. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk low T for a second. This might be something you're dealing with and you may not even realize it. Did you know that you can start losing some of your testosterone levels in your early 30s?
you actually start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year. It happens gradually, and before you know it, maybe you just don't feel the same. I know I was dealing with this as far as just the energy level as I went throughout the day. This is really the main thing that I wanted to go and see them for, was just trying to get my energy levels up and trying to have the energy throughout the day. Some people experience brain fog. Other people maybe loss of libido, and even sometimes sadness and depression. Don't deal with any of this stuff alone. If you feel like maybe this is talking about you, you can go and take a quiz on the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic website. It's a 10-question yes and no answer quiz, and it takes 2 minutes. And if you find out that you think you have low T, go and have a consult with the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes. If you're advised after that consultation with a licensed medical provider, they can offer you some the testosterone treatment or whatever. Mainly, this is about the testosterone. They can offer you testosterone the day of your appointment, and if you start that day, your appointment will be free. Find them at 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Yeah, Jeff Legwold time here on a Thursday afternoon. OTAs done. They didn't even do it today. Jeff Legwold joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, a medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com, go to ESPN.com, and get all of his breathless coverage of mandatory miniature camp. Jeff Legwold, of the 2 days that you saw where the players were compelled contractually to be in attendance, did any Broncos pop for you? Was there anything that you saw where you were like, okay, they're on the right track there?
Well, Nate, I mean, it's such a controlled environment. I've told people sometimes we get lost in what the purpose of the time of year is. OTAs and minicamp is really the coaches just trying to get everybody familiar with assignments.
Mm-hmm.
They're not necessarily, grading depth chart performance. They do have a depth chart, and there are starters and there are backups and all of that. But the basis of it all is they're really checking everyone's understanding of their assignments. So that's kind of the prism I look at it through. And I did see, of the rookies, and he's not going to get talked about given the, quarterback is the all-encompassing everything right now. But, I thought Jonah Ellis looked like a guy who's going to contribute something right away for their defense. And I thought Nick Bonito looked really good in the OTAs that we were in on, and then, just as far as his movement, reaction, and all those things. So I was unsure where they were going to consistently create pass rush opportunities, and now I think I see enough athleticism there overall for them to mix and match and do some things that can be really good for the defense.
I'm glad you brought up the name Nick Bonito right there. When you sort of think of like hinge players of like this thing could really swing in a good direction possibly. Nick Bonito is one of those guys of like, okay, if there's another next step right there and he can become a reliable double-digit sack kind of producer, then, Vance Joseph has a chance to maybe do something on this defense this year, because I think the depth up front is better than what they had a year ago. Like there appears to be improvement of that area of the field. The question is, can there be consistent pressure to be able to help out the secondary, et cetera? Like Bonito, to me, is one of those guys of like, okay, if there's a big leap forward there for that guy, like they could really have something.
Yeah, and honestly, it's sort of a hidden item, but it doesn't have to be that big a leap because, in terms of analytics, Nick Bonito created among the best number of pressures last season as any rusher per snap. And, a lot of defensive coaches will tell you that's a pretty good indicator of how a guy's playing. Now, he didn't turn those pressures into very many sacks, and they weren't consistently good enough up front. But I think this year, if you turn pressures into sacks, Zach Allen isn't playing out of position now. DJ Jones isn't, because John Franklin, he changes the whole equation. And now if you get a pressure, you could be running people into sacks they didn't get last year. And that's what I mean. It doesn't have to be that big a jump for a player like him to really suddenly pop in the eye of the public, so to speak. But I think defensively, they're sort of in better shape depth-wise in a lot of places than they are in offense right now. I think that's one thing that I came away with as well.
All right. If the quarterbacks are going to perform, a key element to that will be the offensive line. How good do you think they'll be?
The only decision they're making, Andy, is center. And, they're not making it with any sort of rookie players. They're making the decision with people who've been either here or around a while. So I think they feel pretty good. Again, it's all injury based. I think McGlinchey and Bowles can't miss any time. I think they're really thin on the perimeter. If those two guys were injured for any significant amount of time, I think it would be really hard for them to cover it up. without just going full blown, two tight end all the time. So if the starters stay in the whole way like last year, they only had one game where the same 5 guys didn't start. If they get that again, I think they have a good chance at performing pretty well.
Obligatory quarterback question time now. Yeah. Jeff Legwold, how did they look? What did you make of Sean Payton's rotations during mandatory minicamp and going back through OTAs? And how does that all translate to, training camp and actually getting ready for a football season?
Well, Nate, I'll tell you, I was intrigued. I asked him yesterday, did you see anything in this camp that would determine how you do things, or in the off-season program that will determine how you do things in training camp? And he actually, if you really look and listen to what he said, he actually did not commit to them starting training camp with equal reps again. He essentially said that'll be considered, but we haven't made that decision yet. And I think that's a pretty significant door to leave open. Would have been very easily for him to say, yeah, we're going to do it the same way when camp opens, all 3 guys. And he did not say that. And in fact, he took great pains to not saying it in my mind. So that's what I want to see when they come back. Is it a 2-man race? Is it, are they leaning one way and, one guy gets, I think the first week of camp will be certainly something to keep an eye on for that. Is it really still a 3-person battle? Again, it was so assignment oriented for those guys. There were an awful lot of areas of the field, none of them challenged because they either weren't asked to or it did not shake out that way. Now, Davis Webb, the quarterback's coach, was asked, how do you keep guys from being conservative in a quarterback battle? And his quote was, we don't want to be checked down Charlies. So I think it's something they are aware of. And he said he did not think that was the case in the OTAs and the minicamp, but I certainly did. I certainly thought that was the case.
All right, so I'm asking you, based on performance, just your opinion, how do you think, if they have eliminated maybe one guy getting as many reps as the other 2, how do you think it would shake out? But on performance, how would it look?
I don't know that they have, Andy, because I think each guy played his trump card effectively. Stidham showed composure, comfort level. The other guys don't have. Wilson showed athleticism. The other 2 guys don't have. And Nick showed what they wanted him to see, which was maturity. And, his decision-making and accuracy was good. And again, in a limited menu. It was kind of a brunch menu instead of the full-blown, dinner menu type of thing. But they all 3 played their trump card. So I think if they were going to limit the race in any fashion to open, and I'm not saying they are, I just said I thought it was intriguing he would not bite at that. But if they do cut it down, I think they're doing it on projection rather than what they saw on the field when we were there.
Jeff Legwold, you watch him on ESPN, you read him on ESPN.com. So September 8th, Broncos will be in Seattle. Offense takes the field for the first time. Who will be lining up at tight end for the Denver Broncos?
An excellent question. Until I see him on, I'd say Dulcich until I see him in.
Who?
They said he was going to be ready for what we saw, and he was not. So, but they also say it was just a precaution. So, but he is who they want on the field when they want to throw the ball, and that room will be far less productive if he's not right now. If it's business as usual and he can't get, the struggles continue. I mean, it's never a guy's fault when he gets injured, but it's
still frustrating.
It's Troutman if they can't get him on the field, but they'd like it to be Dulcich.
You're not buying Sean Payton's Lucas Kroll hype? Is that what you're telling me?
He'll get plenty of snaps, especially as they try to mesh, what they want to do on third down, that type of thing. But Dulcich changes the equation if he's ready to play, because he, again, like the quarterback, that he's athletically different than all of the other guys.
Yeah.
And it's very obvious when he plays that he can be impactful. But I can't express to people enough how much they need that position against nickel defenses in today's league. There's not a good offense in the league that doesn't have that impact player.
All right, let's go back to Nate's phrasing of the question, because I kind of like that. Come September 8th, as we get on the plane, they get on the plane anyway to travel to Seattle. Will Audric Estime, Javonte Williams, and Samaje Perine all be in that same running back room, or do you think they shed one of them?
Well, if they're most likely going to keep Burton for sure, because he's a fullback and the only fullback, and he plays every special teams known to man for them. That's a pretty big running back room. You're talking five players, so it's hard for me to believe they would keep 5 running backs. It's been a long time since we've seen them do that. So I guess I would say no.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN. We say yes to his appearances every time that he comes onto the show, filling us in on what's going on at mandatory minicamp this week. No practice today. Jeff Legwold's summer vacation starts soon, so long as nobody gets arrested or anything else like that.
That's a 4th of July, post-4th of July thing. He's fine. He's got till mid-July.
Right.
You're telling me there's no crime in June?
No. Hey. Jeff, am I wrong? You always tell me it's the 4th of July weekend that gets these coaches nervous.
Yeah, that's the one. Anytime you got Festivus, fireworks, and happy hour, I think it's that can be a tough combination.
Hey, before we let you go, favorite water athlete. Nate's got a great question for his personal 4-pack of Water World tickets he's giving away. We defined, we couldn't come up. We came up with stuff in the water, under the water, near the water, frankly. What do you got?
Your
Give
favorite
us an athlete, aquatic athlete.
Michael Phelps. That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Yeah, Mr. Easy Guy.
Pretty good.
Well, I apologize. He won all the gold medals. I'm sorry about that.
You're not going to give us a history lesson. You're not going to try to teach us a little bit.
I thought you were asking me my favorite. I'm sorry.
Oh, I guess you're. Well, Jeff Legwold hyping up this Wayne Gretzky, this Michael Jordan. I don't know if you heard of these guys. They're pretty good.
Tell you what, this Tom Brady.
Oh yeah, no. Let's pick against Secretariat. That's great strategy.
There's not some 40s swimmer that you saw that
Johnny Weissmuller?
Johnny Weissmuller, yeah, first Tarzan. That'll be my favorite. That'll be my favorite water athlete.
The guy that swam the English Channel or whatever you're talking about?
Yeah. Legwold was in high school when that kid was in elementary school. That's all. Jeff Legwold, everybody. ESPN.
Off the summer, Jeff. Hey, we're employees of the month. If you haven't heard, you're just going to take it, Legwold.
Leggy, good as always, buddy. Thank you.
And it's an off-season month. I'll just let you know that. I'll tell you.
It's Legwold's off-season, too. Thanks, Leggy. There he goes, everybody. Jeff Legwold with us on a Thursday afternoon. Andy, I have picked a winner.
Oh, really?
I have.
So you're saying don't bother.
Don't bother? I have picked a winner.
The horse is in the barn.
We will announce the winner of the 4-pack of tickets to Waterworld next on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. All right, Nate and Andy, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We got a winner of the 4-pack of tickets to Waterworld. Going to get to that in just a moment. But first, Andy, apparently a mystery from earlier in the week that we explored in depth, quite frankly, here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We have gotten our answer. So if you recall, earlier in the week, I want to say it was Tuesday, Paul Skeens starting against the St. Louis Cardinals in a 2-1 Pirates victory. There was a moment during the broadcast, on the Pirates broadcast, when broadcasters Greg Brown and Neil Walker were discussing the pitch repertoire of the great Paul Skeens, the rookie who's probably going to be the NL Rookie of the Year this year, although Shota Imanaga would certainly have something to say about that. But we did a bit of an investigation here on our show. Did somebody fart near a microphone? If you don't recall, here is the audio in question. This was Tuesday, Spring?
Yes.
Okay, Tuesday from Paul Skeens' start. This is from the Pirates broadcast. Did somebody fart near a microphone?
Under 95 miles an hour. We just had 3 strikeouts and only one hitter, Paul Goldschmidt, lined out at 101 miles an hour.
95 and higher considered hard hits, or barrel balls, I guess you'd say. 1 ball, 1 strike.
There it is again.
Did one squirt out right before barrel balls? That was the question.
The nation asked.
Yes.
This was not localized. This thing went national. It was debated.
I was of the opinion that was merely a vocal pause. As somebody that has to talk for a living, I will do it from time to time. I thought it was just a vocal pause. However, many seem to feel as though flatulence was on the premises.
Apparently so many that they felt the need to address this.
Yeah. So today, during the Pirates-Cardinals game, Greg Brown and Neil Walker have addressed it. They have discussed it, and this is what...
They discussed it. Come on.
This is
okay. Go ahead.
This is what they had to say today during the Pirates telecast. And apparently, he who smelt it did not dealt it. Here we go. This is from today.
Watch him go or 2, and all of a sudden he hits 2 or 3 or 4 home runs. You just haven't.
Yeah, he just kind of quietly does it. All of a sudden, you start
Yep.
seeing it. As we said earlier, he doesn't toot his own horn. By the way, folks at John Boy and Awful Announcing, Randy Bauman, our buddy, tuned in the game last night. Sometimes they don't report the truth. All fouled off, right?
But we're happy that everybody's watching and listening.
And listening very closely to what they think they hear.
Very closely.
Yeah.
Happy to say that I'm feeling okay today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Okay.
I was feeling good last night, too, by the way.
Me as well.
I know they're concerned. And down on strikes. 5 Ks for Sonny Gray. I don't know if you could say he squeaked one by Reynolds, but he strikes him out. Nothing.
He had some Nate Kreckman humor to it.
That was good.
But he definitely seems offended at the suggestion that anything more than a vocal pause was heard.
I mean, I would say to him, be careful, because he who denied it supplied it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And so that's...
We never heard an actual, other than claiming that the reporting was wrong.
Right.
You did not deny. Did not flat out say no.
Said
the action I'm accused of did not happen.
People did not hear what they thought they heard.
Okay.
That's not to say that somebody didn't that day in the booth, but what we thought we heard, we did not hear. That's what they claim. You buy it?
I don't know. It sounded awful lot like somebody's lunch was repeating on them to me. I'll give you that. But I also do, when you bring up sometimes you lock too much in on the sound, but to your point, when you're wearing the headset, this isn't the Major League was on last night. I was watching a little of that for a bit.
Yeah.
in the days of the old stick mic sitting on the stand and we move around and you talk to that, they're wearing headsets with the microphone very close to their mouth, and usually what could come from beneath the desk would not get picked up in that mic.
I feel like Ralph Lawler was the last guy I remember that still did the stick mic.
Yeah,
during a broadcast.
Did he mount it on his chest?
Oh no,
like
no.
They used to?
I mean, Ralph Lawler. He was, he held that thing, was speaking directly into it the entire time. The old Clippers broadcaster. They did I don't know, like 50 years of Clippers basketball. It's a lot of losing.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
losing.
A lot of losing and overlooking things Donald Sterling is telling you while you're at work.
That's why you keep the headphones on.
Very much so. All right, so we got a winner of a 4-pack of tickets to Waterworld, and I'm excited about this one. So we asked the question, and the criteria was going to be completely subjective. Okay, it's my choice.
Yeah, the subject is Nate.
Your favorite water sports athlete. Okay, and a lot of great suggestions.
Oh, people came strong with this.
A lot of Michael Phelps, a lot of Colorado's own Missy Franklin. Got a Greg Louganis, Amanda Beard, legend. Kelly Slater, the great pro surfer.
Yeah.
Was on there. However,
nobody mentioned who's our guy that's Jack Johnson. Wasn't he a surfer and a singer?
Could have been.
No one came in with that.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just a surfer or a singer. I don't know.
By the way, I was looking to see, and I don't know if anybody had sent it in. I was looking for Jason Lezak.
Ooh, there's a great name.
Remember Lezak? He was the dude. It was in that 4x, I think it was the 4x100 or maybe the 4x200. It was that relay race in Beijing where Phelps got the record gold, but that dude swam the most blazing final leg, anchor leg in history. I literally remember watching that race and like losing my mind. It was incredible. He had like a 46-second split to win that thing. Unbelievable. But nobody gave us Jason Lezak. However, one particular listener, I feel as though really tapped into the spirit.
They know you.
Of the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
This is probably one of your P1 fans.
Could have been.
Your top fan.
Could have been. Somebody dropped a name on us that I had never heard.
Okay.
I had to Google it to make sure that this was an actual person. And not only is it an actual person, but it's our winning name. Okay? The winner of the 4-pack of tickets.
Nate's 4-pack of tickets.
To Waterworld. From the 720-320, this particular listener brought up the name of the British swimmer, Liam Tancock. Come again? Liam Tancock.
Okay. Whoa. Yeah.
British backstroker.
Okay.
Andy?
I wasn't aware of his work or his name.
Backstroker Liam Tancock. And just to confirm that this is a person, we now bring you, Andy, the 2009 FINA World Swimming Championships men 50-meter backstroke featuring the great Liam Tancock. Roll it, Spring.
So Tancock in the blue and Koga in the black. First event of the night, the men's 50 back. Really high leverage gain by Koga as he's into the water now. Alongside him, Tancock, 4 and 5. Wildeboer in 6 will also be in the mix, you think. At the moment, it's, I think, just Tancock in front. But Koga's going to be strong over the last 25 metres. Tancock with a nudge at the moment. Zandberg also the former champion there. But it looks as if Tancock is going to get strong to the line. He breaks through for a victory at a national level. Well done, Liam Tancock.
In a world record.
He's done it. He stayed strong. And Liam Tancock of Great Britain wins the first final of the night, wins gold.
World record.
World record for Tancock.
She let us know. World record.
Yep. Apparently fell asleep in the sunshine with no pants. Liam Tancock, everybody.
Hey, who's the name of that there, Spring? Who won that? Who came through?
720-320. Well done.
Well done.
He or she?
Well done.
Congratulations
yes,
to you.
That person.
All-time great backstroker, Liam Tancock of Great Britain. That gets you a 4-pack of tickets to Waterworld. Wear your shorts.
Don't let the same thing happen to you.
Very much so. Well done.
I believe it's Josh Cook.
Well done,
is
Josh.
Our winner, looking at some of the previous entries.
Hey, Josh just cooked up a winner right there.
Boom.
Beautifully done.
You just keep shucking and jiving. Was that an Australian commentator or a Brit guy?
Good question. I thought it was an Australian.
Sounded Australian.
It
to me. I'm
did.
just
It
trying to
did.
double check.
Sort of had that that particular lilt to it.
I felt an Outback pitch was about to. I thought I was about to get the latest special at Outback Steakhouse there at the end, but no.
Nope. All you got was a world record from Tancock. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We got football news next. Oh, a young NFL quarterback with terrific hair now has generational wealth. Tell us all about it, Mark Springer, right now in the High Five, the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL.
Yeah, Trevor Lawrence. I think everyone on this show built their fantasy team around Trevor Lawrence last year.
You're right.
And he was super mid. But he got paid. The Jaguars and Trevor Lawrence have agreed to a 5-year, $275 million extension that includes $200 million guaranteed. Trevor Lawrence receives $142 million at signing. The $55 million average salary in Lawrence's deal ties him with Joe Burrow for the top mark in that category in the NFL.
Yeah, put him right there at the very top. All right, Andy, this is how I want to approach this. Not like a is Trevor Lawrence worth $55 million a year, because he is by the way that the market works.
Yes. It's his turn.
Has Trevor Lawrence been a disappointment so far in his NFL career?
Great question.
Mm-hmm.
I really thought Trevor Lawrence would be what Joe Burrow's turned out to be, right?
He came into the league with way more hype than Joe Burrow
Well,
did, believe it or not.
Because of his college career.
Yeah.
He was leading Clemson to all the big games and all the trophies and all that kind of stuff.
Clemson.
I would take Trevor Lawrence on this team, and I would take the seasons that they've had with Trevor Lawrence, minus the old weird Urban Meyer one, in a heartbeat. So it's tough for a Colorado guy to say, yeah, he's been a disappointment, but to the hype that was given to him, he's not lived up to it yet.
He came into the league, and Mel Kiper said, this is the best quarterback prospect I have seen this side of Andrew Luck and John Elway, right?
Yeah. He was supposed to be that guy.
Was the hype that he walked into the league with. Has he lived up to that billing? No.
Nope.
Is he an excellent NFL quarterback? Yes. And it makes it an absolute no-brainer to pay him. The Jags are in a vastly better spot than they would be otherwise. I think he gets billed as some kind of either bust or that he's underachieved. That, to me, is only when you hold him up next to his draft hype and his college production. Watch him play in the NFL. He's a very good quarterback.
Look, man, he's about the only quarterback from that draft class, which included Fields and Zach Wilson and Mac Jones and Trey Lance.
Yeah.
He's the only one out of the first round anybody wanted to hold on to.
Yep.
Everybody else got new homes, including Zach Wilson here in Denver. Here's the only problem that here's where I think it gets interesting for NFL teams, okay? It's a $275 million contract. He's got a $55 million a year salary tied with Burrow.
Yeah.
Burrow at least got you to a Super Bowl. Burrow at least has already taken down Mahomes in Kansas City in an AFC championship, right?
Yeah.
I feel better about giving Burrow that kind of money. Man, when you give Herbert and you give, let's be honest about it, I'd love to have all these guys here. But Herbert, Josh Allen, now Trevor Lawrence have these gigantic contracts, and we don't have many rings or wins in the playoffs to show for it? Whew.
Well,
that's a lot of money when you're not done building the team.
Okay, let me give you the top. I'm going to give you the top 10 right now by average annual value. Let's just go off of that as our marker. Burrow at 1, now tied with Trevor Lawrence. Jared Goff, $53 million. Justin Herbert, $52.5. Lamar, $52. That's a 2-time MVP.
Yeah, I'm okay with Lamar making that.
Jalen Hurts, $51. Kyler Murray, 46.1.
Wow.
Deshaun Watson, 46.
Yikes.
Kirk Cousins, 45. Patrick Mahomes, 45.
How is Patrick Mahomes at 45?
Josh Allen at 43.
Josh Allen?
All of a sudden, Allen seems like a bargain.
Right. The two best quarterbacks in football, Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen, are 9 and 10 in terms of average annual value right now. And that's where we're at. Dak Prescott at 11. Daniel Jones and Matthew Stafford also right there tied at $40 million per year. Mm-hmm.
Now, we may have to revisit. You don't have Lamar ahead of Josh?
No.
I don't know about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll take Josh Allen over Lamar.
You know what? Let's wait about a month.
I'll take Lamar a close third.
Let's dive into the debate in a month.
By a squeaker.
We're going to need it.
By a Pirates broadcaster.
Wow.
I'm taking Josh Allen over Lamar Jackson as I sit here today. Mm-hmm.
Joe Burrow, when healthy, will jump ahead of both those guys.
I hope Joe Burrow's healthy, though. I'm a little concerned of some of the stuff I'm reading out of there.
There's a lot of stuff going
That
on right
wrist
there.
could be a little interesting.
Pretty damn good when he was healthy, though. Spring.
High five. Hey, the Broncos are signing free agent linebacker Andre Smith. He's 27 years old. He was a 7th-round pick of the Falcons in 2018. He appeared in 11 games with the Falcons last season, totaled 19 tackles, had 1 forced fumble and 1 fumble recovery. Andre Smith saw action on 112 defensive snaps and 211 special team snaps.
Last linebacker named Andre for the Broncos.
Ooh.
And I may be wrong, but I know who I think of right away.
Okay, who do you got?
Andre Davis. Remember him?
Sounds like you're making a name up.
You don't remember Andre Davis?
I don't.
He's actually a pretty good vet. Came from Cleveland. Gave
I
him
don't
like
remember
3 or
him
4
either.
good years. Yeah, but it was, I believe he spelled it Andra.
Andre?
Yeah.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
Andra?
He was a fun guy.
I have no
There he is, linebacker.
I have no
Boom.
memory of this. What year was he on the team?
I'll look at his Wikipedia and tell you in a second, my friend. He's now 45 years old. He kind of still hangs around town. He was one of my favorite guys to interview when he was with the team.
Okay.
He started with the Cleveland Browns, as I told you, then went to the Green Bay Packers.
He was on the 09 Broncos?
Yeah. There we go.
I have no memory of this human.
What?
How is that possible?
How's it
They
possible you
released
remember
him in 2010 because I told you. You want to know how? He was there during the Josh McDaniels
Right.
years, and he was one of my favorite guys to talk to because Andre wasn't afraid what Josh would do to him.
Eminently forgettable years.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he was there after 2008. He became a free agent, signed with the Broncos. So there you go.
All right.
I think that's the last Andre they had as a linebacker. And frankly, that's about all we got on Andre Smith, too. He's going to be a special teams dude and a true depth player.
Uh-huh.
Andre Smith's going to be the guy that goes in November where we're going to go, oh my gosh, remember he's on the team?
Oh, totally.
You and I have had a few of those.
Who was the guy last year where we were like, we've never heard of this
Yeah,
guy?
I know. He was like a 48. He was wearing Shaq's old number, and I
Yeah.
kept forgetting the guy actually played for us.
I've also already forgotten
I know
who
you
he
remember
was.
his name. Go look at who 48 was last year on the Denver Broncos. That would be it. I am a little, I got to be honest with you, Nate, I'm a little surprised with how often you were in the locker room.
Yeah.
That you don't remember Andre Davis. He
No
was a
memory
big
of
hit
him.
with the media.
He was
talked to us weekly.
He was a Bronco for yeah, I'm sure that I talked to him.
I know you have. I'm almost positive.
I'm sure of it. Couldn't tell you a thing about him. Andre draft?
Well, who you got?
Miller.
3,000?
Andre Miller, huh?
Scalaraga?
Sure.
Thank you. Thought that was okay. The Hawk, Andre Dawson?
Okay.
There's one.
You got that guy?
Agassi?
Andre Agassi, great
Yeah.
shoes.
Had
Owned a pair of them one time.
Had a great mullet, then went bald. Remember when Andre Agassi put out his autobiography and we found out that he did meth?
Yeah, that talk about revealing some stuff.
That was something right there.
Mitchell Fraboni was 48, so that couldn't have been him.
All right.
Iguodala.
Alec Mock.
Mole. Mm-hmm.
Andre Iguodala is a good one.
Cordell came in with the Giant. Nice job. Mm-hmm.
Okay, who's the best Denver Andre?
Denver
Is
Andre?
it Miller? Andre Miller?
Does Andres Galarraga count as an
No.
Andre? He's an Andres.
Respect the culture.
It's multiple Andres. Anyway, that's been Andre talk. Continue, Spring.
High five. We got some NFL tampering violations to
good.
clear up. The Falcons were docked a 5th-round pick in the 2025 draft and fined $250,000 for violating the NFL's anti-tampering policy related to free agent signings. While the league did clear the Eagles of tampering while signing running back Saquon Barkley this offseason, the tampering violations for the Falcons were a result of improper contact with 3 players prior to their official unrestricted free agency period. That was Kirk Cousins, wide receiver Darnell Mooney, and tight end Charlie Warner. After Cousins was signed to his deal, when he spoke with the media after he signed, he indicated that he had spoke with the Falcons head trainer before 4 p.m. Eastern on March 13th.
That's what it was.
That's the no-no.
That cost you a 5th round pick? All Kirk Cousins does is cost. That's all he does.
Yeah, you slipped his money in there. It's like, oh my God, this guy's still making that much
Kirk
cash. But
Cousins
good
is
for him.
nothing but a bill. That's all he is. Either financially or in terms of compensation, that's all you get out of Kirk Cousins.
But they got their guy. Like, does a fifth
And then they
round pick...
drafted their guy.
Right.
What are they doing?
Well, but so I'm going to steal this take from Pro Football Talk.
Okay.
Do you really think a fifth round pick's going to really make teams go, oh no, don't tamper? It's a fifth round pick. If you get your guy.
I probably would have called the trainer and been like, can you just
not cost us a pick?
Set an alarm on your phone or something? Like, just no, don't do it before this time. That's what cost him a fifth rounder. Unbelievable. That's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. All right, Andy. Quick break. When we come back, we're gonna take a little bit of a trip into the Wayback Machine here. I am going to give you, I am lauded for my boisterous snark. I am going to bring to you some of the best snark sports writing that I have ever seen in my life, and it is courtesy of a book that I owned when I was like 9 years old.
All right.
I'm going to have that for you next here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coming up tonight, Game 3, Stanley Cup Finals, brought to you by Ramos Law. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. The Oil and the Panth coming up tonight at 6 o'clock, immediately following the Kreckman and Lindahl show. No Rocks tonight, Pirates in tomorrow. So, had this sent over to me, and it was a blog post by the great sports author, Jeff Pearlman. Jeff Pearlman, author of The Bad Guys Won, about the 86 Mets, wrote the book The Winning Time, the TV series was based on for the Lakers, wrote Sweetness about Walter Payton. I mean, he's the great sports biographer of our time. I've read many Jeff Pearlman books. So he has his own Substack here, Andy, and in his newsletter, he was writing about books that you, as a sports writer or commentator, books that you read that sort of influenced you as you grew and went into the profession. The books that writers read, sort of what he was going for. And he highlighted in particular a stack of books that to this day he still has on his bookshelf. And when I saw this, I was like, this is incredible. I had those books, okay? I don't know if you ever got these, Andy, but they were available in the 80s and the 90s. And it was a series of books, The Complete Handbook of Pro Football, The Complete Handbook of Pro Basketball, The Complete Handbook of Pro Baseball, The Complete Handbook of Pro Hockey. And they would put these editions out every year, and they were like kind of like encyclopedias, and it was a good reference, and, you know, it listed records and all that, and then there was also a section that was sort of like an encyclopedia of every player in the sport.
Okay.
And it included their stats and everything like that. Sort of, you know, this was like Baseball Reference or Pro Football Reference before they were on the internet, because this was all pre-internet. And I had a number of these books. I remember I used to get them from like the little book order thing when you were in elementary school or whatever. And I'd make my mom get me the Complete Handbook of Pro Baseball, and I would sit there and I would read the thing. And these books, they were written by an author by the name of Xander Hollander, who was a longtime sports writer and then eventually quit the newspaper business. And basically, he made writing these books his vocation of compiling these unbelievable reference tools, encyclopedias of all of your favorite sports. And in the days before you could look up everything on the internet, this was great stuff. So the part that I didn't remember, and once I started to read through this newsletter, I was like, oh, yeah, okay, I kind of remember this. So one of the other things that Xander Hollander would do when he would compile these books is he would write up a little bio of the players.
Okay.
Except in the bio, yes, it was, you know, where is he from? Where did he go to college? All those kind of things. But then he just like added a bunch of his own thoughts, evaluations.
Went off script a little bit here,
if you will. And some of the stuff that he wrote was so snarky and so brutal. I want to read a couple of them to you because they're vicious and they're incredible. First off, this would have been an entry from and these are all basketball players that were put on this newsletter. This would have been from the Complete Handbook of Pro Basketball 1987. Okay? Bill Wennington.
Okay. Who we met at the Pepsi Center that one day. Remember it? Well, it was Ball Arena.
That's right. Friend of the program, Air Canada himself, Bill Wennington. Okay? Here we go. This is what Xander Hollander wrote in the Complete Handbook of Pro Basketball about Bill Wennington in 1987. He writes, "We send Canada acid rain, and they send us this guy. Maybe we deserve it, Born December 26, 1964 in Montreal, attended high school in Brookville, New York at Long Island Lutheran, went to St. John's, where his reputation became blown way out of proportion. Dallas made him the number 16 pick of the 1985 draft, and all he's done since then is try to whip the Reunion Arena crowd into a frenzy by waving his towel on the end of the bench. A shooter who can't shoot and a big man who can't rebound. The perfect combination. Should have stayed in Canada and become the world's biggest hockey goalie.
Wow. Snarky is not the word for that there, Nate. That is just taking a flamethrower to the guy's resume. Holy cow.
Should have stayed in Canada and become the world's biggest hockey goalie is maybe my favorite line.
We sent Canada acid rain. They send us this guy.
Just vicious, man.
Holy cow. Whipping the, what do you say, United Center? What
Reunion Arena. This is when he was playing for Dallas.
A frenzy.
He would go on to win 3 titles.
I remember him doing this, too.
That's
I remember
right.
the shot of Wennington with the towel going.
Absolutely brutal.
Okay, give us another one. Who else we got?
All right. Dwayne Pearl Washington. Okay. Dwayne Pearl Washington. This is Dwayne, D-W-A-Y-N-E. By the way, there was another Dwayne Washington in the NBA who was a D-U-A-N-E who actually was a perfectly fine player. So this is the other Dwayne Washington, Dwayne Pearl Washington, okay? First thing he writes, not to be confused with Dwayne Washington or a successful NBA player either.
Come on. He's doing Showtime at the Apollo. What are we doing?
No more luster on this Pearl. Biggest bust since they started carving Mount Rushmore. Left Syracuse after junior season, was Nets first-round pick, number 13 overall. The Nets left him unprotected on expansion list, and he was tapped by Miami. Second year, a little better than first, which was rotten. Averaged 9.6 points per game.
This dude. This isn't a book.
This isn't a book for kids.
Some kids just reading this, and all of a sudden, I got hot takes galore on how bad this guy sucks. This is off the Scholastic book list.
It's amazing. It's
Come
amazing. Okay? I got 2 more for you. All right? This would have been from the 89 edition, Greg Dreiling.
Okay, I've not heard of this guy.
Greg Dreiling, longtime Pacers center. Greg Dreiling, okay? Center. Stiffer than Julius Caesar.
Come on. This guy's unreal.
Should be a law passed prohibiting people from wasting 7 feet of height. Mostly a garbage time contributor, has played in only 44 games in 2 seasons since becoming Pacers' second-round pick in 1986. Tallest player in Pacer history, college teammate of Danny Manning for a couple of seasons at Kansas. Typical collegiate star who won't pan out in the NBA but will always find a job because of his height. Was considered only true senior center in the nation last year, which means there was serious shortage of true senior centers. Wow. All-time prep scorer in Kansas schoolboy history. Best assets are his hands. Born November 7th, 1964 in Wichita. Gets $180,000.
Wow.
Greg Dreiling. Mm-hmm. One more name to drop here. Stuart Gray.
Okay, tell us about Stewie.
Literally right above Greg Dreiling. See Greg Dreiling in wasted height. Does have toughness, though. Lost a tooth this year to prove it. Left UCLA as a junior following a blistering 9.9 point and 7.9 rebound season in 83-84. Shouldn't that be a cause to re-enroll rather than go hardship? But the Pacers welcomed him with open checkbook and gave guaranteed money after making him a second-round pick, 29th overall. Earned $200,000 last year, scored 10 points with a career-high 12 boards against the Lakers last February. Career-high in minutes and blocked shots. Another big white guy who will find employment somewhere. Born March 27th, 1963 in the Panama Canal Zone. Maybe that's why the U.S. gave it away.
All right. Is this guy still kicking around? First off, again, I can't get over fifth graders reading this. Do you remember reading this kind of stuff?
I do. What
was your reaction, fifth grade, Nate?
Here's the thing. It's like when I was in fifth grade, I was like, well, I want to read about the star players, but then I would have to read about the scrubs. Xander Hollander, no longer with us, passed away in 2014. American sports writer, journalist, and editor. Served as a prolific supplier of encyclopedias on every major sport, editing, writing, or packaging nearly 300 books over a professional career that spanned 45 years. I gotta ask, I wonder, my mom still has a box of my old sports books somewhere in the attic.
You gotta find these.
I know, right?
You gotta find these.
Yeah. I mean, just vicious.
Somebody says now do Hastings. I bet you he wrote something on Hastings.
Bet he did. Yeah, Scotty would have been in this book. He wrote on literally every player in the NBA. The only ones that I have are these ones that Jeff Pearlman photographed and put in his newsletter.
Oh, Mom's got a project now. We need these books.
The complete handbook.
Maybe this is how we pass the summer. It'll be a Thursday thing. Give us 4 new entries you got from the book.
He was a lifelong friend of Howard Cosell, Xander Hollander. I mean, honestly, if you're a broadcaster, it's a great guy to be a friend with, you know?
No, I get it.
The guy with every bit of information in the world.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
He's the Dan Hyatt to the stars, I guess.
Right.
This is, seriously, I think it's hilarious that the fifth grader gets his hands on this.
Born in the Panama Canal Zone, maybe that's why the U.S. gave it away. Just absolutely vicious.
Talking about wasting height and...
World class.
That shocked me. The level of petty in that just shocked me. It's as if he's lost money on these guys.
Totally.
They must have cost him a few bets.
You know what's funny about this, Andy, is
all of it? What?
You and I, we have a lot of friends that are sports writers.
Right.
Okay? And what's funny about them is they do the job for a long time, and
this is how they become.
They just get funnier and funnier over the years. I mean, this is what I love about this is the way that he wrote this is think of any sports writer in town. And I say this to listeners, any guy you've been reading forever. When you sit next to them in a press box, this is what they sound like. To a man, like all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're vicious.
They've seen enough. They've seen enough dudes not fulfill promise.
Very much so.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
But again, it's almost as if they're taking it personally. This guy could have been a heck of a follow on Twitter.
That's seriously some of the best I think of the best basketball blogging that I've been reading over the years, and it's this man was the godfather right here. This is where it all came from right here.
How many players do you think knew he wrote that about them? This was all buried in books for fifth graders or whatever, grade school age kids.
Right. They had no idea.
It's not like they're going, hey, Mom, look at this. Is this mean? Who's Caesar? Why is he stiff?
It's a good line.
Yeah.
Biggest bust since they started carving Mount Rushmore.
And you said he quit the papers to just go and focus on this?
Just to write these books. They must have been moneymakers. I remember having a few editions of them over the years. I'm sure they sold. I mean, this was pre-internet days. This was the only way to have, if you liked a sport, this is the only way to have information on it was either this or trading cards.
Right.
That was the only way to get this information.
See, the guy that I read probably as much as you read this guy, in my younger age anyway, was Dick Connor, who was a columnist here.
The great Dick Connor.
But he did not write like that.
Right.
He did not write with snark like that. So
yeah. I mean, I think of the most acidic Mark Kisla columns, you know?
He's got some Jay Mariotti who spent a little time here. And then, of course, made it famous on the 4-letter network. But
did you ever read TJ Simers of the LA Times?
I didn't. But
TJ just passed away a couple of weeks ago, too. And, oh, God, he was great. And I'll always recall the 2009 Western Conference Finals, a press conference where TJ and Phil Jackson, I mean, they just went at each other. And basically, like, TJ was pressing him. This was in the Pepsi Center media room, pressing him on the officials, baiting Phil left and right, and Phil wouldn't take the bait, and TJ wouldn't drop it. And it was getting heated to the point, and like finally Phil was just like, yeah, they missed calls. And sure enough, what was so great about it was the next game, the Lakers won, and they got the favorable whistle. And TJ Simers wrote one of the all-time troll columns about how, like, him and Phil did it. They won that game for the Lakers.
Yeah.
And it was some damn good sports writing. I gave the guy credit for that.
What's the best sports book you've ever read? Because you talked about, I used to get, like Tyler or Brandon writes in and talks about some of the NFL books. I really was getting more of the, the dumb G.I. Joe or the Choose Your Own Adventure or whatever.
Sure.
I wasn't loading up on these the way that you were. I've got a book I thought of right away. Now, I've read some biographies that were really good and all that, but I'll give you the book that really, I was like, this is the most incredible reporting put into a book I've ever read. But what would you put up there?
So my two favorite sports books ever. Number one actually was by Jeff Pearlman, The Bad Guys Won, which was the story of the '86 Mets. The how in-depth the reporting was, how ridiculous the behavior of these guys was, and including the stuff especially about Doc Gooden after they won the World Series and him watching the ticker tape parade through Manhattan, literally from his crack dealer's house, which was unbelievably sad. But the tales, the background on the life of Kevin Mitchell and all this stuff, that is an absolutely phenomenal book. And then my other favorite sports book ever, and it was just more entertaining than anything else, is the book Don't Put Me In, Coach by Mark Titus.
Okay.
And I think I've told you about this book before. Mark Titus was the 12th man on the Ohio State basketball team in the aughts. He was an AAU teammate of Greg Oden and Mike Conley. And he was the third, decidedly less talented. But the deal was, in order for Thad Matta to get Greg Oden and Mike Conley, they had to take Titus. And so he got, a scholarship to go play at Ohio State. He was not that good, but he eventually...
But he caddied for him, basically.
Right, exactly. He became like a folk hero. Eventually, both of them left to go to the NBA. Then he was on the team with Evan Turner, the villain, and Costa Koufos, and Thad Matta kept him on. He was a good guy, good locker room guy, and he sort of became famous in the early days of basketball blogging. He started a thing called Club Trillion, where he would get into games, and he would, only in garbage time, he would get into the game, and his goal was to not accrue any statistics. He wanted the all zeros line in the box score when he left the floor. And even Thad Matta knew that he was up to it all, but Thad liked him. And he was just a good time to have around the team, and so he was on the team. But it's an excellent book. He's a very funny writer. I mean, to this day, he does podcasts and blogs and everything else. Like, Mark Titus is great, but that's one of my all-time favorite sports books.
Don't Put Me In, Coach.
Don't Put Me In, Coach by Mark Titus.
All right. By the way, one of the Twitchers thinks they found this guy's take on Hastings. So if he can post it, we'll read it next segment.
Beautiful.
The book that really taught me... Game of Shadows is mine. I could not believe the reporting by those two San Francisco Chronicle writers, finding out everything, weaving the story from the steroid cocktails these guys were talking about to who was the Balco guy?
Victor Conte.
And then who was the track coach?
Was it Greg Anderson?
Okay. That book, the jaw-dropping moment for me was to know that Anderson basically slipped a vial of whatever, the cream, the clear, whatever, to USADA, the anti-doping agency here, just anonymously. Take a look at this because he was jealous his athletes were losing. And that's what blew this whole thing up for baseball. That's amazing to me. They were not onto it. They couldn't figure it out. They knew they were up to something, right? But if a track coach doesn't get jealous, Who knows how much longer the steroid era goes on in baseball, and just how in detail to what the cocktail, what they said Bonds had going, how it improved his eyesight, so he saw the ball coming out of the pitcher's hands again. I mean, it was just, to me, it was just standing ovation.
Mark
stuff.
Fanerawada and Lance Williams were the authors of Game of Shadows. Yeah, they were both San Francisco
Now
Chronicle
the baseball
guys.
world hated him after it.
I
but-
mean, do you remember when Canseco put out Juiced?
Right.
He wrote that book, and like it's so funny to think of in 2024. But when the revelations of that book started to come out, the world, everybody was just like, liar, trying to sell books, liar.
It's just that guy.
Yeah. Oh, it's Jose Canseco, not telling the truth. Nope. He was telling the truth about everything. Turns out, you know who really knows who all committed the crimes? The criminals.
Yeah, that's right.
They're usually the guys in the know. Yeah. It was wild when all that reporting was going on. Yeah, Game of Shadows. That book is thick too.
Well, but it was.
it goes into the weeds.
Dude,
Yeah.
there were times I would start it right before bed to try to chill out, and the next thing I know, it's 2 a.m. because I can't quit reading.
Yeah. It's incredible. Romo was called out in that
Yeah,
book.
yeah, there are quite a few guys.
Yeah,
that
quite a
touched on
few
there.
of them. Yep. Shout out again to Greg Dreiling and Stuart Gray today here on the show.
Oh, wait. I think we have it. We
Okay.
need to come back.
All right.
Oh, I got the Hastings bio. We'll read it when we come back.
Excellent.
Making a gopher on Twitch.
All right. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Andy, I got a tweet from Brett McMurphy, friend of the program, Brett McMurphy.
Colorado.
Thanks.
Big 12 in discussions with Allstate on naming rights deal worth $30 to $50 million, sources told Action Network.
It's the Big 12!
Name
Not anymore.
possibilities include the Big All-State Conference or All-State 12 Conference. Big 12 is also considering an $800 million private equity deal, sources said.
I'm not going to clutch my pearls over this.
Nor am I.
But it's kind of annoying. But whatever. It's fine.
I'm
I
not
don't
even.
need everything in sports named after an insurance company, but it's cool.
I'm not even annoyed by it.
I'm not even mad. I'm impressed.
Well, in a way, like, shout out to the Big 12 for thinking of, like, hey, we can sell our naming rights to our conference. So good on them. They need dough.
Well, yeah.
They got to pay for the lawsuit. They need dough. They got to pay for the lawsuit, and they got to pay the athletes now. They need cash.
Yep.
And there's no coach, there's no AD, there's no administrator in America that wants to take a pay cut, which they're probably going to have to, so they got to go find the money somewhere. Thus, we are now the Big All-State Conference.
The Big 12! Not anymore.
This doesn't stun me at all.
It's the future what's going to happen. And you know what? I credit the Big 12 for doing it.
Yeah.
Because guess what? They're the first to do it. Big 10 and SEC, are going to do the same thing, and they'll probably double the number.
The other part of it, too, is like, to me, the names of conferences, like, they mattered once upon a time.
Sure.
We've bastardized it so badly.
You mean like the Atlantic Coast Conference featuring 2 Pacific Coast schools?
Like the Big 10 with 16 teams?
Yes.
Yeah, like these, what they have done with it, it's stupid.
It is stupid.
So you might as well get the cash wherever you can get it.
Stupidity. Hey, if CU, for example, because they're in the Big 12 now, they get some money to actually pay a few players to show up, great. Nobody around here is going to care.
Totally. But they need dough in college athletics. So if an insurance company is willing to give it to you, hey, go get it.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Can I have a roof? No. Deny that claim.
Am I going to end up working for the Mountain Western Union Conference?
There's
now?
Is
a good
that
what
one?
It's going to be?
There's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin, our boss, came in. He had the USAA conference instead of conference USAA.
Ah, that one's good.
That rolls off the tongue.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you to Twitch.
Yeah.
I've sent you the short written about Scott Hastings.
Okay.
You have better eyes than I, so look that thing up.
So we were, last segment, if you're just joining the show, we were reading some of the more snarky
they're great
write-ups from the Complete Handbook of Pro Basketball. There's the series of books that were in the 80s and 90s. And one of our Twitchers, who was that?
A Gopher.
Gopher. Thank you, Gopher. By the way, our Twitch feed presented by Safeway. Shop Safeway's Summer 4 times points and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. Opt in to convert points into cash at checkout automatically. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Scott Hastings. Here's the bio from the Complete Handbook of Pro Basketball. This, I believe, would have been 1993. Here for you, Andy.
That towards the end of his career. I'm kind of curious how much earlier he would have written about him.
He would have written about him his entire career. 1980, yeah, so this is 93.
Yeah, this is his Nuggets era, I believe.
After his second year in Denver. Was that his last season?
I think so.
Okay. And in fact, he writes, this is Xander Hollander, writes, the end of the line for one of the game's great personalities? Already a good start. Went into summer as unrestricted free agent, future may be as television commentator. Turns out he was right. Yeah, right. Averaged 8.8 minutes in his 76 appearances. His 5.09 from the field was second best on the Nuggets, even if it came in only 112 attempts. So efficient. His real contributions come elsewhere. Off the court, it's with leadership. On the court, it's with hustle in the limited action. No quickness or jumping ability.
No quickness or jumping ability.
Inside banger.
He was.
Way to go, Scotty. Member of 2 NBA championship teams in Detroit, originally a second-round pick by the Knicks in 1982, born June 6, 1960 in Independence, Kansas, attended Kansas, made $600,000.
Boy, they slipped that salary in.
Not bad. It's good work if you can get it. In 112 field goal attempts, Scott Hastings for you right there.
Because again, you pointed it out, this is when, at the end of his run, we all knew how funny Scotty was. He was on the David Letterman show because of it, right? I'd like to see an earlier entry about Scotty, just to see if maybe a little more, some of that wasting the height stuff slips in or something like that.
We'll have to get the 88 or 89 edition and then see if it was as kind to Scott Hastings. I think that's a nice write-up right there.
It is compared to what we just heard. That's
it is
glowing.
one of the things, and it should be noted. Like, this guy didn't just kill everybody.
Yeah, you like to prove to everybody he was cool to people.
Yes, he was. He was out to give his opinions.
There were a few guys he couldn't believe were collecting a professional sports paycheck. You read a few of those.
Yes. But I think that's very fair of Scott Hastings right there. He was a good leader.
Scotties would take issue with that.
I don't think he would. Good hustle and limited action. It's all you can ask. You see the floor, you play hard. That's your job.
Would that be his book title? Good hustle and limited action. The Scott Hastings story.
His hustle per minutes played was certainly on the higher end of the scale. There's no doubt about that. The great Scott Hastings, everybody. That's going to do it for us. Coming up next, it's Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals.